Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, part-timers early today. Part-timer? When have I ever been a part-timer? That is no such thing. That is no such thing. Hello, hello, good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing?
Protect your bald king!
Okay, that name has to be like Schlock, right? And you're just using the numbers as letters. I appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. I told you guys. I told you guys I'm here early when there's a tournament. I told you guys. There is never a day that I am missing. Oh, wait, I have to turn Discord on. Oh, you just don't love us. How are you going to say that I don't love you guys when I'm here early? That doesn't make any sense, chat. Today for Marvel's tournament, I skipped the gym. I skip going outside. I do everything. I even have to take a vitamin D pill because I'm not going outside. Hmm. Does VP play today? I had the schedule up. Today's matches.
Protect your bald king!
Today's matches.
Gambling day.
Yes, it is a gambling day. No fret for 13 months. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Today's games are going to be RSN against Rad, Peps against Pulsar, VP against VSN, Navi against Team Heretics, and Fire against Crownfall. To be honest with you, and I'm not trying to be mean towards EMEA, but there's only a few games in EMEA that are actually fun or good watches. Usually games in EMEA are not fun because there's like three good teams or four good teams in EMEA, and the rest are like, you know, like I think all right. But in NA, you have a lot more teams who are a lot closer to each other in terms of skill, and that's why I think NA is a lot more fun to watch.
Protect your bald king!
Yeah, NA is just like crazy game after crazy game after crazy game. So, here, chat, we have SSG, Space Station Gaming, against YWL. I think that's going to be a really good game. You are going to have 100 Thieves against Swamp Gaming. Now, that is going to be a very, I think, one-sided. I don't think 100 Thieves is going to win against Swamp Gaming. Swamp Gaming has just been absolutely disgusting lately. So that's at least in my opinion, chat. Who knows if that's going to be true or not, unless TTK and his team turns it around. Then you have Team Liquid
Protect
Citadel.
your bald king!
Team Liquid Citadel is looking like a very strong
Morning,
team
Jay.
against TSM. TSM did win with Gale on Hulk last time, so maybe if they throw him on Hulk again, we'll see. Oh, mind you, chat. I think these rounds of games are going to be on the latest patch. So with the White Fox buffs and the Elsa nerfs and all that stuff, I think that's what's going on. I think that's what the announcer said. That's what the caster said. So we'll see if that's true. I'm pretty sure they'll tell us. Xander, how you doing, my friend? Appreciate the massive 63 months. Hope you and the family and your sisters doing well. Nice to see you, my friend. It's always nice to see you. And then you have FlyQuest against NRG chat. I think you guys know how that game's gonna go. NRG against FlyQuest, and then a Nightmare against Lunex. It's going to be a battle. I hope FlyQuest does win. How you doing? Nice. Hey, I'm glad your family's doing well, man. Everything's good over here. Everything's good over here. Let's go back to here. This is the schedule. I need this. I also need to. I also need to take out another stream thing so I can put you guys your predictions. See if I don't know if the stream is gonna be live just yet. Chat. Oh my god, the stream is live. The stream is live. The stream is live, man. They don't give you a time though. Oh, they gave you a time, chat. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. If FlyQuest loses, do you see them shaking up their roster? I feel like I don't know how the contracts go for the teams, but I feel like if FlyQuest does not win a single game between the preseason and the regular season, you're going to see a mix-up of teams. A mix-up of players. Some players might leave. Some players might get kicked off. It's sad to say, but yeah. Damn, no 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves plays on NA, chat. You start with EMEA first. There's no way NA is going to start their tournament at 10 a.m., chat. These are gamers, bro. The gamers are not waking up until 3 p.m. in the afternoon, bro. Wait, holy shit. You won $2,500 on a scratcher the other day? That is crazy. That is crazy. Jay, read the chat. Did you not just hear me respond to the guy saying, damn, no 100? Anyways. Wait, I think I'm sure that the video and audio aren't synced properly. They have a delay. What, mine? I don't think mine should have a delay, chat. Maybe refresh. You might just need a refresh. Okay, give me a second. Where's my prediction? We are good to go, chat. We are good to go. Okay. Play something to pass the time. Yeah, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this YouTube video. What the hell? I finished my exams. Can you shake it? No. Jay, I love Rivals too much. I love Rivals too much. I love Rivals too much. I am glad that you like a game. Don't tell Overwatch players that you like a game, because if it's not Overwatch, they're gonna hate you for it. So watch out who you tell that you love a game for. Oh shit, yo, that boy Billy, 105 on my animal health class yesterday. Are you becoming a vet? Nice. Vet tech? That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. I want to say being a vet in my, like, I feel like being a vet is harder than being a doctor or something for like a human. Like, I understand, like, but hear me out. Humans, we all are like built almost the same way, right? At least in animals, you got to know where like all the different animals and all that stuff, like between like a bird or then like a dog, then a cat. Like all the animals are different, chat. Their anatomies are different. And yeah, that's true. You can't talk to an animal like you can with a human. Hey, where does your pain hurt? Oh, right here. Okay, we got you. What are you gonna do with chat? What are you gonna do? Call up a cat whisperer? Hey, can you talk to this cat and find out where the injury is? Okay. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah, you're gonna seem like a crackhead, bro. You're gonna seem like someone just picked you up off the streets and you're on a lot of drugs. That was the worst meow. Sorry, I don't have my vocal range this early morning. Also, I gotta take my medicine. Which game are you excited for EMEA? I think the only good game for EMEA is gonna probably be Navi against Team Heretics. I think that's gonna be the only close game. The other games that might be good are probably RSN against Rad and Fire against CNF. 10 a.m. early morning? Fuck yeah, it is early morning. 10 a.m. is really early for me considering... Actually, I wake up at like around 8:39. 10 o'clock is really early for me considering how I go to bed at like 1 and 2 a.m. every day. Ooh, I need to get water at some point. Running out of water, chat. Yeah, I'm running out of water. Yo, good morning, Jay. I watched your Resident Evil 2 stream on YouTube. It's so good. Hey, appreciate you watching. I could go get water now, yeah, but we'll wait a little bit. I do like how fuck, I forgot. Oh yeah, how you guys are enjoying the variety streams. They've been a lot of fun lately. They've been a lot of fun. Where is team captain team? Team captain, I'm pretty sure is chat, what team is team captain on? Alter Esports? Oh, they don't play. They don't really play. Alter Esports, is that an NA team? Yeah, they don't play today. Got rolled in the first round, switched to Gambit because someone suggested him, and then they end up winning the enemy team fall apart bad. Yes, Gambit is very broken. What did you have for breakfast? Nothing. I don't usually eat breakfast. I really never used to eat breakfast. Yeah. Put something in your mouth right now. I'm good. Like, my schedule, I eat 2 meals. I eat like a late, I guess you would say brunch at this point. Oh my god, they're playing the same song again. I think at this point you would say it's brunch, but I eat like usually a lunch and then a dinner, and then I usually fast throughout the whole night, and then in the morning I go to the gym without eating, and then like, yeah, fasting is really good for you, but like I just did that my whole life. I really don't like breakfast. Also, isn't like breakfast like a scam? At least in the States or some shit. Didn't they say, like, try to sell more breakfast foods as the most important meal of the day or something and whatnot? Jay, can you do quick play? No, I actually just got banned on Marvel Rivals. I'm sorry, man. Just got banned. Can't play. Can't play. Are you actually banned? No, I'm just not playing quick play. Yeah. Would you ever try Street Fighter or Tekken for variety? I could probably try it, but I'm not a big fighter type of guy. We could probably try it. Bumblebee Brat, I appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub. I hope you're having a great day. Yo, Death Reaper with the massive 5 gifted subs. Absolutely insane. Massive W, massive W. I am looking for the NA games. And I'm not trying to say that as a person who's from NA. I just think NA is a little bit more entertaining to watch. All of the teams on NA can win or lose against each other. EU, I feel like EU is... Well, EU has their like 3 or 4 good teams. Yeah. Yeah, EMEA is very one-sided. Which team do you support personally? I support all my friends. All my friends are on a lot of teams, chat. Unless one team wants to host me or sponsor me as their their streamer, then I would probably be like, wow, that is my favorite team. I love Team Redacted. They are my favorite team because they have players redacted. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. There you go. Make your own team. I would love to make my own team, chat, but sadly, making your own team is a lot of money. Wait, is there another 35% off? Save 35%, 5 or more, give it. Wait, that happens a lot. Huh. If you make your own team, can I join? I'm gold 1. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Yo, Mito Kid for 39 months. Appreciate it. I watched a video last night of you just reacting to Zebra killing you over and over again. I do give good reactions. I was actually talking about that with someone recently. I do really good reactions. And I think so, Bree. Yes, I think so, yeah. Okay, chat, we have 7 minutes. I am going to go get water before this thing starts. Give me like 2 seconds. I have to fill up this huge jug so I never have to leave you guys again. Okay, chat, give me. Well, that was a lot shorter than I thought. Wow. Oh, now they switch sides. Now I gotta switch my side. God damn it. I think this skin could have been a lot better. Oh. Nice. Good shit, Text Girl. Ooh. No, I don't think so. I was gonna say, I think that would be really cool if the new map is in the game, so we could see what the pros feel or play it. I like the new map. It's a lot of fun, but the scanning, chat. I don't know if I like the scanning, bro. At least for me, man. Like, the map is beautiful. Look at this, man. The map is really beautiful. The map is so good, bro. Yeah, all their maps that they're coming out with are really good. When are we playing Dark Souls 3? Oh, probably never. Why would I play? I play video games to enjoy them. Why would I want to play Dark Souls 3 where I'm going to hate myself? It doesn't make any sense. Why? I play games to have fun. I don't play games at the end of the day to like make myself more pissed. Yo, good morning, good morning. Ooh. You saw how her fingers were, chat? That was a little freaky. Hello.
Clear the way.
You play Marvel Rivals. Playing Marvel Rivals or Overwatch or anything like that is so much better than playing Dark Souls. Yeah, I feel like her ult kind of sucks. I feel they could have made her ult. But I do like, at the same time, I do like them not doing anything with the ult because there is a lot of visual effects and just like stuff already on the screen. So I do like that. I do like that.
Protect your bald king.
Oh, they're showing this map again. Yo, Elian, appreciate the massive new tier 1, and Starked Tam, appreciate the massive prime sub. Oh my god, wait, did they make the game louder? How the hell did they make it louder, bro? Which team do you think is gonna win, Rad or Reason? I don't know, man. I have absolutely no idea, but I can tell you that we are starting in 10 seconds. And I'm not gonna start the predictions just yet, chat, because they usually talk for like half an hour. Not really half an hour, but they do talk for a little bit.
Welcome back, Arrivals, to Week 2 of the Ignite 2026 EMEA preseason action. I'm your host, Vaudible, for today's festivities.
Oh, Vaudible is actually a host now. Wait,
Kiwi for the first time on the broadcast here in EMEA, joining myself. And then Leg Day is also back. Lemon Day, Leg Kiwi, like what is the duo name here, Lemon?
I don't know. I gotta go with Lemon Day, not because my name is first, but it lasts the whole day when we're casting. And We keep people busy. We are professional noisemakers, and we're gonna be making a lot of noise today because it's an exciting day of Rival.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of very important matches. We're here to see who gets into the playoffs, and unfortunately, who's going through.
Leg Day's mic is really quiet.
Again, but it's awesome to be next to Lemon again. We've had a lot of experience working together in the past as Lemon Day, and hopefully that shines through here in Rivals.
We had some really awesome results that happened.
See, and Avoidable's mic is
that will go over throughout the competition this weekend as well. But the one thing you do need to know, we have a single team that is secured for the playoffs so far. That's Navi. No big surprises. They played 3 of their matches. They dominated all 3 of those. So definitely keep an eye on the rest of the groups to see who actually makes it in and who has one last chance to qualify for those playoffs. Again, it's not all for naught. You still have stage 1, even if you don't make it into the group stage. So that's something these teams can look forward to. But the big thing to note for this week, guys, is that we're actually going to be on the newest hotfix in terms of having the buffs for White Fox. You have kind of the HP nerf for the Elsa Bloodstone, and then some Deadpool shenanigans were toned down.
Oh, so there you go, chat. You heard that? We are on the latest patch.
Elsa here, Leg Day. Is the 25
oh, by the way,
nerf gonna be enough for these players to really
I appreciate that's a new tier 1 sub as well.
Or go it in the ban phase or not?
No. Back to you.
Analysis.
That's an easy one. That's an easy one, yeah. I mean, White Fox, I do want to talk a little bit more about those changes for those, you've been playing on the live patches. The tournament realm has been a little bit behind for it as well. They've had some different changes, but we do have to talk about what is available in the store right now. And well, ESU Brilliance takes center stage. Rian Londo.
Why do we have to talk about what's in the store?
Precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Danum Kent turns every lecture into a masterclass, bending the impossible together. They prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. Step into the spotlight with Invisible Woman's Rian
Chat,
Londo,
make sure to use code J3 in the item shop.
Danum Kent, the Professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. Available right now, April 2nd, 7 p.m. PT to April 30th, 7 p.m. Pacific time. In a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest mind decides what is real here. Like, Dan, these costumes are pretty awesome, but this map is also even better.
Yeah, new looks and new maps because the city never sleeps, Spottable. But something has woken up just beneath it.
Someone needs to tell Leg Day that he needs to turn his mic up.
Hidden depths. Gotta fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building.
You actually have an item shop code? No, but I wish I did. It's actually really cool.
Energy. From restrict level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements, every corner will shift the balance of power as you push.
Bro, I can't hear him, chat. I can't hear him, bro.
Underneath what has been awoken.
That map
It sounds like he's giving ASMR. I'm giving you guys the predictions
right
now.
You know what's active right now, guys? Drops. That's why you're here. We got brand new drops, of course, for those streamers out there. So, go live, guys. Go co-stream right now, because guess what? We got nameplates, emotes, and...
Chat, I'm starting the prediction right now, by the way. If you guys want, get your predictions out there.
And it looks even
and
better.
Also, Death Reaper with another 10 gifted subs. Absolutely insane, my friend. I appreciate it. Get your predictions out there, chat. You have Rad against RSN.
Great just to see everyone involved. I mean, all the watch parties that are happening. Shout out to the people that are keeping the love alive for Marvel Rivals from the offseason into this preseason of Ignite. But going back to what I was mentioning, the White Fox changes for those who have been playing the game but might not have been paying attention to the pro scene. We didn't have these in last week, so now after you use your Kumiho ultimate form, you are actually able to have all of your spirit tails available to you. You can actually heal yourself for 50 HP when you use your Spectral Surge, which is the charm, which is really awesome. You actually have more sustainability for the White Fox. And the Spirit Sanctuary, which is your teleport, you don't have as much instant healing for your allies. It's only 50 HP instead of 70, but you now heal over time in that aura as well, which is pretty great. And then the Blessed by the 9 also, which is your kind of buff that you use for your allies in your ultimate form, no longer consumes health and has a 2-second cooldown. I think these changes were kind of warranted for White Fox, but let's talk a little bit about the schedule for the preseason group stage. Well, we're in it currently. It will end at the end of this weekend on Sunday. We'll know everyone who makes it into those playoffs, Lemon.
So, not this weekend, but the 16th. Wait, 16th to the 19th? The playoffs are a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Oh, shit, chat. The playoffs are a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Well, some teams played 2 matches last week, and some played 3. So those first to 3 wins are going to be what's most important. First 4 losses, you're out. But this is what's on the line, Vaudable.
Yeah, $50,000 in total for every region for the preseason. $16,000 USD leg day. That's a lot of bucks.
Yeah, that is quite a bit, especially just for preseason. Like this, the prize pools are only going to get bigger as we move through the year here at Ignite, but it's starting off sweet with 50 big smackaroos ready to be dished out to the best that
Bro,
EA has.
bro, I can't take leg day seriously casting right now. I'm sorry, chat. He's giving me the ASMR. I feel like I'm in the wrong channel. I'm in the wrong Twitch, what do you call it, category.
This was one of the first maps in the game, one of the first 2, I believe, alongside Idrisil Path, and is finally coming back. Many of the earliest tournaments saw a lot of play on this map, but those strategies have been long dormant and needs to have been heavily scrimmed. Or might be a pocket pick for a team that wants to surprise someone.
I think we've only seen it on like a map 3 super occasionally, super rarely, but also the Museum of Contemplation is a huge favorite amongst our players as that pick for the second map. But Vaudable, help break this down for the ban locks, because that's very different from MRC.
Exactly, yeah. If you ban something, it's banned for the other team, not for yourself. And if you protect something, it's only protected for your side. So being on either the left or the right side, the attacking or defending side, is super crucial for that. We'll get more into it when we're actually talking about the match.
Yeah, see, Navi against Team Heretics, I think is going to be a great game.
See, Navi already qualified with 3 points into the playoffs, but they want that #1 seed. They want the best odds and not having to face Verdice Pro as early as possible. So they're playing against Heretics later today. That's going to be a matchup to keep an eye out on. But the big thing, too, towards the bottom, Peps and Pulsar fighting for their lives here leg day.
Yeah, Peps and Pulsar, they are going up against each other to potentially avoid last place in the group. They've still got a little bit more legs in them when it comes to earning some of those points. On the other side, VP only played 2 matches.
How do you decide who bans first? Pretty sure it might be what seed you are.
It's really starting to crystallize with VP and Rad floating to the top. The matchup between
Pretty sure it depends on what seed.
The one to watch for Group B this week.
And Crown falls on that chopping block. And Team Vision really surprised us, right, Vaudable, from last week, but Rad and Verdice Pro are...
Can you lower the ads, please? Yes! If you tier 1 sub or have a prime sub, it takes away all the ads. Let me know if you guys have any more questions. I got you guys.
The main one, Navi versus Heretics, decides the top of Group A most likely. Also, VP versus Vision, both teams undefeated. Can Vision keep the
Wait, Vision is undefeated?
Versus Rad is going to be our first series of the
Vision
day.
is undefeated.
A lot of questions remained after Midkey's interview. The manager for the team and said, oh, you know, we got DRP and Ballast, but they're on loan. They're substitutes. Are they going to be playing today? We have the roster. We know who's playing on this team. We'll give you a little bit of insight once we actually have the graphic for it. But
Panda for 21 months. Appreciate it. How you doing? No, the ads won't play through the games. The ads are gonna. The ads are only gonna be playing through when they're yapping.
Have really
You're not gonna miss anything.
Such a higher caliber than other teams from the MRC circuit.
That's an important point you brought up, though, about just all the roster changes that recent gaming have had.
Yeah.
Only had 2
Twitch likes to run ads, chat, but I make sure they do it between just the yapping. So you're not gonna miss anything. Unless you like this.
So Ballast seems to be that mainstay, and like we know him as that big carry, that Elsa player. I'm looking forward to seeing Ballast, but you know, changing your roster so much does affect how much time you have together.
Yeah, like when you change your roster that much, it can be like, especially when you bring in, like you said, a carry like Ballast. Suddenly Ballast is surrounded by people they don't know as well, and they're like, well,
no, D-Bert, appreciate the massive 100 bits, my friend.
That my team are going to be there when I go in.
What's up, Yoy?
You've probably done this before. If you've scrimmed and then played ranked, you kind of get the brain disease where you're like, you know what, I can make this play. Like the strategists on my team, they know that I'm going to try and
oh, they're showing the teams already. Here you go.
Strategists maybe not quite as aware. Here's a quick look into Reason's roster, and look at that, we've got some pretty pictures ready from Reason. Nice to be seeing everybody here, and Simba definitely has been a big addition to this roster. Doesn't have a huge amount of experience at the Ignite.
Whoa, bro, I like this guy's hair, dude.
Been picked up from the
I want it.
MRC by Reason, who clearly see a lot of talent in Simba and want to foster that.
And
Kit Kat.
is playing too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was about to mention we have a little bit of a different roster than you see on screen that is playing for this. DRP is actually in, and so is Ballas, subbed in from the Lunex loan, as we were talking about. But we also got to mention this Rad roster. A big thing since we have those subs is that
I think
they're
Rad's
actually
gonna win
playing
this.
against
What's the
old
prediction
Chop
looking like
team, or
over
at
here,
least
chat?
half of it, which is what you see on this Rad team as
92% on
well.
Rad,
Crazy
$2
Kitty
million.
definitely expects some
Only
big things from
8% on
them
RSN
their
with
side, but
186,000.
Lemon, you would say we should
Yeah,
highlight from this
I
Rad
think
roster.
I
Who
think
do you
Rad
have in
wins.
mind?
Yeah. My favorite being Crazy Kitty. I just became a #1 Crazy Kitty fan from MRC. Absolutely insane on the Elsa. But then you got the Smash and Mash. Like, I already love, like, the chemistry of the names. But
Sounds
Smash
like English
being the other
breakfast.
duelist. Right. And actually, yeah. Like, is that British somehow?
Smash is a brand of mashed potatoes, like instant, like dry mashed potatoes in the UK. So definitely checks out in having the culinarily aligned names.
You got Ducky and Lugia on the Vanguard line, so that has some, you know, mythical.
There's no-
and then Ducky less mythical, but.
So cute.
Hey, whoa! We
in
love
games
Ducky.
like that.
We love ducks here.
Exactly. But looking at these two rosters, I think the big thing is, okay, this is the roster we saw actually get the win for Reason Gaming. They stuck with it. They decided in the back end, it's like, okay, we saw this as our best chance for success against Rad. We're going to throw it back into the fold and see if that is enough to take them down. And that's the big question. Can Reason Gaming keep their group stage dreams alive against Rad Esports? Rad Esports, though, if they do get the win here, that does guarantee them the #1 seed, at least for now until Verdice Pro play, and also a berth into the playoffs there specifically. So talking about that leg day, it sounds like these players are getting ready to get this match underway in mere moments. And for that as well, I mean, Reason Gaming, what do they really need to focus on to try and take down Rad?
I think just integrating Ballas in terms of being able to direct all those resources towards Ballas, especially if we're going to see an Elsa versus Elsa matchup here. We don't know whether these teams are going to prefer banning the Gambit or prefer banning the Elsa, but it seems at the moment the meta's crystallizing in the bans to like try and get rid of that Gambit first, which is likely going to mean, as Lemon pointed out earlier, Crazy Kitty versus Elsa as one of the main
Oh
stages
no,
thus
please,
far.
please,
And it
I don't
feels
want to chat.
definitely like Rad, much more
We're
used
getting
to
into the first game of the day. Please, ban
getting
Elsa.
Crazy Kitty all those resources.
Just
We
ban
have
Elsa.
Our first map, it is Krakoa that we are going to.
Just ban
Rad,
Elsa,
they have
please.
a win on this so far, but this is the first time on stream Reason are playing on this map. So
Is it a new map?
maybe not as
No.
experienced as they
MRC?
would
Oh
like,
yeah,
but
we don't
also
do
makes it so
MRC.
that Rad might not
This
have
isn't
the
MRC
strategies
though.
to ban
So,
against them
I don't
here,
know.
Lemon.
But Rad are so strong on this. Did we all watch Rad versus Crownfall? Raise your hand. I did. They 200-0 Crownfall, and I was already super hyped about Crownfall coming out of MRC. So if Rad can 200-0 Crownfall, then I think they could maybe do the same thing to Reason. And they showed some really cool compositions, whether it's around Lugia's Hulk, which we don't get to see every day, Ducky on the Groot, making sure everything is boxed in. We even had Emma from Lugia as an Emma main. I'm so stoked to see more of her in game.
Please, I know she doesn't have as much win
Oh, you're
percentage
fine,
as we
Jacob. How you
saw
doing, my
from the
friend?
Stats that were released from the most recent season, but come on, Emma's so fun to play. But we will get to see the compositions and what these teams come out with in mere moments. Again, they're just getting ready in the background, powdering their noses and getting prepared for their big debut in week 3.
Powdering their
Reason Gaming,
noses.
Of course, for the roster, for those who might be interested to know exactly who they're playing with, it's KitKat, Seijiro, Ballas, Nocta, DRP, and Pasuo. And that's the team to look out for in this specific series. But I can yap all day, but we have casters to bring you the action for this matchup. Reason Gaming versus Rad group stage.
Oh no.
Playoffs are
Chat,
on
I'm
the
scared.
line.
We,
Let's
we
get
might not
into
be
it.
able to hear the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Vod. Let's get stuck in. Our first map, as always, domination, randomly selected. This is neutral ground Lemon, and we have our
Like,
first
the
divergence
music is
already.
louder,
One
bro.
team wants to play the Elsa, the other team might have to play the Gambit.
Dude, that's the big thing we're talking about. Do you want to face a Gambit team or an Elsa team? It's not just Gambit you're getting rid of. It's Rogue and other important team ups.
Okay, they turned down the music, but how about
hey,
we turn up the...
Reason, Can I cope here for a second? Reason's
Absolutely.
best look was on Krakoa. Reason fans, I got you. Because they went up against Vision, and they went all the way to round 3 on Krakoa.
They heard
That's
us.
really exciting. But it
Hey,
was also
W
playing with
production,
DRP,
chat.
and that's what that
W
nice
production.
play that we love to see from it.
First person from a Mantis here. This probably
Wait.
means that Reason are going to go for a triple strategist lineup. This might be all about maybe just hyper-pocketing Ballas, but given
I
that
do
Elsa's
like
been back
Rad
away,
banning the Elsa
you can
first
see
and
Ballas
saving
probably
their
gonna
own
be
Elsa,
hovering over
but
here on the Psylocke. This is Ballas' signature hero.
I don't
That
know
can
what
make use of
Reason
the play
Gaming
for
is
Campion.
doing. Reason
Also,
Gaming
real
banned
start
the
standout on
Gambit,
that
didn't
one.
save a
But
Gambit.
Ultron is what
The
this
other
is
team,
a
Rad
very
didn't ban
strange
Gambit, but they
drop,
saved
but
Ultron
Reason
and
Gaming,
Mantis.
Like I said, they're just all in on
Yeah.
this triple strategist here. This is all about giving Ballas double damage boost, both from the Mantis and from that imperative patch that comes through from Ultron. And like we said in the pre-show, this is just all Ballas all the time.
Yeah, and Reason are that unique team. They really like even playing Jeff so much with a Gambit. No Venom.
Oh, now they banned Gambit.
Both of these
Interesting.
teams don't really lean on the Venom dive as much as others do, but you get away from the dive so much on Krakoa domination. Got another Ultron protect, so especially seeing Ultra, these triple strategist lines as a more offensive variation of it. You could see it with usually a Mantis, or depending on what the third choice will be. Sometimes an
I like the
individual.
Psylocke, bro.
Depends on what the team
I
wants.
really
Love
do like the
this meta,
Psylocke this
how
season,
diverse
chat.
it is.
Oh yeah, we have plenty of diversity here. And that's going to be shown out well. Noct is going to be the one to swap over onto that strategist role from the usual duelist as expected. Ballas currently hovering the Psylocke. I'm surprised we didn't see a ban over onto the Psylocke after getting rid of the Elsa for the side of Rad, because that would have taken away one of Ballas' other hyper carries here, but maybe you're a little bit, you're just hedging your bets thinking we can deal with the single duelist that is the,
And I do,
coming out as well from Lugia. I love to see
I
this.
do like the
Yeah,
Hulk.
he's playing
I
it
do like
again.
the
It
Hulk
was
pick,
so
chat.
fun to see how him and Ducky on the Groot at the time.
I like the Hulk
played
pick.
so well at trying to own that space, and you didn't get to see too much White Fox from this Rad team. Still kind of figuring out what strat line we want to go with. What is going to be the triple strat?
Oh yeah, I'll move the cam.
with that
I think this is the
Ultron.
second one.
And,
There you go.
Ducky is going to be on the Magneto, but Smash is the one on the.
We gotta get
Elsa,
back
and
into the
Alex
momentum,
is
chat.
stuck on the
It's the first
Psylocke.
game back, bro.
Also, see him on Daredevil as that secondary when Elsa isn't available.
2, 1.
All right, doors opening. Let's see how the first one goes. One of the things I really want to talk about here with Paso in particular.
I think they lowered the mic volume again, which is a big sag. I can't really hear him, bro.
Instantly getting out after forcing a resource, not really putting much of their HP on the line to claim that initial space.
Passivo, when he does get to play, it's either Deadpool or the Venom, and he is going to be the one to lean on, where usually Forever is the one as that secondary Vanguard who's on the Angela, but we'll have to get all the support from DRT, I should say.
Oh!
Bubbles, but that's a great first pick from Reason.
Hugo going to start with, now DRP's looking after Lugia as well. There's plenty of healing going their way from the triple strategist of Rad, but initially Reason Gaming just claim all the space. It's the perfect pick to get, and DRP's mastery of Magneto is going to be
Yeah, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. Volume's turned up all the way, man. It's the best I could do.
The Mantis, and it's gonna make diving onto a Mantis very unfun when you're just gonna suffer from narcolepsy. But Reason are not suffering from having the point. Little passive dive from Passivo, and Rad are working up towards some important ultimates. Mainly just poking things down, protect the Elsa composition, and looking to see Mash show us how strong the White Fox is after the pass.
I don't know what he's saying. It's not his fault. I just don't know what he's saying. I think they turned him down even more. I think they turned him down even more.
Rather quickly, and so the Venom is going to be in a very difficult position. DRP needs to anchor down on the point, dragging in Ducky, who has to bring up their metallic curtain to dodge some of the incoming fire. And now Lugia drags everyone forward, ready to go absolute world breaker mode.
Thank you.
DRP is somehow still alive. The Apex Predator thrown out by Smash, and Reason have not fallen yet. The Venom chops down. DRP and Meteor ends, and Rad are fighting tooth and nail to get the point back.
W production, chat. W production.
Ready, the World Breaker ready to break down the worlds of Reason Gaming now. Kit Kat going to be continuously pummeled away from the fight while channeling that Soul Resurgence, grouping together to try and supplant Ballas, and indeed even on the second attempt of the Dance of the Butterflies, there's no value to be found. The Ducky, for now, just going to keep it a little bit calm. Doesn't want to move forward into this, but 82% already for Reason. They're running out of
Protect your
time.
bald king.
And just takes one more fight to win the round. And like I said, this is probably one of Reason's best maps. They forced it all the way to 3 in their
Castilla,
very first
appreciate the massive
match
prime
of
sub. How you doing? How you
Ignite.
doing?
Rad, though, will have to lead that charge here very soon. Lugia is getting active. But removing these anchors from Reason has been the biggest challenge for Rad. They need a convincing fight win. Are they going to flank with Lugia? There needs to be more commitment than just Lugia going after the strategist. And Reason Gaming, they are not giving this up.
Smash control on the off angle here could be imperative. Lugia's even got damage boosts as they just continue pummeling down DRP, who can't stand up to a verdant fists of fury that are given over by Lugia. But at 99%, that's going to be the flip.
And now Rad have to play flawless from here on out. Expect Ducky to be the one that anchors that objective to stay alive.
Wow, I'm actually really surprised Reason Gaming is like rolling right now, even though like Rad has the Elsa chat.
And Reason Gaming, they're in a comfortable position to build up towards those ults and just pile it onto the point. Rad, though, you need to see Lugia take some initiative as he always has, and he gets pulled.
Ooh, good pull, good pull, but he didn't die.
Rage of Ultron to try and open it up. This is going to make sure that Pasuo can stay in for a while longer as well. Down into banner form. The Apex Predator shown it's really peeled for with the Meteor M from Ducky to make sure they could deliver everyone back to the Elsa. But it seems no casualties going to be confirmed here. Pasuo demands an imperative patch drone worth of healing from Nocta. And
good morning.
So
oh my god.
He drops a big one on Lugia right there. And that is going to be a forced re-engage.
Wait, they double support ulted.
It's going to be answered by only one from Seijiro. Ballast hangs out
chat
above,
question mark
try and destroy that
what I don't understand.
And Nox is getting even more, just floats
Rad is what is Rad doing right now?
The Ultron, a flight away from Luna, but directly into the hands of Ballast, and Lugia might have to try and stand up to all of this alone as Ducky has bought it on. Reset, and Rad lose out on the first point. What a show from Reason.
What a showing from Reason.
I don't know who the spectators were, but spectating the Hulk just falling off the map and dying like that, it was like...
Rad are running triple strats.
Bro.
They only have one duelist. All the eggs are in the Smash basket, and they
11% on Reason right now, bro. If Reason wins this series, oh my god, 2.7 million J bucks are disappearing.
Mix up, you want to try and stagger that, and Reason were able to match strat for strat and able to stall out until eventually the damage scales tilted in Reason's favor. Watch out for what Reason can do on Krakoa, but despite going to round 3, Reason did drop this map in the past. So it's about not always how you start, but how you finish.
Yeah. Lugia giving up the Hulk. Heading over now onto a Venom, seeing the way
you heard that, chat? You heard what the caster said? Doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. Doesn't matter if you start sloppy, as long as you get it
we roll out here, Ducky's
better at the end and
get surrounded again.
What? The game's not over.
I think wanted to be able to go deeper with his dives. I like his Venom choice, and there is so much verticality on this map. Already the dive initiated from Pasuo, but you don't have. You do have a Magneto.
How would we go from sloppy to better? Well, I mean, you play more as a unit. Play more like I don't know, tightly.
This one up, lets it rain to support Lugia, who's been exiled, so he's almost saved by this moment. And the cap has almost gone through for Rad.
Yeah, this is dangerous times here for DRP. Needs to try and stay on the point, but you better believe a lot of the pressure is going to be going the way of that Magneto. Quick pop in here from Pasuo to keep this one contested. Lugia Goats already used their own symbiotic resilience. And finally, it seems like Reason Gaming is stepping up to the play on the point. Might have to see a Rage of Ultron here just for that burst healing over onto a Venom. Smash Nez, the Apex Predator in the back pocket, knows exactly what they want. In comes the Feast of the Abyss, and boy is he feasting. Ballast for Char Drill on top of it, just for a little bit of added flavor. And boy, it's difficult to try and take out Match in that Fox form. It is going to be easy to cap the point with Rad sent scurrying away.
And it's
dude,
so
Reason Gaming is looking really strong, bro.
Triple strat. You only really have that strong CC of the Luna Fox to stop these Venom dives. Like, yes,
they are looking really strong right now.
But the sleep is what's been so critical for Mantis, and that means Smash is not being peeled well enough. He had that Apex Predator for that fight, but was never in a position where he could find a good lane to throw that down. But this may be the perfect moment for Smash, depending if the pins line up.
Spectral Surge, unable to try and get the charm there onto Passimo. It will interrupt the symbiotic swing if it can be found, and controlling the high ground here is super important for Smashers, given the pathing of the Glartrox in towards the back. That is a huge Feast of the Abyss. The entire back line has had its healing impact debuffed. Up comes for Sanctuary. It's going to be an exchange between the Magnetos who both pelt each other with Meteor Rem, but now it's down to Crazy Kitty to try and make something work here
The
with the Rage of
J3's
Ultron.
curse has
And
been
on top of
activated.
the
Chat, I don't curse teams, bro.
in towards the back line. But once again, it's real value from Sagero. The Novalet with Noctiva comms may well have turned around into a bad position as there's so much healing. And Vertigo's able to...
Oh, what a
outdo
shot.
them all with a singular use of the Fate of Both Worlds. Ballast caught with a Spectral Surge. Now Crazy Kitty easily able to just rain Encephalo beams down upon Reason's defense. A quicker flip this time.
Wow, they're still stalling, which is crazy.
A bit more percentage.
Yeah, having that later Fate of Both Worlds, as you pointed out, the strategist ultimates that kept Rad sustaining and kept the fight in their favor at the end. And thank goodness they flipped it at the around 70% mark, because this is how Reason Gaming won that first round on Cradle. The way that they're able to stall out to 99%. Now Rad have a chance, but they don't have any ultimates. It was a big investment. Look at how Passable is going to kick off this fight with his, and Ballast choosing to go to the Phoenix. This is going to be what rains down hell on this team.
An Alpha Strike once again, but no casualties.
Wait, they didn't get any kills with 2 ults? Wait.
Placed into the back of DRP. Lugia exchange on the other side, but now Passo has to kind of solo Vanguard this one. They can't pull the flip. Oh, so many members here, including the Magneto. Rad have let the points slip through their fingers. Unforgivable plays, because now Ballast can just claim all this space, and he's in absolute heaven. No one can really do anything as he just rains down fire from above.
Every stagger here is going to be critical, and Ballast's mechanics.
Yeah, Rad is not looking like a good team right now.
High ground. Look at Lugia to soft dive.
I don't think they're on the same page.
For Reason Gaming to
and I thought Rad was going to win this series. There's still 2 other rounds, chat.
Never
but
lost a map, so this would be insane.
Oh, Crazy Kitty trying to take it into his own hands here. Don't want to lose the map, and it starts with the Rage of Ultron. A quick charm onto multiple players for Spectral Surge. Gets its value as well, so follow up with the Fox's Marbles. DRP and Passuo instantly down. The meat is gone, and that's a quick retake for Reason Gaming.
A lot of effort ahead of Rad to catch up in the score, though.
Oh, Smashnaz is out. He's popping. He's popping.
It is a best of 3, so there's not a lot of second chances you're gonna get. But the Apex Predator is gonna be even better for Rad to defend with. And you have 2 Vanguard ultimates, so Reason Gaming having to fight into this. I want to see these Flyers take control of the high ground to get Nocta in a best position to let his Rage of Ultron unleash. And Strat ultimates in favor of Reason Gaming, so if they can get control of this point, the sustain will be in their favor.
Okay, Rage of Ultron from a little bit further away. That's going to tear through the health of the Venom there. A quick teleport away. Smart play. Is going to be moving quickly over on to that run. And so Nocta just able to continue pounding down from above. We do have a pause coming in here, but we can quickly talk about Rad and what they are going to be able to have to play with here. They've got 2 strategist ultimates, both the Kumiho Unleashed and the Fate of Both Worlds, so I think that they are going to be able to pull through on a defense here, which has got so much sustainability.
And so much damage from the Reason Gaming side. They've just activated the Mantis ultimate, so I'm looking at Ballast to end this once and for all. And man, we're already getting a shakeup, guys, in our very first match. But like,
refund my points. And there's a pause going on right now, which was very
literally
weird.
Can't believe it. I think like if they do win this series, the first interview question I have in my mind is like, how did you guys come up with this composition? We saw a little bit of it from Shikigami, but now we see it here coming out to play from Reason Gaming, and I think a lot of teams are realizing, oh, this actually works really well. The high ceilings that we see for this specific map, it works pretty decently too. There's some decent positioning that you can have with the Ultron behind like the stumps on this specific sub-map as well, so it's pretty great to see the strategy that's coming out from this kind of pick and ban line that we saw from them that's unorthodox compared to what we saw before, especially the Venom play. I love that coming out from Reason Gaming, and they almost went for the ban on Rad, but I think the Invis ban was actually really big here, Lemon.
Absolutely, and also the difference of having a Mantis to no Mantis, the double damage boost from Reason. You're putting all the eggs in the Ballast basket, and man, is he delivering with these picks, and Reason only need 1 fight win to give Rad their first map loss of the preseason, which is, I would say, unexpected. But like I was saying, VOD, earlier on, that the best version of Reason we saw was when they went to round 3 against Vision on this map. So I had an inkling that maybe the chaos of domination really favors Reason.
Yeah, domination, I mean, they've done pretty well so far on that, so it does look good. I'd like exactly the ban line that we had from them here. It's also interesting, too, that they
Is Leg Day with the one with the purple hair?
Gambit
Yes.
to make sure that that was taken
I
out of
miss
the
Leg Day's
equation.
casting. His
Whenever they
casting
banned
is
Gambit, they've done somewhat well, so it worked out at the start there.
Is really good.
And hopefully, for Rad's sake, depending on how this map goes, they can figure things out for map 2, but
Chat, I
it
am
makes
not gonna
sense why they want to
refund.
make sure that their network
If you make
connectivity
a bet,
is as
let's say
good as
you
it
make a
can be
bet
for this map here, like
in
Dave,
football,
because this is down
and
to
they
the wire
and they
between
call a
these two teams.
timeout,
It's down to
that
a
doesn't mean
wire.
your bet
That
is
much
is
for
no
sure.
longer
What
valid.
I've been looking at here is like the new combo from Reason. We're used to in.
Can you
Pro
please increase the
Rivals
volume?
seeing a lot
It's
of,
already maxed, man. You're
in-game
gonna have to
Inferno,
increase your own
Phoenix
volume.
Ultimate, and Magneto's Meteor M comboed for burst damage.
That's true.
But the interesting thing here is that because we're not dealing with too much overhealth along the among the strategists that Rad have, we're seeing a Feast of the Abyss and Ensong Inferno combo, which is quite interesting.
It's really
because
good.
Feast of the Abyss, it does a lot of percentage
I can't even
health
pause
damage,
in Dark
as well
Souls,
as
but these guys
applying
get to
that
pause in a
healing
live
debuff,
tournament.
Yes.
against like a
Well,
huge amount of healing, but
yeah,
really
because there's
quickly,
money on the
like
line.
Rad has such like a
I don't think there's
Luna
anything
Snow
on the
afraid
line
of both
in
worlds.
your
It does seem like it's able to try and
Dark
break
Souls
through
game,
those strategies
other than
off
your
to
own
find the
sanity.
casualties. So a little bit of innovation here from Reason Gaming, and you love to see that kind of innovation be rewarded with results.
I was also curious, like, when we would get to see this combination from other teams in terms of like the Luna Snow and the White
I think
Fox
Ultron's really
combo,
good.
the
People
Luna
are
Fox
sleeping
or
on
whatever
Ultron
they
chat.
wanna
Mantis
call the
Ultron,
duo
very good.
there as well, between
But
these
I think you
two,
can only
I
run
mean,
those in, like, the
having
triple
that
support team comp.
charm, I really just want to call back to the charm that we saw happen on Ballast right as they were using the Dance of the Butterfly in point 1. Like, that was insane. I still can't believe they pulled it off. I thought just the ult just somehow didn't work for some reason, but no, it's just the skill of these Rad players. And I feel like if they use those charms a little bit better, it might work out to their advantage here, but it's a tough spot because, again, having the Mantis damage boost, I think, is a really big difference between the potential of like getting your ults up a lot faster, but also confirming those KOs, especially with Ballast swapping from the Psylocke to the Phoenix. They've just been able to be so much more lethal, it feels like, and not get focused down as much as they were, Jen.
Yeah, and you pointed out kind of the charm of the White Fox and how it canceled that Dance of the Butterflies in the round 1. I think Leg Day spotted that, so
I hear.
very
Aw,
exciting, but also exciting to get back
Boba.
into games. So it was nice talking to you, VOD. But we have a map to finish or a map to extend, and we're right in the middle of the fight.
Yo,
right now.
Vic Jackson, appreciate the Master Prime's over. Mo Buckets for 6 months. Appreciate it.
VFX Predator in towards the back, grabs Zero. Beautiful bubble coming on through. Excellent peel that is done over here by DRP, but it seems like Pasawo has not been able to get value out of their own Feast of the Abyss. Is knocked away from their victims, and so the corrosive tendrils break away. Now looking into a backline once again. Rad a double stunned by the incoming flames of a Phoenix up towards the sky. Smasters in the middle. The elephant gun. The
Uh-oh, this is
monster
actually
tears
really
the
close.
tears, the
99-99.
vanguards. And now it has to be down to Pasawo to try and stay here in the midst of all this. Crazy Kitty hides behind the log while channeling the Rage of Ultron to just try and get that passive healing and keep them in the fight. Running out of overtime, and
Wait.
Pasawo's too high to get there.
They didn't get on the
Wait, that was
The
Rad.
Venom was
Oh,
in the
okay.
air
Rad's too-
flying.
Rad's
The
able to grab it.
Phoenix
Racing
was
Gaming
standing
will
behind
run
a
through here.
tree trunk.
Now we're going.
And then
to
the
Cradle
Ultron was just
once
trying to keep
and
every-
for
bro.
all. Reason Gaming making this a marathon, not just a sprint, but smash with the beautiful picks at the end turned it in their favor. Crazy Kitty surviving with the Rage of Ultron, got so dangerously low, but played around the cover of the stumps that surrounded the objectives so well. Rad scrapping away. But now this point in particular.
What do you
is
mean
a
the
little
J3
bit less
curse is real? I didn't even
forgiving
say
for those
anything.
flyers, not as much cover.
I
It depends
initially
on where you
said
wanna
Rad
take
was
that
gonna win,
initial
so how
fight
am
on
I
the high
cursing
ground
Rad
or
by them
towards
winning the
point.
round? It
also
doesn't make any
takes time
sense.
for the point to unlock, but we've really set 2 different flavors of compositions. And Lugia, don't tease me with the Emma. I'd be so excited because the Emma is so strong at peeling for the soft
I
guys
don't
that
think
Venom brings
Emma
you.
is strong right now, chat.
Oh,
I do
yeah,
not
the
think
Pulsar
Emma
boy
is
here.
strong right now.
From Ducky. Who is the mugging target? Kit Kat's the likely one here. You can put it in the doorway to try and guarantee that someone's walking on through, but nice, it seems to be avoided. DRP is who they want rolling on through with the diamond form already, but straight away in comes the metallic barrier, and it seems like Reason Gaming would be able to slip through the clutches of Rad. They were expecting this one already, and now Rad, they only have low ground control. They need to rotate around.
I like that Rad are using the Cloak and Dagger too. If you're going to play this more frontline brawl, then the Terror Cape is just going to be able to maximize damage, because that's what Rad felt like they lacked, and why these fights seemingly go on forever. They want to end it once and for all, but the picks from the sky is what I'm talking about. These Flyers don't stand a chance against Valis.
Yeah, the double damage boost on Ballas is just absolutely deadly. Mash has gone too far. All out of Tails, all out of Hope, all out of Friends as well. While Seijiro is down, there are still 2 strategies to try and play with. An aggressive play from a Cloak and Dagger.
Bro, I'm telling you, Reason Gaming is looking like a team, though. They are looking like a real good, well-oiled machine, bro.
The side of Reason, we've talked about Venom being that.
I had no faith in them beating Rad, and they're actually, they're doing really well.
They keep leaning on this leader, and Ballas can finish it with the combo. We'll see if they opt for that, but being able to defend, these are just some tough choke points that Rad have to get through.
What do you mean now that I say this?
Excluding the fact that Ballas,
I can't say it before the game starts because I don't know how they're going to play today.
Yeah, Ballas over here with a double pocket. Just so hard to try and remove, but seeing that Lugia Goat is beginning to encroach upon their territory, they move over to the low ground. Homework's been done here by Rad, but it is going to be shut down pretty quickly.
Also, Lugia and Mash, chat, for if you remember, Lugia and Mash, I think were on my team for the Boger Bash, and we won.
You can see the Ensong Inferno is ready to go at a moment's notice as well, but for the moment, Reason Gaming have no real reason to have to commit to this fight. Crazy Kitty's going to give them one. The Rage of Ultron.
Maybe the missing piece is actually me. If Rad has me on their team, they would be winning. Chat, thoughts? True or true?
The carry has been slain, and now from the sky, rains down fire, and Vertigo is the direct target.
And this is 85% for Reason Gaming, and Rad's backline is in trouble. There's not much of a commanding frontline presence from Ducky to protect these strategists. You cannot be having them get picked off like this, and when it rains, it pours.
Oh no, chat, GG, bro, GG, GG. I don't think they're even touching. Oh my, yo, 100 to 0.
Over Rad. There was
100 to listen.
I certainly did it, but
yo, Rad,
this was looking like the strongest.
You guys have my Twitter. You guys have my Discord. Hit me up. Give me a text. I won't ask for much. Only like maybe 100,000 per week, and I'll play for you guys.
The mechanics to hit all of these headshots to get the picks in their favor, and he also just had a stronger Vanguard presence from Reason.
21 and 3.
Ooh. So far out of reach from Rad that they weren't able to tilt the scales when it came to the resources.
The Pasuo being able to put out so much more damage here than Lugia Goat, I think, is one of the more telling stat lines. Just able to get so much more out of these soft dives, and honestly, the big difference maker of that was Seijiro. Seijiro was hitting every single force physics. Every time Lugia tried to get out, they were getting pulled out of their symbiotic swing, and then was in a very difficult position with any resources to really keep them up. I don't think you ever looked at it. So many of them were being given over to Smashnez to try and match
on my phone here
ability to play those off angles. But the real difference maker, as Vod pointed out in our break, was that they have
H&M, right?
So when Ballas is playing these off angles, they get the Guardian shield, and they can easily outpoke Smashnez, who has a lot of trouble breaking through that barrier.
And just this map, too, is not as friendly for the Groot, and Ducky has just so much more time on that, and we've seen him on the mag in the past, but just wasn't able to be that confident Vanguard at the front. And Mag can do a considerable amount of damage, but just to even start pressuring those strategists, and I felt like Reason Gaming's strategist line was just a lot more well protected. They have less deaths as a result. Like, Seijiro only has 1 death, so that is enough evidence for me that they were just more surviving.
Oh no, it says it's open, at least on, not open on the app though.
Let's have a quick look at our replays here, and of course it is going to be filled with plenty of reasons.
Oh, it says hours might differ.
DRP and Ballas, well, DRP at least knows so many of the Rad players very well after previously being part of that chopped roster, so definitely has some insight into how their comms work, maybe how they want to try and play these triple strategist approaches, and likely was briefing the remainder of the team.
This has been so exciting. Reason Gaming get to kick off our series, and this is only a best of 3. We never got to see what Rad's map pool is going to be like in terms of picks, because they've never lost a map, and the ball will be in their court to figure out where Rad want to go, so you guys won't want to miss it. We'll see you after the break.
Yeah. Yeah, Is dive dead in bro play? No, dive is still very much a thing. It's just yeah, dive is still good. It's just that was just one map. I'm pretty sure. Plus, they were diving. They had a Venom. They were both of the teams were. They had a Venom. The Venom was diving. They had a White Fox also going in. They were kind of diving. Daredevil is still really very much played in this tournament. Yeah. Cap is played. Yeah. I'll dive on you. What? It's just that a lot of people. Oh, Psylocke. Psylocke is also a lot played very. I love Psylocke right now, chat. Psylocke has been so much fun, bro. So much fun. Is the Invis skin worth it? That's up to you, bro. Why Invis and Luna always have better skins? Cloak and Dagger is crying. Well, Cloak and Dagger just recently got a skin, and it's a really good skin. Some teams do ban Strange in the tournament gameplay, but if you do that on your ranked ladder, both teams won't have TP, so that would be really bad. If you guys need it, it's like, what happens if you ban Strange in like your comp games? You ban Strange, but like you're the one that ends up needing it at the end of the game. Sucks. Yo, what's up, Stellar? I like the Cloak and Dagger's pimp skin better. That's a good skin. I like that. How do you feel about the new map? I think it was a good call to have the map with wall hacks during a dive season. No joke. I think
this is why you want to tune into Marvel Rivals Esports on the Marvel Rivals Twitch and YouTube channels.
I don't like that. Oh, my dad texted me, by the way. I don't like the wall hacks.
But Lemon Kiwi and Light Day, we had such an insane map 1 on Krakoa. Yes, it was a C9. I went back through the time stream and was able to.
It was a C9.
Yes, unfortunately, Ballast did not touch at the last moment, but it didn't matter. 100% to 0 in that last one, Lemon.
Oh my god, dropping 10 final hits and 32,000 damage. Ballast stood above the rest, and that's why when you run the triple strat, you need someone who can go X Games mode, and Ballast did just that. Was able to also adapt his hero choice from the Psylocke going to the Phoenix, and able to rain down at a safe distance away from the dive, which already sort of a compositional change from the Rad side, where they usually play the Groot on Krakoa, going now from the Ducky to the Mag. Was that adjustment, because Groot does play very different than the Mag in terms of how aggressively forward you can be.
I think that's a big thing to note here too, is especially the compositions. Like Rad, they didn't have their comfort zone, as you talked about with the Groot. They didn't have the Mantis to be able to use the team up with that as well, and also have the damage boost. I think that was a big difference maker here, but I think the Ultron from Nocta Leg Day, we never saw this from them in week 1. They were just keeping that in the back shelf, ready to pull it out at a moment's notice.
I mean, it fits Nocta's hero pool fairly well. Nocta's biggest talent, I think, is their hit scan aim. Previously played quite a bit of Hela in previous patches, as well as a little bit of the,
we're going to Central Park. I love this map.
Be in their hero pool.
You know what makes my heart very sad?
Tough truths, but the Ultron definitely seems.
We're not seeing a lot of Bucky, chat.
As well as being really
We're not seeing a lot of Bucky. It hurts my soul.
Balance. Obviously, being a duelist player, they know the best times to be able to allocate over those resources.
It hurts my soul. We're not seeing a lot of Bucky, bro.
And also very survivable. We rarely saw them get caught in the range of Ultron, which is a fairly vulnerable strategist ultimate compared to the other strategists, because you're only getting 50 healing per second, and of course your hitbox is quite large as Ultron, especially with all the drones around you. So being able to stay alive and keep kicking during that and get the full value out of it was really important to the overall survivability of Reason.
And we're
I felt
talking
like they
about
used-
value of duelists, right? We're talking about how great Ballas is, and we wish we got to see more of Smash.
Because he's not in a
We
good
have the
spot.
most depth
You know
in
why
the
he's not in a
lobby
good
at
spot?
7. So I
All
think there would've been
y'all
so much
people
more
crying that Bucky is
Smash
overpowered when he had a
focus out.
44% win rate.
Well, we're going
And all
to
you guys were
Central
crying,
Park
"Bucky,
for map 2, and you talked about this lemon that
Bucky!"
we didn't get to
Nah,
see.
and now look what you
Rad
guys did.
Actually pick their
You
own
guys,
counter map
your
yet
fault.
because they've been undefeated until that first map loss that they just got dished out.
Yes,
from
they are
Reason
playing on a
Gaming.
new
Central Park,
patch.
I mean,
This
we've
is,
seen so
this
many
is the
times,
patch that
but
we
I feel
were
like this
playing on.
composition actually works pretty well here as well.
Yeah, Rad are very good at this map. They went up against Crownfall, and they
You
had
guys.
this,
Don't try to hide,
strapline
chat.
with the
You
Loki
guys.
and the Invis. They even played some Punisher, some Elsa. It was really unique. But hopefully we get to see Ducky back on some comfort picks with the group. But is that going to be allowed? Because he'll still play it without the Mantis. But I don't know. Maybe we could see more changes out of Rad. There's been also a week between the last match.
So we saw in Americas, at least, that there was an Ultron ban at one point. Like, Day, you've always been, you know, the simple answer guy for me, and that's all I need from you on this one. Do we see the Ultron ban come out?
Longer answer here. It
That's valid.
depends on how much Rad have internalized for trauma from that map, because it was a very weird set of bans from Reason. Going to that first protect on Mantis over either Gambit or Elsa. Gambit was the option that they had available there. Do we see an early ban on the Mantis from Rad?
That's
I
true.
think is
No,
more
you're not gonna
pressing
ban
because
Mantis
the
early,
Ultron,
chat.
it is
You
good,
know,
but it
Because if you ban
also
Mantis
is
early, you're gonna
with
give the other team
Mantis, you can
Elsa,
get that double
Elsa,
damage boost.
Deadpool,
I'd be more
Tank,
interested
or
to see if
or
Rad
Gambit.
go
You're not
for
gonna
it.
do
If
that.
they
Death
get the
Reaper for 6
first
months.
two
Appreciate,
bans
appreciate.
Where we get the double stop before we get a protect. If we see maybe an Elsa ban to start off with, followed by, instead of maybe a Gambit, maybe the Mantis ban, knowing that it's such a huge part of Reason Gaming's strategy. And I imagine later on in the draft, especially if Mantis is secured, we are going to see an Ultron ban.
And I just worry about Reason Gaming here, but maybe not so much because when they did go to Central Park, it was against Verdice Pro, and we don't want to talk about the defense and the amount of minutes that Verdice Pro put on them. But someone like Nocta really floundered going to so many different heroes to try to adapt to Verdice Pro, but that's what I like about Reason. They are not afraid to swap up their compositions and swap up their strategist lines, whether it's double or even triple, or worst case, you can have your duelist who's not so having a hot day going to that third strategist like an Adam, which we saw Reason Gaming do if you just need that extra forgiveness in some of these fights.
So many interesting compositions that we can see come out from Central Park. That's why it's one of my favorite Convergence maps that we have seen. But these teams are going to give it their all. I mean, Reason Gaming must win for them, of course. If they get this, they're not guaranteed to make playoffs, but it makes it that much easier for them, especially against the rest of the competition. And Rad, again, they want to secure their playoff berth, and getting the win here guarantees them that. So,
Oh my
don't want to
God.
go down. They don't
I
wanna
think
be
they're in the most-
questioning their
chat.
positioning, especially because of how strong
Being
the
in the
other side of
position
bracket will be from
to
them,
beating a
from
team
Group A as
and
well.
then
you
making
talked
sure
about, like,
they
the
don't get to the
Mantis definitely be a
playoffs
priority. A big thing to note
is a
here,
very
too. Rad are playing on
scummy
attack.
thing,
Every
but at the
time
same
we've gone to,
time,
like, a
it's
combo or
actually very
convergence,
funny.
Typically, they do opt for the attack side
Oh,
instead of the
man.
defending side, where we typically see that be a little bit of a difference from the strategy of other teams. And I think they just like setting the tempo in these games. But we do have map 2 Central Park.
Oh, by the way,
for
Death Reaper
Convergence
for 6
about to
months.
go
Appreciate it. How you
down.
doing?
Reason versus Rad. Take it into it.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, there
Rad
it is
saves
again,
the Mantis
early
this time.
protect on the Mantis Lemon, and this is once again potentially like Rad have to make a choice here. Do we ban the Ultron first, or do we try and get rid of the Elsa now? Because if there's one thing that's worse than a double-pocketed Phoenix, it's a double-pocketed Elsa, and they know that quite well.
Ooh,
And maybe
a
happy
ban
group
on the
that'll
Elsa
get
and Gambit.
Mantis as well, but
Both teams are
this is
going
a
to have
different also
Mantis. Chat, I think
duelist
Mantis is.
line
I gotta do my
for
tier
Rad-
list still.
sorry, for Reason when it comes to this map, it was a rude awakening for Simba to have to face Verdice Pro, the #1 team in the world on Central
Chat, if
Park.
you guys wanna know
So
my
now
opinion
we
on the
may
new
see
map,
even
go
a
check out my
different
Twitter.
result Having
I gave you-
their
I
more
put all
core
my
members
opinion there.
join us, especially with how warmed up Ballas was from the first map.
I expect to see an Ultron ban here. Maybe from both sides, to be honest. Like, you do not want to deal with Ultron Mantis on the other side, given that we have seen now the attempt at the Rad mirroring this. This is going to make sure that perhaps a Vanguard Deadpool can go through. You can see that there's really a lot of deliberation. The Vanguard Deadpool gets banned away. So now Reason, I imagine they're just going to protect the Ultron to continue playing this double boost comp.
That's actually
But,
really
it's
good
gonna get-
bans.
especially if
Gambit's
we see
banned,
Elsa
Elsa's
playing like a
banned,
Human Torch.
Tank
If I had to pick
Deadpool
the
is
best Human
banned.
Torch in this lobby, I think I'd be looking at either Smashnez or
what
Crazy
that is
Kitty, they both have
this?
fantastic
What are
torches.
your
Maybe
opinion on
Smashnez
mayonnaise
just
on
about
donuts?
ekes it out in the torch versus torch. So for Rad, if they can
Nah, go to jail. Don't skip go. Don't collect 200. Go to jail.
On Na'Vi on Central Park previously playing that triple flyer composition.
I love Central Park exactly that because of so many of the unique compositions that can come out just for even that point defense.
You know what's
And how
actually
teams
really
are even adapting
delicious?
compositions
Spicy
depending
mayo,
on
though.
what part of the map you are on, and we'll end on a Ultron Protect there. But yeah, so many flyers, whether it's the Torch, the Angelas, even the best of teams can suffer against some really niche compositions. But I'm looking forward to see the resurgence of the Vanguards on the
Oh,
right
they
side.
banned
No Torch. You don't get to
Torch.
see a Torch ban every day.
You know what? That's very much a Smashnez respect, I think. Like when you're going up against Ballas, like you want to try and make sure that you don't have to deal with a Torch versus Torch, because I think Torch is probably the best air-to-air duelist that we have in our roster at the moment. Being able to get in close to those flame clusters and just absolutely decimate a larger hitbox of someone like an Iron Man. As we roll out, though, this is definitely where NA is going to get a screen grab of our protector. Like EMEA's off the goop, bro. They're taking the whimsy juice. They're getting silly over there.
But everyone should be taking notes on EMEA, okay? Because best region, we have the number one team, so we're better, and we will not be arguing further. But we will be looking at the recent gaming defensive composition, of course, the triple strat, and also...
Wait, do we have a Bucky?
DRP on something not Magneto?
Do we
Is
actually
it
have a Bucky?
real? Because DRP was
I mean, this
so
is my
good at
favorite Bucky
commanding
map.
the
Maybe
space, and I think
maybe
with
the
huge
pro
reason
players,
that
instead of
breaking down
practicing
the
and
strat
scrimming
line
against
of
other teams to get
Rad,
better, maybe they
but
just
what's
watch my
great about
VODs and
Root
see what I do on
as a
each map.
main
And
is
that's
how
what they
you
do
control the real
in their
estate.
pro
You
games.
block
Chat,
off
think
some
about
of
it.
these heals
If you
too,
guys had to say
and
who's
of
the
course
best
with
player
the
in the game, you guys would say
Ultron
Jay3.
nerf, Groot's ultimates are just going to get more bang for your buck. So I'm really excited to see DRP on something that's not mag.
Oh shit, we actually do see a Bucky. This is awesome.
I'm going to be able to give away some miscellaneous sustain for the remainder of the team as well, so maybe you don't have to have so much of your Mantis's resources and spores used to keep the team topped up, and instead can just dedicate them all to damage boost to make sure Nocta can get some as well.
Brad have Lugia back on the Hulk.
False,
I
the
like
best
this
player in the
soft
game is
pressure on the
Necros.
high ground and making sure
That would be true
Ballas
if I
isn't
didn't
gonna
beat
be
him
off
twice in 2
angling
different
on you.
tournaments,
You could even
especially
pair
one
up
on LAN.
with the Magneto, but you got a Bucky. These neutral pulls are huge, and Rad can go in.
Oh, smash.
Oh yeah, look at the Bucky. Look at the Bucky. Look at the Bucky.
Work done there as well, breaking down the Ironwood wall, making sure that DRP did not have that immunity. DRP
Look at the Bucky, bro. I'm liking it.
Here, but so many members are quite far
Picks
away.
or it didn't happen.
Re-engage work. Out comes the Magneto first.
Unfortunate then for you.
Teleport, by the way, just about have the cover on that back point, giving everyone else time to commute back onto the point itself. However,
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You know Smashnez watches J3. Oh.
It's an old meta lemon, but it checks out.
Oh.
And it's great in these neutral fights. You gotta applaud this fight. All to Smash.
Oh.
An absolute menace cleaning up the fight. And the fact that you didn't even get to see that first cycle of ultimates. Almost that strangling prison. Almost that invisible boundary. A lot of good sustain here on the side of Rad to be able to build momentum. But I want to see rather those ultimates come out near the end of the point. Because now this defensive corner is going to, be stronger.
See,
for
now this is
Reason
actually
Gaming.
very
If they
interesting.
even
Why is
establish, it
Reason
looks like
Gaming
Rad are
playing
not gonna let them sleep.
what do you call it? Moon Knight. I don't think Moon Knight is good into that. I mean, they are running a Loki, but
really be something to throw off. I think we're seeing a Moon Knight come out of Nocta as well. In comes the hands of Khonshu directly onto the invisible boundary. Smashnez managed to move their way through it. Triple heals from Triple Strategist certainly is more than enough to try and survive what's been brought their way. But Nocta is at least going to be able to buy all of this space back and give a little bit of a more aggressive posture to Reason and stop Rad's momentum in their tracks.
And Moon Knight is such a good counter to a Loki when you can distribute all that damage amongst the clones and amongst this stack that is Rad. But looks like Lugia is done with your business. Is going to go and bully the front line. Actually has the disengage because he dropped the half health so soon. Looking for the strangling prison here for Rad as he survived.
wait, he missed his ult and didn't get shields. What's Reason Gaming doing, bro? They're falling apart right now. That guy literally just ulted air and just had no shields or anything and fell over.
Waiting for DRP to drop the shield. The timing's perfect as the hand of Khonshu once again drops all in to try and take out Lugia. But guess what? They're just straight into their strategist ultimate to try and keep themselves sustained. Quick copy. It's going to be the
Is it Zanhi? Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. Welcome, welcome.
Unbelievable target focus from Reason Gaming right there. What a beautiful play.
Reason Gaming can shed so much time off the clock too. With having this high ground advantage, it's actually very hard for Rad to be able to see the strategies, to see who could be on the top of that hill. So you get this natural advantage for Reason Gaming along with the high ground someone like Ballas will be able to output damage on. Then there's the mini game of dealing with the Ankh from Nocta. When is that hand of Khonshu gonna rain down on such a small lane like on this map? So Rad have invested so much. All they have is sustain with the invisible boundary, but depending on how that's placed, you may be able to exclude some vulnerable members from the fight or force them into an engagement they're not ready for.
Look how Passive gets bubbled on the way out of their soft dives as well, just to make sure that you aren't going to see one of those Seijiro-style pulls already. Lugia falling low when it comes to this damage. Ballas is just absolutely pounding with the Phoenix flares here. Out comes the hand of Khonshu. Crazy Kitty has to try and flee away, and Nox is going to be punished for that slowing effect.
Nah.
But the invisible boundary was absolutely critical to make sure that they are going to be taken down. But Smash Snares out-aimed in this case by Ballas. The young
I think anything besides Moon Knight is a lot better, chat.
Expecting all of the MEA, looking towards the back. Many strategists put together. Pasuo is going to try and figure out a frag from the back of it after Seijiro needs to be escorted away. Leap interrupted by a fully charged Mad Cannon, and Lugia has no hope of surviving. Lost in the middle of Reason.
Reason Gaming stall out yet another fight. The Ensong Infernal Rad are just barely escaping from this fight, but strangling Prison with no answer from Reason Gaming. So look for Ducky to really set the tone for this fight. You could also just surge ahead with the Soul Resurgence from Crazy Kitty. See what you can get from there. So much sustain for Rad, but they gotta get to that finish line, and you gotta put Reason Gaming's backs against the wall.
This time, Mash copying over Soul Resurgence. Not keen on being fragged out of this one yet again, but DRP takes to the skies. 19 charge on the Meteor M. Wants Crazy Kitty.
Oh my god, bro.
It's perfect.
Popping your ults and then getting a big meatball in your face. Oh my god, dude.
Onto Nocta, but Seijiro's getting one of her own. Pasuo in towards the back. Mash found in the rubble. Might be turned to bricks themselves here as they're absolutely breaking it while being followed around by Pasuo. Vertigo just have to play for their own life right here. Ballas has their soul pulled from their body by the force physics, and it's just going to be the vanguards now of Reason Gaming doing their best to play out for the time piece of the Abyss. Nocta's already tried to soften them up using the hands of Khonshu, but the counter fire here from Lugia is getting some real value, and Seijiro's already gone down. It's not without its trade. Ducky places themselves in the corner. A little army of walls, a safety space, a safe space for the group, yes, but it's not going to be a safe space on the point. DRP, the second they get on there to contest it, is gunned on down by the Phoenix. Smashness has finally returned, and he's back with a vengeance. It seems Rad have found their man. They've found their chance.
Okay, just making sure.
Time to do it. Only 30 seconds remain before they get the
I thought, like...
And Ducky has found his place in these fights. Beautiful walls to really force Reason through these pseudo choke points. And Vertigo, who's able to place a forward invisible boundary to really solidify Rad's position.
I
And
want
Reason
Rad to
Gaming
win
have
this,
Cassie
chat.
will maybe harass on the back line, but
So
Rad
we can
stay
see a map
focused,
3.
and they focus
I
on
want to see the
dealing
first
with
game of the day go to a map 3.
vanguards on the front, so they can get this payload towards the end of point B. But still 90 seconds. That was a very considerably strong defense from Reason Gaming. And now it's time for the Strangling Prison.
An ambitious beginning.
I'm in the right saying Mag's ult feels a bit weak. Oh, trust me, from personal experience, I don't agree with you.
It's going to be the hand of Khonshu in the back. Definitely a little bit targeted, doesn't hit that many players. And the rest of Rad now with the speed boost given over by Crazy Kitty say, okay, you want to use your ultimates? We'll just claim all of this space as you didn't pay.
Also, they did buff Mag's ult. Made it a little, a lot faster.
Only a minute left, and Reason Gaming, they feel desperate. They're throwing down some healing, and Rad have them exactly where they want. The card almost towards the end, halfway to this point, and Rad have built up towards another cycle of ultimates. Reason Gaming are trying to keep their heads above water, and Rad are drowning them.
Oh, the timing could be good, yes.
Oh, nice. Nice. Nice little combo right there. Oh, there goes what do you call it? Mash again, dying to a Magneto ult. Mash looks like me out there, bro. Oh, no, that was Crazy Kitty that got hit last time, I think, right?
And Dracula's castle is breached by Rad's
wow.
offense.
Great
much
hold
panic
on
from the
second
Reason
point by
Gaming
Reason
side, talking
Gaming,
about the hand
but
of
their
Conchu,
third
but
point kind of got
explosive.
rolled
They
by
made
Rad.
section the
That was
strategist of Rad
that was like a
away from the rest.
1
If
minute
anything,
third
it just
point
gave inspiration
push.
for Rad to move forward with their Soul of Resurgence. They had Reason Gaming stuck in their castle. And then Rad kept investing. Reason Gaming got so panicky, so desperate. They just used ults as soon as they had them. And we both like kind of held our pearls when Kit Kat brought the Eternal Bond. When I didn't think Reason Gaming
Both
were
of
ready
them
for a
held
fight,
their
but that looked
pearls.
more of like a stability or stabilization decision. And Reason Gaming had respawn advantage, so I think they could have slowed things down, try to have a full reset, because the payload still had quite a bit of time left before it got to the end. But Reason Gaming just need a strong leader to calm people down in those moments, because now a full cap on this map is so difficult to do, and at 26 seconds for Rad, Reason Gaming, they have a lot ahead of them.
All right, with Nocta moving back over onto the Ultron here, I think I may have preferred Nocta to move over onto a Mantis. Just give Ballas a little bit of additional survivability as well as damage boost. I don't think the Moon Knight in the end got a huge amount of value, but it did at least make MASH a little bit easier to get rid of.
Yo, Kit Kat, you need to pick a character, bro.
Like, yeah, you had Hand of Conchus like every fight.
Uh-oh. Yo,
Ult
Kit
knows
Kat.
where.
Kit Kat, you gotta
Like,
pick a
Moon
character,
Knight
bro.
is still
Oh my
farming
god, that
those.
guy.
But I also really appreciate
Looking like one of my
Ducky
ranked
being
teammates
back
out there
on
going
one of
AFK
his
for the first
best
minute while we're all like,
heroes
what the
now,
hell's
being
going
able
on
to
here? Why are we
box out
losing?
the fight, and he'll be able to box out Reason Gaming on the approach. So look to how Reason Gaming are going to get around
Kit
that.
Kat
And
was
you have
pooping.
Emma, though,
Chat,
on DRP,
there's
who's able to
$50,000 on the
save
line.
himself with the
Shit
shield
yourself,
or even
bro.
the diamond form, and he's,
$50,000 are on the
wrestling
line.
high
Shit
ground there.
yourself.
Actual perfect regeneration domain there from MASH, using the vertical hitbox to make sure that Lugia could get out after being pulled by Sadro, the old classic. Up comes the big wall. However, it's going to be survived here. DRP manages to slip away with their svelte hitbox.
I think they turned down the
Just
game
playing
volume
very
a
cautiously
lot,
right
so you
now.
can't
Just
really
wanna
even
try and
hear the
expose
game.
themselves. Potentially could be grabbed here by a carbon crush, and indeed it is going to be the case. Doesn't quite get the CC immunity in time, but DRP can't escape the auspicious shots of Smash Nares, and it's not going to be quite so lucky for Paso either. Without their Emma, Reason Gaming just going to be forced to poke away.
Yeah, I don't think this Emma can keep going for those aggressive grabs.
Jay's a pro
and,
self
there's gonna be
shitter.
some changes
Yo, when there's
to that
money on the
comp,
line, chat,
but
you gotta do what
Ducky's
you gotta
walls
do.
have done exactly what it's supposed to do. It's sectioned off the Vanguards from Reason Gaming, away from their strategists. DRP didn't get help, and they're gonna need even more help after the Strangling Prison.
Oh, two squishies stuck within those small health bars. Can't stand up to even regular fire. And I like the Rads here. They didn't invest much more than they needed to. They just sent in the singular ultimate early.
Yo, Rad is looking pretty strong, bro. What's Reason Gaming doing?
The Moon Knight take advantage of this giant stack. That's
Oh my god.
forming at the
Okay,
front of
I think
this
Moon
choke
Knight on
point.
first point is really
You can
good.
maximize damage, because that's what Reason Gaming really need right now. Follow up to the setup that DRP and Passivo have, and you're gonna have the Feast of the Abyss. Maybe get some of these health bars low, but with how spread Rad are, it may be hard to get enough targets going.
Oh, it's perfect onto Crazy Kitty. And now Passo can possibly follow up with the Smash Dust as well. Force out the Ensong Inferno for that quick health reset. And Passo doesn't want to try and go down onto that yet. Towards the back. Oh, faces out of existence. But Nocta decided to go back into the realms of reality by firing out their crescent darts. Smash Nare's got a great angle here. Onto Balance. Opens up with a headshot, but the turnaround is real. And there is going to be a huge amount of pocket here onto Smash Nares. It's going to make sure that it's difficult for Passo.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to a map 3 chat, which is actually really good. I mean, Rad has 4 ults again. They have another Groot ult. Reason Gaming is coming up on their Groot Moon Knight combo, but I think Rad probably might win this.
But we constantly saw over on domination, where it's so hard to try and set up to these ones. Nocta sends in the hands of Conchu.
They double support ulted inside the Groot Moon Knight ult, which is actually really good because now they're guaranteed to survive it. Plus, they have another Loki ult. What do you call it?
This song as they send down this impenetrable prison of Groot. Ballas holds them at the door, and Nocta's fallen down as well. It's too messy for Reason. They can't execute on their plans.
Oh, and Rad
Yeah,
also doubled up
this
on
might be
straddles.
this might be a GG chat.
And the invisible boundary. You finally had Rad floundering, but Reason just extended too far and weren't able to really focus on the objective and focus around. You can control the space with the Groot. It's not really an attacking type of Vanguard, but more one that can defend so well. And last minute swaps for Reason Gaming, mainly trying to get a portal for one last touch, or it will be a full hold, and it will be a map 3 coming up.
Passover for now demanding attention. Buying time and space for the portal. Crazy Kitty again going to be the primary recipient of all of that damage that's coming on in. But most
Oh, nice wall. Nice wall. Oh my god, nice wall by Ducky. Oh, dude. Groot players, when you're a Groot player, I don't play a lot of Groot chat, but when I feel like you play Groot and you hit a nasty wall, and that must feel so good because like you cut someone out of like trying to live. Yeah, we're going to a map 3.
Cannot breach the first parapet of the castle.
No
First
umbrella,
match
no
of the
bucket
day, we're
water
already going to a
saving
match
you
3.
From Phoenix, being able to be so far away and so inaccessible. And Passowo did so much for Reason Gaming, but the Ducky Wall's easy MVP for me. You cannot let this guy ever
okay?
have Groot again. The walls were impenetrable. They sectioned the strategist off. The strangling prisons, of course, with the end song Inferno made it for an easy
29,000 damage with only 3 final hits.
Domination coming out of Rad to get back on their own 2 feet.
A lot of damage. Smash Nez though, 29 and 6.
Get this man his goat suffix. We need Lugia go and Ducky go. That is an unbelievable
Ducky
line
went
from
27
the
and
Groot.
0 with
Doesn't
0
really have
deaths.
means of, like,
Chat,
disengaging
0
from that
deaths.
fight, you know? If things are going wrong, the Groot's going to be one of the first to go down. What a fantastic bit of survivability from Ducky to constantly be pushing out this threat as well, because he was getting stuck in with 25k damage.
Who is winning according to you? I said Rad was going to win. And if you look at the prediction that chat did, 89% of chat thinks Rad's going to win. They put $2.7 million on Rad, only 300,000 on RSN at 11%. So if RSN wins, that's a big payout. It's a 1-to-9 return ratio.
But just Reason Gaming got too antsy to chase eliminations that they maybe didn't even really need at that point, or at least the risk did not pay off.
Yeah, I think that we also saw, like, great credits to Rad here, realizing when they saw the competition coming out from Reason Gaming. If you're looking at both a Groot and a Moon Knight, they played very split in these 2-2-2s to make sure that there was never going to be a full team wipe off the back of a Strangling Prison and Hand of Khonshu combo. The old Season 1.5 meta could have shown its face, but those splits meant that Nocta was never really able to get value out of a Hand
Yo,
of Khonshu.
Lakers
Sure, it was
man,
coming up
appreciate
a
the
lot,
massive
but
10
I
months. How
don't
you doing?
think
How you doing?
achieving that much when it was deployed.
And DRP went to the Emma, but it just simply wasn't enough. All the changes, but no solution. We'll find out what the map will be for Reason Gaming after this.
Going to a break. Oh, now they turn up the volume, bro. They turn up the volume for when they're selling skins, chat, but not for the casters or like the game when we're watching. Come on, bro. Come on. Was DRP a part of another team before? I don't know his whole history, but probably. Yeah, I don't know any players' history or anything. I can barely remember even my history, chat. Like, look at her hands, bro. I'm sorry.
Protect your ball
Wait.
king.
Look at her hands real quick, chat. Come on, that cannot look comfortable, bro. That cannot look. That does not look comfortable, bro. Nah. Nah. I'm just saying, bro. Like, try doing that, bro. That just feels so awkward. She's used to weird positions, bro. What do you mean by that? She has really long acrylics. No, no. Like, that doesn't seem weird to you, bro? Like that. Like, that's her pose. Can the new map be played in the tournament? No, the new map cannot be played in the tournament because this. Oh my god, bro! They put the advertising of so loud, but the actual game not loud at all. No, the teams weren't able to practice the new map, so it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you make a tournament with money on the line, play a new game where no one knows or practice it?
Well, back to business as usual for Verdice Sport on that one, especially after a dominating performance that we witnessed from them. But the biggest thing, the biggest glaring issue I got to bring up here, the torch ban over banning either Groot or Loki. What are we doing here, Levin?
Just trying to face what you're at least familiar with. And who is familiar with Torch? Like, I don't even blame that. I think you can make almost any composition work. It's about execution. I feel like Reason really lacking communication. Because when there's group walls or you're sectioning your vanguards, you need to be able to communicate that. So I don't want to see my Emma in diamond form tackling people with no help. Especially when the Venom is diving somebody else. You need your vanguards to be on the same page and to turn that aggression into more of a defensive stance when those ducky walls came out. But man,
bro,
performance
chat, you guys might be laughing at the torch ban, but don't forget what happened last week. There was a torch that went 39-1.
Something of that sort in the future for Reason Gaming. It looked pretty well for them, but again, I think the strategy of picking the attacking side for Rad has worked out time and time again, especially because they're
you trying to run some games? Yeah. I'll see you on the ladder right now. Invite me.
Bans against them like we saw earlier on. So a nice focus for them in map 2. We'll see what the shift is going to be for this next one. Museum of Contemplation, though, we were thinking maybe Midtown. We see that played from a lot of teams, but we've been seeing like so much more of this map, and a lot of teams feeling a lot more comfortable than they used to in the last season, especially during MRC for this one.
Yeah, and Museum of Contemplation, it's it could be a very easy to full hold first point kind of map. We see a lot of first point holds here around these tight 90-degree angles. There are a couple of good flank.
How do I invite you? Do I give you no, add me. It's invite J3 B41T3D. That's my name.
Being brutally honest with you guys, is I want to see Reason Gaming get some use out of their protects. Like, why are we protecting Ultros and Ultron and Mantis and not playing them? That ain't on.
Yeah, well, we'll see which mix of compositions we have between these teams. Reason Gaming versus Rad, the final map of this best of 3. Who's going to take it? We'll find out now.
All right, let's get stuck in once again, Lemon, and see if we're going to have similar band draft to last time, because it seems like Rad were kind of drawn into the mystique, the temptations of the Ultron Mantis prior.
The Mantis, bro. I'm liking the Mantis save. It's a little
actually play it.
It's new. It's interesting. I like it.
A Midtown pick from Reason Gaming because that was what they had picked last time, or of course Central Park, which we just saw, but it did not go so well against Vision. So we have never seen Museum of Contemplation from either of these teams, so this is going to be especially cooked up by Reason Gaming, who I think can continue to depend on Ballast.
This is the patch that we are currently on playing on, chat. They're playing everything that we are
give
playing.
Him enough resources, but I think it's been a big difference of Vanguards, if I'm honest, not in terms of the choices, which no Deadpool, no surprise, but
they're saving
controlling of the real estate based on the Vanguards.
Okay, once again, Loki off the table. Question is Rad going to mirror this one? Like,
SW2OB, pre-mass of 100 bits.
Loki taken off the table, indeed. That is going to be the case. This also stops Nocta from falling into the
I'll check later, my friend, but
they've got guys, they've got Loki. I'm going to play Moon Knight. And while it does have its places, especially in like spawn break scenarios, we're not... Oh, surely there's going to be an Ultron ban now. If Ultron's not protected, and there is going to be a Deadpool. Oh, maybe you try and ban the Jeff here. Oh, they're going to allow the Ultron to go through. Very interesting. Instead, getting rid of Seijiro's potential to pull, which has actually been very, very problematic for Lugia on these Venom engages. Maybe that's going to give Lugia a lot more room to work with.
And someone like Nocta has been relied upon as that third strategist when things get a bit hectic. And I could see him pulling out the Jeff once again, which is kind of a weird one to throw in your duelist hero pool, but especially with these long lanes on Museum of Contemplation, that healing is going to be great. But would love to see just a natural 2-2-2, because I think that's so much pressure on someone like Ballas to try and carry every single spike.
Asmo Act, appreciate that in 5 months. It's so awkward when my house cleaners come in and I forgot to flush my turd collection in each of my toilets. Bro, you need to go get help.
But we'll see what everybody ends up on. And this is match point, everybody, to see if Rad can qualify or will Reason
what in the world?
Okay, Lugia, as expected, once again going to be showing off that Venom, and it is going to be a lot safer without having to deal with those force physics. Vertigo, on the other hand, does have access to that, but Passo is not going to be in a position where the force physics is as much of a problem, because they're going to be playing with Vanguard Deadpool here, appearing for the first time in the series after being banned out almost ubiquitously.
Okay, well, let's see this, chat. This is a map 3 already. Map 3, let's see it.
Ducky has ruined lives, okay, on that Central Park, and looking forward to see him do it again. This is more of an open door to get through, metaphorically and physically. But so excited.
So the Ultron is still being played. Reason Gaming is playing like that
extra speed, but at a distance, you may
that 2-2-2. They're playing 2-2-2 with Mantis as like their second support. Interesting.
Here can stay in for so long without that force to try and deal with them. What the Vanguard Deadpool is going to bring to the fight here definitely is a lot more wall break on the group using those Dual Desert Eagles.
Reason Gaming need to just force their way through this, but also not ignore those Groot walls. You don't want to just get damaged for no reason, and keep an eye on where Nocta's going. And Smash, he's sharp.
Oh!
Once again, we're seeing
someone check his computer.
Reason after the first fight, this team does tend to have a little bit of a panic.
Someone check his computer, bro.
And instantly swap a bunch of their stuff around. On the other side, Mash is just thriving, living his best life. Ducky has to try and fly away as quickly as possible, but easily gets healed back up to full by the triple strategist. And DRP and Passo are just eating so much damage as Crazy Kitty has a bunch of safety from which to spout those Encephalo rays.
I think Reason Gaming just needs someone to follow up with Nocta, whether it's a Venom that swings in, whether it's a Jeff that can give speed. Yeah, the flake from a Luna Snow is great and all, but Deadpool's
sus gameplay, chat. They're not cheating, bro. They're not cheating.
That can add to the damage.
Trust me.
Strangling Prison, though. Oh my God.
Oh, instantly gets 3. This one is instantly cooked for Reason. They're just going to be trying to fly
Reason yo, someone in chat might have said it. I saw someone say it. Reason Gaming is looking like a King of the Hill one trick, a domination one trick. Every other game, chat, they don't.
Focusing down that Groot in these
they ain't looking too good, bro. Rad is looking pretty good.
Lugia, as soon as you focus the other Vanguard, he's gonna come diving in your backline.
Oh, that's a lot of charge straight away into the Meteor M. DRP takes matters into their own hands, taking down 2. Ducky's disengagement here is going to be well covered as it's wall after wall being put up behind them. The 3 strategists will survive, none of whom are forced to invest their ultimates in this one, but Ducky's disengagement path is a little bit apart from the rest.
Reason Gaming. Hey, getting out of spawn is the first step to victory, okay? And look at Reason Gaming are commanding that space, and they got the picks too.
Oh, this is a very early usage of the invisible boundary as well. I guess it's going to be forcing themselves into it. Kit Kat moves forward with the Eternal Bond to claim all of this space as you roll on forward. Yeah, you've taken care of the main damage in the form of Ballas. But Seijiro's still has options here. Has access to the Fate of Both Worlds, coming in with the dual katanas going up to the sky. The Ensong Inferno drops down on the backline and Seijiro is detonated. Doesn't even use their own ultimate to try and survive this one. And Mash sees an opportunity. Smells blood.
There's no way they're still holding this, bro. This is crazy.
The hearts of Reason, and they are floundered just before being able to complete
wow.
their cap.
Reason Gaming just weren't able to keep that stranglehold.
How are your predictions so far? Today, I said Rad was going to win the first game of the day. So far, I think I'm looking pretty right, chat.
That last kick giving Reason a kick to the bucket. But wait, you have Lugia taking initiative.
Oh, that's so many players inside of a strangling prison. Needs to be answered by Valona, but still they grab Kit Kat. Only a single. Mass is a madman. The accuracy is just off the charts right now. That was through a Fate of Both Worlds. Oh, the strategists are just going crazy right now. Cool, an unexpected item in fragging area.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I wish Pasuo, if we all say a prayer, maybe Pasuo will go on the Venom, but somebody has to go on the Strange to portal in. One last hurrah for Reason Gaming, and they need to just all in on this Rad backline. You just can't sustain through this. The poke of Rad has just been too strong, especially with
I like what they did right there, though. They
swapped
switched
up.
the support
Rad
player
gonna
to
have
go
their final
TP.
stand.
And they switched a tank player who died last to go to support. I like that. Flexible, chat. Flexibility. Be able to do everything. That's what I like to see.
Strange as well. Someone needs to tag in up to a point. Nocta gets taken down by Smashness. What is this accuracy, blood? Man is gunning them down in the streets.
The mechanics from Rad is what makes them so well known in this group.
Did he
Yet
just say
another
blood?
Full hold. And at least doing it at the beginning this time. So Reason Gaming are going to be quite fine in the win conditions.
Oh my god.
And just fantastic spacing from the defense to be able to sit so
His
far
casting
back
is
and really
funny.
force Reason Gaming
His
to
casting
have
is
to
funny.
rotate into cover, but there's only so much cover on Museum of Contemplation. I like the effort that Nocta had. Finally, you had some teammates that could follow through with them.
I mean,
but
technically,
I think a Venom would have
this
really
is
added
EMEA,
more to
chat, so
this
you are going to
drive,
get a
and
little
we
bit
saw
of
just
the,
how impactful Pasuo
you know.
was in the past with that Venom, but Reason Gaming will have to have pretty much a perfect defense playing that first
yeah,
corner.
Shib chat. EMEA and NA casters are different.
Reason Gaming, you're on your last life.
Well, maybe there might be a second.
If Reason Gaming wins this and actually is able to full hold Rad,
Karmic Revival is going to be one of the main hallmarks of this defense. Question is, if it's going to come on through, how's it going to be answered by Rad?
I'd be flabbergasted, chat.
Can be forced in the prelude to the resurrection. It's going to be all about long-term planning here from Reason Gaming, as once again they're putting all of their cards into the ballast deck.
DRP guarding that front door as the Magneto that he is so well known for. Reason Gaming, they have ways to peel for any kind of dive that comes their way. Look out for the sleeps from Sejuro and Kit Kat, who can try to help them fade away from their problems. Rad is looking to section off this Magneto, possibly with a Groot wall, and to have Lugia with enough space to dive in, and DRP also has to peel, but not forget what's in front of him.
Yeah, Lugia doesn't even have to exit that quickly if he doesn't want to. And Crazy Kitty on this Wolverine is definitely going to make sure that you are constantly at threat of this happening. DRP has to use their own bubble to avoid the incoming Feral Leap, but the damage is already done. Walled off. It's perfect execution to get rid of the first of those Vanguards. A big grab onto Ballast. Before we can even hit the ground, the Dark Depredations of Lugia.
Take care, my friend. Have a great day. Have a great day.
Attempted to shut down on the Wolverine. Crazy Kitty didn't hear no bell, and those adamantine claws tear through Deadpool's flesh in record time. Should be a quick re-engage here off the back of DRP's portal, but already they've lost out on Kit Kat.
Oh no, oh no, that guy went through the port. Both of those guys went through the portal and they just instantly fell over. Oh no.
With mercy, Pasuo will stand alone. The purple's there, the damage boost too. Oh, why not just fly it through the portal for a little coup de grace and Rad domineer on the Museum of Contemplation.
And that will qualify them.
RSN was looking so good after winning that first round, dude, but
denting the armor, the very shiny main character plot armor of Rad on that first domination.
They couldn't finish it out, chat. They couldn't finish it out.
Back MVPs. It's, I think, a huge strength of Rad to have as good of Vanguards as they do. Whether it's how pivotal the dives from Lugia have been for Ducky to just cause so much chaos with how he splits up these fights. And of course, Rad
Zero finals.
You have strong Vanguards, you have happy duelists, you have happy strategists.
Man.
Basically play in Narnia.
Oh man, that sucks, chat. That sucks. You know
without
why?
Venom.
You know why I think Rad did a really good job? Because they were banning Elsa first, and I think a lot of these teams practice with Elsa. So if you take away their Elsa, chat, they're handless. They're handless. They practice with Elsa so much that if you take away their Elsa, what's going to happen?
Skill as well as Vertigo, Mash, and occasionally Crazy Kitty behind them on the strategist. Some great healing, some great survivability. And Rad, if you just look at how they took out DRP at the beginning of that fight, the brute all using the...
That was disgusting.
Threatening
Check. Gotta check his PC after that, but still.
Sure that DRP
was
not going to be able to use their shield too aggressively, because you want to save that shield for when the Wolverine's coming through to avoid getting grabbed, but it meant that you couldn't use it to avoid the incoming huge amounts of poke, and that was really intelligent from Brad to give him that so
I think
choice to deal with.
Yeah, I'm
Good
glad
thing I
you
know
pointed
how to
out
play
the
without my
Invisible Woman,
hands
because
thanks to the
Vertigo was
Invis
next
skin.
level these
What?
pulls against the Venom. That is
All
good
these
for
pro
Brad,
players know
and
how to
I'm
play
really
other
excited
characters,
to
and they're really
see
good
and
on it,
hear
but I
more
think
from them.
they
We're gonna have an interview
practice.
with them very soon,
We're talking
Audible.
about
We'll get them ready,
practice.
but what did you think of that? Brad ended up winning, of course.
Yeah, I think the only the biggest weakness, I guess you could say, we saw, a great ban and protect phase from Reason in map 1. They kind of caught the other team off guard, and hopefully they could have carried that momentum forward, but then they forgot how good Ducky is on this Groot. You mentioned it, they 2 maps in a row with not a single casualty against them, and they had the most damage, the most final hits, the most damage blocked in this last map on the Groot. Yes, the Loki is always a priority.
The next game is Peps
cases,
against Pulsar. I think that's going to be a good game because I think both teams are actually...
They did not fall down once in your previous map. Might have been a better idea to focus on that.
Both teams are not doing well.
Who knows? I'm just one of the analysts here, but still. Reason Gaming, I mean, hey, they gave it the best fight that they could. We saw a great look from them in map 1. And if it ever goes down to tiebreakers for map differential, this bodes well for them, right? Because they were able to get at least one. But they're wanting more here, Lemon. They want to at least get something for the road to secure themselves.
Reason never played
Hey, Rad, they secured
Wait, what do you mean, last week?
And that's what matters for that team.
Hey,
They couldn't play Elsa today because they were banning Elsa.
Tiebreakers and stuff in the future. Math knowers are going to break that down better for us, but only 4 teams make it out of groups, and maybe that map win could be the difference maker of Reason Gaming surviving later down the road. But I think Reason just have good ideas.
Hey, what's up, Hip? Appreciate it. How you doing, my friend?
With Deadpool, but then wanted to dive with Psylocke, and then there wasn't a nice Vanguard to pair along with that. So I think you can kind of tailor some of these strengths. I'd like to see Reason be on the same page about what strength do they want. Is it a strong poke, strong dive, and how can you really unite all of these strengths to have a cohesive push? Because they would have good pushes, but not being able to close them out was a big problem.
Nah, Chidori, come on, bro.
Like in a bit, we're going to be getting Ducky on the line, so we'll let you know as soon as we have that. But great to hear from them, especially after the performance that they had in those last 2 maps. I'm glad that they were actually able to get them locked in for that. But talk about the rest of the roster here for Rad. I mean, who is the biggest MVP aside from Ducky in these last 2 maps?
Well, I mean,
why isn't Jay3 watching his own tourney? I didn't even know that I was running my own tournament. When?
Team is playing the Mantis, playing the Ultron.
Yeah.
Be that supporting cast. In the end, Smashless is the one who hit the shots, right? Hit the headshots, managed to get frags through strategist ultimates, by the way, through Lunar ult, which is to repeat the word that I had reserved for Ducky, bonkers. Smashless's accuracy was kind of off the charts today. Was really managed to catch I think Nocta in midair on Psylocke after a dash as well. Bro has been flicking out of his mind. Credit to the supporting cast for making Smashnez be as dangerous as he was, but in the end, the man holding the mouse is the one who gets a lot of the credit.
I like to see the performance from the entire roster, of course, right? I mean, having the wherewithal to be okay, take it on the chin. First map didn't go our way, but domination's a different beast compared to the rest of the game modes, and I feel like Rad have shown their experience now that they're not just a one-trick pony on a domination
Ethan, for
map,
4 months, appreciate it.
Pretty decent on the next one. They have that depth to them, and that's what really separates, the best teams from the great teams. And I think Reason Gaming is on their way to becoming a really good team.
They're going to show you the schedule when they go to break,
I feel
chat.
after they have more time with this roster, they'll be able to do that. But unfortunately for them, they had the mishaps. They had to get the subs last minute.
I think they're doing an interview right now, so it's going to take a bit for them to get the guy into interview.
I got to give a shout out where it's due to this Reason Gaming roster. As the matches have gone on, they have continued to improve. Yes, it wasn't as close as it could have been in those last 2, but the fact that they took a map off of Rad, nobody really predicted that one. So hats off to them there. And then Lemon, I mean, I feel like most improved on this roster has to go to Nocta. Like, seeing the difference from the first series of Ignite preseason to now is a whole different story.
Preseason, I don't know if each region will fight each other. Usually, in the first stage, after the preseason is going to be stage 1. After stage 1, there is going to be a LAN event. That's where all the regions come together and play with each other, because everyone's going to be on a LAN. That means everyone's going to have the same ping. You cannot have a North America team play against a team in China, and the ping differential is going to be just too insane. So usually they play against each other at LAN, but I don't know if I don't think they're going to do it for the preseason.
Play on Rad that I can really appreciate. They know how to protect the rest of their line. And
so yeah, so it's going to be there after this. There's going to be a stage 1, then there's going to be a LAN. I don't know where the LAN's going to be, but hopefully it's going to be somewhere cool. Then there's going to be a stage 2 event, and then after stage 2, there's going to be the grand finals, and hopefully we're going to be able to see where that is as well.
Chopped with Crazy Kitty, so having that synergy between the backline, I feel like really elevates this roster compared to some of the other ones that are out there.
I mean, as cool as it is to say.
Hopefully it's somewhere cool like Ohio.
DRP looks at the treatment Ducky's getting and is missing being on shot a little bit, you know. Like
maybe a little bit.
They were mine.
No. Oh man.
SW, appreciate that to 300 bits, my friend. Do you want to spectate one match of the Lumex, the #1 White Fox? No, I'm good. We have someone different for that though, but I appreciate it.
Recent Gaming had the key in the first map, and they kept banning for that same squad, that same comp that beat Rad in map 1, and then didn't use the comp that beat Rad in map 1.
Yeah.
Like, we're making our entire bad face about like playing this triple strategist. Like, if we're not gonna play it, let's just protect Gambit, and then at least we've got Raging Royal Flush for our 2 duelists to be able to farm up their ultimates and do a lot more damage. I feel like I hate the dog on it too much, but recent gaming kind of got a little bit lost.
YWL is a North American team, chat. This is EMEA, 2 whole different regions, man.
They sucked Rad into it. They made Rad believe in the Mantis. They were like, okay, yeah, you know what? That's pretty good. We're going to play the Mantis Ultron. And they actually played it, which was a big difference maker.
Well, we got Ducky here from the winning team of Rad. Not a single casualty against you in the last 2 maps. But I want to talk about the mental that went into you guys after seeing that they didn't ban your Groot both maps in a row. What was going through your minds there, Ducky?
I mean, Groot's never really like a good ban. I don't think Groot's ever worth a ban in the draft, in my opinion. But I mean, I just love it when Mantis is open. I think Groot is like giga OP, and I don't think they have a Groot.
Jay, would you ever consider being a caster? No.
It's just like really free, in my opinion.
I don't want to be a pro player. I don't want to be a caster. I don't want to be an analyst. I just want to be a streamer, chat.
In the Mantis in the first map, you recognized its value in the second, but you also managed
What's up, Meg?
force reason off of playing that triple strategist quite often. Was there anything in particular your team was doing to make sure that triple strategist didn't feel viable for reason?
I mean, I will say everyone on the team was really unhappy with our draft the first map, and also Vertigo was really like, I think he was lagging like a lot. He said he had like 800 ping at some point, which I take my word for it because he's my teammate, so I'll take his word for it. But yeah, after that we just had to lock in after that because cannot be losing to these guys.
How about being a stripper? The wiki said that you had dreams of that. What? There's a Wikipedia on me that said that I wish to be a stripper.
What happened on map number 1, because you know, as a group mate, I love watching you play. Didn't get to see the group for you on map 1. Got to see some Magneto. What did you think? What was challenging you the most on map 1, and kind of what went wrong for your team on that one?
I mean, on map 1, it was the draft, and also Vertigo was lagging apparently, which I believe in. But and also, it felt like there was a lot less energy in map 1 from all of us in the team, and then like we kind of just like we had a talk after. We do not want to lose to these guys. The only people we'd accept losing to in this bracket is VP. That's the only people we'd accept losing to. So
damn,
we had to lock in. We can't lose these games.
No, that's super valid. And with this win, you guys have secured your spot in the playoffs. But you still have 2 series ahead of you. One versus Vision, one versus VP.
tough
I know you
beast.
said
Bruce Madsen,
VP
43
is
months.
the
How you
one to
doing?
look forward to, but this is the last question we have for you, Ducky, is like looking forward to those matches. Do you have any thoughts about Vision? Are you worried too much against them, or are you just mainly focused on that Virtus Pro matchup?
I'm just focused on myself. I mean, I contribute a little bit to draft, but I just want to make sure I'm playing the best I possibly can in all the officials I play. Because like, at the end of the day, I am the main tank. I'm kind of like the head of the team, so like I have to make sure I'm playing my best. Otherwise, the whole team is just gonna crumble.
You guys heard that? I am the main tank for the team. I have to be like
I respect it. Well, you played
the
pretty
head
well,
of the
I would
team.
say.
Tank players are not playing in the back line. They're playing in the front.
Well, thank you, Ducky, for joining us.
I've seen a lot of tank players playing in the back line.
From you
Why?
later on this weekend. Enjoy your win.
Yeah,
Thank
Chi
you,
Snipes, appreciate the massive 8 months. Pop Beast, appreciate the massive 43 months as well.
And
How you
that
doing?
was Ducky
Hey, appreciate
from
it,
Rad
Orange.
Esports. They got the 2-1 victory. They said, you know, maybe some ping issues, but really they weren't feeling as confident in map 1, and then it really showed how confident they were from then on out, Levin.
Yeah, and this is a nice warm-up, if you will, for that big final boss, Virtus Pro, as Rad's last match. But now this is just about seeding because they've qualified. But getting that #1 seed in the maybe Dodge, Navi, or Heretics game that they have to play, which is in the other group, but how seeding works for playoffs. But Rad looked really good today. Just gotta work on controller domination and the drafts and getting the vibes and the energy up off the bat.
Yes, we do. But we also have to take a little bit of a breather ourselves after that 3-game finish that we saw. We have Peps and Pulsar winning on the other end of this break.
Oh, 5-minute break, chat. 5-minute break. These are the next maps, by the way. But I will start your guys' next prediction right here, which is Peps against Pulsar. Enjoy your guys' predictions.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through solid walls. Before the rifts went to the arrival till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are
All right. What are you listening to? I am listening to whatever this is. I'm pretty sure this is like their own music. Also, I'm not helping you guys with the predictions anymore, bro.
shining one.
I feel like
Across all time.
I have been giving you guys too many correct predictions, and you guys have been making too much money that you guys now need to do it yourself.
And now is the only time your heart is mine.
Yeah.
Light has fallen, dark
Like, you guys are all like J3, you're the all-knowing, you know what's about to happen, you probably know are in connected. Like, you guys think I'm like Nancy Pelosi out here or something. Listen, chat, I'm not. Don't. I need you guys to follow your own hearts, man. No one's ever said that? Said what? What are you guys talking about? Yo, that boy! Appreciate that new tier 1 sub. Jay made me lose all my money. Oh, listen.
Hit him with a fucking make it rain, yo. Take some Monopoly money, bro. Show me them.
Clear the
Last
way.
night I had a
Clear the
dream
hole.
that they were releasing a new legendary group skin based on Mango
Disappear!
Tree, and they re-recorded all his voice lines to say I am fruit.
Huh? Abominable. Preach about 300 bits, my friend. I had a dream last night they were releasing a new legendary Groot skin based on the Mango Tree. They pre-recorded or re-recorded his voice lines to say I am fruit. I am fruit. I am fruit. That's actually pretty funny. Pretty funny, man. It's looking actually like a pretty good thing right here, though. 40% on Peps, 60% on Pulsar.
Your hair is looking extra thick and long today.
Looking pretty good, chat. Looking pretty good. This is looking pretty even. This is a very low bet, though. Does no one want to bet their money on this game? Yo, Nick, for 34 months. Absolutely insane. How you doing, Nick? And also, Soon Hat for 42 months. Appreciate it. How you doing, Nick?
Well, we already have one map 3 out of the way for today's festivities, but now we have a must-win matchup between both of these teams. Peps, if they lose, still in the competition technically for groups, but they definitely want the best odds. And Pulsar, if they lose this series, they will be going out of the group stage without making it to the playoffs. Of course, still have one more match to play against Navi tomorrow. Those are the stakes here, Lemon, to talk about between these two
someone say
teams.
steak?
So it's a must-win scenario.
Oh, I
for
could
both
go
of
for a
these squads.
steak, bro.
Big day for Pulsar. Better show up or show yourself out. Elimination day for them. But talking about Peps first. This team
Okay,
has
chat,
a
let's
lot
see
of
this.
Fun niche picks and playstyles that can surprise some teams. They got a heavier lean towards the Angela with a
Oh, they
frenzy
switched
boxing,
already.
getting the
Pulsar,
mix
okay.
out with
Pulsar against,
deception
I actually
styles,
don't know who's going to
new
win this
looks
game.
on the torch and the Psylocke. 6 is a hit scan that can really shine on his team. His mechanics are insane, and I think Pink sets him up beautifully. And Proto on the Jeff, low-key, secret ace up their sleeve.
Oh yeah, love to see the Jeff play come out. I mean, especially like either it's the flanking Jeff or you're just kind of keeping your allies alive on the back line just with the long beams of water against them. But like Zay, tell me a little bit about this Pulsar roster. Who's really the players to look out for on this team to pop off?
For me, the real standout here probably going to be Lapsis Atilas, Finnish legend, great on all of the strategies.
I like how everyone thinks leg day is mogging, bro.
Strongest outlook here. I wouldn't be shocked to see an Invis ban go their way, especially given in the last series we saw how impactful an Invis ban can be when it comes to enabling those off-angle duelist kind of matchups, which are going to require quite a bit of heavy focusing potentially towards Sabatic. We know El Chabagoo is a bit of a melee enthusiast, which isn't the most in vogue at the moment. We have seen reasonable success.
Why does Lug Day look like he's holding in a big poop? Chat, stop looking at these guys like that, bro. Appreciate the massive audience. What do you guys?
1v1s against Daredevil, which is the first for strategists.
I like that you highlighted this melee specialist.
I look at Lug Day's face. I love it.
I think a team like Pulsar Esports is looking for that standout, that pop-off player. And
I
that's
love
probably
Lug Day.
has
He's
been
such a great
style.
caster.
The Wolverine, the things like the Daredevil, it can be really countered by just strong Magneto.
I think
players
that's
that
just
know
his
when to
resting
bubble,
face,
people
chat.
who are getting harassed by a guy named El Chapagoob, which is already a hilarious name. But looking to see how El Chapagoob is going to adapt, because at least that's what I really
I don't
like
think you
about
could
him.
get
He's
every
not
single
afraid to
esports spray.
try
I think.
everything he can to make it work.
Well, we'll see how both of these teams make it work. Of course, as we mentioned before, the stakes of this matchup, and that's going to be the big thing to focus on. But hopefully the pressure doesn't get to either of them. They're both two teams who are looking for their first series win. We saw only 2 series so far from Peps, and Pulsar have a little bit more experience under their belt. I mean, they faced off against Team Heretics most recently, took a map against Alter Esports, and then Shikigami was their first series last week. So they've had a tough go of it. This is their best chance for success, but it's the same on the other side. For Peps, they played Na'Vi and Heretics. Neither of them have had an easy go of this, Levin.
I just think Peps' schedule is actual hell. Like, Heretics as your first one, as a clear, number 2, I guess, in the power rankings. Na'Vi being at number 1. Yeah, at least you get all the hard ones out of the way.
Damn.
Now you have a whole week to try and deal with the rest of the bracket, or the rest of the people in your standings. So glad to see that Team Peps, I think people could be underrating them just based on how tough their schedule is. So I think I kind of got Peps in this one.
Okay. I mean, if we're doing predictions on this, what you feeling for this leg day? I mean, we have Celestial Husk as the map. Do you think Pulsar have a chance, or is it Peps all the way?
I think this is going to be one of the most hotly contested best of 3s of the entire bracket, but maybe it's recency bias, seeing Team Peps kind of get one over on Na'Vi. We're not winning the map on Celestial Husk previously, and we're going back to Celestial Husk again. I like Team Peps' flyer style heading into this. We'll see if Pulsar Esports have done their homework and ban out things like the Torch and the Angela later on in the ban phase. But I think that this is a really strong map for Team Peps, and I would not be surprised to see them take it.
Hey, one of the only maps that Pulsar have actually won is on Celestial Husk.
Okay.
And they went the distance against Alter.
So it looks
Esports.
like
They went all the way to
whoever
round
put their
3.
money on
So
Pulsar,
I'm
you're gonna lose
excited
your
for
money,
both
because
sides
they're
to
not
say
talking good about
different
Pulsar
than
right now,
the
chat.
Elsa. That is,
How much
I
money
think,
did you guys put on
the
Pulsar?
consistent performer, the fragger on the team. So that's kind of what I'm wondering when it comes to this team.
That's the big question. What are we going to see priority-wise? Is it going to be the Elsa?
$1.8 million from 151 people.
That's
Well,
what makes this meta so fun, because there's at least more than just like you're banning the Mag or the Emma like we used to see in previous seasons. There's a couple bit more going down to the strategy of the ban and protect system itself, which is just great. It's healthy for the game. I feel like the 20% alt charge nerf that we had at the start of the season, it definitely contributed to that, and a bit more focus on certain heroes.
it got a little
But,
closer
Team
after
Peps
that.
and
A
Pulsar
lot of
Esports,
people just
both
put their
these
money on
teams
fucking
giving it their
Peps.
all. Map
The
one
money
could
'cause
even
of
matter
that.
so much more. I mean, we saw it in the
Oh,
last one. It
shit.
didn't as much, unfortunately, for Reason, but between these two squads, just having that one edge, that one
That's
map
funny.
point is going to be the difference maker between these two teams. And you talked about it, Jen. We saw some great looks from Pulsar.
Okay, let's see this.
The first time that they had a performance on Celestial Husk, so can they replicate that going into the series? We'll see how
I was
they
going to
do
get a
against
huge
Team Peps.
payout, Jay. What do you do?
Well,
Bro,
we already had a map 3 in our first
don't
series. I
make
could
me
see
take
this
all the money
being
and not
the
give it
same
out to
way. And
anyone.
if I could
I will
cope,
take
because
your
I always
guys
gotta have
and
my
just give it to
daily code.
myself.
El Chapagoob's Wolverine, I think, looked very strong on Celestial Husk. A lot of good places to tackle people off the map on, depending on what round you're in. But
You know
that's a
what?
big
I'm
wild
gonna
card. Big
take your
question
guys'
mark
channel
on this team
points,
for me.
and I'm just gonna
It's gonna be
buy
Elsa
something
as
with
our
your guys'
first
channel
one
points.
here. Question is, are we going to see these teams?
Thanks, chat, for your
into the
channel
Gambit?
points.
This is what we expected from our previous two teams, but they did prefer the Mantis Ultron. It definitely seems like Pulsar is going to be going for the El Clasico here with Gambit on the table. And this means that maybe later on in our bans, we're going to have to consider something like a Rogue being taken off the table, because that team
You guys don't see what I
very
redeemed?
Powerful.
Come on,
And
man.
unsurprisingly, it's going to be a Loki taken away to avoid double Raging Royal Flushes.
Nice. Remember, this was what we were talking about last week. Ban Elsa first, and if you ban Elsa first, games will be so much better, bro. Now they're banning Elsa first. They saved Gambit from Pulsar, though. Team Peps is saving the Mantis,
Tackling
though.
versus tackling when you got El Chapagoo baby on the Wolverine, Frankie on Angela. It's just
Wait, what?
tackle central. But someone like Pink, I think, has such an interesting
would've fucking
hero
make it
pool.
work.
And
Oh,
just to
not
bring
the
out something
official.
like Torch, which has been popular on Celestial Husk in the past.
Yeah, we have seen Pink absolutely.
Oh,
do
D-Bert
numbers
with the
on
massive
them,
100
especially
bits,
against a team
and
like
Tay
Na'Vi,
with the
who
massive
are
100 bits as well.
strategists
Appreciate it.
Into it. It's going to be one-sided Gambit due to that priority protect on the Mantis. But we have seen this come back to bite teams before. Team Peps definitely are angling
Banning
for something a little bit
Star-Lord.
more
Okay, oh
akin
yeah,
to an
because they
Ultron
want to
Mantis
ban
here.
Star-Lord
Would not
because
be
the other team has
surprised if we
Gambit.
see,
Okay, that makes
Ultron
sense.
Protect. Oh, it's going to be the Vanguard Pool Protect. This is interesting. Now, Pulsar for their last have to figure out, do we want to get rid of a Mantis? Do we want to get rid of the Ultron, rather, to stop that Mantis Ultron double boost? we want to try and get rid
No,
of
this is on the latest patch, chat. This week is on the latest patch. So the one that we are currently on live is what they're playing on.
Get rid of the Johnny himself. No, Invis going to be the one off the table.
And no Star Lord for Pulsar, which means that Pink, we don't even ban the torch because I don't think anyone is worried about the torch. We don't worry about what happened last series, okay? So I'd love to see Pink back on the torch because they were able to force a 100-99 loss against Navi, but to push a team that good to the edge just off of, again, these niche picks, that's what is really exciting about Team Peps. So Pink won't be able to fall back to the Star Lord though, so if the torch doesn't work out, good luck.
Yeah, might be a little bit low on those. You can see here the deliberation. It is going to be the Rogue ban taken off the table, knowing that Rogue is going to be quite dangerous with the team up given over by the Gambit. But for a while, they were hovering over the Daredevil and the Wolverine. Like, how much do we want to try and constrain the Chabagoob here? How much do we believe in the El Chupagubra, the biggest mythos for Pulsar Esports here? And we are going to see Chabagoob able to access that Daredevil and really going to see how much it brings to the table.
What a name, El Chabagoob. Does that mean anything?
Information within a certain radius, which is very good when everyone is on the same page for how you're going to execute your dive.
True. Millen for 30 months. Appreciate it, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
I just can't wait to see some
Hope life's going well.
Torch because this has been so niche on maps like this one and even other maps that we've seen. But more triple strategists, and there's so many variations of it, whether you can have the Mantis. I think that there's a more defensive flavor when you have Adam that can go for more of those revives, but we'll see what everyone ends out with coming out of the gates. Looking at a strong dive here for Pulsar.
Who's the favorite between these two teams?
So not the Wolverine that we've seen.
I don't know if they said there was a favorite. It's probably going to be... What, Team Peps, right?
All right, Team Peps.
Because they said Team Peps took a team off someone else.
And then swap over onto the Mantis. Maybe that's going to be the primary healer here.
Wait, look at Team Peps. This is a very interesting comp, though.
A little bit more vulnerable to a dive from Chabagoob and Kazar.
They are playing...
I wouldn't be surprised to see a swap over onto a White Fox when going up against this Daredevil.
Torch.
The poke from Sapatic. Don't worry if he doesn't have Elsa, because man, does he deliver on that damage when it comes to the Phoenix. First, that presence.
Hard stuck. Those are NA casters. This is EMEA. Two different sets of casters.
You know, you section off some of this healing and have some staying power on this objective. First, you're seeing Pulsar try to get this cap first. You have Kizaru ring around the rosy, seeing who he can collapse on. No focus on these Vanguards, but hoping to pressure this high ground as Kizaru goes in and gets, oh my god, frozen.
Yeah, developed angle here from Sapatic as well, but instantly gets poked out. You can see how low they are. They were trying to find a way to move off the back of that frenzied arrival from Kizaru. But for now, just focuses on them. Okay, any miss is going to be severely punished here due to the skill issue. Ultimate being sent on out. It was upgraded, yes, but the damage is easily managed. Out goes the skill issue on the other side. Trina, make sure that Pink is going to be found in the stink right now. And Frankie Boxing looking after the Daredevil. 1 HP to play with, and the stab is good. Frankie Boxing just going to be able to keep this one contested for a long time.
Damn!
Can't stand up.
Frankie Boxing, bro. Hey.
Oh, Frankie Boxing can do
He's throwing some hands right now.
Angela. We'll get a 4K if you let him through, and he's bringing all the sheep to the
Frankie Boxing.
Frankie's as impactful as ever, and could even bring the Venom as his passive gets activated. But hey, we have 6 getting activated.
Protoss in a bad position there. Couldn't quite get the healing from 6. Was instead focusing down Lapsisa Tila. Still Chabagoob moves in towards the back. Wants that strategist and has not lost track of them. Babybat and 6 both to full. Pulsar Esports should be able to convert here into a capture, but boy, it's taken its time here.
They finally capped first point, chat. They finally capped first, bro. It took that long to cap first point. That's crazy.
Of this next fight, hopefully getting an activation here from Proto to get the Mantis resurgence, to get some extra kick for Team Peps, to maybe just overwhelm Pulsar. But don't forget, of course, the Torch ultimate. But we're gonna have to Deadpool kick things off.
An early three-man dive. Chabagoo sent down to a briny depth by IMLK. Those dual Desert Eagles really getting it done. For now, Treeman doesn't really want to try and deal with Pink. Legend seen up top. A hot drop onto him perhaps, but no. Instead, Pink looks elsewhere. Once in on to the Jeff for Land Shark. Indeed, that's some flash
Dude.
shark meat right
Dude,
there.
Frankie.
Pull on down. Team Peps, despite being caught with that early three-person dive, were able to rebuff it quickly.
Yeah, there was
Ayo,
only two
Frankie
straps
kinda
on Pulsar
cooking,
side,
chat.
So when you have Pink being able to pick off the Jeff so early,
Dude.
there's so little healing that's left, and then you only have so many cards in your deck for Gambit, so too much on Legend to carry through. Proto, great. Soul Resurgence now being able to defend is going to put this Ansel in a fantastic position to maybe force Pulsar's hand before they're ready, but Kizaru is already showing his hand being on the point first.
Kizaru demands a little bit of attention. Knows that the Deadpool's vision is, of course, based on movement, and Treeman's falling real low here. Needs to get back to some manner of healing. It's going to be Legend who's responsible for that one. Kizaru going deep into the back. Quick disengagement to feed over the ultimate charge onto the Gambit, who's still yet to get their first ultimate. It's about to come up. The Raging Royal Flush could be everything, but do you want to use it without Sabotage? Chabagoo's already been frozen. Oh, taken down before Legend can even deliver on the Gambit's ultimate. This could be a huge amount of Pulsar's resources, which aren't really getting anything done. Six chances all with the Rage of Ultron. Yes, Kizaru's able to stick around long enough to get rid of Proton.
I'm actually really surprised the supports that were right next to each other weren't like patty caking.
Frankie Boxer needs to be high up in the sky to avoid being eaten, and that's going to be nothing grabbed off the back of It's Jeff. A double stab in towards the back and a nice little Raging Royal Flush to get away. Yes, Treeman still remains, but Team Peps are well in control. Sabotic rolls in with the Phoenix, and Frankie Boxing gets awfully close to it, finds one of their wings singed off temporarily, taking to the ground. Now has to move in, trying to keep this one contested. And
Dude,
gonna be in
he is
danger.
very consistent on
Almost Frankie able
hitting
to
them,
deny
bro.
that escape from the Daredevil and Team Peps. I mean, great patience on the fate of both worlds to extend this fight. Already at 90% plus. It's do or die for Pulsar.
Kizaru feasted the abyss. Who's it going to be placed upon at the moment? Certainly El Chabagoo going to be wishing it came out a touch faster. Nice flicks from Protoss. We've seen some nasty Mansters today, and we haven't even seen level 1 Crook play just yet. Sabotage
Oh my god, this guy's actually disgusting.
That was coming on through, and despite Lapsis of Tilas is floundering and flailing with fins in the air, the surrender is not accepted, and only a casualty is found in its place. A portal opened for a quick recontest. El Chabagoo's going to be the one responsible for that, but they're debarking the portal straight into a
Wow.
prison. They're out of a frying pan and right into the fire.
Oh, yo. Human Torch, chat. Human Torch. He might be back. At least in a triple support team comp, I guess.
Chill out, bro. The round is over. Team Peps take the
Hey,
first.
the first two. I think this is the second time we saw Torch in the tournament, and it works. It works.
Ruined. He's either getting frozen, he's getting slept,
We watched
he's getting
we
tackled
watched the
by an
team
Angela.
play against I think
He just
VP,
can't
right? And
going with
VP
this
actually
setup.
got
And then Team
demolished,
Peps,
or was
the
it
people that
Navi?
would be Davable are up
It was
in
either
the
VP or
air, and
Navi,
Pink
and
is
then
being
like they
completely
actually got
ignored, able to
rolled by
bring
the
it
Human
down
Torch.
on
I think it was
the
on
only
the
strategists that Pulsar have, and Jeff needs to
it was
ideally
Navi.
be out of
Yeah, it
water
was
in
on
order
that
to be impactful.
my favorite
So
Bucky
you
map.
really
I
can't
don't
hit
even know
an
the map
umbrella
names in this game.
against someone like Pink, but these are the type of niche strategies that Team Peps
That's Central
bring,
Park,
and
there you
why
go,
some
that,
sort of Husk has been
this is the
such a
vampire
strong
one.
map for them initially. So I think Pulsar are gonna have to rethink.
You know,
their
I play this
Vanguard
game every single
approach,
day
because
for
the
almost
CC
like
from the
what, a year and a
strategist
half
side
now.
from
Still
Peps
don't know the
is
map
too
names.
good.
Don't even know the ability names.
Indeed, they are going for a quick rethink. Looks like we're going to see... I would be surprised. Like, Treeman, obviously, in the name, does love the Groot. And the swap over onto the Wolverine here. There is a world where maybe you're trying a fastball special team up, but instead Kizaru knows that with Vanguard Deadpool on the team, or at least available in the draft, it could be folly to leave it on the back foot.
Oh, Chopagoo. So who is a good person to tackle? It's not going to be an easy choice. And think about this high ground too. If you can bring someone into your team and displace people
Yeah,
from the
I think,
power positions, that's going to be important. But 6 kicks things off.
Okay, Raging Royal Flush already thrown out here for the side of Pulsar. And
Wait, this guy has thumbs 72 months. Hey, 56 years old, and you made it to Diamond in Overwatch. That's a big accomplishment, bro. Congratulations. Good shit. Good shit, bro.
Hey, you let the Gambit through just to make sure Sabotic's not on the Elsa, and you're paying the ultimate prize. That is such a huge win condition for Pulsar. And to be able to defend with the Groot is so massive, along with the Strangling Prison, and Treeman's looking for it.
Oh, an early prison here. Knowing where that... Oh, did you see them?
That's a big ult. That's a huge ult. Oh, and they... Oh, no. Why did they commit a support ult, bro? Just lose the fight. Just lose the fight. Why would you commit a support ult, bro?
Cancel or really defend against the Strangling Prison, because that's number one thing you got to look out for as a group player. Where are those Magneto bubbles? Where is the shield? And Pulsar are yet behind, halfway down to the cap. Looking forward to seeing how Sabotic and El Chapagoop really deliver some big damage. And here's some picks.
Oh, Six is going to have trouble surviving this one. Indeed, the burst damage is too much to bear. Maybe that may have been able to move over on to the White Fox, but that Spirit Sanctuary shield is going to be instantly evaporated by the Phoenix Ultimate, and this is the kind of initiative we expected from Pulsar.
Of course, and they can just keep cycling their ultimates. They don't overinvest, and if they need to back away, they'll have the invisible boundary to set up a safe base away from Team Peps, and they're struggling themselves to... Team Peps, speaking of, to gather ultimates because they're just getting wiped before they can form a thought. And this will be their last hurrah.
Oh, I like the Bucky. I like the Bucky. Nice.
El Chapagoop manages to find one Vanguard.
Oh!
Is going absolutely goofy right now, and it's goofy goober time. I'm certainly ready. I don't know about you.
Wait, he swallowed them and then he just spit them out and then ran away?
For a teleport, and Pulsar Esports strike back with a vengeance.
It started with the Gambit, then the Strangling Prison, then El Chapagoop coming alive on the Wolverine, proving that maybe the Wolf could still live on in this meta. It's all about teamwork and execution, and Pulsar played the perfect round, but we decide here and now who will be taking the first map in this best of 3.
You didn't see the vision.
Don't have as strong of a win condition when you don't have the Gambit. Of course, the Rage of Ultron from 6 had the initial good poke damage,
Chat.
but Pulsar surged.
I saw the vision, bro. He had a big swallow. If you have a big swallow, you gotta finish it, bro. You don't spit them out and then like swim away and then like C9 the point. That doesn't make any sense.
A huge carry for Peps, especially from going to Torch to now on the Phoenix. Look for how this end song is going to end this first fight, because there's only the Gambit Royal Flush here for Pulsar to negate it.
It's imperative that Team Peps win the first fight here.
Okay, well, we're going to a round 3, so let's see it.
Up against the Groot in these tight spaces, these little caverns. However, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Raging Royal Flush is on the table.
And this is a great round for Flyers, so look at 6 to maybe have an even stronger impact in this one. And even Pink, if you'd want to return to the Torch, I wouldn't even mind it. All depends on how this kicks off. The Royal Flush will ensue.
All right, is disengageable though. Maybe this one could be answered. Pink going to be using the End Song Inferno to try and stop them in their tracks, knowing that only lasts for 8 seconds now. El Chapagoop has lost their passive and lost even more so than that. The Pulsar needs to be stopped before we can get the point. It's going to be an early contest coming through from Frankie Boxing. This is, of course, always going to be the job of the Angela. 6, your beam does not heal. I've got to tell you that right now. You've just got to focus that in on the enemies.
Bro, that's actually funny.
From, I am okay, I believe, going over likely onto the Gambit on the other side. It's easy to gun on through.
Your ult does not, your beam does not heal. Dude, that's so funny. Leg day is funny, bro.
There will be a momentary stall from the group. This is going to make things
the casters are good.
Find value off the walls.
And Frankie is having so many good walls, well, not the great walls, but great walls to pin people into, and he's causing so much disruption, good coordination in that Team Peps fight. I need El Chapagoop to slow it down a bit. He's actually going to be on the Namor, so that'll be a different story than what he was trying to pull on the Wolverine, just overextended into the caverns, the safety from Team Peps, not knowing what's on the other side. You can't front to back with Wolverine, but you can have more of a defensive posture with the Namor trying to stop these Frankie dives.
Oh, this will be instantly evaporated by Sabotic's ultimate instead. Do they choose to turn it up on the other side? Yeah, that's going to be a quick...
Nice.
And the follow-up is good. Yeah, I think it's going to get a trade, which might complicate things a touch here for Team Peps. Do they want to try and invest an ultimate to keep this one contested? Indeed, they will. Soul Resurgence from Protoss. Pink is going to get stuck in now, looking towards the backline. Has the End Song Inferno once
Oh my god. Oh my god, they were all stacked on each other. Everyone had like 3 charges of combustion, and he just combusted on all of them, bro.
Destroyed Pulsar in their own
Oh
invisible
my
barrier.
god.
I
Yo,
like
you know
that
what that
ball
reminds
from
me of,
Pulsar.
chat?
Do not give up. Do not surrender.
That actually
Versus
reminds,
Sabotage. Who is going to take the round?
he reminds
Who
me
is
of
gonna
me in
carry
ranked
their team
games.
to victory? The fate of both worlds and fate in Peps' hands on how they want to get active this fight as Tree Man lurks below on the Angela.
Tree Man once again forced onto a different hero. The Angela's going to be the one to see here, but you can see that El Chabagoob's being accosted on their moving forward right here. Kizaru just going to be exchanging battles, and it's going to be a really fast S rank achieved here for Kizaru off the back of the Raging Royal Flush. Still, the answer's solid. It's going to be lasting longer. Baby, that was a 4-person stun from Sapotic. Absolutely nutso mode over here. Quick double stab. Frankie Boxing is at least making their presence known on the point, but the real
Come on, Pulsar, you guys gotta at least like cap this point once, right? You can't let them go to 100-0. Nice, good shit.
And Team Peps will get out relatively unscathed.
And 0 to 100 is what Pulsar have to do to salvage this map. And Tree Man realizing that off the Groot, you just can't sustain pressure. You can't mitigate it as well. Match fire with fire and match Frankie at his own game. But he is the best in the business when it comes to Angela. They don't call him Frankie Boxing for nothing, but the devil is out.
The devil is out, but Pink said,
Oh my god, the devil put the, what's my lawyer doing, chat? What's my lawyer doing?
Trying to support that one. Really wanted a hard commit.
We're going to jail, bro. We're going to jail. My lawyer out here is not doing anything. I need a new lawyer. Do I have any lawyers in my chat?
Once Baby Bat finds her, and that leaves with a lot of healings now off the table for Team Peps. Now Chabagoob has returned with a lot of his healing gone. It's feasting time for El Chabagoob. It's Jeff ready to eat up anyone who tries to keep this one contested. And so Team Peps, they're just going to call it.
Yeah, Peps just need a soft reset here after Baby Bat and Pink have fallen and Pulsar have invested enough. It's a good call from Team Peps. That is what's strong about them, the timing of their disengages, because El Chapagoob sometimes chases those eliminations, and that could be really punishable. So Peps, this is just one fight for the end.
Yo, Reaper! Appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
Full charge on the axis.
Oh, he missed his thing. Damn, that sucks.
Spinning to win, and winning's on the cards right here. Kizaru has to try and stand alone, but gets burned to a crisp. But Sharp Royal is a beautiful flavor profile.
That change the Human Torch is actually pretty huge.
The Peps mansion, as they will be able to get the cap here. It's going to be a last-second recontest coming through from El Chabagoob with the portal. Quick debarking onto a point. And great cover off the back of it as well. But straight away, Frankie Boxing is there to meet them. Drops down from the sky. Extra health for all and sundry. Protoss knows that this is the end. It's time
if you don't shoot for 1 second on Human Torch, it like reloads all your it's basically a reload. So if you don't shoot for 1 second, it reloads all your fire to use again, your primary fire. Wow, good survivability right there too. That's crazy. I thought he was gonna be dead.
Has a chance to try and make this one work, but Frankie Boxing continues to land blow after blow. Right hook into uppercut, swift as a butterfly and stinging like a bee, and in towards the back. It's Legend who feels himself for sting. Pink going down into the Vanguards, getting stuck in nice and close. Protoss comes with a quick return, and with all of the ultimates levied, Team Peps will be going to be able to make this one happen. The first match.
Wow. Wow, bro, that was a great fight by Pulsar, but even a better D by Peps, bro. That was good.
They actually
that was a good round, bro. That was a good round.
Proto on the Mantis frontlining, you had to pick on a strategist, but they just couldn't kind of keep control of the chaos. Pulsar was just that close. And of course, Pink as your MVP, stepping up as that carry. The Torch, the Phoenix.
Wait, let me see this guy's stats.
The triple elimination.
43 and 7. He was playing a little bit of Phoenix, chat, but he did play a lot of Torch as well. But 43 and 7, 20 final hits. Almost 30,000 damage. The second place is at what? Almost 20,000. So he had 10,000 more damage than second place in damage.
Left on the table. Elsa still locked away in the box even after losing 25.
He almost did.
I don't know how much our two first matches are going to be harkening things to come, but as we
wait, he almost did as much damage as both of the other DPS on the other team. Both of the other DPS on the other team had like a 34,000 damage combined. He had 30,000 damage just by himself.
And Pulsar, it's just a decision.
That's crazy.
Too, of just how
Reminds
far
me,
they wanted
reminds
to
me of that
reach
player
in some
Jay3
of
chat.
these
You know, the
fights,
tall
because
one,
in that last
the guy with a lot of
round,
hair.
there's these very defensive caverns that exist. And it felt like people like El Chapagoob and others really tried to scoop up the defenders from their safe haven and to force them into fights that they weren't ready for. But the punishing power
the
from
damage
Peps
boost
is what,
damage boost is
took
OP,
a lot of
chat.
these fights that were
I
easy
put
to
Mantis
them to bad
very high in my
decision-making
tier
from the
list. We'll do a
divers,
tier
but
list
I
eventually.
like the swaps
I
that
put
Pulsar,
Mantis very
fought,
high in my
but
tier
Peps
list
had
because
better
when you have a good
execution,
Mantis on your
better
team,
pop-off power.
especially in 3 support,
Well, I'm
very good.
impressed, with Tree Man as well, like the comeback on that group Wolverine combo.
Not even in triple,
What
what do you call it, support. I think they were running 2.
Linear maps like a Convergence or a combo.
Who do you have in VP versus Vision and Navi against Heretics? I think Navi and Heretics would be a great game, but I think Navi might win that.
Like a midtown where the group can really excel.
We'll
maybe
see.
an Idrisil path. We'll be able to
But
find out
VP
what
against
shows
Vision?
them after this break.
Oh, VP definitely. If VP actually loses a game, that would be very big news. Big news. That'd be very big.
Fantastic!
Don't damage doesn't matter. Stats don't matter unless you're winning. I mean, stats do tell the story of the game, though. If you're doing a lot of damage, you're probably getting your ult more frequently than the other DPS on the other team. Maybe you are feeding a little bit more ult charge to the other team's support stuff. So I do think it tells you a story, but yeah.
Clear the way. Feel the pull. Disappear.
Let's. Nice. Do they do a convoy next? They get to decide on the map. Yeah, it's either going to be a convoy or a... I hate calling it convoy. It's either going to be a payload or a hybrid. I'm sorry, I don't like the names that they use for maps in this game. Domination, convoy, convergence. Chat. I like how Overwatch does it. Yeah, it would be a domination, Koth, King of the Hill, because there's only one point, and whoever is King of the Hill. Then you have, you know, a payload map, which you move the payload, and then you have a hybrid, which is a hybrid of those two maps, which is a Koth, you capture the objective, and then it's a payload.
Protect your ball,
Wow.
king!
My favorite... What the... Oh, yeah. Did I text my dad back? Mr. Goon. Oh, Gons. Appreciate it. Oh, I thought your name was Mr. Goons. Mr. Gons. Appreciate a new tier 1. And Beans with the massive prime sub as well. Appreciate it. Is FlyQuest playing today? Yes, that is NA.
Welcome back,
Chat, we're on
everyone.
EMEA
From
right now.
that heater of a matchup, we've got to see Pink just electric on all of the fire heroes.
Mr.
We saw the
Goons.
Phoenix, we saw the Torch, and we saw them bring the heat throughout that first map on Celestial Husk. 20 final hits is insanity, but I think another stat line that kind of goes underrated is how involved, Lemon, the entire team of Peps was on getting those confirmations of the eliminations, which seemed to be a big difference between these two squads.
And you got the best server in the business, Frankie Boxing, who comes and just serves it up to you on a platter as the Angela True Watch, and I think that's so strong.
But yeah, I was gonna say
on
something too.
Celestial Husk, and depending on what round, he's even more.
How many games are
elusive
going
than
today?
ever,
10.
than ever. And
There's
then
always
someone
10.
Like Tree Man
5
had to match
EMEA,
band for
5
band
NA.
and really suffered. At least you did get the swaps, right? You're not too stubborn. The Groot was getting run over, but you just can't execute the Angela the way that that Frankie can. Then you had 21 deaths from the two Vanguards on the Pulsar side, so it just shows the amount of focus and the amount of damage that they were taking throughout these fights.
so much sustain as well that we got to see from Team Peps just based on the composition that they were rocking.
We also
and
had 5
having
Asia
that
earlier.
Mantis
Oh,
gap, as
yeah.
we like to call it now, leg
I
day.
wish
That
I
seemed
could
to be
watch
another
the
big
Asia
difference
region,
maker here.
but
And
that is
Pulsar, they
at
had it
4
available
a.m.
to
for
them.
me.
It
I
wasn't
just
even
can't get
banned,
to
but
it.
it just seems like maybe it doesn't fit into their composition or playstyle
I
as well as they
just-
would like.
It just doesn't work for me.
Mantis, like I don't know if that's because maybe Sabatic or El Chapagoob just doesn't play the Mantis. Like it is a little bit of a specialty aiming style, which takes a little bit of a whole lot of practice to be able to happen. But like having that tertiary strategist ultimate is so important as well. I think the real turning point of this entire match.
72-hour
was,
stream. I am
when
not. I
everyone
chat.
on Peps followed the command
I would
of
die.
Protoss. Lemon was
It's
showing-
actually
telling us
really
that,
bad.
like, they're down and, well,
It's actually
it's
really
invest
bad
or
to
don't
stay up for
invest
more than
here.
24
There's
hours.
no right answer at the moment, but when Protoss makes the call, we're going to go in with the
Like
Soul
it's
Resurgence.
crazy,
Layer
chat.
in,
Have you guys ever
on top of that,
have you guys ever
Pulsar
actually
Inferno as
looked
well
up
to try and
the
deal
the
with
effects of
counter
staying
rolls. We're
awake
going
for
to
long
load my
hours?
Phoenix up with damage
It
boost,
is
'cause
wild
she needs
what
to
your
have
body
the
does.
healing pumping out from Soul Resurgence, right? I'm just going to load her up with a damage boost seeds. And maybe we'll be able to break our way through this invisible boundary they're going to have to use to take this point when we use our Soul Resurgence. Like, everyone on Peps was on the same page with that, and sometimes it's just clarity of vision more than, like, strength of character, which really is going to be what wins the day.
If they do come out on top, I'd be very interested to just ask them, like, who controls, the comms on their team specifically, because it seemed like they had that on lock, communication at the level that you need it to be.
I hope the pro
But,
scene for this game never
Lemon,
dies
we were
out. It's
kinda
so
talking
peak.
about potential maps we could have seen as
Hopefully
the
it
counter in
grows. I would
Midtown.
love to see
Seems a
this
little
pro
bit
scene
surprising here.
grow some more.
Yeah.
I mean, it is only the
just
second year.
using that
I'm
first
pretty sure
map,
it's gonna
usually
grow
they
every
go
year,
to
but
Museum of Contemplation, Spider Island Convoy, even a Racco Convoy, but just haven't had the results that they would have hoped for. So Midtown, a really narrow alley. Maybe we could see the rise
growing-
of Tree
I'm
Man
growing
as
right now
the
watching
Tree
you.
Lord.
What?
And because Fruit is really strong at this first section of the
You
map.
could get my
It's so
crosshair by
narrow,
just
you have a
typing
lot more
exclamation mark
impact. We just
crosshair.
had a lesson from Ducky about what that looks like. So I'm looking for Tree to own the Ducky persona.
Yeah, maybe a little bit better too in those like kind of cordoned off rooms from the play style that we like to witness from El Chapagoob. with
console?
either the DD or the
Oh.
Wolverine as well. It seemed like because of how open-ended the last map was, they weren't
Oh,
able to get
yeah,
as much
that
effectiveness
sucks.
in confirming some of those KOs. So could be a little bit better here for them. Also depends on composition. I think triple strategist works pretty well though for Team Peps, so they're kind of happy. Midtown is one of
Yeah,
those
I don't know
maps
how to
that
get
teams
that on
have
console.
scrimmed the most out of any convoy map. So you got to make sure you have the best strategy, the best kind of
Sorry.
roster of
I should
heroes
probably
you
take a
can play
picture and make
going
it
into
like
this
a
one. And
thing.
I would say the big thing to focus on, the Mantis ban.
Wait,
If
Overwatch
it doesn't
crosshair
come
still
out
work?
and we see the immediate secure from Team Peps, well, we might see a similar
Oh, I
story
might
here
need to
like
fix my
they, than
Overwatch
we did
crosshair
in the
too.
last map.
Yeah, like the Mantis story is definitely going to be something. I do think that the Midtown pick makes sense when you consider the Vanguard matchup here, because this is great for Groot, which is Tree Man's primary, and it's also not a great map for Angela. Like this doesn't have the best Angela angles, and I think we can all agree that in the previous game, it definitely felt like Frankie Boxing was the more effective Angela player, if not the
Definitely.
better Angela player. I think maybe trying to constrain Frankie into a more terra firma bound Vanguard might be
Staying up for 36
One thing
hours.
to note here
Jesus.
too, going into this matchup, Pulsar have opted for the attacking side this go around, so that's definitely important to pay attention to when it comes to the bans and protects.
Yeah,
'cause they
like
get that
I was
first
saying though,
protect,
I hope the
can't get
esports for
double
this scene
banned,
does
so we
grow.
might see a focus
I think
on
it's really fun.
Gambit if it
I
goes through, or
I
anything else,
love
depending
what
what
they
the
do for
priority
this
is
game.
from Team Peps, and I feel like based on this meta, we've seen so many more teams going towards sticking on the attacking side first for the counter map instead of the defending side, but we'll see what happens. Team Peps, they did select that defending side. Pulsar will be attacking it this go
Welcome
around.
back.
They're pretty happy about that. We'll see how
How
it goes
was
though
it?
for the ban and protects here, Lemon.
All right, let's head on in. Map number 2, Team Peps, for the first time in the preseason, have themselves a series lead. And it's going to be Pulsar Esports with the first ban here already, hovering over on the Elsa. But the question is, do you want to keep prioritizing this if you know that maybe it's going to be a Mantis coming through on the other side? Yeah, of course. Keep Elsa in the box, but we'll keep her locked away for now.
And Frankie's backup plan, since we're not
Excuse me.
expecting the Angela here, would be a Magneto. So
I
really
love the
working
Elsa
in
bans
tandem with
first.
Someone like IMLK, who's been superb
Yep,
on the
excuse me,
Deadpool,
excuse me.
the Brute, the Venom. Like IMLK has shown a lot of flexibility,
Excuse
but
me.
I want to see a
Oh,
masterclass
2
from this
seconds?
Vanguard line, because I did feel like the Angela setups were great. But what other looks can we see
Protect your
from Peps
bald
going?
king.
All right. Real question is here. Is it once again going to be a protector of the Mantis, or are they going to pivot on to the Gambit? Because we know that 6 here might be tempted to move over from the Ultron onto something like a Phoenix, or even something like a Moon Knight, which could really take advantage of the long sight lines that are over here on Midtown. And so it makes sense that they might go for a double strategist line with the Gambit as the main healer.
I'm scared of Pulsar having another Gambit game, though, because the one round they took on Celestial Husk, that 100-0, was momentum driven by a Gambit fight starter, if you will. So, but, you know, this is not domination, but that is such a huge part of getting wind in the sails and having a almost a guaranteed win condition. But Peps, what was so good about them macro-wise in that first map was how and when they disengaged and almost forcing these errors out of Pulsar and that greediness to chase those eliminations.
Is there a world where maybe they protect the Star-Lord here? Like, Gambit Star-Lord, obviously, one of the most deadly ult combos in the game.
When I got there, it was actually pretty fast.
Going to
when I did it.
maybe I
guess there wasn't as many people today.
The Oracles. Did I read the
You're
tea
cooking?
leaves? Oh, the Gambit Star-Lord combo. This demands a mag in response, I think, with the Meteor M, which could be ideal for trying to force Tree Man off of their
that's
hero.
wild. Maybe some of them are
I
actors.
wouldn't mind seeing the Invis get counterbanned here from
Yo,
Team Peps.
Hoodoo!
I'll
Appreciate
take
the
it
massive
away
prime
as
sub, my
well,
friend.
just
Welcome,
to try
welcome.
and get rid of the main ways you can try and stop the poke from Star-Lord using that Guardian Shield to win out on the
Oh,
offensive
they
side.
were able to save the Gambit and
Six has
save
shown
the
us a little bit of
Star-Lord.
Star-Lord,
Oh.
but there's such large hero pools on the side of Peps when it comes to their duelists.
And
like
it
I
was
said, it's
actually a
very
really
unique
smart
with,
move from Team Peps to also
sometimes
ban the
bringing out
Loki, so now the
Psylocke
other
and,
team
like
cannot
you said,
copy
the
their own
Forge,
Gambit.
So, you
So it's
never
a
know what you're
one-sided
gonna get
Gambit.
when you face Team Peps,
Ooh.
but what other teams have realized is that you can still beat them at their own game, because Peps have yet to win a series, but they are.
Do you
on
think
the
they made a
verge of
server
doing
rule for last
just
week?
that against Pulsar and keeping themselves
I don't think that
alive
will
in the
ever happen
standings,
again,
while
but probably.
Pulsar are on elimination.
So the curious
Oh
thing
shit,
here
yeah, I
as
didn't
well
see
is
the
that
others
even without
save.
protecting either
Oops, my
side,
bad.
Mantis
I was
has
only
once
looking for
again
one team.
made it
Chat, I'm
through
stupid.
The ban phase untouched. I like the taking away
Anyways.
of the Vanguard Deadpool there, the skill issue. It will decimate a Star-Lord due to his high rate of fire if he misses even a single bullet in the
Oh
clip.
my.
Each one of those counts as a full-on
Look what I
miss
got
and does
again.
a bunch of damage to him. That's a great
Look
way
what
to
I got
try and
again.
Strain, especially something like a Gambit as well. Skill issue on Gambit. If he
Turkey,
misses one of his cards
bacon,
in the 3
avocado
counters,
on an
that counts as a
everything
miss as
bagel.
well, so I
Oh
think
my
getting
god.
parity on the Vanguard pool is a good priority here for Team Peps.
And just how many strats are we going to get? Not strategies, but strategists. Because that's maybe
And
the difference
cheese.
for a team like Pulsar, who run a lot of the 2-2-2 and things like that. But sometimes if you're on defense, it
Whoa.
wants having something like a rocket or a
What do you
third
mean,
strategist
ill
just to be able to
avocado?
stall out as much as possible. So we'll focus on the defensive comps. They're more settled in on what they want to
Avocado
do
is
and
so
being
good
that,
for you.
Covering her choices here with rocket, having that BRB. You get a little bit of
Avocado
forgiveness
with a little bit of
versus,
salt?
I don't know, someone like Sapatic headshots your backline.
JPL.
So it's always good to have a band-aid.
Yo, Deep
Yeah,
Boys,
Battle
Breach
Recall
Master 2
Beacon
months, my
gonna
friend.
be
How you doing?
important, as well as Pink having access to that Karmic Revival as well.
Pistachio
Esports
curry is
gonna have to
delicious.
very carefully manage both their space and their resource usage here
Protect
to get
your
effective
ball
fights
king.
and deal with the resurrections that could be on the table.
Got the Rogue, the Gambit, the lovely couple hoping to break up the Team Peps front line. Just got the
Avocado
mitts
does
out
not
ready
taste like
to
ass.
squabble
What?
up, and Peps can rely on Frankie, and he's always known to have the perfect moment to strike and barely misses that shove.
All right, getting involved now with the actions of I-Course, but it won't stay down for long. Oh, just a quick mwah with Kizaru as they roll on her. Just kiss her homie on the mouth.
So many homies and so little time. But Pulsar
If avocado
is
tastes
switching
like
off the
ass,
fight, and they have sent Kizaru
I might
to
wanna
do
try
this
some
job
ass.
for them.
All right, having that wall up behind them makes things very difficult, and Protoss going to be the first one to fall. Question is the Battle Recall Beacon available? I don't
Oh,
think
shit,
it
sorry.
is. And so everyone else from Team Peps just has to force themselves onto the cart to get these last-minute recontests.
You got to be able to break
What are you
those
laughing
brute
at?
walls down and have a strong poke. And I don't know if I would consider Team Peps having the strongest poke when you got a triple Vanguard. But what's nice about Rogue is that she doesn't care. If anything, you put her in a boxing match, you put her in a boxing ring. If you wall her, she will be happy to be trapped in there with you. Quick portal play as 6 brings the team back for a final fight.
All right, that's going to be instantly broken down. No one can really shoot the Insong Inferno to try and save Baby Bat's Cosmic
No
Yarn
shot.
Amplifier. Good dodge here from Protoss. Question is, can Atlas get away with the It's Jeff healing? Seems like that's going to be the case because those who would have assailed them are going to be quite quickly taken down by Tree Man, who really is thriving here on the Groot, and Pink couldn't even find any chance of using their
I'll be taking
own
that.
resurrection. So this is very
I'll be
quickly for
taking
them.
that. Yeah, I'll
The
text
Groot
him.
walls are so fantastic from
Yo!
Green. He's allowed to choose
You want me to tell
when
chat?
and where the fight is going to take
Yo.
place.
I'm sorry. This is a
And
public
Bank does
service
so many
announcement here,
ults
chat.
to keep the rally going.
Emily went to go get breakfast.
Pink needs to find, the right time and the right
And
place
she
to
got
go.
bagels, obviously, right? And she also bought an extra few bagels
And fighting here.
to, you know, just have at home.
Here, quick breather to try and get access to that.
This is the receipt. Some guy, and I'm gonna be mean. Some guy with shitty ass fucking handwriting decided to give Emily his number. What the fuck? Hey, oh hell no, chat. I'm gonna be the one texting that. I'm gonna be the one calling him. I'm gonna make sure I'm like.
Yo, hey, sugar. You ready to go on a date?
Pulsar, it's that choke point that's so
Oh hell no,
Get
bro.
through. Attacking with Groot is not easy as well. And Pulsar, they
I'm
have
not gonna
good
call him right
initiative,
now, chat.
but it's
Oh,
the
hell no.
counteraction. The Raging Royal Flush and Pink and bringing back those 2 members is what kept Team Peps rather flawless towards the end. So Pulsar Esports are gonna be harassed by this high ground poke.
Dude, Pink is a nasty aimer, and it looks like 6 might be holding on. No, never mind. One Sabotic real bad. You can see they were just knocked up into the sky there by IMLK at just the right moment to make sure they could not get into cover. I said that White Fox is the only strategist who can 1v1, but Daredevil, never mind, actually. If you're Pink, I'm pretty sure you can do it.
The strategists, they defend, they heal, but they also attack. And man, if your Daredevil can't even take a 1v1 against an Atom, I fear it's so cooked. Also, Peps are just getting picks from the high ground. Pulsar need a commanding way to pressure it, and here comes Kizaru to force Peps back.
And Song Inferno prepared, going to be going down on top of the dive from Kizaru. A great tenderization to land, followed by the Charbroil itself. Quick bounce moving over. Frankie Boxing unable to get anything with the Meteor M. And Frankie Boxing just going to be punished for such audacious positioning now as they floated imperiously.
You know,
above
I
it.
will
The
say,
Empire
though,
crumbles like the Romans as the medieval times began.
I will
to
say,
rise, and
bro,
IMLK's down too.
I don't even have the
Kizaru
balls to
really
do that.
solidified
That's
that
fucking
fight.
crazy.
Just, you got to get Peps off that power position. And it was a recipe for success, and Pulsar have banked
Like,
so
I would feel
important
so
ultimates
bad
for
if
this
I gave
final fight
someone
of
my
Point
number
B.
like
Look at
that
the
and they
Strangling
just never
Prison, but
text or
we'll see
called
what
or
they'll get with
anything.
this Royal Flush.
That is wild.
Able to claim too much space here. Oh, what a perfect bubble. Unbelievable stuff there from Frankie Boxing, making sure that the back cannot be grabbed out of the AoE.
Oh, is there a little slight delay? Oh, no, there's no slight delay. It says
Operation
live.
Royal Flush. Protoss getting maximum value from this one. Kizaru thought they could shut it down. They could not be more incorrect about the value of the Feast of the Abyss. And now Pulsar Esports are going to be caught in a very nasty position. The end of second is so difficult to take.
They are disengaging quite well from the Raging Royal Flush from Proto, but Pulsar would like to be able to clap back. It'll come down to Sapatic as El Chapagoob smells blood in the water, but he just needs to be careful. He needs help to deal with these strategies. We saw how Pink was able to fend for themselves, and that will be priority 1 to deny this Karmic Revival.
Okay, once again, going to be easy pickings here for 6. Everyone hiding away
What?
inside of a healing pool of the Jeff, and Frankie Boxing
Emily,
able to bubble
what
themselves.
the hell?
Dodges from everyone. Most of the FCC team only grabs their own team due to a nice fade that came out from a cloak and dagger. Sapatic on the off angle, easily able to try and farm down these Vanguards moving forward, letting the Devil out. They're caught within a nice Groot ultimate, and it seems that old Chabagoob once again has found the Devil within, unleashing it, and well, the tendrils of evil, they grab into the flesh of Team Peps and secure a second point.
I like this tug of war that Pulsar is doing. They've really decided to balance the aggression that they almost had too much of on
Good shit by
Celestial
Pulsar,
Husk
though.
and have been able to tilt the scales in their favor. Got to be careful of these Jeff ultimates, though, because the Groot can
Pulsar
mitigate
does
it
need
with
to
the
win
good
this. If we go to
Ironwood
another
Ball,
match 3
Frankie
chat
can
today, that would be
bubble,
awesome.
And Pink is on the prowl and is able to slow Pulsar down from the entry.
I mean, Pink showing off some real versatility here, but caught in a dark alley against Matthew Murdoch. There are much better places to be than that.
And Pulsar, they just want to be able to punish Pink if they overextend, but Kizaru's hungry.
Yeah, it's answered deep already by the Eternal Bond coming out from Baby Bat. Pink manages to find Tree Man and Eden low. The rest of his team disengaged, like, you know what? Have the tree, but let me live.
This is not a fun part of the map to try and break out of your own spawn because
We'll
the
get more
defense can
information
see
about the
you
story
respawn
chat.
and
I'm gonna
poke
get
you
Emily in here to tell us.
to your grave. And especially with the Venom, you need a little bit of higher ceilings than that, but the Gambit will bail you out.
All right, Frankie boxing. What can they do with the meteor? Right? Oh, it's straight
Oh my god, they deflected the Maggle!
Right
Did you
now.
see that? If
Caught
it hit him
on the
and
other
killed
side.
him, that would have been
Extra
insane.
damage from the Raging Royal Flush means that you still can't stand up to it, but I'll applaud the skill when I see it. Six trying to disengage. Shapatik says, absolutely not my son. I have no designs like that one. Looking in towards the Strange, just wants to get rid of that backline, giving his IMLK is forced in to just stop the cart momentarily.
Could be a good point for an It's Jeff ultimate from Lapsus. You got that drop off at the back left side, and it's the last 30 seconds to have a say. And Sapatik looks for an explosive start and doesn't get it.
Unbelievable stuff. Lepsis the TR's already taken on down Chabagu. Can they get out of here? A righteous cross, a quick duck and weave, but Pink's accuracy is far too high for this. 13 seconds remain, and now you've got to start considering, do we need to use a portal to get back on this? Tree Man's had to give up so much space.
The off-angling from Pink has been huge. Tree is getting farmed for every ounce of ult charge that they have, but Pulsar have got them weak.
And that's going to be the dance of the butterflies. El Chabagoob is in it alone, has to tank it all by themselves up above. The Galactic Legends see Lapsus Atilas cannot live for even more than a second as they're taken down by a frenzied arrival. The portal will surely be too late.
The fact that Emily accepted his number is a huge red flag, just saying.
Through. You can see the team Peps still had 2 strategist holes.
Brother, they put bagels in a bag. He wrote it on the receipt and threw it in the bag.
The bank
She didn't
was
even
healthy
know.
for
What?
Team Peps. The difference between the two Feast of Abyss that we saw between Kazaru and IMLK is that one had duelist ultimates to pile on top, the other one got piled on. IMLK with the Feast plus the Dance of the Butterflies and everything that was left, even a Galactic Legend just for the cherry on top. Team Peps had a great final stand, but could have even stopped Pulsar at point B even. I think there was a real chance to make this an even shorter push, so this is very achievable for Pulsar. They fixed up a lot of their macro errors that they were making back on Celestial Husk and are not so antsy, so greedy.
The fact
They
that
are
she
working
ordered
well as
bagels is a
team,
huge
and
red flag.
Chabagoob, despite not being flawless,
Technically,
is
I
getting
wanted to
more
order
help
it on
these guys towards
DoorDash.
the strategist line, and there's coordination around the game.
Emily, you're no longer able to go to that place.
Towards those initial win conditions and using that as their approach mechanic so that they can actually set El Chapagoop for success.
Interestingly here, Team Peps are going to be able to walk out with
The fact that she's
6
dating
and
J3 is
Protoss
already a huge red
on
flag.
both
What the
Starlord
hell?
and the Gambit, so they are going to be able to sync up their ultimates a little bit better. They had conspicuous desync on the defense because of
Chat,
course 6 and
the
started
Bagel
off on the
Man
Vanguard,
doesn't
so was
need
unable to carry through enough ult charge onto the
anyone.
Starlord to really
Fuck
be
that
able to
guy.
sync
He can
up
fuck his
with
bagels.
Protoss all
That's
the
the
time.
only hole he's gonna get.
I wouldn't even mind the Wolverine because when there's a fight on the high ground, if you're able to split people off, bring them to the mainstream.
Yo, Heartstuck Platish with the
Cause
massive 10
that
gifted
first
subs on
elimination
YouTube.
goes
Absolutely
through it.
insane. And
Oh,
JM Tally,
sneaky
appreciate the prime
with
sub.
it.
6 taking down Sabatek, and now just has control of his high ground. Look at the high ground control that Team Peps have right now. Absolutely uncontested. These Vanguards are in a very dangerous position because when you have control of that high ground, you can just force the strategists so far back and break that line of sight. Seems like there's no end in sight here. They want to try and get Chabagoob and get rid of that passive. Well, there may have been a rocket jump pack to try and cheese something there. Well, Chabagoob only gives up their life to make it happen.
Just gotta wait for everyone from Pulsar to be alive for this portal play. You need all 6 to be available. Now Chapagoop's back on the Wolverine. Look out for these tackles and look out for Pulsar's final stand here for point A.
Eyes on Protoss and 6 as well. That's going to be a deadly ult combo if it can't be dealt with by Kizaru on the other side. Pink trying to disengage, but staying close to Tree Man to continually generate that fury. Righteous Cross after Righteous Cross for slows the thick and fast as well. Chabagoob on the other side. Pink moving in towards the back. The dive is good. Can they get Lapsis or Tilas? Or even get the Gambit? That would be even better. But with no Sonic Pursuit ready to go just yet. They're waiting for a second play. Here comes 6 ready to go. This is the old combo we were talking about. If only they want to use it. But I think the damage has already been done. 3 players are down. So 6 just saves the ultimate. And it's going to be Gambit saving the day.
Yeah, Proto used it as soon as he earned it. They don't want to waste it.
Shit, I just missed the first point. Fuck, my bad, chat.
They're able to,
Sorry, I went to go get a
save the rest of their
thing.
ultimates for the marathon. This is now no longer a sprint. Momentum needs to be held here to see if you can have a better time bank for point C than Pulsar had. So I'd love to see some initiative. Team Peps are already in a position to do just that. They'll have Frankie on the front lines, but also because of the Daredevil from El Chapagoob is disrespecting Frankie, using his batons to beat Frankie into his grave despite the shields being up.
Raging Royal Flush for an early engage here, but disengage not quite fast enough from 6. Didn't have the right pathing. The remainder of Peps, I was going to say they're a touch luckier, but El Chapagoob says that their luck has run out. Even while blinded, it does nothing to Matt Murdoch. He
Bro,
can't even
I'm sorry, but when I watch Daredevil
That's
players,
why the initiative there was important from Team Peps. You don't
aim.
want to let Pulsar pull the trigger on these ultimates, namely that Raging Royal Flush, but Team Peps, they have a lot in the bank, but they need to get this Galactic Legend into a position on the high ground. So look for IMLK to dislodge Pulsar from this power position for 6 to really unleash. But the invisible boundary could
Daredevil melee players will look like just. No wonder they hate hit scan players, because hit scan takes aim.
Despite losing Pink, the Eternal Bond gives lots of space for Peps to try and work with on the bottom. And now that the invisible boundary is brought up, keep your eyes on 6. For a second, that one goes down. 6 is going to have an option to try and make it happen. Protoss already down. Frankie Boxing dragged on in by a strangling prison. And Tree Man decided that, you know what, we need to end this fight here and now.
A huge pick from El Chapagoob, too, to shut down 6 before he could unleash with that
El
Galactic Legend. We were
Chapagoob.
keeping our eyes.
Chapagoob.
What
a name,
vision
bro. What a
faded
name.
to black. And just love, of course, the end song from Pulsar, just to get kind of Team Peps on the edge of their seats to make them feel like they had to fight instead of maybe just take some cover. As now Team Peps, again, no invisible boundary to stop someone like 6, and he's got the Royal Flush with him.
Okay, 6 should be decimating everyone right now. There's no real shields to make it happen. Pink's finding the final blows. A forced disengagement is giving over so much space. Oh, love to
He
get
got
Legend
3
on the way
kills
out.
right there and 4 kills.
Waiting for that second strategist to respawn.
IMLK and Pink are syncing up so well, and able
Jesus.
to focus down these targets before they can replenish and get back to their strategist. But the job's not done, and we're knowing there's a flanker back here. Guys, he's caught wall hack for a reason, and Team Peps may just think about taking a 6v5 fight before that flank really develops. But Team Peps need to make a decision fast.
Okay, coming in from the back, Frankie Boxing floats above it all up.
Appreciate it, Insane.
All of the strategists have evaporated under the pressure that Pink brings to this one. Tree Man can't deal with the double batons, the Billy clubs, the bully clubs, and it's bullying for certain. He's just a little Flora Colossus. He can't deal with all this damage. And it has to be Legend coming back quickly with the portal. Someone else has to swap over onto a strategist here. Maybe you can try and make it happen, but no. Instead, they just reset the other way.
Strong time bank going into the
Oh my god, you know what I should do?
Well, and Team
I should
Peps
text
can
the number.
kick
Hey, when's the
off
next time you're
with
working?
the
And then
Eternal
I go next
Bond,
time with
which
Emily.
really lays down the path to victory, and Pulsar need to find a way to stop it. Of course, the Raging Royal Flush has been a guaranteed fight for Pulsar every single time, and Lapsus ain't wasting time.
Yeah, no time wasted right here. Instantly in towards the back line. Here comes the Phoenix.
Nah.
It's a little bit shallow, as it has been everyone hiding inside for now. Frankie Boxing is going to be the only one to fall, but the rest of Team Peps back off, and now Pulsar can set up on this choke.
And a spawn camp here is very possible when you're able to have a Groot that can wall people up, and even strangling prison. But Baby Bat just needs to not get caught by that, but that Eternal Bond is not going to be effective. But here's the Raging Royal Flush from Proto.
Moving in once again, great grab onto 6, but the damage is too much. The Tree Man can't sustain through the extra damage that's given on over. It's the Righteous Cross after Righteous Cross. He's so mobile, he's so difficult to dissuade from this one. But the entire time, Kizaru stopped the cart from moving forward, so there will be another fight.
good communication from Peps on these Raging Royal flushes. They break out of spawn and they make things swift, and they have more win conditions in tow. And that, again, that internal bond plus the Galactic Ledge. You don't have a strangling prison that you have to worry about. You just need to command the space that you have. This is for the win.
Galactic Legend up above, unable to convert here onto Babyback, keeps herself alive for now. And while the Groot isn't the optimal target here, seems like it's the only one that Six can find. Pink goes too far, caught by a Spore Bomb, and Six has gone too far as well. What a pull coming through from Legend. Midway through that spin, there was no way to try and cancel that one out, and Team Peps overextended and punished.
If Pulsar holds this,
You're
chat, that's
trapped in
gonna be
here
fucking
with me,
massive.
bud. And that is a great way to deal with a melee brawler like the Daredevil. The hesitation from Baby Bad on how to really carve out that path when there's so many Groot walls in your way. But surely this will be the fight to rule them all. Only a minute left though, and this is still anyone's game.
Shabagoon attempts at a mugging, but it's just going to let the devil out in response, blinding all who are near. Stay within Baby Bat's ultimate though, and you shall remain safe. Counters coming on in. Everything is going to be
a lot of devils are coming out.
Boxing above it all, finds the Legend, stops the ult. The healing is all gone. With Sapatic and Tree Man down now, it's desperation.
No way.
Pulsar, I think
that looks like it's a GG's though. I think that's a GG's. There's no way. I don't think Pulsar can touch. No, they can't touch. GG's, chat. Team Peps actually did win.
It's a race for a contest with Tree Man moving through, but they can't make it in time, and Team Peps sweep the series.
Peps is coordinating so well on those ultimates.
Team Peps. Oh, and a lot of you guys put your money on Pulsar, chat.
That makes the dream work, especially where that
a lot of you guys put your money on Pulsar, bro. You guys
forced Pulsar into such an uncomfortable position.
Peps won, right? I'm not high, right? Okay, yeah, Peps won.
Okay. Something like a Daredevil, which El Chapago versus Pink, I could watch that 1v1 all day, but only one stood out, and I would say Pink was, at least in terms of the final hits. The damage tells a different story.
Pink is actually insane. 39 and 10, 23 final hits.
A lot of these fights in the neutral.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Pink and IMLK were a dynamic duo when it came to those dives. Up to Satilas and Sid Legend, they were consistently under assault. Lapsus walking away with 10 casualties. We can bring Vod back in here to see how he felt about that series, and we certainly are going to have plenty to talk about.
I mean, Sapatic as well, 32 and 9 with 12 final hits. I mean, he kind of did pop. I mean, Tree Man too.
The big difference I would say between these two teams in this final map was having the one-sided Star-Lord. That is just, you can't allow that to happen, especially when there's a Gambit on the field available to Team Peps, and Team Peps seem to just have the composition locked down. So congrats to them for getting their first win, of course, keeping the dream alive, for making it into that group stage. And unfortunately for Pulsar, talking about that, they won't be making it into the group stage. Them going 0-4 now cements them to be towards the bottom two in the standings.
Damn.
Kind of play spoiler in their last
0-4.
Talking more about this matchup, I mean, Six looked amazing. Pink, we got to talk about the flexibility of this player, like having the Daredevil and the Phoenix on lock that we saw from the last map into this one. Not many players can say that they can do that.
Yeah, I agree. And
that sucks, chat. That sucks. 0-4.
I was surprised that Pink was the one that was like that ultimate carry, because oftentimes it was Six that you invest all these ultimates into, and I think on the other side there was a lot of focus into trying to prevent Six from really developing, whether it's shutting them down before the Galactic Legend or whatever it was. Pink really showed up on the Daredevil play.
Yeah, the Daredevil play definitely making a huge difference here, but of course it's a full team effort that we saw from the squad. I mean, both the duelists, the back line, keeping them sustained through all of the damage that was being dealt out by Pulsar. And Pulsar, to their credit, they were putting some good pressure against Team Peps. They almost went all the way to that final point. Unfortunately, like they could not secure it there at the end.
Yeah, not being able to make it happen at the end. I think that Pink being able to play on the Daredevil as well allowed for much greater fight planning, because you know that Chabagoob's always going to be lurking like up on a wall or behind maybe behind some crates somewhere, under a cardboard box perhaps, if you want to emulate a different game. And having that perfect information about where Chabagoob's going to be coming from, I think was a huge boon for Team Peps and how they started to plan all of these fights. And I think in the end, better planning and economy is what allowed them to make it all the way towards
Is Pulsar Esports a college team? Does anyone know?
It's like losing control of the Times Square station midway through. I was like, okay, maybe they might be cooked here. This is a very difficult area to siege. But Baby Bat makes some great choices with the. With
Does
the
anyone know
Eternal
anything
Bond.
about
I think
Pulsar
was
Esports?
Crucial for being able to claim space. She was really making sure that
Is it a
ultimate was
college?
always getting value, as well as.
Or is it like
calling
an
for good
organization?
heal from Frankie? We saw a bubble from Frankie onto Baby Bat, completely no-sell a Tree Man Ultimate, who was hoping to just drag Baby Bat out of her ult AoE and cancel that in the moments while she's rooted outside of it, but great nullification.
Yeah, and Baby Bat just also taking the time to not feel rushed with those eternal bonds towards the end, and they had the time. They had what, 3 minutes for that final final point, so that was really great. But just to point out that Team Peps also kind of made some compositional changes, and not in terms of who, but more of the player that was actually on the hero. Because a lot of the times it was Six that usually plays the Phoenix, the Star-Lord with the Gambit and things like that. But today it was more of Pink stepping up, being on the Daredevil, even playing some of the Star-Lord himself, although Six ended up on the Star-Lord here today. It was cool to just kind of see how they were working around the sometimes limited hero pools and how they're able to bring their strengths on display.
I think that's the great thing about this preseason, right? It gives teams time to find their strengths, figure out their rhythm throughout the preseason, then going into stage one.
Small
it
org?
will be a little bit
Okay.
different, of course, to remind everyone they'll be
and
on
Molly,
the next
appreciate that.
patch,
Prime
so
Sub and
there'll
Shot
be
Wars.
two
for
different
2 months,
heroes that
appreciate
we'll
it.
have in the new map, but
What game is
aside from that,
next?
you can kind of figure out the synergy between your team members, and that's the big thing.
This is
for
actually,
these
I think, going to be a
players.
good
Kind of
game.
similar to
Verdice
the
Pro against
invitational that we
Vision.
had
I think both
earlier
teams are
on, and now
undefeated
we
right
get
now.
to see the actual preseason action leading into that first stage that'll happen in May.
I think
But
Vision has not
Pulsar,
lost yet.
again, even though they're out of the running for the playoffs, they still have one more match to go for them. So something to look forward to for them to, learn from, take that experience. They're playing against Na'Vi in that one tomorrow. So best of luck to them in that series. But I feel like they've continued to look a little stronger and stronger here leg day.
Yeah, like.
I don't like the place anymore.
I think Team Peps are at least looking great. My understanding right
I'll
here,
throw it
Team Peps, I'm actually newly enthused about this team. Like,
Oh, come
there was
come
a
tell
lot
us
of
about the
hope
story, though.
When against Na'Vi, they had a very good Celestial pass.
This is an interview with you and me now. Come on. What happened? Come here. Come here. What happened?
Happened. I went to, I was just standing in line.
I don't think chat can hear you.
Oh.
So that's why I sit down.
I was standing in line,
Okay.
and you know how when the line is really long, they have the bagel employees like come and take your order.
Okay.
And so this guy who looks way younger than me.
Is he taller than me? Does he have more hair than me?
I don't know. He was wearing a hat.
He's hiding. At least my shit's out there, bro. He's hiding. Okay.
Yeah. And you know me, like I was out there with my sweatpants. Like I was just wearing sweats. I was looking very scrubby, and like I wouldn't even think like, oh wow, this guy's flirting. But he was very nice, and then said that he'll get the bagels out right away. Next time I'll make sure I say, oh yeah, an everything bagel for my husband.
No. At least you could have told him to pay for the bagel so we don't have to, but you know.
But I didn't get any of those signs. Or maybe I'm just like really, oblivious at this point. I was not. I was watching your TikToks when I was in line.
Did you tell him to subscribe at least?
Babe, like I didn't. It's not like that.
You should have told him to subscribe.
Okay, you know what? Next time he hits on me and asks why.
Wait, what do you mean next time? What are you? Huh? You're not going back there. What the hell? What the hell you mean next time? No. What the fuck? Hell no. Are you going to the gym right now? No, you're not. No, you're staying home today unless you're going to the gym with my dad or my brother. Take a chaperone. Thinks she's going to the gym by herself. Chat. Can someone DM me on what do you call it? Can someone DM me on what do you call it? Discord, or send something in the sub chat about a website where you can like make a shirt. I want to put my fucking face right on a shirt, and she is not allowed to go anywhere outside without that shirt. Thank you. Appreciate it, chat.
You kind of reverse sweep your group stage and make that moment yours.
I mean,
I'm gonna put my face on the shirt and have the 3 cats and say these are also my children.
To our strengths, we don't have to think about other teams that much. We just do what we do, and I think it's gonna work out.
Working out pretty well so far. Well, thank you, Frankie Boxing, for joining us. We're not going to take up too much more of your time. We'll see you on the flip side tomorrow.
He's balder than you?
Thank you.
Hey, he looks good! Who cares about hair?
That
Hair
was
is
the
overrated.
Angela Goat himself, Frankie Boxing, and I respect it. It's so fun to have that aerial superiority against the
My
other
girlfriend
team.
bought
I'm a Vanguard
boxer
main
shorts with her
myself,
face
so
on it for
it's
my
a lot of
birthday.
fun.
Oh, that's a pretty
really
funny.
proficient
That's a
on
pretty
it. It's
funny
exactly
gift.
what we see on Celestial Husk every time. So I don't know. Maybe we need to see some bans or something like that. But Lemon, I mean, they have a lot of potential for their last series that are coming up this weekend.
Yeah, and these next matches that they have are super winnable, whether it gets Alter or Shikigami. I think the Shiki one is going to be the toughest one. But, you know, Frankie doesn't need to dive when he's got IMLK on the Venom. So I love that this team has a lot of trust in each other because that's what's going to survive at the end of the day.
Well, we do have more matches to go after this one. The next one on the docket is the battle of the V-names. Vision versus Verdice Pro. You don't want to miss it. 2 undefeated teams after this.
2 undefeated teams, chat. 2 undefeated teams. Let me see. Vid, EMEA. It is VP versus VSN. 2 undefeated teams. There you go. Nice, nice.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet.
Oh my god, my chat actually did it. Custom ink. Wait. Here, Jay. Blue cotton. Okay, custom t-shirts. Your design here. Oh my god. And it's 100% cotton, is it? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, what should we do here? Ultra Cotton Tee 4.2. Oh, let's see. Which one do we like? Soft Style Tee? What is that made out of? Design. No. I want to see. Wait, go back. Heavy cotton t-shirt. Dry blend 50/50. Chat, what would be better, soft style tee or ultra cotton tee? This one is 0.20 cents. It's 20 cents more. Ultra cotton? Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's do a black shirt. Start designing. Have 3 days. Does it really matter? Next. Yes, black. My design. Ooh, do I even have a... Oh, we have 7 minutes? Oh, okay, we could actually spend our time doing this. Chad, does anyone have a face of me? I have a lot of gifts, but no, I think I have a funny photo. You have one of me? Hit me with it.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Waiting.
Screen print or embroidery? No, probably screen print, right? Okay, how do I... Okay, how do I go next? Choose a location. Front. Can you add text? I don't think you can add text.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping those.
Oh wait, I accidentally added two front artworks. I don't know how to do this shit, chat. This looks very confusing. How do I delete this? Oh, whatever. Damn, you could buy youth extra small all the way up to 5XL. I'm not gonna use that face though, bro. Chat, I don't want to use that face. Milkshake, appreciate Master Prime sub. Yeah, but like, I wish... Can someone do me a favor? Is anyone here good at editing? Can someone take out the white box for me? I think if you take out the white box, it would look a lot better. I'm gonna post this image in my sub chat if anyone wants to. Wait, what the fuck is this?
Clear the way.
Yo, it's gonna be it's gonna be in my sub chat or in photos. Can someone edit that for me? I don't know how to do it. Thank you. Appreciate you. No, I think we have to redo this. Okay, we still have 4 minutes, chat. We still have 4 minutes. We still have 4 minutes, so we're good. Make it official merch? No, bro. There's no way I can make that official. You guys wouldn't want that shirt, bro. Trust me. Really? Why would you guys want a shirt with me on the mic? Oh, predictions. Yeah, you're right. Get your predictions in, chat. We have Verdice Pro against... What was it? BSN. Vision, right? BSN. Get your predictions in, chat. Get your predictions in. Get your predictions in. Cinnarins, appreciate the massive 38 months. Appreciate it. And Milkshake, appreciate the massive prime sub. Absolutely insane. Welcome. Appreciate it, guys. I swear to God, I didn't get paid on the last one. If you voted on the last one, you should get paid. Wait, what's the bet looking like here? 1.6 million on Verdice Pro, 100,000 on VSN. If VSN actually does somehow win, that's a 1-to-17 return ratio. Wow. That is wild. That is indeed very wild.
Clear the way. Feel the pull. Disappear.
No. Wait, Emily, do you know how to take out a background? Can you take out the background on that photo so I can put it on the shirt? Thank you. Oh wait, you already did it. Oh, you did one. I just can't have that background. This is a good one though. I like this one, but I don't know how to... Why does it have to change my color? Add a location. Right sleeve. Wait, can you do more? Add a location. Left sleeve. What the?
Well, we've had 2 battles of the
Oh
first
shit, the
letter
games are coming back,
names,
chat. Sorry.
because we had
Reset.
Rad versus Reason, We have Peps versus Pulsar, and now it's our third one, Verdice Pro versus Vision Esports. But both these teams looking to secure their spot in the playoffs. We have, of course, the current reigning world champions in Verdice Pro facing off against the new kids on the block in Vision Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Lemon, I mean, what can we expect from this Vision team who's also been undefeated so far?
Well, Vision have shown so much.
Okay, chat, we
creativity
are
and
about
so
to
much
have a
versatility,
great
especially their
game right here.
strategy
We're about to
side.
have a great game right
so
here.
That's fun. They have
2
explored different lines
undefeated
of
teams
Adam and
playing
even a
against
double
each
or
other.
triple strategy
I think
lines. They
Verdice Pro is
really
going to
the
win.
single compositions Vision come out with. They also prioritize protecting the Elsa as much as they can for someone like Zerx, who has really impressed me on the duelists, and not even showing favoritism to something like Loki, which feels like every team plays Loki if they can. So I think
Do you
this
add
team
the same
Vision has
image to the
surprised
back
a
though,
lot of
chat?
people based
I
on
don't think you
results
add the
they
same
had.
image to the back.
That is the case, but they've relatively had an easier
I think
schedule,
you only
some
put
could
it on
say,
one
compared to
side.
the
I
rest.
think
Now
you
they're
put it
going
on
to
the either
Gauntlet.
the
They're
front
facing
or the
off against
back.
the
I
world
think the front
champions
is
here,
better.
leg day. I mean, there's so much to expect from this
I think just
Verdice
the
Pro
front.
team, but it feels like this meta was purpose-built for them almost.
I mean, like, we've seen a lot of Daredevil. A good hit scan is everything, and as far as I'm aware, Spark is still #1 in the world, baby. The Grand Finals MVP yet to really be topped when it comes to being a top-tier duel. They're still the champs. They haven't really made any changes in the offseason. They hibernated for a while, didn't play in any officials, didn't play in any of the
Took a
tournaments
vacation.
that were cropping up. Yeah, like they managed like the worker burnout, you know? You're like, okay,
What size?
we won it all. We don't need to prove ourselves right now. We're gonna hibernate like bears, and then we'll awaken in the spring, ready
That's
to
a good
hunt
shirt.
anew.
Yeah, and they actually had some close matches last week, if I dare to say. There was a round between them and Reason Gaming on Hell's Heaven domination, where it was 100-99, and that could have really gone the distance.
This
But like
looks
you said,
good.
vacation or not, they did not sleep. They have been on the grind, and they got Coach
What
EQO,
size
who
would
is
I
just a
get?
veteran like the
For
rest
large.
of the old heads on this team, and you have that kind of player perspective that can really elevate Verdice Pro, and they've been all friends for so many years beyond even Marvel Rivals that you can't deny the chemistry this team has too.
Definitely the longest standing roster in Marvel Rivals esports history, and continuing to go that way. If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it, and that's what the motto seems to be for this Verdice Pro team. But looking on the other side of things, Vision Esports, again, they had
Okay,
some
let's see
players
this.
that came from Crownfall. They became the Lions in MRC, and then were picked up post-haste into the guest slot that they earned themselves for Vision Esports. And now they're trying to show the world that they are a team to not be underestimated. And even on the prediction side of things, we saw, I think it was somewhere around like 20% of people were thinking they had potential to be the top of their group, and they've proved everyone right so far. I mean, 2-0 to start things off. A little bit of a struggle against Crownfall, but they are going up against the behemoths
undefeated
that are Verdice Pro, rocking the
reigning
jerseys and all the
champs,
swagger
chat.
that you could expect from the world champions here. Like Day, this is a team that we're yet to see really struggle too much in any of these maps.
Yeah, like I had my
Saipei looks too happy, bro. He looks too happy.
But honestly, I said Spark is the best duelist in the world. Saipei, for my money, might be the best player in the world. It is like Saipei is kind of unparalleled when it comes to experimentation with new strategists. I'm expecting big things from potentially a White Fox play here, as Saipei is likely the one to pick that up on this roster, and I'd love to see them get a little bit more experimental now that we're playing on the hotfix with her buffs.
Yeah, not even playing the White Fox with a Venom. Like they played it with a Magneto and a Rogue too. So it's VP are so ban-proof because they could literally play anything from 3-3.
Oh,
to
Fat Daddy
3-1-2
Jones, by the way,
to
appreciate massive 7 months. How you
2-1-3,
doing?
like,
Came
all
over from the
numbers.
YouTube to put all
But
my money on
Vision,
Verdice
I'm
Pro.
really surprised
Hey,
to see
appreciate it,
surprise them,
appreciate
at
it.
least for
Welcome, my
me,
friend.
especially with that win over Crownfall. They definitely are climbing in the power rankings, and I look towards Gainer as a top Deadpool player, in my opinion, at least the fan pool, because he puts out just as much damage as a duelist, if not more. So my eyes are on Gainer for this match.
Gainer definitely the sneak pickup for this team, and I think a big question mark that a lot of people had going into the Ignite preseason was how Team Vision would build themselves back up after we saw them have to say goodbye to 3 of their players due to the age limits for Ignite. So they've still rebuilt around this roster, look really solid, and are saying they're getting prepared for future stages based on that as well. But Krakoa we go to kick things off again. This is kind of a fan favorite for a lot of people on Domination, so both these teams have plenty of experience on it. But in terms of composition here, Leg Day, I mean, what are you expecting to see the most from this Virtus Pro roster?
Anything. Next question.
Yeah, see, I respect
honest
it.
to goodness, that's the real thing. Like, this is the most flexible roster in the world. The answer is anything. You can't ban them, move along.
Exactly.
Also, just the Syla from Satam is, I think, one of the better ones we see. Zerx is on my eyes as a potential future top duelist if he could really have a team come together around him. And Batter plays a lot of Angela on Krakoa Domination.
I don't know if this is going to be close, chat. I don't know.
So
what is the
look out for
age
Batter
limit?
on this
Age limit to
Angela, 'cause
what?
It's such a good anchor and it's such a good nuisance. And if you can cause somehow chaos in the VP bank, then it could be a real chance.
What's the late age limit in Ignite? I don't think there's an age limit.
And join a rad esport at
You could be 90 years old if you're goated at the game. I think you can play professionally. Are you guys talking about like a requirement? You have to be like 16 years or older or something.
All right, heading into Domination map as always. Neutral ground, random.
You could be too young, but you can't be.
Able to pick this map up, but we are going to.
I don't think there's an age limit yet.
Soon, and the question is, are Virtus Pro and Vision Esport once again going to go down the classic?
I'm pretty sure you can't be under 16 years old in pro play. Yeah, you can't be under 16.
It seems like in the off time,
I think they kind of like mixed up their words there, but I don't think there's a limit.
That too, and like I mentioned earlier,
if I wanted to play pro, chat at 31, you could probably play pro.
So VP can't just lay low once they get that first pick. You may
okay, let's get this.
Where that res beacon is going to
Virtus Pro bans and saves
the
Elsa.
These fights as a Rocket player, usually combined with a Jeff when it comes to Krakoa. That was the consistent strat line that Vision liked, and Satam really likes his Psylocke. So do VP consider these, I mean, pretty consistent picks from Vision, or even are they threatened at all by what they pick?
All right, once again, we're gonna see Elsa versus Gambit here. It seems like thus far, in the small data set we have, the Gambit teams tend to win out this matchup. But Virtus Pro is a different beast entirely. They're going to prioritize a Loki ban here to make sure there's no double Raging Royal Flush, which would just be too many Gambit ultimates to try and deal with. But Gambit ult has had a couple of really substantial nerfs, including the duration in Season 7, which has made it a little bit easier to deal with.
Queen! Appreciate it, massive new tier 1 sub. Oh, yeah, shit. My bad.
You're letting Sparker on Elsa?
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. And it's not like you could just say, hey, Batter, go tackle the Elsa. Like, you're just gonna get blown up. And Gainer on the Deadpool, that's gonna be a pretty important one on the other side. And I don't know how that's gonna fare against an Elsa, because there's only one sturdy bubble that you have for Deadpool.
Okay, getting rid of that top tier combo as well of the Raging Royal Flush and the Star-Lord's Galactic Legend. We are going to see Vanpool on both sides as well, and we know that both Nevix and Fincy can play that one, and removing the Invisible Woman as well. There's a lot of constraints on the Vanguards here for Virtus Pro, but I'd love to see Saipe bring out this White Fox. I know that he's been streaming a good amount of it and getting the hours in, and if Chorizo wants to team up on the Lunar Snow and get that extra, like, Fox Spectral Surge team up going...
I just don't think you can ban out anyone on Virtus Pro, though, chat. So they're going to take away the Gambit for, you know, Saipe, but I don't think... Like, Saipe can play literally anything.
That rogue from Gainer, but that was removed, so Vision are just going to have to alter their composition a little bit, but... Will they pay the ultimate price, though, of letting Sparker on the Elsa, while Saipe will show us just how strong the White Fox is in this new patch? And Dritro on the Jeff, well, just to speed everybody probably out of spawn, but Nevix has been a relentless Venom, while Vision, I wouldn't say play a whole lot of Venom, maybe Gainer and Batter trade off on those roles, but it's not going to be what they're leaning on today.
Well, my source may be that I made it up and I saw it in a dream, but I think Vision Esports is one of our youngest teams here as well, whereas Verdice Pro is by far the oldest. It's definitely
damn, youngest versus oldest, one of the oldest. Chat, who wins, the veterans or the newbies? I hope the I'm voting for Verdice Pro, bro, because they're representing the olds.
I look towards Zerx to have his best day ever, and you're gonna have to peak against the world champions here of Verdice Pro, but already a forward position here for Verdice Pro as they lead the charge.
Symbolic Shenanigans buys a lot of space. In goes the Venom Dive, and here comes Thive with a second engagement here. A quick movement forward with the Sonic Pursuit is all that you need. And well, look at that, just so much space taken away. Virtus Pro move as a
well, that looked a little too easy for Virtus Pro.
There are multiple survivors here from Vision Esports. They're lacking one of their players, and re-communicating with them is going to be quite difficult. Trigo gets a double off the joyful splash, by the way. Quite the stream from the Frenchman, and it's drowning away Vision.
And Dritro sticks with the Jeff, where when the fight is so clumped like that, you're getting piercing damage, piercing heals, and I don't think we really see Dritro on this, usually on the Mantis, but that's been banned out, and you just saw how impactful this is going to be when you can also toss people off the map. So a lot of eyes are on Batter on how you're going to try and prevent this with the mag bubbles, but Virtus Pro lead fights with such confidence, and Vision need to bring their mentals in check. You have to look at DP
does everyone
as
actually
a
have
team,
or
you're just going to go in.
Is that something in the watching? What do you mean? Does
Sparker
anyone
has
actually have
stacks of Hunter's Instincts?
I'm pretty sure some of their main accounts have. Oh, are you talking about the?
On the dash.
You're talking about the banners, like the Lord or Champion? Yeah, I'm pretty sure some of them have it on the main, but no, this is a preview server.
Damage anyway. Apex Predator ready to go, but is it even needed since Zerx and Rex are already down, and the rest of Vision shortly to join them, and the world champions seem to have absolutely no chill to begin with here.
And you barely see these health pools from Virtus Pro drop because of the important team up between Jeff, Venom, and Deadpool. So this was something that Vision needed to try and break apart, but they have the Deadpool as well, but a very different strat line. The win condition of the Gambit, Raging Royal Flush is what you're leaning on. Rex needs to bring a fight win here for Vision Esports.
There was certainly a lot of sparks there, getting Zerx rather close to their ultimate, but Hugo's just too evasive right now and does have double team-ups as well. The interdimensional toy box and the symbolic shenanigans mean that you do have a lot of oh my buttons on the Jeff. Good dodge away from the incoming ultimate. They are going to answer out here with the Gambit. Can you eat any of these players is the question. Zerx stands above it all, but might well run out of the duration of the extra damage before it comes on down. Rex in a danger.
Yeah, you know what? That. Oh no. Oh no, chat, you can't do it to them, bro. You can't do it to them. Who wins? Who wins? The old guys who are experienced and know what the hell they're doing? Or the kids who are still trying to figure out life, chat? Hey, I'm gonna say, hey, do it for the old guys. Come on. Come on, Verdice.
But Virtus Pro, I mean, they have such strong team-ups, they have strong coordination, and the only chance is kind of take advantage of this White Fox. But I mean, Saipe is buffed as ever. Man, Dritro is buffed as ever. That's a big head right there. Oh my god. But Virtus Pro are proving why they're the world champion.
Really in the big head lobby right now. And Dritro's team-ups are getting so much more value than even before, given that we are in the global alt generation nerf, and when you don't have as many access, if we don't have as much access to those strategist ultimates for great sustain, you really are getting so much value from having these kind of pseudo ultimates off the team ups, having this huge amount of healing on tap from both the interdimensional toy box and especially the short cooldown of the symbolic shenanigans.
3, 2, 1.
The Angela from Batter. I'm really stoked about this to see who they could pull out of Virtus Pro into a fight they may not be ready for, and how Gainer can use these bubbles to maybe split off some of the resources. But Saipe can just get involved in the action and teleport and try to guard everybody. And Zerx is on the Bucky. We don't get to see that every day. It's nerf and it's not as strong as other duelists, but the pull and the neutrals are so strong.
Oh, the Devil Unleashed just means so much damage.
Oh man. man. Oh man, this actually this looks bad. I do feel bad though, chat. I do feel bad. Virtus Pro, these are two undefeated teams. Two undefeated teams, and Virtus Pro is like playing with them, bro. They're literally just playing with them.
Vision side, when you have a Bucky pull, you have a shove from the Angela, but Virtus Pro, they just bring the party to you. They're happy to approach you and to just beat you to your grave with the Daredevil. I think that's why Fi is flexed so well around Sparker's hero pool, namely just give him the Elsa and make him look good. But Fi also is impactful on this team, whether it's to be the third strategist, to be the Daredevil, to even be the triple Vanguard. Fi can play any role, and that's why Virtus Pro are so ban-proof, and they got really good team-ups for this. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Vision.
Oh, it's a three-person arrival with a Solar Corrosion just on top of it all. An attempt to try and pocket the Invisible Woman through this using the Rage of Ultron seems to work out for now, but Satab just...
Oh, good trap. Vision looks like they're lost right now. Why was there Bucky playing with Virtus Pro's team?
I don't like that because it's such a good win condition.
Are there any female pro players, J3? Yes, there's a few.
Charge too, because it feels like they're already at the end of the road. You have no safe island to sit on because Virtus Pro are diving you as soon as they see you.
Okay, skill issue given over to Sparker. This guy has very few skill issues though, moving in towards the back line yet again. Guess who's in danger? The Cellular Corrosion does a bunch of damage and Fincy's just thrown over into the fight. That's quite the ultimate coming through there from Dreamer. Says, you know what, Fincy, don't worry, bruv. I've got your mobility on lock. Go get him, King.
Yeah, who cares about what Hulk throwing Wolverine or whatever team up there is when the Jeff can just throw you into the fight. This is a new level of aggression that VP have brought to this, seconds away from making this a 200-0 domination. Vision, you gotta claw your way back.
Wake up, honey. New dive just dropped. Satab waiting at the back. The Imperative Pact is going to give over quite a bit of additional damage. Oh, they get the grab on Nevix. This could be something. That's a big...
Oh, good hook. Good hook.
As well, but now you got to deal with a second wave of fire coming around the back. Loses too much health, and so has to back off for the moment. The Vision Sport needs to be on the objective at all points right here. Rex uses the Soul Resurgence, and it seems like a skill issue was given over from Fincy, but we don't know on to whom right now. Sci-Fi unleashes the Kumiho, but 900 HP doesn't last long against the continuous...
Oh, wait, they actually might cap. They might cap, chat. It's not going to be a 200% to 0. Which is good for Vision, bro. Good for Vision.
Necessary. It seems like Virtus Pro are going to cede over the point and disengage for now.
Wow, I didn't think it was possible to win a fight against VP, but Vision have done it.
Hey, they won a fight, at least.
To pull that Venom before the escape, after the passive has been chunked through. Look at Zergs to have, again, another impact. When you can defend the point and then look for hooks, you get to decide when VP are going to fight rather than the other way around. But, of course, Apex Predator has always been a banger for Sparker. And despite the Strat ultimates, I don't know if they can stop it.
What a map wrap already coming out. That's going to be the Zartrox. I imagine it has been burnt down by Satan with the huge damage can come out from the Rage of Ultron. But it's a real mess in the back right here. Fincy demands attention. And when we look towards Fincy, not looking at Fi, the Kraken Impact moves in on to the Venom. Nice double shot.
They didn't ban Elsa because they banned Gambit first, chat. So then that way Virtus Pro saved Elsa. It's pick your poison, basically.
But it's getting worse and worse as Nevix and Fincy move in towards the back. The double Vanguard dive is just too meaty to try and cut through. Even if you've got the sharpest knife in your hands, Sparker is quite the incising tool when it comes to getting rid of metal flesh and metal bones. Beta's the next one to fall on down. Fire makes an
hey, I think Vision did well.
Spider-Man and a quick eat on some portal casting. Doctor
I mean,
Strange
you are going against
kick from the map.
Virtus Pro, but I think they did pretty well.
Winter Soldier 2 from Zergs is that because of the team up from Jeff with Venom and Deadpool, you have so much shared healing, so it's so hard to get these health pools even low enough to get the executes from the Kraken Impact. But I did like the neutral game from Vision. There was some inkling, some good ideas of execution to pull this Nevix Venom to try and punish him on his escapes, but that was only one death. And what, a total of 5 deaths, or make it 4 actually, from the VP side. So incredible resilience, and doing it with what, mostly 2 strategists, not even needing 3, I believe.
They only had 4 kills, chat, in total. They only had 4 kills, dude.
Actually take a fight and not get 200-0'd, but it took a whole lot of effort.
Well, I think we can all agree, Fi going 22-2 50% of a team's casualties. Bro is
And Saipe played Fox in Pro Play chat.
Unacceptable.
Yo, Jay, hello. What's the schedule for this? I'm pretty sure it's on their Twitter, but I don't know the schedule on the top of my head. They just show it every now and then. Pretty sure it's on their Twitter. How you doing, Tim? Or I guess that will be Whips.
Which was able to get some interesting plays over a team like
they show the schedule for nah, it's me. Oh, I thought it was Whips.
Didn't work out here against Verdice Pro.
They show the schedule in a little bit, I think.
We saw one ult from as Saipe didn't really feel too much pressure to use it until they were in danger of losing the point. The White Fox seemed to be doing fairly well
after they're
cover
done
these rotations rather well.
Oh, someone in chat had it. Thank you, Horam.
I can understand the wanting to go for the double damage boost with the Ultron and the Mantis, just so that Zergs or just anybody for that matter could have enough burst to get.
Yo, what's up, Cyan? How you doing? How you doing?
Jeff healing and whatever else. The sustain from DP was next level, but like I pointed out, also Daner is a huge proponent of damage. As the Deadpool came out, what his second most amount of damage on his team, had a nice.
I think it's easier if you find it on. You guys are giving him the Liquidpedia though. I'm pretty sure it's easier if you see if you send the tweet. I'm pretty sure it's a Twitter.
Now that we go over the replays, I hope we get to see what the almost the team grab on the Apex Predator from Sparker to drag him out of the invisible boundary on that first round. Now that is flawless.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so smart looking at all that. But you know what? I know how to deal with this one. Saipe very accurate as well with those Fox primary.
Logie Warren, Preacher Massive 12 months. How you doing, my friend?
Play right here. And I don't
want to give everyone their points for voting VP. Everyone knows the outcome after that. Nope. Vision can still come back and win this.
After all the other damage was being done. So great target focus there from Verdice Pro as well.
All the invisible boundary, it's doing its job, but you just cannot let Sparker have the Elsa or it is over. And depending on where Vision want to go to next, the series could be over very soon.
Oh, wow. They actually just cut that right there. They cut the casters off and just put it to a break, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. They cut the casters off. Okay, you might be able to see the schedule right now. This is EMEA though. NA doesn't start till like 5 p.m. Oh wait, first they have to do their selling. They have to get to their selling real quick, chat.
Clear the way. Feel the pull. Disappear.
Okay, this. Okay, I got myself 2 shirts. I just want to see if it I just want to see the quality of the shirts. Server mentioned, did someone say Northern Virginia? Chat, stop. Okay, cool. Sorry. I wanted to buy the shirts, chat. That's what I was doing right now. Sorry. How did the t-shirt come out? You guys will see it probably in a week or so. I just want to see what it looks like. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'll buy a Dallas t-shirt if you buy me an Oregon chat. Stop. Holy, I am late to the party. What's up, Rin? Yeah, we've been live for 4 hours. Ooh, is this the thing that you want me to show chat? Oh.
Well, that was
Oh,
a
that is
blink and
nice.
you
Did
miss
you do
it
that on
moment
purpose?
for domination on Krakoa, but it was nice to see a little bit more resistance towards the latter half of that second point there, Lemon.
Yeah, I think the choice of the Bucky was a nice neutral fight addition to try and maybe have that extra punish against the Venom, which we saw a glimpse of one death. For
Look
a
at
Venom
him, bro.
because
He
of
looks
that.
good.
But Zerg's really struggled to have impact on the Kraken impact when the health pools were just so strong, or so healthy, I should say, because of the Jeff, Deadpool, and Venom team up that they had. So.
If the t-shirt comes out nice, are we gonna get J3 merch? Chat, I literally just put my face on a t-shirt. I don't think that's gonna be J3 merch, bro. No one's gonna want a face of J3 on their shirt.
Targeted with all the strategist bans from Vision, and it just seemed like that wasn't enough for you to now aura farm us as well.
Yeah, I didn't mean
No.
to hit you with me old handrail gun. but,
D-Bert!
unfortunately,
Appreciate the
here
massive
we
gift and
are,
sub, my
consider
friend.
yourself mogged losers. I mean, VP are looking as strong as ever, right? Like, Lemon's actually spot on that the Kraken impact really was effectively countered. Like, when you have to get under a certain HP threshold to be like executed by the culling of the Kraken impact, you deal with that super well by just adding additional health on top of that. Like, the sustainability that Adreja was able to bring via that symbiotic shenanigans team up really meant that while there was this attempt to ban out a lot of side pays hero pool by getting rid of the Gambit, the Loki, the Invis, and the Ultron as well, which usually you'd see maybe Thigh be the one to pick up. You just let Drijo play what he wants, really, and double team ups for Drijo, letting the French powerhouse get even richer. Like, capitalism just isn't working, bro.
Well, when you're done mogging us, we can talk about how suffocating too, like the attack of VP was. Like, you're on the edge of the map if you're Vision, and you're still getting dove on. There just really wasn't a safe place to ever stay. And if you ever tried to take a fight in a lane, an Apex Predator was running you down like a bulldozer. So it was tough to even choose where to take the fight if you were Vision.
It is a tough spot to be in if you are Vision, but their counter map, we'll see if that is going to be enough to change the game for them. Again, going on to something that VP might not have played as much
long are they gonna
recently,
be-
especially because it is back into the map pool itself.
Yeah, how long are they
We
gonna
might
leave
see
this
a little
picture
bit of
up?
some Shin Shibuya action coming here momentarily, and that's exactly where they are going to. I'm loving that we're seeing so many teams flex to this as their counter pick so far, Lemon.
Yeah, they have this is their second time picking this. The only map loss they had was to Crownfall, and then they ended the series on Shin Shibuya. And they had a really strong attack. They full capped with 36 seconds left. They went towards the double strat, interestingly enough, with Adam and Jeff. Of course, then bringing the Jeff and the Rocket later on. But Satam had this insane MVP performance on Daredevil. Zerx was allowed to play Elsa, so maybe that was the big problem or the big solution for them. But Batter also liked to play Venom there.
Well, we'll have to see what this Vision team can do on this counter pick as well. Verdice Pro doing everything that they can on
Wait, you could
this,
you could
matchup
slightly
to
see
just
what's happening down here,
quickly
chat. Look at the
speed
bottom.
through and
Look at the bottom.
secure their top
You can see
seed
what's
yet
slightly
again.
happening
They
down there. You see the little
unfortunately
pixel line
lost
down
number
here?
1 seed because they played less matches than Rad did going into this one, so they're looking to go back on
See,
top.
look,
be
it's
undefeated,
moving.
Not drop a single map.
Something's
And
moving
if they
back
can
there.
keep the streak going here, Lemon, they'll be able to do just that.
Yeah, I think this could be a really good point for
Oh, no, they took it
Vision,
away.
as they have experience on this map. Maybe a lot of teams haven't put as much attention into Shin Shibuya. Now that it's back in the map pool, you're not expecting too many teams to pick it, just because that first choke point for that point fight is so difficult to get through. Very defensive sided.
Oh, the
initially.
cleaning stuff
So we'll
that
see
just came out.
whose side picked what.
Uh,
Could also determine the an early winner. Even.
Yeah, it does look like we do have Verdice Pro on the defensive side this time.
I mean, I highly agree that I think that Shin Shibuya is a great pocket pick for a team that is going to be like maybe a little bit lower in terms of the overall power level.
You should sell
The
a
only problem
stuffed
is, as we
boba.
picked up on earlier, Verdice Pro is the oldest team in this game. They are one of the only teams that has actually
Come out with a little boba plushie?
where this map was
True.
map pool, to be honest. Like back in the Dawn of Legends days, for the old people
Back
like
in my
me
day.
who need stair lifts to get up to the second floor of their home, it was just Idrisil Path, and it was Shin Shibuya, and it was Verdice Pro winning it all.
Yeah, they are the ones who wrote the tomes that everyone else is quoting for strategies on this map. So maybe in terms of heroes, that could be the difference that Vision Esports try to take out against them, because it's a little bit of a different meta in that category. But Verdice Pro, again, they have all the experience to boot. They have all the compositions that they can go with. Whichever fans are against them, it doesn't matter, because they are the undefeatable raid boss. They have just 3 health bars ready for this one. But it seems the series is ready here, leg day 11.
Okay,
So
here
let's get
we
into
go.
it. Verdice Pro looking to secure the 3-0 record and stay undefeated.
You know what? I take it back, Lemon. In Dawn of Legends, the first one was actually Schmungus Bogus team that won it, I believe. And then Team Cats came along, which became the
Yo,
Pro.
America!
Gotta get history right for all
Appreciate the
youngins
massive
out there
prime
who
sub, my
forgetting where
friend.
it Came from.
Well, VP feels like they're not only part of making history, but are the future as well to defend this point first. Vision, if you can just get the point capped, that would be a win in my books, okay? Because this is such a defensive-sided map initially. And what will be the kind of prioritization when it comes to the picks and the bans? Because you cannot be letting Elsa go through for VP, but also you don't want Gambit through, so it's a pick your poison type of pick ban.
Vision, ban Elsa. Ban Elsa. It doesn't matter if you give them Gambit. It doesn't. Don't do it. Don't do it. Vision. Don't do it.
Well, it seems like we're going to be seeing the same again. Perhaps one-sided Gambit in favor of Vision here. And Verdice Pro. They're likely to try and take the Rogue away again if it is going to be the
You
one-sided
just
Gambit.
chat. It doesn't make any sense, bro.
Rogue
You just got
has
shit
been
on.
mightily impressive
You literally just
in,
got
in a
shit
lot
on
of the matches
by
where we've seen
Sparker
it be able to have that
on
team up. And even in
the
neutral
Elsa.
as well,
So
trying
why
to
don't you
constrain
just ban the
Gainer.
Elsa?
But to be fair, not that much of a constraint if he's able to play the Vanguard pool.
And it's Deadpool is what you make of it. The more mechanical you are, the faster you can generate that ultimate, just like any other hero. But Gainer especially could get it even faster than the average human.
Yelling at the
which
screen
can
like
really
a
disable
football
whole
fan at the
strategist
Super Bowl,
from a
bro.
fighter, really depending on who he places it on. Hey, if you get even Sparker to not play the game for 5 seconds, you may have a chance at winning. So Gainer's Deadpool, I wonder if that gets to.
I think Elsa is more of a problem than I think Gambit is.
Yeah, that's definitely something that needs
I
to be
think if
kept
you play
on
against a
the mind.
Gambit, there have been
Of
teams
course,
that
you
actually
see
beat
Gambit
those
get
Gambits,
protected. It's
but if the other
mandatory
team
to
has
get
an
rid of
Elsa,
Loki.
you're not
Don't
winning
want to
against
deal
that
with two
Elsa.
Raging Royal Flushes, least of all us in the casting booth, because that means, okay, that's fight 1, and that's another fight 1.
Yeah, and just trying to at least stop the support that is around the Elsa. So no Ultrons, no Mantis, no fun. No, it doesn't matter. Sparker will still take down a whole team by himself. And it also matters now where you're taking the fight. Shin Shibuya has a lot of these tight lanes to fight through, so expect the Apex Predator to be as strong as ever here for Sparker.
All right, looks like we're going down the same path again. I would be excited to see a Vision Esports do ban out the Jeff here, knowing that they are likely to be against both team ups, or even the Venom, which was really causing problems. And there were a lot of high places from which to dive down on a Venom here. That could easily be a great way for Nevix to mess with any potential engagements. Vision Esports taking their time with this one, evidently. Oh, the Daredevil. That makes sense. Fi was doing bits over on Krakoa.
But we're worried about that team up that you just mentioned and just how VP had only 4 deaths amongst all of them in the entirety of Krakoa. So that is going to be something Vision. Maybe it's just a focus, a target better angle, or maybe.
Yo, what's up, Chocolate?
even
How
more
you doing? How you doing?
advantages to worry about, but Vision, they got to attack first, so they got to set the tone for this whole map.
Oh yeah.
How do the bans work? Can they save at any point, even the hero's banned? No, you have to save before the hero gets banned. So if you ban Psylocke, I cannot save Psylocke to reverse your ban. Psylocke is gone.
That this is not a team that overloads their strategist ults, that overextends too far. They usually tend to have a backup plan, even if potentially they get outdone in the neutral sometimes. Verdice Pro rarely are giving fights away for free off the back of mistakes.
Yeah, I don't think Vision did good on their ban phase, but how many more EU matches? This is the 3rd one. After this, there's 2 more, and then we start our NA. I'm really excited for the NA. Even though EU has, I thought EU or EMEA wouldn't be as competitive as NA. That's why I like NA more, but these games have been pretty good today, besides the other one.
So up to Vision to see if they can get Vision.
So you have to
the
save
backline
before a
here.
ban.
VP
Yes,
mostly,
you have to save before a ban, chat.
Oh, you can see that the esports team bundles are in the game. You can pick yours up now in game for only 1,400 units per, I believe, or you can get a big discount on a multi-pack if you want to show that you support the best region by getting all 3 of the EMEA partner bundles. Highly recommended.
Oh yeah, it's not even just the cool jersey on Deadpool, it's everything else. But VP are expecting a portal play. Gainers trying
They're
to pick
taking
the
a
right
long
place
time
and
on
the
this portal.
social distancing
20
from
seconds.
this
20
back
seconds
line.
already
So you'll
gone.
be able to access someone like 5, but Verdice Pro already agreed.
280 HP on the Elsa. It's a little bit disgusting to be.
Up, chat, look at this. I'm very glad that they banned Gambit. Wow. I'm glad that they banned Gambit. Good job.
And now that portal is going to be on a long cooldown, so it's time for plan B, and it's playing front to back, or maybe just going back 6 feet under Satam gets spotted. Because VP, it's not just the mechanics, the versatility, the flexibility of different heroes, it's their awareness of the map. So you're not going to be able to throw your Deadpool on an off angle or a flank without VP noticing.
Full charge on the Hunter's Instinct here for Sparker as well. You can see what this shift has to cool down of about 2 seconds, and Zerx has found that one out the hard way. Back to the cliffs. Going to be difficult for Finster to try and stay on the map here, as they are going to be in danger of being carried off it by an assassin's charge, but Beta is dealt with rather swiftly. You know what, Verdice Pro, they've been so focused on this outside battle that they have actually lost a tick on the point, which is something that they can only do 3 times before they accidentally lose the entire point.
You're right, though. It could be just down to zoning, and eventually if you dump enough ultimates into VP, they're going to have to take a seat eventually. I just want to make sure that I can count VP's deaths on 2 hands and not just 1, but Sparker is the hunter in this match.
That Shade Demon, it does grab on for Goliath, and that means no getting under the theoretical seat for Jeff to hide away.
He did not look like she was playing right there.
Angela, I like that she'll be able to fly around, maybe try to tackle someone like Sparker forward, but VP are still very measured. Despite how good they are, they're never going to really overextend, at least not yet. And Gainer is getting chased around. That's a lot of space being created. VP need to make the most of this.
God, the Monster Piercer does so much, and even more when the maximum health of the Venom
Nah,
is
bro,
higher.
chat.
Thanks to the symbiotic resilience, a great start.
Chat, I'm sorry, bro.
This one onto Fine. Gainer's been revived here by the Battle Recall Beacon. So this is going to be an opening to try and play with. Can't afford to lose Satan, but indeed,
It's already over, bro. It's
home. Out comes the Apex Predator. 2 Vanguards grab. The extension of the stun via the dashes is so much to try and contend with.
That would actually be one of the most disrespectful things that I could probably do as a content creator.
Envision, like I've mentioned
Like
before,
usually, you know,
really like the roster
usually I do a
have
lot
that
of this
one
like,
pick
hey,
forgiveness,
2
and that
professional
almost
players
tilt
against
the
6
scales in their
bronzes.
favor. They picked
But
off
what happens
5,
if I
Vision
just
had all
upload this
6.
whole
The
VOD
issue is
as
that he had
a
big old
6
Apex
pros against 6
Predator,
bronzes, but it's an
kickbacking
actual match.
everyone and lining up the pins for Verdice
And that
Pro
you
to
just
go for a
clickbait
full
it as 6
strike.
pros
And
against 6
only one
bronzes.
ult has been
That's
forced.
disrespectful,
There's 5 more
chat.
to go for VP in only less than a minute.
I just think I think this game would be very different if they changed their ban phase. I just don't know why people would rather ban Gambit over Elsa. I think Elsa's more of a problem.
To try and work on the other side. Treasure just resets on the back end, doesn't want to risk eating anyone. Instead, it's going to be Zerx moving in. Fi could be in big danger. Can't quite fly away in time. The Dance of the Butterflies gets the value. Over into the White Fox form. The Kumiko is unleashed. 9-tailed Fox trying to get through 9 lives. The Vision Esport here is both caught in place by the skewer of the Angela in an attempt to let the devil out. Saturn's down again. Vision Esports have themselves an opening, but Verdice Pro, they're still holding strong on the point. Not the dash away you're expecting. A joyful splash is not so full of joy for Zerx.
Oh, Vision, they dumped everything but the kitchen sink into that point. They got a second tick, but with seconds remain, it has to be Gainer to touch, and Vision need to full send, but they don't have really the ultimates or the tools.
Bonus HP to play with. The Daredevil's already down.
GG's. That's GG's, bro. It's GG's.
Gets crit after crit with the dark depredations of the Venom, and Vision Esport will walk away with 69%. It was a nice attempt.
Damn. Not even a great attempt, not a good attempt. It was just a nice attempt.
Setting a win condition. You're not playing for the draw, but you're playing to just survive and keep your heads above water. Rex will probably return on the rocket, so you'll have a little bit of forgiveness.
Maybe they can hold. Chat, if they hold this against Verdice Pro, I would literally take off my underwear on stream and eat it.
To lose anyone. I did like the dance of the butterflies from Zerx to pop that like from heaven's length, verticality wise, and descend defend upon VP. They're able to disengage at the back window.
They're not
reemerge.
holding this, bro.
Dreedro has been so elusive as a Jeff, as he always is, but this is why the strat line makes it so difficult to eliminate anyone. I'd be surprised if we're at double digits for any elimination or any deaths here from the VP side. Vision needed to maybe invest more into Sparker, who I think is probably setting a world record of eliminations as a single Elsa player here. So really impressed what Sparker does and the consistency that he brings every single time.
I mean, Vision is once again in this position where they like high priority the Gambit, right? High prio Gambit protect. And then
I don't know why people want Gambit, bro. I don't think Gambit
because even with double Bayou bashes, he's too easy to hunt down for Verdice Pro. They're just so on it when it comes to these hunts with Nevix and Sparker and Fi coming in from all angles.
Gainers watching for a moment. If you can even just relieve some of this pressure by soft diving the strats, if you can distract Dreedro or Saipei enough, even force a teleport or react to Saipei teleporting. There's maybe fine weaknesses in this VP backline, but they're trying to take shelter.
Oh, the engagement meant that there was no way for Gainer to get out in that tight corridor. A quick symbiotic swing away, which is not going to handle it. Fincy, mega isolated here due to a quick Jeff bubble, speeding up the Assassin's charge, but Nevix is on top of the Rocket Raccoon. And guess what?
Nice
Even
tracking.
with that frenzied crawl on the wall, you cannot test the accuracy of Nevix, a world champion through and through.
GG's chat. I'm not even gonna. Verdice Pro, take all the money, bro. Did anyone vote on VSN? 126 people?
That is it. VP made a speed run out of that, and the series is over. They claim it, and they are still #1 in everyone's books. And Vision trying to stand as tall.
That was an
as
undefeated
they
team
could,
against an
but
undefeated
there's
team,
no
chat. But
denying
look at the
goat
skill
of
differential
Elsa
between the two.
players, Sparker, but these stats is what I'm gonna be excited to see. And how many deaths did VP even experience? Oh, this
So
time
between last game, which was 4, and this game 3, Vision in the past 30-45 minutes was only able to get 7 kills on 2 different maps.
Like broke up the target ban as well on the Daredevil, very intimidating. But one-sided Daredevil didn't seem to work out great here for Vision Esports. But to be fair, this is a
7
much
kills on
younger
2 maps, chat.
roster compared to our world champions, Verdice Pro, who show that they are just as dangerous as ever. But
Yo,
also look at
hard
the
stuck
dearth in
Platish
damage
with the
from
10
Sparker
gifted
and
subs
anyone else.
on
More than
YouTube.
double the
I
next
bet
leading
my
cause
friend
of damage. Rancid, disgusting, stinky, pick your word.
all the words. And
I appreciate
Vision will
it,
maybe have an
appreciate it.
easier
That's
time. No,
tough.
not really. They actually face Rad as their next match, and then Fire at the end. So all Vision need to do is stay alive in this group. It should be a good case for them with 4 teams left, or 4 teams going to playoffs. But Vod, hey, you're back so soon.
Yeah, I know. I got a little shut-eye for a second there. It's like, oh, the map's over already. But no, I think the big thing to note here, and we talked about the dominance of Verdice Pro, is that Sparker went 48-0 throughout both of the games on the Elsa. You need to ban this hero against them. Yes, I know the backline, the strategist lineup is so strong from this team as well. With
Wow, who would have
Dreedro,
thought that maybe
I just
banning
don't think
Elsa
you
was the
allow
play,
Elsa
chat?
to be played
Did you
by
guys
the
think about
best
that?
duelist in the game right now.
I
don't
thought
know
they
how
should have
you think
banned
about
Wanda
that one,
first.
Yeah, you're exactly correct. If you have the best duelist in the game, you can't give them the best duelist hero in the game as well. It's a match made in heaven, but that kind of speaks to the aura of the rest of Verdice Pro, right? But like, we can't like Saipei have Gambit. Are you mental? Like, are you mad? Like, there's just so much threat that comes from this squad that you're kind of in this Sophie's choice position. Saipei Gambit, Sparker Elsa, Saipei Gambit, Sparker Elsa. Choose your poison.
Yeah, I think the biggest poison to VP might be Rad when it comes to their group. And guess what? It's the very last match that VP are going to experience is against Rad. And at least the silver lining for Rad is that there's going to be so much tape about VP. So surely they're going to get the news and the memo to ban Elsa, right, guys?
We'll see. We'll see. I think that's the big thing. Like we talked about this at the start of the series here specifically, is that you really can't ban against Verdice Pro because regardless of what you target, they're going to have something else that they can play and that they just play better than anyone else in the scene. So you got to figure out some sort of wacky strategy that might throw them off that they aren't used to playing against. But I feel like anything that is thrown their way, they are just an immovable wall that you cannot break past, at least in Group B so far. So they take back their #1 seed, of course, not dropping a single map so far, where we did see Rad drop one earlier against Reason. So they also secure their spot into the playoffs, which we weren't really too surprised to see. But I think on the other end of things, though, for Vision, unfortunately for them, this didn't really show us as much as we would have wanted to, right? Because of how good Verdice Pro is and the difference between them and the other series that Vision
Who's
has
the
played
best team in the
against.
tournament?
I mean, in terms of learning experience,
I don't think you're
going
gonna
to
see until like the mid-season finals, which when that takes all the regions and puts them together.
I think they know.
I mean,
where the
Verdice Pro
ceiling
in their
is for the
region
top
so
of the
far
teams,
hasn't
and
lost
I
a
think
single
they
map
got
yet. I
tested,
think they
and
said,
it's a
right?
mental
So
game at the
they haven't
end
lost
to
a single
approach
match.
each
So
like this team is beatable. There is so much star power with Zerx and Saddam and how they're playing the Psylocke, the Daredevil, and how they're coordinating with Gainer on these Venom dives, or whether it's the Deadpool. I think they have a really strong, talented team, and I could easily see Vision qualify. I feel like everyone's battling for the 3rd and 4th spot when it comes to Group B, and I could easily see Team Vision be part of that.
Oh man, I mean, I hope the best for them, for any team who has to face off against Verdice Pro on their reign of terror yet again. I mean, they were called the unbeatable,
yes,
the
they have done
undefeatable
USA versus
during
EU.
Stage 1 that we saw
last
them.
year
I think it
was the
26
mid-season finals and also the grand finals.
So
far,
EMEA, the previous roster of that now,
or EU has been winning
something against them.
both
But
lands.
then,
NA has 0. Also, Asia has
in
0.
the group stage specifically. So a lot to look out for them. It looks like we're going to be having one of the interviews with potentially Nevix on their side coming up in a little bit here from the side of Verdice Pro. So interested to hear from them. You usually get Fincy on their side too. So nice that they're spreading the love around a little bit here like that.
Yeah, like we get to talk to the Vanguards of Verdice Pro a lot. This is definitely a very front-heavy team. Like both Nevix and Fincy have massive hero pools that are consistently rewarded from meta to meta. Like there's no bad meta for Verdice Pro because these two are so flexible.
And just a question to the class too. We're seeing some Bucky flashes every now and then, whether it's Zerx in this series or others. What's everyone's thoughts on Bucky being like a pseudo counter to maybe Venom or just in general?
Bucky.
Yeah,
I want to hear
think
these
a lot of
thoughts.
people like to play the Bucky specifically into the Jeff, right? Especially because his ult's a really good shutdown for that specifically, and just because of the like again ability of it. If you only have so many limited ultimates, if you can use one so often in the trajectory of Winter Soldier's ult, then it works that much better against some of these other heroes. But I think just getting the value with the kidnaps too is a big thing as well. Having that hook that you can use against teams to dispossess them from the objective. But it sounds like we are getting our interview here now with Nevix. I'm so excited to hear from them and what their thoughts are on everything. Welcome to the show, Nevix. Congrats on
He has a
making
clean
playoffs
room.
and your
I
undefeated
like that.
run so far. How do you guys keep so
Nice shelf.
consistent from stage to stage to stage into
With some
this
books
new
on it.
season?
Hello, by the way. I think we keep grinding. Everyone try their best, and yeah, we've been together for so long, so we're so used to the game, our structure, and everything. So we just keep rolling.
Well, you guys showed off quite a bit of a White Fox today from Saipe. How are you feeling about how White Fox is slotting into the current meta, especially with the newest hotfix buffs?
I think she's pretty strong right now, but she needs good matchups, and today we played like a really brawly all-in comp. So she really fits into that style.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the meta before you got in, and I'm curious your thoughts on the Bucky that you faced there from Zerx. And I know as a Venom, you don't like being pulled in when you're not ready. Do you think Bucky would be a suitable counter to the Venom? Or what were your thoughts on how Zerx approached it against you?
Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Bucky. I feel like he is supposed to peel the dive, but he's also like a really good dive target compared to like some other DPS characters like Elsa and Star-Lord. Like they're way harder to lock down and punish, while Bucky is like, if he's in a bad spot, he just dies and can't get away.
I want to talk bans again here as well. It seems like Vision really wants to take the Gambit out of your hands. Do you think there's something about your team that Signal should be much better with Gambit than with Elsa? Because it seems like leaving Spark as Elsa on the table is somewhat foolhardy.
The play that you have to do is never be out of position,
Elsa
chat.
is really good, but I think Gambit brings a lot more like teamwork. So, and our team is really solid. Like when we play Gambit comps, we're also really strong. I also play quite a bit of Rogue right now. And I think Rogue team up is also really strong in that comp. So there's like a lot of different strategies they have to think about in the draft.
Well, we're especially excited to at least at the end of this group stage that you facing Rad, the other strong team in your group, or maybe arguably the number 2. Do you consider Rad to be a threat, or how do you think that match is?
Ooh, great question.
I definitely think they're the second best team in our group, so I'm hoping it's gonna be a good game and we play close against each other.
Ooh, bro, and I
Final
like his
question here for
answers
you,
though. He
Nevix.
doesn't seem
It's
like
been
he has a
great to
very
hear from
like
you
big
throughout,
ego or
the
anything.
competition as well into this interview. Do you have any words for your upcoming opponents on the other side of the bracket? They've kind of escaped the VP dominance that we've seen in Group B. So you have, Na'Vi, Heretics, and even Shikigami. Any thoughts that you have going out to them as maybe a challenger? Any
he's a very
opinions you
humble
have
guy.
going into those potential playoff matches in the future?
Reminds me of like
yeah,
me.
I'm looking forward to playing Na'Vi again. I think they're a really strong team right now with the Terra added to the roster as well. And Heretics also pretty good. So I'm really looking forward to face them.
Okay, like to keep it cool, calm, and collected. I love it. Thank you, Nevix, for joining us, and go celebrate your
Can't wait
win
to
with
see it.
the rest of your teammates. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Well, we heard from one of the main vanguards on the side of Verdice Pro right next to Fincy. Looks so strong on the Venom as well, and gave us some insight to kind of the compositions that they were feeling a little bit more confident here on Lemon.
Yeah, a man of so little words, but so much to say when it comes to how suffocating his dive was. And I like to hear his take on the Bucky, for example, as someone who could maybe make Venom have a harder time as someone that can hook him before that escape, but also being so vulnerable. So we'll have to keep an eye on if there's a resurgence of the Winter Soldier in the meta to try and, instead of match the Venom, try to counteract it.
Well, we are pretty much halfway through the show day today. We had Verdice Pro facing off against Vision there, but we have our marquee matchup of the day up next. It's Team Na'Vi versus Team Heretics. To see who's going to be the top of Group A after this.
Did you see the photo I took of Noodle today? Yo, next game is also going to be a good one here, chat. We're going to do a prediction right here. I think this game is going to be a really good one as well. You have Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi and Team Heretics are the best ones in their bracket as well. So you're going to have, sorry, let me move this. Na'Vi and Team Heretics. Get your predictions in, chat. Get your predictions in. Make some more money. Good luck. Have fun. There's Na'Vi versus Team Heretics going on right now in Valorant 2. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, I thought you were gonna make it like all in one thing. Oh, you want me to post this on Instagram? Oh, that's funny. Oh, I like the November one. Oh, I like that's gonna be my background.
Central, and I'm here to answer one specific question. What's the meta? And I would answer, I don't know, what's the meta with you? And I will continue to use that joke until I'm about 90, even though I look about 90 now. But in all seriousness, though, I do want to talk about some of the data that we've seen from that first week of action in EMEA and Americas in Ignite. Bear in mind that the players played on a old patch. It was the hotfix that came out on March the 19th. So
Like
the White Fox buffs that we're about to see, the
photo
Deadpool mobility and Elsa having less HP, we are going to see that in action this upcoming week.
On your
so
account?
stuff is a little bit different, and also as the pros will
Do you
say,
know what your
they're
profile
still
picture
working
is
out
for
the metas
Twitch on-
themselves.
Eh.
Lots of stuff is going to change, and we're still building up the sample size, which includes adding China and Pacific to the action.
Oh, that's
as we
funny.
do. But there is a very easy place to start. Elsa versus Gambit. Which of these characters is the most powerful in a competitive sense in coordinated play? And the answer when it comes to presence...
Hey, how you doing, Voidable? Hey, you're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job. Keep it up out there. Even though I don't like the Bucky slander, if you do some Bucky slander one more time, I might have to,
the other team protects them, so you can both play
might
them.
have to
You can
stick the
both
dogs
ban
on
them,
you.
Or you can have one
No
team
Bucky
protect it
slander
and then
here,
ban
buddy.
it to make sure that they can
Hey, you're
play
doing a
something
great
like
job,
Elsa
though. You're
and
doing a great
No,
job.
so it can show up twice. Elsa showed up
Also,
every single time. without fail.
Team
And
Heretics
certainly towards the
has
start of the
51
draft
people for
where no
800k.
first
Navi
back,
has
first
2.3
picks.
million
In comparison,
with
Gambit
almost
was missing, like,
200
one
people,
supply.
chat.
Some teams just
Looks
didn't
like there's a big difference going on here.
at all, but the big difference between Elsa and Gambit is one is being banned out a lot more than the other. And surprisingly, it is Gambit that is actually being taken out more. So, for example, a lot of the drafts will look like they will on screen, right? Where you're seeing Gambit being banned out first, and then both teams will go and protect the Elsa, so both teams have access to it. Naturally, makes sense. Elsa is really strong. Why would you not want to ban her out first, though? It's more the case that Gambit, despite him being nerfed individually, being hit by the strategist ult generation nerfs too as a whole, he's still strong in his own right, but he enables so much as well. Heroes like Star-Lord, Galactic Legend with a Raging Royal Flush from Gambit, an incredible combination, and characters like Rogue, who are pretty like middling, I suppose, when it comes to the rankings of Vanguards on their own.
Nah, Ron for
pretty much
10 months.
S-tier
Appreciate it,
because they
appreciate it.
have the
Absolutely
Gambit team
insane,
to
my
work
friend.
with. You remove Remy from a draft, you're removing free.
No poll for YouTube. YouTube doesn't have a poll,
So
man.
it's so
We
much
don't. You
fun.
guys don't
So
have
you
channel
take off a lot
points.
of
But
the
if you guys
options from
want,
the
you
enemy
can come over
team,
to
and
Twitch
protection also
and
means that
gamble
you
your
at least
channel
have
points
something
away
to
if you
work
like.
around, no matter what your composition or idea is going to be for a
Who's
map,
next?
whether you're playing
You see it right here. Navi against Team
2-2-2,
Heretics.
Triple strategist. Triple Vanguards is something that we're seeing as well at this
Ooh,
point.
I want to get.
with
I want to get a
flies
drink
against
though, chat.
flies.
I'm gonna be
Elsa
right back.
just works with all of it. It doesn't matter your comp. You put an Elsa in, and she's so versatile. She
True.
will go and just absolutely
I'm gonna go
destroy
get a-
people in her own right. Outside of these two fighting for first place, you do have the likes of Vanguard Deadpool actually being right behind them, both in protecting and also banning him out. And similar to Elsa, he just fits into a lot of different compositions and ideas, and he just is very good in his own right. But also, it's how good he is on stuff like domination, because he can still build up his ultimate very quickly, certainly in comparison to some of the other ult generation nerfs that we've seen. That first fight is really good for Deadpool because he can get a ban hammer early, put it on the enemy strategist, lead to an elimination, and so your backline strategists are up on ultimate charge before the enemy. It gets so much value, and it makes sense why Deadpool Vanguard is so good, not only on domination, but just in a lot of first early fights. If you enjoy these kind of breakdowns, let us know, and we'll continue to do more. But until next time, ignite the battle, and I'll see you in a few.
Shout out Ryan for his insight on that video, by the way. Put that all together himself and educated us throughout the break. Definitely interesting to see all the knowledge that he brought to it as well, but also some knowledge on the back end. We got to hear from him that I think, what was it? The KD ratio for Sparker is 10-1 right now, which is just insanity. But going into this upcoming matchup, this is what matters the most for this group. It is Navi versus Heretics. Winner likely the top of the group, depending on what Shikigami has to say here, Jen. And Team Heretics, I think, are the biggest unknown we had going into this preseason, but they've really proven themselves so far.
Yeah, this is the number 1 versus number 2, and you guys can argue in the chat on who you think's number 1. But for me, Heretics, this is a really interesting team because it's a team that actually strays away a lot from the Venom dive meta that has been emerging, and they focus more on these flankers like Captain America and some Psylocke, and even throwing in the Jeff with the Psylocke to speed the Psylocke around. Was not expecting that duo in this meta, but it's been so fun. And of course, Naga, who can flex to anything from Star-Lord to headshotting like crazy on the Mantis. So this is going to be a really talented team to watch.
True.
I'm expecting big things. But we've also seen the former world champions in Navi do pretty well for themselves. Like, Day, what are you expecting on their end of things?
I'm expecting a little bit of goofiness, given that I'm having a look at the lobby right now, and Fate is repping the Sentinels icon. Very funny, Fate. For Navi, we were expecting excellence, right? Like, this is a team that has a high caliber of players. They have the results to back them up. They have a very vocal leader.
No Cozy for today casting chat.
There was
Cozy
some
is
discussion
North
around this
America.
team
We
in
are
last
on
season. Could a team
EMEA.
that is as kind of a one-man show
Two
when it comes to leadership, but
different
trust me,
regions.
in game at least, accommodate a player like Terra, a player who is a generational duelist, but also a
Yo, is this
generational
North
personality
America?
as well. Maybe someone who
I
isn't
swear
the
to goodness,
best
chat.
at following orders to a
Protect
T.
your ball,
And
T.
in Guangzhou, I got to watch Navi scrim. It's very
Nah,
much you do
ooh.
what Trust Me says in the game. If you don't like it, we'll talk about it after. But right now, you are obeying the Trust Me call.
Well, his name is Trust Me for a reason, right? It's like he is not asking, he is telling you. But also this team does, like I spoke about Heretics not caring about the Venom so much, but this team does. Behind Trust Me and behind even Rajaro that either wants to anchor as Deadpool or run it down with the Venom dive. And then you add Terror, which is just that extra firepower that this team needs to follow up with Trust Me.
I'm just really curious.
I'm pretty sure they color-coded as well. Orange is EMEA, blue is NA.
Of the ban and protect phase against Na'Vi, because that's a similar story to what we saw for Verdice Pro, right? Where it feels like you can't really do too much against them other than the Shikigami strat that they weren't as practiced against, and that really is map dependent. So depending on which domination map we get, we could see something similar, but they also proved, hey, we studied up a little bit after that. We did pretty well against Peps, who looked super proficient on it earlier today.
I like the orange,
even
though.
If that kind of flyer composition with the Human Torch, Mantis, Ultron comes out again, I think Na'Vi are going to be a little bit more prepared this time, especially after having a week of prep leading up to this very important series, Lemon.
And we talked at length about maybe how much of a playmaker Naga is and how much we've known him from all the years of FPS experience. But Tanuki has been one of the most impressive Psylocke players that we've had in this emerging dive meta. And if you can pair that with a nice run it down with the Beatles Captain America, they've kind of have their own take on a pseudo dive meta. And I think Tanuki has proven just why Psylocke has started to emerge as a strong duelist.
Who do you have? I think this game is going to be really good, but I think Na'Vi might win this.
Which map it's going to be, because that'll kind of lean to
what
different
does chat think right now?
Based on how these two teams
5.5 million with 300 people on Na'Vi, 111 for Team Heretics, and 19% with 1.3 million.
Online are yapping too much about them, and they're going to be the ones to lock in. They're saying for domination, they're going 200-0. Okay. So we'll see if they'll be able to, keep up with those words themselves. Big words, big shoes to fill for Fate after that one. But yeah, he's feeling confident going into this. It's kind of a whole team effort led around level 1 Crook in terms of their ban and protect phase. So expect some big things from them going forward into this first map and every subsequent one.
If you
we
want,
could
you can get
see
one
a
close to the
2-1.
venue or
We
get one in
could
the
see a
middle of like,
2-0.
the airport.
Na'Vi themselves, though, like they're hoping to get that 2-0 victory here.
I mean, a quick 2-0 here to show some real dominance over Team Heretics, who are probably their biggest competition in this group, would be a buoying for the confidence around Na'Vi. However, like counter to what Fate is saying, I think that Team Heretics' best chance to win against Na'Vi is probably on domination.
Yeah, let's see this.
This is one of the maps where Captain America is the most powerful, and when it comes to Captain America players in EMEA, I'm buying all the Beetle stock. Bro is super underbought when it comes to these dive vanguards. Homie is a master of mobility and knowing when to go in, when to go out, and when to get all of the stall. The question is, what can Team Heretics do with the space that Beetle will buy?
And that's the thing, is domination is a lot of the maps are just smaller than your average convoy or convergence. So it's not, the big trouble with Captain America is just not getting poked down to death. And then you have Psylocke that can also more easily gap close if Tanuki wants to continue his Psylocke domination on that when it comes to the Team Heretics side. But Jerky, we haven't talked enough about him and his daredevil and his ability to just ruin people's lives. So it's going to be a good brawl, a slugfest.
What was that? It sounded like someone just punched their screen.
What
You heard that?
Come out from both these teams, right? Team Heretics will be the ones who get the 2 bans first, and Team Na'Vi will be the one who gets the ban and protect. So that really changes the state of things going into this first phase of domination. Really focusing around, okay, what are Na'Vi going to lock in first if the DD comes through? Do they kind of prioritize that? Do they maybe go for more of a Mantis style? Because we've seen a lot more teams focusing on that as well. A couple of different options that they can opt for, depending on what that first ban is from Team Heretics. But we have our matchup of the day. Na'Vi versus Heretics. Winner likely going to come out of Group A with the #1 seed.
Appreciate the massive prime sub.
Not gonna lie, Lemon, when I saw this one on the casting schedule, we got it, I did a little fist bump. Like, yeah.
Self fist bump.
Yeah, it was a self fist bump. This one's going to be an absolute banger. And honestly, one of the things to look out for here in Heretics versus Na'Vi is the battle of the hyperflexes. Jerky versus Tanuki is going to be something here that is unlikely to be constrained by the bans, but is likely to make the comps, because both Jerky and Tanuki have a really deep pool of heroes they can use to make sure that the rest of their team composition is always going to be in a great position where it's going to be the Adam.
When will you continue your t-shirt? Oh, I already ordered it.
Star-Lord, or even the Psylocke more recently has been a big pickup for Tanuki.
Tanuki, and just what the last 4 maps that I've watched him, had only played Psylocke, and he has just such a good understanding of the break points, especially for those squishy strategists in the back, because if everyone's running triple
I bet your house on Heretics. Good luck, buddy. Hell no, bro. I think Team Heretics can probably potentially win. I think they have a strong team. Oh, never mind. They're playing for the vibes, chat. They lost. GG's. They have 3 Black Widow locks on their team.
Like a Psylocke be a ban consideration, because there's so many team ups that you have to look at first.
Okay, going for the Vanguard protect straight away.
There's already a pause going to happen because 9 out of 12.
Bro does so much damage with the dual Desert Eagles. And a first protect on Vegeta. Okay, once again,
Elsa is being banned first. W, look at that. Wow, amazing. Something that I wish other teams would probably do as well.
We're just gonna have a quick pause before we continue on with that. Well, Fate, according to VOD, had a lot to say about how strong Na'Vi was gonna do, or maybe the other way around. Even VP can't get 200.
Wait, you could pause during a ban phase?
I don't trust anybody.
Yeah, he's feeling very confident going into this matchup, and for good reason. I'm also liking the priority of having the one-sided ban pool, right? We've seen a couple more teams banning that out for both ends just because they don't want to deal with it, but I've seen so much focus on Team Na'Vi, and they were kind of like the predecessors of using the ban pool, but we'll see how it goes in this one.
All right, bye. We're going back to the...
Thanks for the inside, Wald.
Oh, okay, cool. Wow, you can ban, you can pause during the ban phase. I do like the save from Jeff. Team Heretics' first save was on Jeff, chat.
Team Heretics. Otherwise, you are looking at Fate, a master of Jeff, with double Jeff team-ups, which frankly isn't on.
And if Heretics hate playing Venom so much, why not just ban Na'Vi?
Yo, Karova for 7 months, my friend. How you doing? How you doing? It's been fun watching you, man.
Grocery list of bans and team
oh, Noodle's playing.
But making sure your
how you doing? How you doing?
Are intact for
W Karova. Do you guys play today?
Okay, the Gambit Protect is a good hedge, meaning that you can play it with Vegef, or if Vegef is...
Oh, no, you guys don't play today, do you?
Okay, they have to ban the Rogue because they don't want to deal with the Rogue Gambit team.
Yeah.
So much on the...
I hope you're having fun, man. It's been fun watching you. It's been fun watching you.
I think they're going to be quite happy with this one. Trust me, playing on the Captain America, I wouldn't mind seeing that move over onto a Venom if they have trouble with survivability, because the symbolic shenanigans are just so strong, but it does put a little bit more heat into Jerky's dive, as we saw perfectly for VP. The Daredevil and the Venom work well together. The Daredevil
also, I'm really confused why the other team, Team Heretics, didn't ban Gambit.
I think
they like
they
never saved Gambit or
anything. More of an aura play than it is a correct one. I prefer trust me on the Venom, but I'm gonna trust what comes out of the spawn room doors at the end of the day. And again, this is on the patch. Everybody that White Fox got super buffed, and Saipe and VP are huge fans of it, but not a whole ton of people have been playing White Fox. They want to at least cook on her a little bit more. Fate, I think, has been one that has played the most amount of White Fox out of all the White Fox users, so that is something fun.
Oh, well, could it be real from Alex? I know they're still on spawn, so it could be a little bit of messing around, but that could give over a team up to Oasis. One thing I want to point out, Enzo, one of our few controller pro players we have here in EMEA, so if you are...
Okay, let's see this, chat. Let's see this. Let's see this.
You are represented.
Okay, portal play from Beetle. They want to get in Navi's face and maybe even get a quick scout, and they like their chances in this fight.
Oh, that's a good isolation onto the Gambit. Can they follow up upon it, though? Rajra going to be the first to go down, even with the additional staying power the Vanguard gives. And Alex being the one to pick up that final blow as well means extra XP. Already going to be able to upgrade that headshot from the heal pool, which is a huge play.
Wow,
like
Team Heretics.
Going to be important. Alex doesn't have that much health
okay.
to try and deal with all of the incoming damage, though. And a quick team up from Beetle drags everyone in off the Dark Maelstrom, meaning that there's no escape for level 1 Crook. A great first fight.
I did not
To
see
win
this
the
going
first
this
fight
way.
on
Team
this
Heretics.
point,
Wow.
take
Hey,
clear
yo,
is
wait, what's
such
the
an
bet
annoying
looking like right now,
choke
chat?
point to get through, and that's why I don't blame Trust Me to not
18%
play
on
Venom,
Team
because
Heretics.
you do not like
Ooh,
what
if
you're
Navi
feeling,
loses,
you bump your
chat,
head, you need a helmet.
that's
and then
a-
you got this commanding
that's
bodyguard
a lot of
a
money,
pole
6.6
that you have
million.
to try and chunk through, or you could just ignore it and not go through it, but around it. But hey, they're getting through your backline.
Three-man gang squad, absolutely brutal to try and deal with when you're being joined by a Hulk who's so difficult to displace and also can give the shield service to everyone as well with those gamma charges. Look at all those. And remember, we're taking 20% less overall charge for many teams at the moment. The extra charge you get from those gamma shields is very substantial.
No, there's no way. Oh my god, bro. They're pushing their spawn, bro. They are literally pushing their spawn. This does not look like the Navi that we know. This does not look like the Navi that we know, bro. They are getting rolled and smoked.
Back into the fight when they try to escape. So Navi getting through this choke is not great, but if they can get Terra on one
Remember,
of these
chat. I mean, a little changes here and there, but Navi. Navi is your Navi's your mid-season final winners in China.
Can they try and take him down afterwards? Jerky looking for an opening, but guess what? They're inside of the aura of the Deadpool. Doesn't do enough for Oasis though. Those Devil's Chains managed to connect. Naga under huge pressure. Trust me, with a quick bounce of a vibranium energy saw wants the nuke. You
I do like the Captain America though. We just spectated the rank 1 Captain America yesterday.
Roll that much is for sure, at least off of the Adam Warlock. Trust me, dancing for their life. A quick stun. I don't think anyone actually got hit by it. Level 1 Crook just dodges behind to make sure anyone who does is instantly cleansed by
Yo, that Captain. Oh wait, no, chat. What?
Over here though, I think that Level 1 Crook would have wanted to have won an
Bro,
entire fight off of this one. Team Heretics.
that looked like me out there playing Strange. What was that, bro? You can't be doing that in a pro game.
He's getting on top of Naga. Now the backline is under huge danger, and Jerky gets a triple onto all three strategists.
Huge recontest too from Enzo to pop the Hulk ultimate and to just squeeze out another 10%. Would like to see Oasis follow along, even drop a healing puddle just to have that extra survivability, but that would maybe just get them to 99%. Jerky helping Navi get the foot in the door, but now they got to kick Heretics in the dirt and make this a 0 to 100 comeback. And Rajaro could try and disable one of these strategists with the ban hammer, but I don't know if Navi have the best tools. It's got to be all eyes on Terra with the Galactic Legend, but will he go unnoticed when Tanuki just has wall hacks?
Exile goes wide. Question is now, who's got the skill issue placed on top of them from Rajaro? Beetle for now just playing it conservatively, bringing up the shield of a Seraphim and making sure the rest of Team Heretics are safe. Alex moving forward now with the epic times. Over the top, it's going to be Terra with a well-timed Galactic Legend.
Ooh, nice play to steal the health back away from him. You saw that?
Except for taking out the
Got
of the team. 3 enemies within. Fate gets
Oh, and Fate jumping off the mat with 3.
Now it's down to a 3v3. Who can play it cleaner?
3 with the Jeff, bro. I mean, Fate's best character, I think, is Jeff, so.
But guess what? There's still healing coming through from Alex as well, who's over here on the heal pool. And this forces out a TP re-engage from Beetle, who's going to try and block off those who are reinforcing this point.
And Navi now have to surge ahead, and they're getting blocked off. You need this Raging Royal Flush from Crook to be invested or to maybe save it for the next round, but Navi need to push Heretics to the distance.
Oasis has a good opening here. If they can only find some way to use the It's Jeff, out comes the Gambit. Ultimate, we've seen it decide so many fights previously, but look at all that Jeff utility on the
Well, I don't know who the Jeff ate, though.
Just stay in place for Team Heretics, and now in towards the back.
Wait, he swallowed his Doctor Strange and spit him out, and then he ulted? There's no way. Team Heretics.
They prove Fate's 200-0 prediction wrong for now.
Yeah, and you have Navi a little bit off their game. You're forcing them into, well, heroes they don't typically play every day. So it's kind of
Don't say,
weird
Jay,
one.
you cursed it. I
And
didn't
trust
curse
me, the
anything,
Captain
chat. I'm
America,
about to curse you.
Maybe this will be a better one for Venom, but still, you're just
There's
trying to
no
cause a
way.
ruckus.
No,
That
chat. You
first
guys
point
got to
win or
remember
just
something.
like
Remember,
when
Emily
your
also
team
said this
ends to, like,
last week.
94%
The
or
team,
something,
watch,
they'll set
the
the
team
tone
who
for the
wins the
whole
first
map
game
or
of
the whole
Koth
round, I should say. And I'm
always
just a big fan of
loses the
Enzo
whole
on
like
the whole.
map.
You also don't get to
So
see
just because you won the
strategists
first
play
map,
every
first
day.
round,
And
doesn't mean you're
Alex
gonna win the
gets to
next
provide
2.
this healing aura
Usually
with this
they always
death ball
lose.
that goes along with Team Heretics, and Naka will stick on the invis because you know you're seeing him on the Mantis. That's not going to be an option. Neither is the Gambit. So Heretics are doing what they can with what they got.
And guess what? This comp is only getting stronger now because now Alex is going to be rolling out with multiple upgrades to the heal pool at the beginning of these fights. Beetle doesn't have an early TP engage mind, so he's just going to be playing him a neutral with the Doctor Strange here. One of the few players we're seeing bring out the neutral Doctor Strange outside of, yeah, we lost.
Of course, Deadpool is cussing away, but I think Na'Vi are going to be the ones cussing if they don't win this round. And it's time for Fate to maybe claim some. This is one of the best rounds when it comes to it's Jeff Ultimates, because there's a ledge that you can drop most of the team off. And Fate had quite the showing and had the better Jeff Ultimate, I would say, but it's Heretics that won the war at the end of the day.
I'll go up close and personal. A little shield to try and mess with some of the healing LOS. Rajro getting close to that skill if she wants to put it on top of Naga. That much is for certain. But there's going to be good healing coming through from Alex on the other side. The whole trade to smash. The world ready to be broken. Indeed, it might be a little bit surprised if Team Heretics walks away from this one with a W. Tanuki's still letting the devil out, but Beetle finds himself exposed and alone, trying to keep this point.
I don't even know what's going on, chat. There's so much visual effects going on here, but it looks like Na'Vi won that fight.
A reflection, but Jerky in the end just gets it all done.
Jerky's not even done with you yet. He won't even let you tell Cersei it was him.
That looks pretty funny.
And now
the Hulk just like plops all the way right down and just dies.
As possible. Terra now on the Bucky. We've talked about this being a sort of counter dive, a hero that you can use to pull and hook people in.
Can I what? Get my son?
Neutral. But if he gets run
no,
down,
why is he meowing?
So
I took off one of my headphones. I'll see.
On Terra on this Bucky.
I hear her.
Rajaro waiting patiently, doesn't want to go up into the high ground at Team Heretics.
You mean Noodle?
For the moment, no. They would be heavily outnumbered and likely to lose resources in an attempt to survive. For now, just poking forward. Enzo gets a beautiful exile onto the Jeff. Can they convert onto it? Yes,
oh, nice stun.
As well on top of that one. They want Crook bad, and Tanuki's going to get him. Next, you've got to go up against the Vanguard pool, and yes, he's got a bunch of HP, but he doesn't have much of it left. And Monaga is going to be turned around on the other side. Old Terror is back, and he's going to be chewed up instantly here by Oasis. No time to even throw them off the map.
Okay, I mean, that works, I guess.
Very successful dive, just immediately eliminating two strategists. You cannot ask for anything better than that. Na'Vi tried to do the same thing, eliminated Naga, but still the Heretics firepower, the teamwork is so
Yo, Terra just got the
when
J3 experience, solo ulted.
That is the most punishing ability you can have on Hulk, so Team Heretics have to defend like their life depends on
Wait,
it.
one of the melee animations for Deadpool smacking someone with your butt? I've never seen that before.
When he wants to
that is funny.
Oh, the objective pressure. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. This is the moment to try and win for the side of Na'Vi. We've got a huge ultimate to try and work with here, and no stuns come through from Beetle's Eye of Agamotto.
It's an open eye, but he puts your butt on you.
For now, and Na'Vi have used a huge amount of their uptime to achieve absolutely nothing. Terra gets isolated. In comes to a skill issue, an attempt to try and focus down Naga. I imagine, yes, Jerky's going to be the one to find that, but has to disengage temporarily to try and find some of this incoming damage. Deadpool's in your area, and you found it out the hard way. Tanuki will blast to the back of the head, and Rajro just forced to flee, but might end up staggering themselves for this.
You can't underestimate the damage that Doctor Strange can
Team
do.
Heretics is looking really strong, man. And now
crazy.
Terra's on the Iron Fist. I don't think we've ever seen an Iron Fist in this tournament till today.
And also the healing aura of the strat pool.
I feel like Na'Vi is lost right now.
Towards, Heretics
what's Terra doing?
Behind the invisible boundary, and for Tanuki to find his way into the back line here of Na'Vi.
I kind of like the Iron Fist against the Hulk here. Works out in his melee fights a little bit better already. The Freedom Charge rolling forward. Trust me, is giving everyone additional damage. And look at this, a perfectly placed invisible boundary. It has little Bastion, a redoubt on the point to make sure that they can keep this one contested. Jerky drops in from the top, almost a fully charged E coming through from Doctor Strange. The Dark Maelstrom is ready to be unleashed. But onto who? Onto Jerky. Shuts down the ultimates themselves. And Alex is giving over a huge amount of heal. Can they find the jackpot off the back of this? It's going to be a little bit difficult to make it happen, but waiting for the headshot as well in the midst of it all. In comes Fate's attempt for an eat with the It's Jeff, but it's not going to be grabbing many of the enemies. Instead, trust me, just going to hunt down Alex. Only the Hulk is caught within here for Fate, and of course you cannot get the bounce back inside of the air. This should be Na'Vi claiming the point.
Oh, this is going the distance, and an Iron Fist.
Oh shit! Oh shit, chat! Oh shit! Na'Vi.
Strat pool, like it feels like April Fool's was today.
Wait, I think
But
Na'Vi might win
this is
this.
what is
Na'Vi
so
might
fun
win this. This
about
is going to be a
meta,
last
and what's
fight.
gonna be fun is
Plus, they
watching
have
Na'Vi
Gambit,
probably just
and
win
they
the
have
fight
Terra
off
ult.
of a
They're probably
deraging
just going to
Royal
Gambit ult,
Flush,
rush
but
it down in
Heretics
mid, and
tried
then just
to
kill
throw the Eye
everyone.
of Agamotto to disrupt that surge that Na'Vi has. Although Beetle got 0 last time, he's hoping to get 6 more this time.
Okay, Iron Fist and Gambit, Raging Royal Dragon is available. There's not much to try and shut it down. Trust me already, eats the isolation.
No, chat. The only ult that Team Heretics
Gamma
has is
through
the
already. You see the skill issue as well. Great
Doctor
shielding
Strange
coming
ult.
from
I don't think
Enzo,
it's going to be
but now
big.
it's not gonna be around
He's dead
for
already,
Terra
too.
level 1 Crook. Already, it's going to be the Dragon moving on in, but I think the damage has already been done. Level 1 Crook doesn't feel the need to invest in this one.
No, he's not going to be able to TP. It's over, chat. Yep, like I said.
Point. And it's a great response from Na'Vi here. Heads up swap
Damn.
from Terra.
Hey. Didn't I tell you guys, if you win the first game, you might lose the series? I told you.
With an Iron Fist Daredevil running down composition. With
But we have a
Captain
game.
America.
Yeah, we do have a
This
game.
is,
My feet
say,
are
like,
cold,
a
bro.
Crazy strength from Na'Vi just because they run so much of the Venom dive.
I need to get some
You
socks.
can kind of build a composition around him and his strengths, and Terra as flexible as ever. So Na'Vi forced the 3rd round, and they're sticking to what won them the 2nd round in the first place.
You definitely did. I did not know. I did
That
not
was
curse
a
any
great
team.
comeback there from Na'Vi, and I love how Terra identified.
Just to
like,
prove
with
it to
the
you guys, I'll
Iron
tell you
Fist
guys.
ult.
Watch.
Team
I think
Heretics
Team
playing
Heretics
like
is going to
they
win
are
this
playing
game.
quite the death
Watch.
ball composition at the moment.
I'll
If they're
prove
gonna
it to
play
you
that
guys right
together,
now that I'm not even.
you can
I don't
get a
jinx
lot
teams.
of
Team
damage
Heretics is
from the
winning this.
Dragon Unleashed because it's got extended range, pierces through multiple players, and does percentage of HP damage.
But man, this Enzo guy is bulky, and Team Heretics up to their shenanigans, portaling through, and if you can win the first fight here, this is again a very difficult map and round to retake afterwards, but Team Heretics have also identified Fate and Crook so well on these dives. They're going to take the high ground first and command the fight if they can.
A little bit early, though. They aren't going to be able to capture a point off of this one. Already, Jerky's in position. Can't afford to be isolated. Gets pulled back, and so the Raging Royal Flush is deployed to make sure that Team Heretics is comfortable fighting here. 3 stuns from Beetle! The Eye of Agamotto is unbelievable! And if you've got no cleanse because you were forced to try and extricate Jerky from that position with your Gambit ultimate, what are you going to do about it? It's so rare we see a good Eye of Agamotto in pro play with how much counterplay there is.
Who jinxed what? Who jinxed what? Say you're sorry, chat. Say you're sorry right now.
Final exam, that
Say you're
healing
sorry
aura of the Strat
right
Pool every
now.
single fight. And this is not something I've seen
You're
Alex
welcome.
play a lot of. If not, we don't see Strat Pool at all, so it's innovation. And it's a masterclass from Heretics as they hope to defend, but you don't want to overextend, but someone like Beetle can bring the shield up at a moment.
It ain't over till it's over, bro. It's
so
over.
well in tandem with Enzo. In worst case, you got Naga with the invisible boundary.
It's over. It's
but
GG's.
Fate
Team
is
Heretics
trying
won.
to claim.
Tanuki gets away from it for now. Vera's going to be an attempt to just try and claim the point in the background. Yeah, there's a back cap, but how long will it last for? The invisible boundary, I think, might be a little bit unnecessary. Naga might want that one back, because now you've got to try and deal with Jerky's ultimate as well. Do they really have enough sustainability to try and make this one work? Well, I don't know if they've really got enough heals to try and make it happen. There are only 3 of them there. Raja is already down. Trust me, yeah, he's playing around the backhand side here. Terra's going to try and TP back to bring some of the strategists back into the fight. And right now, Beetle's just holding up the shield of a Seraphim, blocking off the incoming healing from Fate. Seems like Na'Vi's Gambit has worked out to try and make this one happen. Final exam, once more pop from Alex. It's a huge amount of healing, and if they can hit the jackpot, then everyone's going to get so much overhealth. Look at how tanky they are. And well, Tanuki finds out that the Gambit's...
Oh, that's a huge kill from Tanuki.
Enzo getting up closer. What a flick!
Oh, I mean, hey, listen. This is actually, you might think that Team Heretics is popping off right now, but that was actually a really good play by Na'Vi to flip the point and stall the point that long to get 45%. If they never flipped right now, I think Team Heretics would be on the last fight territory.
I mean, Terra was on Iron Fist to try and brawl against this, and now we'll have an Eye of Agamotto of his own. Doctor Strange, you know, see that from Terra too often, but trying to find a solution. The answer to Heretics is now Heretics have taken the lead, and this is round 3. Here it goes.
Oh, gets 2. It's a little bit Hydron Pill.
Oh, that's big.
Sinks down underneath and tries to eat up some of the opposition, but the LOS is good to try and dodge it. Fate's easily there to try and deal with it, and Enzo does have plenty of HP, but in a 1 versus 6 is not going to be lasting for long, and Puny Banner lasts even lesser a time.
And then you get to start off the next fight with the Raging Royal Flush, and Tanuki is 15% away, so that is going to be a
Wait,
big
they are running
difference
3
maker
tanks,
in
1
terms of who will be able
3
to
tanks,
pull
1
the trigger
DPS,
first.
2
Navi's
supports.
going to steal away the lead,
Okay.
and they're already on different comfort picks than usual. Same thing with Heretics. A lot of flexing has to happen.
Team
and these
Heretics
are
is
the
running
2
3
best
supports
teams in
though.
the group.
They have
It's time to prove
the support
The
Deadpool.
approach of Daredevil has already been waylaid for now. That gives an opening for Team Heretics to move forward without their backline being too thoroughly accosted. Tanuki has the ability to unleash the Devil, but Na'Vi have the most important ultimate here. It's going to be the Gambit with the ability to put down the skill issue. It's going to be Rajaro taking down Alex, making sure that every miss is thoroughly punished. And with level 1 Crook able to hold on to this Raging Royal Flush, Na'Vi in a fantastic position to win the map.
Yo. Game's not over till it's over, chat. Game's not over till it's over.
But the Hail Mary from Team Heretics. Beetle's still looking for an Eye of Agamotto, but he has to set his team up for the long haul. Watch out for this. Trust me is pushing the Mac.
So many ultimates to try and deal with. Inside of the invisible boundary, though, things might get a little bit complicated. I think that Fate's actually dove through the portal on the other side. Has to make sure they don't get shut off on the other side as well. Moving over onto the Gambit. Vinny's trying to shut down level 1 Crook. An unbelievable bubble there.
Nice bubble. Nice bubble. See, this is what I'm talking about, chat. This is what I'm talking about. Game's not over till it's over. Game's not over till it's over.
Is needed, and still there's 60% for Team Heretics. Na'Vi might
Game's not over till it's over, bro.
I was worried when Beetle didn't use the Eye of Agamotto if we were waiting for Marvel Rivals 2, but it doesn't matter. That will be what's on the menu coming up, along with Oasis, who can leave a puddle behind to try and get its Jeff going. But Tanuki's tracking exactly where these Na'Vi rotations are coming from. It's 2 Eyes of Agamotto, and only 1 will remain at the end of the day. Final fight for the map.
I got both my eyes open.
Nah, Team Heretics wins, bro. They have the better ults. Team Heretics win.
So dangerous. Great shielding from both of Vanguard.
Team Heretics wins. That was a great bubble again by that Hulk.
And Beetle can now just hang above it. Come into my territory. I'm ready to greet you. Out come the stones onto Jerky and Rajaro. The shutdown is good. Can Rajaro survive through this? Even with the debuff, the skill issues.
Say you're sorry right now. Say you're sorry to Jay3 right now, chat. Say you are sorry. Say, and I quote, Jay3, you are the smartest individual I have ever seen in this world. You are also the tallest, cutest, and sexiest streamer. Wait. You guys can type that right now before the game's over, though.
Final exam. Alex is going to give over so much HP. Taking to the sky with a quick dash. Can Fate even escape?
Chat, type it. The game's over, bro. Team Heretics won. They already won.
Close and personal, well charged. He will tear through their flesh and bones alike. And Tanuki is unlikely to let Fate escape from this one. It's a little bit of a BM kill in the back, but where are the reinforcements going to come
GG's
from?
chat. Say it right now. J3, I will never doubt you again. J3, I will never doubt you again. You are like Jimmy Neutron. You just go brain blast and you know everything. You're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, just keep in mind, 18% on Team Heretics. Majority of the chat doesn't like me right now because I speak the facts. Team Heretics is not a bad team, chat. Na'Vi is a great team as well, but Tanuki, 44-7. Beetle, 43-6. Enzo, 34-5. 24 final hits.
I know that Alex has a huge history in competitive FPS as a great aimer, really leveraging it super well by playing a very accuracy-orientated hero like the Deadpool strategist. And obviously, like you said, the final exams being hit every time, really maximizing the uptime as well,
bro.
waiting like the entire 8 seconds during the ultimate to hit the jackpot and get another 8 seconds, making it the longest strategist ultimate in the game if you manage to absolutely pop off with the...
that was a good game, though. That was a really good game. That was a good game, and that was only 1 round, chat. I hope this goes to a map 3.
Great plans for Fate's It's Jeffs from Enzo's bubbles in particular.
Yeah, Na'Vi were so flustered trying to swap so many different duelists and getting portals in non-stop. I just can't believe it. Jerky versus Tanuki, I could watch that all day and night, and Para couldn't find the solution, putting it all on himself at times to save the day. But that first map goes to Heretics, and we were in for an absolute treat. It sucks that this is only a best of 3, because we could watch this all day, but It will be now Navi
Wait,
with the choice of
Heartstuck.
map coming
What are you
up
doing?
next, so
Heartstuck
hope you enjoy.
Bladish. Wait, every game you're just gifting 10, bro. Absolutely insane. Again, Heartstuck. Appreciate it, my friend. You're too kind. You're too kind. Absolutely massive. Another 10 gifted on YouTube. Appreciate it, Heartstuck Bladish. You're crazy. Nah, chat. Say you're sorry right now. I'm waiting for it. I can literally predict the whole future. This next game, Navi is going to win. Navi's going to win and tie the series up 1-1. And then we're going to go to a map 3. And Team Heretics is going to win that map 3. Watch, I can literally tell the future. I can see the future. Predict when your hair grows back. Never. Because my hair is already there. The Oracle 3 has spoken.
Clear the way.
Oracle 3 has spoken.
Disappear.
Predict when you get a growth spurt. What? Why? Why predict the grower when you could just be a shower? I don't know, there's something. I had a typo. Sorry, chat. Brain's lagging right now. Sorry. What are we talking about? I wonder if Chris Fizz... why does he keep saying Chris, bro? I said that last time, too. I wonder when Wilson... If Wilson Fisk is going to be a playable character. I don't know why I say my name.
Well, that wasn't quite a 200-0, unfortunately, for Team Navi on that one. But as you guys were talking about it, we have our experts here for a reason. Team Heretics is that dive team, and they proved it in loads throughout that first map on Hell's
I'm going to make
Heaven.
that t-shirt for you, Jay, and send it to your PO box. Hey, listen, if you guys send anything to my PO box, it's good.
So far here, Lemon.
That was, I think, one for the books. Easily the funnest.
Why do you know
map
his
to
first name?
watch
Wilson?
of the
Because I watched the
whole
series,
day.
Daredevil. Wilson Fisk.
Pretty much set up camp in the opponent's
I didn't watch the
back
new
line.
one. I didn't watch the
So
new
strong with the
Daredevil, though.
flankers, and why this Heretics team is not necessarily venom-pilled, but very flank-heavy. And then you combine that with Enzo. Every time you're out of position, he's hitting you with an exile. Then you have this healing aura of the Deadpool, the strap pool that we've really never seen in Ignite. So Ali's showing us just how to deathball properly around that.
Like, big honesty, if you want to get anyone into Marvel Rivals Esports, if you need to show them one map, show them that one. That was an absolute gigabanger of a map. So many unique hero picks. We had a strat pull. We had a Hulk. I love casting a Hulk. Hulk is like one of the most skill-expressive heroes in this game. So hard to get the value from. But if you're a good Hulk, you are God. You are Jesus. You are omnipotent.
Her hair is so pretty. Who, mine? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time
When
we've
you
seen
said
strat
her,
pull,
I think
at
you're
least
talking
in
about me.
EMEA. We did see it sometimes in America, specifically from YWL. I got to give a shout out to CB because she said this pretty much best in some DMs I have with her. And she basically said that was one YWL special, hold the Spider-Man. That's basically what we saw with this map from Team Heretics. But it's nice to see that tactics that are kind of unorthodox that you see catch teams off guard in other regions are now being brought into EMEA, making that flexibility even more apparent from this region. That's what we want to see for teams to try and take it against the best of the best. But we do have a pretty spicy map on our hands coming up pretty soon. We got a little bit of a preview. We'll show it in just a moment, but just talking a bit about potentials, Lemon. I mean, what have we seen so far in terms of counter maps from Na'Vi?
Na'Vi, I mean, the only time they ever lost, which was only once, they went to Museum of Contemplation. They want to go as large of a map as possible, try and give us some space for someone to trust me to Venom dive from who knows where. So the larger the map, the better for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and we've kind of seen some bit of a crux, you could say, on relying so much on the Venom dive, especially on the front line for Team Na'Vi, so that might be why Team Heretics felt so confident on the last one. But Leg Day, tell us the lore of Hall of the Jalia for Na'Vi.
Oh, this is a big glory map for Na'Vi. Back when they were Team Rad, this was the first ever map that Virtus Pro dropped in competition. It was to this very roster, of course, Sans Terra at the time. This is where they made giants, where they made Celestials bleed. And they're hoping to use it to get back into this series as well, because of course taking a Convergence off the table is very important, because it means you can't be taken to Central Park, where they have a little bit of trauma.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that going into this one as well. So big brain plays from Team Na'Vi, making it so that they don't even have to worry about it, especially in a best of 3. Of course, once we go to best of 5s for the playoffs and beyond, it's a bit of a different ball game there, but this works well to their strategy to try and reverse sweep, per se, this best of 3. But Team Na'Vi and Team Heretics going to be giving it their all. We'll see if Team Heretics can get the 2-0 sweep themselves, or if Na'Vi are going to fight back tooth and nail to tie up the series.
All right, call me a conspiracy theorist here, Lemon, but I think if this goes poorly, there's going to be some introspection amongst both viewers and Na'Vi themselves as to whether their adaptability is in question, because they have lost maps to unexpected strategies, you know, like the weird stuff from Team Heretics on Hydra Base, and of course the other map they lost was to Shikigami against the weird triple flyer. They didn't seem to have an answer for just yet, and maybe they need to get a wider.
I love the Elsa bands, man. I love the Elsa bands.
Once again, Team
Heretics makes me feel so happy to see
protect the Vanguard pool.
And Heretics, we haven't seen a
okay,
lot
you know what?
of
I'm standing
Venom
though,
dive,
chat.
and that's really going to be the best Vanguard option to take advantage of all the space, or at least to get through it as fast as possible. And we've seen so much of the
my back
in America, even on something like the Museum of Contemplation. They'll find a way to squeak into your backline. And Enzo's Hulk is like a nice budget Venom, if you will. He can go quite far with those strong green legs, okay? But where does someone like Terra land? Because he has played just every duelist, it feels like, under the sun, and it kind of depends. I feel like he's been more on the counter picks rather than maybe trying to slot in on
take care, someone. Have a great one. Have a great one.
Okay, first protect this time onto Mantis. We know that
I got you guys.
Is a fantastic Mantis player as well. And you know what? If Naga wants to play Mantis, we're going to take away the Invis. There are a lot of proficient Invis players on Team Heretics, so it's a rather valuable ban, but this might force out a protective something like a Gambit, potentially, unless you really want to make sure that the strat pool is in, or even an Ultron Protect here. If it is an Ultron Protect, then maybe Na'Vi needs to do some additional groundwork here to try and make sure they didn't go up against that triple flyer composition again, which was a little bit stressful last time when they went up against Shikigami and couldn't quite figure it out in time.
The strongest part, I think, about Na'Vi, I mean, pick your poison, but I'm a huge fan of Crook and Fate and how they've really innovated in terms of the strategist picks, but you just don't want to let that gambit go through for Crook, because that will be next level crazy for Na'Vi, especially when you have Trust Me, who's going to be as aggressive as he is, and very lucky that you're going to have Naga back on his signature Mantis, like you already mentioned, because the stronger the poke you have on a large map like Hall of the Jalia, the better.
Okay, the threat of a Vanguard pool is a little bit too high. And so, Gambit is going to make it through the ban phase unaccosted, no protect required. There's a world here where Team Heretics go for a one-sided Star-Lord, so they have to bet a
Rihenku? Appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend.
Or do they wish to take
Are we watching the esports stream? Yes.
From the stable of Na'Vi, potentially getting rid of Fate's Jeff. This isn't the best Jeff map, to be honest. Not a huge amount of environmental frag spots, but it would be fully decked out with a pair of team-ups, given how much...
I would ban Mantis. My... Wait, I did call this, though. I think Na'Vi's going to win this round. And, oh my god, Terra... Bro, why wouldn't...
Oh, no.
Lads. We forgot to do our ban. Lads.
Oh, jeez. Well, let's lock in. Let's, lock into the game. Let's not lock in our bans. We'll do that another day, maybe. But we'll get to focus on Tanuki, on the Star-Lord. And man, did he have an MVP-like performance. Got outshadowed
That's actually
by his
crazy,
strategist
chat.
last map. But Tanuki has been my duelist to watch as a top contender here in EMEA.
I think I'm in shock. Someone call an ambulance and make it for me. Okay, well, it is what it is. Team Heretics have to live with their failure. But hey, they've got a map in hand, so it could be worse. And you can see that Terra's taking advantage of.
Bro, that's so bad, dude. If they do lose the map, they're gonna be pissed off. And if they do lose the series, they will be pissed off because of that one ban chat.
Naga's usually the Star-Lord player, and man, is he ever aggressive on it, especially on domination. And Tanuki, this is the Psylocke I've been promised, okay? And Na'Vi are gonna have to watch out. Namely, they have to turn around because Ban Heretics were all over their backline on the previous map. Now Enzo's ready to set the tone, swinging out actually, as Beetle may be the one who starts to harass the strategist.
Harassment's good. You can already see the symbolic shenanigans coming on through from that Jeff. Brings everyone forward with extra over health to make sure they have that survivability. But now, both of the team must have been used from Jeff. This is going to be the opening for Team Heritage to try and claim back this space. But the aggression from Trust Me is doing so much. In towards the back, Beetle's trying to get some value, but I think Fate's going to be able to move away in short order. Jerky gets picked up from amongst the crowd, though. Amazing aim from Enzo. A frenzied arrival to get on top of the Gambit, but the disengage is solid. The Bayou spin gets them out of there, and 3 direct hits from
Fate. Wow, 3 direct hits to get that kill? Holy shit.
Resurrection. In comes the Skillish, who I imagine that was put on to one of the strategists coming through from Rajaro there, and Jerky's coming back on the Spider-Man. The Jitswood cosplay is in effect, and there's no touch on the point.
I'm just not a fan of the back row in general from Heretics. Like, Beetle and Enzo were having a little too much fun chasing strategists that there was no anchor for the objective. You had Na'Vi capping 2 takes without Heretics having a good reason. Their vanguards were nowhere to be found. And I think Enzo on the Magneto now may just prove to be something a little bit more solid.
I'm new to watching Pro Rivals. How are they playing heroes that they ban? You ban for the other team and you save for your team. So even if you ban, let's just say you ban Elsa, your team bans Elsa, your team can still play Elsa, the other team can't. Unless the other team bans it as well, then you can't.
The Raging Royal Legend, and Terra is just tearing through everybody. The Oath, the extra damage got buffed up when we started redistributing the power in Gambit's ultimate, and yeah, that's going to be that one. Much better.
Wow. Na'Vi bring the terror to you and Terra to you, and they will throw everything with them. That's why I said you don't want to give Crook Gambit. So scary with it. Now Na'Vi so close to that point B cap, and trust me, taking the initiative.
Alex has used both their dashes, wants to try and get an ultimate here, but doesn't quite have the line of sight. Only 4 players are going to be inside it, and it's going to have to do. Tanuki goes forward, Devil Chain trying to hunt down the opposing Gambit, but it's a great disengagement here. Only losing Rajaro for now. Is there going to be even more onto Crook? Indeed, there is. And this is a tough area to be held for Na'Vi, but they didn't really invest too much in that previous fight, accepting the Feast of the Abyss.
Yeah, having a Deadpool as your stationary anchor vanguard is not the best at peeling for something like a Daredevil that is batoning your strats to death. It's like you can throw a bubble and then it's good luck, son, and you peace out. While it's something like a Magneto can deliver a lot of bubbles and be a more commanding presence in front of a brawling line. So Na'Vi can't necessarily peel for Tanuki or stop him, it seems.
Oh. Okay, Tanuki misses for final Righteous Cross, and that's going to mean a quick exit from here while they wait for their Fury to rebuild once again. Great symbolic shenanigans coming through from Fate. The real difference right here is that Oasis and Fate are essentially playing different characters, and Oasis is not playing the better one. Over onto Fate, they need to take this guy down too sweet, but it needs to be an escape first. It's Jeff is a massive threat that needs to be dealt with, and there's going to be no healing really for level 1.
Oh my god! Did he just do a 360 as well?
That means level 1 Crook was...
He was doing that on the controller, bro. Oh my god. That looked like me out on the basketball court, chat. Damn.
The 360 Meteor M to deny the
That's
Jeff
actually
ult.
crazy, dude.
I love the style points from Heretics. They did double up on the Jeff and the Soul.
That is
Resurgence,
actually
but it's just all
crazy,
offense
bro.
all day, despite also being on defense.
The
So, Navi has such a
360.
gap to close. They're looking at Trust Me and Rajaro to be aggressive just like this. But Terra needs to follow up with the Galactic Legend soon, and he'll have the Royal Flush to boot.
Yeah, not being able to eat that with the Meteor Ram is definitely going to be very difficult to try and deal with. Eyes on Terra here in the back, but we're seeing if Eva needs to use the Galactic Legend for now. It's going to be Jerky who strikes in first, letting the Devil out, and certainly is being made known. Tanuki with a good counterplay here, but you've got to start thinking about the car. If you are Team Heretics, it's getting awfully close to that finish line. You need to try and make your way forward. Here's the Galactic Legend coming through last. Tanuki desperately looking for Terra in midair, but that free flight is real difficult to deal with. A moment in cover.
How the hell is he
It's
alive?
a great dodge there to make sure that Trust Me isn't too much of an issue. And look at Oasis just pouring out so many heals right here, and Naga alongside them. Once again, Jitwood has returned to EMEA, and Naga's found out the hard way. The Jerky's got so many heroes within their pool, even if they are picked up first. Oasis has a back pocket pick. The Edge Jeff ready to go. Fate's going to be the one to launch it first. A quick healing puddle left behind, and Jerky is able to easily...
Dude, the Spider-Man's out, chat. The Spider-Man's out.
Just wanted a healing puddle, but Alex left it anyway, so they were chased off it by the divers. And the Meteor M up above. Nice dodge there from Terra. And this should be Na'Vi having enough players to try and bring this one home as level 1 Crook, feeling like he could just get involved and start doing the damage. The threat isn't there, but the Mantis certainly is. So Resurgence comes up next.
I can't believe it. Na'Vi staggered their ultimates to just trying to be as economical as they can by not combining the Gambit Royal Flush with the Galactic Legend. May have been the nail in the coffin. Na'Vi did not get the full finish on the fight that they would have hoped so because they staggered those ultimates, and it costed them a lot of time. They only have 40 seconds left at cap point B, and like you pointed out, Oasis didn't even need an ultimate, just pouring out so many heals in the pile to keep Heretics up through what looked like every ultimate in the game coming out of Na'Vi.
Okay, Tanuki, damage boosted in towards the back. Trust Me, almost at the Feast of the Abyss. And Naga's already been taken down. There's even more damage to come.
Oh my God, Trust Me.
Absolutely sublime right now. The Thanos strike has hit the back
Oh
line.
my, Trust
And I'm
Me.
afraid that they aren't going to be living through this one. No resurrections this time. Beetle does his best to flee away, but Jerky's still sticking with the Spider-Man. Has a spectacular spin, ready to go. Could use the stun out potentially, and even stop the portal coming through. There's a momentary little bit of a fight, but unfortunately the cart has already gone
I like how Jerky is still on the Spider-Man. He's surely
So much
good. Yeah,
time
he's
was
switching.
bled
He's
out of
switching.
Na'Vi, but sometimes it's not.
It was a good
when
hold
you get
though.
the
Good
job
hold.
done,
Good
as
hold.
long as it
Good
gets
hold by
done.
Heretics.
Yeah, at least that's the type of worker I am at Na'Vi. But they only have a minute for the final point. Thankfully, that skirmish extended them another Galactic Legend, but it won't be with that Raging Royal Flush, and it does miss that extra oomph that Na'Vi really needed to even cap point B a lot sooner than they hoped.
Okay. However, the extra oomp's going to be there, courtesy of the damage boost from a Mantis. Jerky has been selfless, moved over onto this to make sure that Terra can get some value out of that ultimate when it is deployed. Enzo moving on forward, trying to rescue their divers from something that's gone awry. The pocket should be good here. On to Terra. There is so much fire coming his way. Tanuki caught out the rest of Team Heretics, forced to disengage.
And you'll take the sacrifice on Tanuki to just have a better hurrah for the final part of this map.
I don't know if that ult was worth it, but I mean, they got a kill.
Now they got
Took the space.
White Fox in tow. Something.
Oh no, Terra, you're better than that, bro. Terra, come on, you cannot be feeding. They cannot be feeding like that, bro. Oh, come on. Especially with less than 20 seconds remaining.
They need to get rid of Fate. Fate is going to have trouble actually joining this fight, and so Terra's the one who has to move away onto Doctor Strange.
All right, trying to get a better angle on this fight and coming through the front right in Enzo's face with the Meteor M to stop this push from Na'Vi.
Okay,
good dodge.
Side of the Jeff is the question right now. Letting the Devil out is Tanuki. Terra desperately using the portal for cover. Gonna dip out for a second. Will they be able to exit it once again before it closes? Seems like that might not be an option. Level 1 Crook's gonna find themselves alone on the other side. The Raging Royal Flush. It doesn't last for about a second.
I think that's a GR right there. Hey, that's a good push though. That's a good push. Good defense as well. Yeah, Terra doesn't seem like Terra today, chat.
Fate getting kidnapped at the end.
Terra does not seem like Terra right now.
at dismantling Navi's strategist line to make it so the fights don't end 10 years from now, which Navi fought through tooth and nail and made that a farther push than ultimately could have ended sooner, like aka point B, where they started to stagger more of their ultimates and were even questioning how much more they should invest. Naga even brought out the portal on the Doctor Strange to even take some more time off of Navi to recontest point B, and Team Heretics knew how to disengage, soft reset, have a strong fight afterwards. So, well, the finish line is there for Navi towards the end of the map. Can Team Heretics get to that and beat the, best team, second best team in the group? There's a lot on the line here.
Well, some would say second best.
Why are they not running 3 tanks, 3 supports to stall point? That only happens on some maps. That doesn't happen on every map. Some maps are better than others for doing the 3-3s.
Yeah.
I will award you the highest honor I can bestow, the Infinite Aura badge.
What?
It took some good swaps, too, to just have everything ironed out. Navi had to figure out who was going to be anchoring. And now on the defense, you got the Flyers. Jerky's going to be watching from above, doing some scouting. Now you don't have the
Jay paid off Navi. I just can't prove it yet. Yeah, I gave them a pack of Skittles and a 1 foot pick. Just 1. I said the other foot pick will be delivered when they finish the job.
Available for the Magneto, and so it's just going to run it down main here. And which doesn't mean they have to worry about the drop from Navi up above them. You can see that 3 players are just waiting for Enzo to slightly overextend so he can get on top of that and really find an exposed backline. But Oasis just playing in such a safe position. Really difficult to deal with anything.
Wow, nice shot.
Catch a little bit of water, and I guess he's a Hydrophobe because that does everything. A nice anti going through onto the Gambit, but Beetle can't quite convert, and going up against 3 strategists who are just out-sustained and out-damaged.
What, not? Wow.
Already gone the way of Team Heretics. How do you re-engage this one? Can Rajro get onto there is the question as Terra tries to TP from the back and maybe create a soft off angle here for the Venom to try and work with.
Dude, Navi is not looking good right now, man. This is not the Navi that we know, chat.
Controlling this high ground very well. Terra's going to be the one to come up and try and hit it, as we are in a little bit of a stalemate here.
Only 3% from it being captured.
Oh.
Team Heretics were right on the edge, and Tanuki's in a beautiful spot to try and eliminate these strategists.
Oh.
The tracking's good. Is it going to be anything better here from Beetle coming up close and personal, just dealing all of the dark depredation damage? Out comes the Gambit ultimate.
No, I did not curse them.
For Team Heretics, but Alex hasn't got theirs yet. For only 97%, a last second to come on through. A quick eat as well. They will get the Venom.
Did he get anyone?
Elves, I imagine, as Fate has to flee away. The counter strike is coming through the pockets.
Wait, counter strike?
The Rage of Ultron reigns above, but can Team Heretics do anything about it? They have the Meteorame in the back pocket, but decide not to use it. Looking over onto Crook, it could be all about the one shot here. Enzo from downtown does not give time for themselves to get anything more, but knowing that all of the ultimates are expended.
That's a good ult by Tanuki. That's a great ult. Oh! Oh! They actually killed him! Oh, shit!
From the Gambit, and Tanuki is far from charmed. He's wondering what just happened. Where was my support? Where was my love?
Yo! Navi with the D!
And the fact that, again, this was 3% away from being captured, and Navi got back just in the nick of time.
What do you mean GG's it's over? Chat, they still have 2 minutes, well, a minute and a half now, bro. Not over.
Where and who to look at, and what a shutdown on the Galactic
GXF Steel, appreciate massive prime sub, and D-Bert with a massive 100 bits. Appreciate it, my friend.
Oasis will keep a safe distance, and you'll be never parched with this Jeff on duty. And trust me, does not want to overstay his welcome. You do not want to deal with the wrath of Naga and friends and their poke.
Okay, charged great sword here for Enzo, doing a lot of damage to Terra, taken down. Remember, there's going to be no quick returns this time. Might have to go over onto a Spider-Man, but I think it might already be cooked. Great weaving around.
Looks like his shield was up, but...
And it just seems like it's going to be Rajro trying their best to shut this one down with a quick little bit of skill issuing in midair. Jerky's in danger.
Wait, no!
Other strategists, they've all fallen down.
I wanted to see that Ultron kill, bro. That looked clean.
Team Heretics, but later than they would otherwise like.
Yeah, pretty big time bank disadvantage, and Navi just having to go to an Ultron. Well, if you can't peel, you could just fly away.
Damn,
from your
dude,
problems.
that was gonna be
It's
some
been
nice
hard to
tracking
access
and
him,
stuff,
but
and then
not
they
so
like
much to
skipped
go
it.
after people like Crook or others. So good focus from someone like Beetle to eventually tilt the resource scales in their favor. And Team Heretics, they can keep the rally going. Soul Resurgence or Raging Royal Flush will be on the menu first, if you can even use it, because trust me, it's all over you again.
Oh, trust me, low on options though. No longer has the symbiotic swing. Still has
I think
the
Terra
resilience
is the
if
type of
needed.
player that would probably get in his own head, though. I remember in China when they lost, he was actually very upset and he blamed himself. I mean, I think
a little bit of extra damage coming through as well. Tanuki now
there's a lot probably on his shoulders and whatnot.
The disengagement strong. Look at all that speed they have, courtesy of the Mantis. Joker's going to be caught out by themselves, and this might make it untenable to try and fight this one. But still, it seems like level 1 Crook, they feel the energy, they see that it's workable, but trust me, so far from the ultimate, the healing's not delivered. They have eyes on the Gambit in the back. They need to try and take down Fate before he can do anything more than this, and Fate actually expended their own Raging Royal Flush to try and facilitate the disengage. The charged greatsword pierces the flesh of Na'Vi, and that's a lot of space for Heretics.
Man, Heretics have really found a groove, maybe extending a little too much, though. Don't forget, Na'Vi are right next door, and now Na'Vi have a chance to even climb back in. But Enzo's bubble saves Naga, allows him to use a Soul Resurgence after the Feast of the Abyss from...
I would have popped my ult right there. If he popped his ult, he would have got that kill.
Out of Enzo's book.
Terra getting everything right now. Extra damage coming through from both the Mantis and the Ultron. Fully charged meter, and they're waiting for that one to come on up. Now there's nothing to answer Terra, who has the angle up above. Can they try to escape this one? The Freedom Charge, the answer given, but Tanuki's taken down due to all of the fire being concentrated in one place. Beetle leads the rest of the team forward, seeing if they can make it happen in a 5v6, because they don't have time to waste. Terra rescued by Trust Me. A bubble when it's needed, and it seems like Team Heretics know that they don't have the damage to make this one work.
Chat. Do you think Navi's gonna get this?
Tanuki, but Team Heretics have been able to fend for themselves against Trust Me, but really need to find more punish. And now that he's not on the Venom, it's just gonna be a front-to-back brawl. Look at Team Heretics to kick things off now with the Royal Flush.
In towards the back, skill issue likely put onto Alex as well, but the Raging Royal Flush, he just hides away and makes sure that this massive healing's going to be enough.
Oh, good job by Fate.
Down is good. It seems like Fate right now just getting Tanuki every time.
Oh, Fate just killed 2 people as a support character. That's cool.
And Team Heretics,
I mean, he did have ult though, but that's actually crazy.
Map 3, guys, 34 seconds, and Team Heretics have not just a mountain, but it's looking like Everest. Naga, Soul Resurgence, and they still have the gap close. Everything has to depend
last
on
fight. I mean,
Navi are trying to mark where he's going to be coming from. You can notice the Galactic Legend. You could send Tanuki to try and shut it.
Team Heretics can still win
Navi
this.
to try and shut it down
Actually, both teams have great ults.
Needs to be sublime here. The Soul Resurgence can save everybody from the angles that Tanuki's going to be developing. A very risky position here from Fate. Might be chased on down.
Ace, by the way, appreciate the massive prime, my friend. Welcome.
Healing's going to be more than enough. The anti comes through. They got Fate, and that's the opening here. Enzo from behind.
Oh! I mean, he didn't directly hit him, but he still got the kill. No shot. You know he's mad. You know he's mad.
Far from done for Team Heretics. They still have a Vanguard here to try and stall it out for a moment longer, but in overtime, their spawns are coming back along.
You know he's mad, chat.
Fate opens up the portal. One last chance to keep this one contested, but it's blocked off on both sides, including by the car. Fate makes it happen, and in from the back, it's going to be Jerky with the Rage of Ultron. Great sustainability. Maybe he can save it for the team. But now the great sword's been drawn on. The damage is too much to bear for Trust.
Terra got the J3 treatment, getting solo ulted.
Through the iron armor of Ultron, and Beetle just chases down the shark. Who would win? 1, 2, 3 boy or a
we got an extra minute. We got an extra minute, chat. We got an extra minute.
And gas in the tank of Team Heretics in a subtle play.
Come on, Navi. Come on, Navi. Make this go to a map 3, bro. Make this go to... Hold on, chat. I'm seeing the vision. I'm seeing the vision. I'm seeing the vision.
Navi, even with the Soul Resurgence,
no, Team Heretics wins 2-0. Never mind. GG, chat.
Hit their lab.
I saw the vision.
Team Heretics suffered a lot on the time, though. A minute is not a lot, but they only need one strong fight win and a good clearance of Navi to win the map and the series.
Okay, moving in with 2 duelists this time, try and get maximum value off of a Raging Royal Flush. Jerky going to be chased on down. Can they find the Adam? He's just floating there, imperiously T-posing on them, but Narg is the one who asserts dominance in
J3 sees the vision. You cannot change the J3 vision. It's fate. It's literally fate, but not the fate on Navi.
Here, but going up against the Captain America, does so much damage now. Alex taunted, not finished. There's no damage coming through from the other side. Rajaro's down. Everyone just has to ult by themselves to try and stall this one.
Oh no, chat. chat. Oh no.
Then you think for Team Heretics to hit the Galactic
Oh
Legend
no, bro.
lays down the fire from above, and certainly a legend's formed here this day as Team Heretics.
I told you guys, the J3 vision.
Grandiose mythos.
He sees everything. J3 sees everything.
And
2-0
like
to
on their way
Navi.
solidify
That's
the
crazy,
number
dude.
1 seed in
That's
Group
crazy,
A. That
Navi.
head-to-head is going to
You
matter
lost
down the road.
2-0?
Heretics
No,
standing
bro.
tall over their biggest
I gotta see the
opponent
stats.
in this group and doing it in
Jarvis,
true
show me the stats.
fashion. And I mean, Navi had so many
Jarvis,
bright
show me the stats.
moments, and Heretics stood tall in the end. I mean, pick your poison. Alex had great anti-heals.
Oh man, I feel bad for Fate, bro. I do feel bad for Navi. They're good friends, man.
From just a Jeff is insane. Tanuki, the duelist of fear.
Tanuki popped
Naga
off.
swapping to
Tanuki,
everything and anything with
Tanuki, Beetle, yeah, the whole
Some
team.
point
I think
swap was
I think the
there.
main
And
difference
some
was
life
that
saving bubbles,
you know,
namely
Terra is a
someone
great
like
player, and
Naga
all the
who's
players
just
on
being able to
Navi
activate
are
that
great
soul
players, but
resurgence,
I
give them a
think
fight win,
Team
open
Heretics
set
just had the better
Enzo and the
teamwork.
pull on the strategist, and Beetle, who was able to stay as measured as he
I
can, but
don't, dude.
also
That's
running it
crazy
down
that
on
Navi
those
lost.
strategists
I
was a
did
huge
not. Wait,
neutral fight
wait,
winner for
wait.
Heretics. What a death ball from this team.
Well, I am absolutely knackered, Lemon. So let's bring.
Oh my
back
God!
In to chat about.
Oh my
this
goodness!
Series.
Oh my God!
Expected for Heretics 2-0.
6.6
Million!
million.
Definitely expected it going into this one specifically, but yeah, any of the Navi fans who saw their performances in previous seasons
6.6
and
million
expected
from
big things from them, they did their
337
best
people.
that they could
A
on
1
their
to
map
1.5
pick. We talked about
return
this, like,
ratio.
going into this one, that
If you
hey, they
bet
beat
two-
Verdice
oh, wait,
Pro
no,
on
chat,
this
chat.
before, but unfortunately for their sakes, this time it did not work out, even with the miss of ban.
If you bet
from Team
250K
Heretics,
on
it
Team
did not
Heretics,
matter because we
you
saw
just
so many
won
players, all 6
almost
players
$1.5 million, bro.
Doing the most damage. Naga really just got kind of flanking around, supporting the team as best they can. It's kind of like
Oh
that
my
support,
God.
or flex strategy style that we saw from
Oh
them.
my God.
And then also,
If you
swapping
bet
on over to
200K,
Silent
you
at the
won
end
little
just to
over $1
chase
million.
down Jerky, who would swap into the Adam Warlock cinema. I mean, if you had one series to recommend people rewatch today, this is going to be the one to do it, Levin.
Absolutely, and this was Navi's
That's crazy,
choice
bro.
of map, and we're talking about how historical.
That is actually crazy. I told you guys to put your money on Team Heretics. I don't know why you guys went Team Navi. That's crazy. You guys should just listen to me more.
Collapse onto them, but if it's anything, it's Navi that collapsed, and it's just these critical little moments when you were getting anti-healed, when you were trying to go in, what ultimates you're able to shut down, and Navi had some big moments too, being able to cancel.
That is
Tanuki's
crazy, bro.
Galactic
That was some
Collection.
big
Shout out
money.
to Fate there. A lot of nice moments from Navi and how they're able to stall on their defense, but this is gonna be a good match to rewatch.
You know, I gotta give a quick credit to Oasis. I said that they were.
That's
playing
crazy,
just
bro.
worse, Jeff, without any,
They won without the
any
ban.
team
That's
opposing
true.
their game,
Team
dropping
Heretics was
41
like, you know what?
only
I feel
falling
sorry for them.
twice in
Let's
both
just
sides
give them
of
a free
that
hero. Let's not even ban it. That's not what they did,
We're
but
be getting Naga here for the interview as well, and I'm really interested to like pick their brain on exactly what their strategy was going into this. So welcome in, Naga. I got to hear, you know, ahead of time from Fate that they were feeling confident going into this matchup, but you guys really pulled out all the stops to shut them down and prove that you are the best team now in Group A.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you for having me. And
Naga's a good kid.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Fate has to be.
Is he playing in the
confident,
kitchen
but,
though? Is he
we'll see how
cooking?
we'll feel next time we play them.
Oh, he was cooking, chat. He was cooking.
Well, Naga, today on Domination, we saw you play something a little bit strange. The Invisible Woman is a new pickup for you. How long have you been grinding with Invisible Woman? Also, did you win because I bought the Heretics bundle?
I mean, it definitely helps that you bought the Heretics bundle, and I'm proud of you. Like, well, I've been playing Winvis for what, like 2 or 3
Wait, isn't
days, I
Team
guess?
Heretics the one that has
Something like
the spray
you know?
says playing
I
for the
feel it's
vibes?
fun to just put me on off roll a few days before important match, you know, but I'll have it. Then I expect great things for them to make up for it. So, I mean, Navi did make it hard for me to play Invis there as well, so, I mean, but yeah. Gotta be better next time, I promise.
And it was so fun to watch you, and hey, you act like a duelist when you're on Mantis too. You were able to fend for yourself when you're getting dove on by one of the scariest Venoms out there, but Enzo helped you out so much. What are the comms like when you're trying to call for help, or does your team just trust you to kind of peel for yourself? How do you handle the Venom dive in this meta?
it's not really that scary, to be honest, because we have like triple support backline, so we don't even stress that much about it. It's only on like Hell's Heaven where they had like full dive where it's like quite scary, right? When they dive us, but the Venom on Holf Jelly is like not that big of an issue. We can in fact just ignore him if we want to, but sometimes I like to just shoot him in the head a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Let's keep talking Hall of Jalia. Last
These
match?
matches are really fun to watch. Hey, I'm glad that you're
Yeah,
here
I
watching,
mean,
man. These
We did
our
really
watch
feel
parties
like
are a
we
lot of
needed
fun.
it,
I
to be
love
honest.
watch
We haven't-
parties.
I mean, I have to say we haven't played this map a single time in practice, like unironically, and the last band we were kind of like, I mean, let's make it a little bit more fun, right? And even then, on first point attack, I legit played without sounds for like 2 minutes in the beginning because my headset died. And then I tried to pause
His
it, but apparently
headset
I have to
died?
confirm it, so I stood still like in the fight, and then I was like, no, I don't have time for this. And then we kept playing, and then we double supported it because of it. But I mean, obviously the only reason we can win this map, right, without practicing it, without having a last ban, is because we have the Team Heretics bundle. Like, it is unmatched.
Oh my
Like,
god, he's a sellout, bro. He's a sellout. You know, hey,
Oh,
I'm
man,
gonna
it
be
sounds
honest
like
with you.
you guys
I'm
were
all
able
for
to
the
play
selling
the
out
vibes throughout the
if
entire
they had
series
more
itself,
skins, bro.
but, you know,
I
kind
think
of looking ahead, you guys
I think
have
it was a
2 more
big
series
mistake to
finish
just
off
do
your group,
Deadpool only.
facing off against
I
all
think they
Verdice
should have
Sports,
all
and
the
then
heroes,
closing
bro.
things off against Shikigami. I mean,
Oh yes,
you must
Jedi.
be on
I'll
top
play
of
in
the
a
world
second.
after this win, but how do you lock in for those last 2 series and confirm the #1 seed going out of Group A?
I mean, my team is absolutely insane. I'm not worried about any matches, and this was a great start to the year.
Damn.
And we're gonna take every match one by one. We are not gonna like just, you know, look at the paper and be like, well, we are better in every single way, so we just lean back. No. We have to win, and we have to win big, right? And we have to win confidently. So, you know, leave no gaps for them to surprise us or whatever it could be. So yeah, we're gonna, you know, practice hard and talk a long many hours about how we're gonna beat the next teams as well, right? So
Love to hear the insight for that, Naga. Thank you for joining us here on the broadcast as well. Lemon, do you have one final question?
Yeah, just one more thing. Oh my god, we're so interested in the meta right now, and we saw some strat pool for the first time in EMEA from Alex. So what are your thoughts on that one?
I mean, with the banned tank pool, the strat pool just has so much value because we also get the Jeff team up, right? I don't want to give too much more insight than that, but it's probably like pretty underrated, to be honest. And Alex is really good at it. So yeah.
Well, we won't take too much of your time or too many more of your strategies. Thank you for joining us, Naga, and enjoy your win.
Are you surprised Navi lost? I did not think Navi was going to lose. They have a great team, but Team Heretics is also a really good team. J3's luscious hair. Appreciate the massive 5 gifted subs.
Nice
Also,
to get some insight. I mean, only playing Invis like 2 or 3 days before, and the performance that they put on is insane here, Levin.
Yeah, as an Invis player,
this is to ask you to play Cloak and Dagger in QP today because I need some peak entertainment.
we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what we're doing yet after this, but I appreciate the massive dono, Jedi Chai. We'll see.
In the neutral, and Naga still did his job beautifully, and then we got to see him on the Mantis, and as you heard him, he's not worried about no Venom.
Well, we are going to be taking our final break of the day. We already have Team Heretics now confirmed into the playoffs with that victory. Navi looking for a little bit of a resurgence in their last series tomorrow, but it's going to be Fire Strays facing off against Crownfall after this.
Last game of EMEA. Wow, it's a 10-minute break. Last game of EMEA, and then we start NA. And I think the NA games are going to be fucking fire. They're gonna be good. Wait, Jay, do you think my boss will understand the lack of sorry, can't even speak right now. Do you think my boss will understand the lack of my productivity for the second Friday in a row if I tell him it's Jay's fault? Oh, he'll understand. He'll be like, oh yeah, I wasn't doing any work too because I was watching the best J3 Marvel Rivals watch party stream. So he'll understand. He'll actually give you a promotion. If you go to your boss right now and you tell him, hey, I'm sub to J3 and I watch his stream, he'll literally give you his position. He'll be like, hey, you know, fuck, I can't argue with that. You want my CEO position? You want to own the company? Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. I own 6 firms thanks to Jay3. And there you go. Wait, how do you own 6 firms, but you're not even a sub to this channel? That's like me giving you the Powerball, you know, winning numbers, and you won 500 million, and then you come to Jay3 stream and you're like, hey Jay, thanks for 500 million. Never see you again, even though you gave me the 500 million. Take care. Like, what the hell, bro? I gave you the numbers. Wait, what happens in that situation? Because I remember hearing a story that there was like this Christmas party at work, and you know, one of the people bought like a lottery ticket, and that's what their present was to someone that at their work. But then that lottery ticket that they bought for someone else ended up being the winning lottery ticket. So what happens? Because you gave that person the ticket, does that mean they get the money, or do you also get a spare because you bought that ticket?
Love the streams.
Mincia, is that your name? I appreciate the massive new Prime sub. Absolutely insane. And also, Jay Bari, appreciate the massive dono, my friend. You too, kind of. Wait, not their ticket anymore once it's a get. Yeah, but I remember, I think the person sued them. Are you going to watch Party All of Ignite? Yes, I always do. I watch EMEA and NA all the time. The one who signs the back of the ticket and the official winner is the official winner.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and I'm here to answer one specific question. What's the meta? And I would answer, I don't know, what's the meta with you? And I will continue to use that joke until I'm about 90, even though I look about 90 now. But in all seriousness though, I do want to talk about some of the data that we've seen from that first week of action in EMEA and Americas in Ignite. Bear in mind that the players played on a old patch. It was the hotfix that came out on March the 19th. So the White Fox buffs that we're about to see, the Deadpool mobility and
this is my first esports watch party ever, starting last weekend. I'm loving it. Well, you're loving it because you're in this chat. You're in this stream.
As the pros will say,
if you were watching anyone else, you probably wouldn't be enjoying it.
Stuff is going to change.
This stream, we make it fun. This chat makes it fun. I make it fun. You know why? Because sometimes we just bust it down and start twerking.
Which of these characters is the most powerful in a competitive sense in coordinated play? And the answer when it comes to presence, how often we're seeing these characters, is actually Elsa. There was 68 maps played in Americas and EMEA.
Okay, chat, it's been 5 minutes. I'm going to start the next prediction.
Twice in the draft, right? You can either protect the character and then the other team protects them. So
fire
you can both
against
them. You can both ban them, or you can have one
Crown
team
Fall.
It
Chat,
ban it to make sure that they can play some.
Put your money on the line. Last match of the day for EMEA. We still have 5 more games for NA. I'm going to let you guys get to the predictions. I am going to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back, okay?
Include him at all.
Jay, this is my first stream. Do I bet it all? Fuck yeah, bet it all, bro.
One is being banned out a lot more than the other. And surprisingly, it is Gambit that is actually being taken out more. So, for example, a lot of the drafts will look like they will on screen, right? Where you're seeing Gambit being banned out first, and then both teams will go and protect the Elsa, so both teams have access to it. Naturally, it makes sense. Elsa is really strong. Why would you not want to ban her out first, though? It's more the case that Gambit, despite him being nerfed individually, being hit by the strategist ult generation nerfs too as a whole, he's still strong in his own right, but he enables so much as well. Heroes like Star-Lord, Galactic Legend with a Raging Royal Flush from Gambit, an incredible combination, and characters like Rogue, who are pretty like middling, I suppose, when it comes to the rankings of Vanguards on their own, get pretty much S tier because they have the Gambit team up to work with. You remove Remy from a draft, you're removing 3 to 4 other strong heroes alongside, so it's so much value. So you take off a lot of the options from the enemy team, and protecting Elsa means that you at least have something to work around, no matter what your composition or idea is going to be for a map. Whether you're playing Dive, Poke, 2-2-2, Triple Strategist, Triple Vanguards is something that we're seeing as well at this point. With flies, against flies, Elsa just works with all of it. It doesn't matter your comp. You put an Elsa in, and she's so versatile. She will go and just absolutely destroy people in her own right. Outside of these two fighting for first place, you do have the likes of Vanguard Deadpool actually being right behind them, both in protecting and also banning him out. And similar to Elsa, he just fits into a lot of different compositions and ideas, and he just is very good in his own right. But also, it's how good he is on stuff like domination, because he can still build up his ultimate very quickly, certainly in comparison to some of the other ult generation nerfs that we've seen. That first fight is really good for Deadpool because he can get a ban hammer early, put it on the enemy strategist, lead to an elimination, and so your backline strategists are up on ultimate charge before the enemy. It gets so much value, and it makes sense why Deadpool Vanguard is so good, not only on domination, but just in a lot of first early fights. If you enjoy these kind of breakdowns, let us know, and we'll continue to do more. But until next time, ignite the battle, and I'll see you in a few.
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
We have a couple teams.
Chat, how's the
confirmed for
predictions
group
going on?
stage, but this
Oh,
one
that's
could
not a big
potentially be an
prediction.
elimination match if Crownfall do go down. It is going to be Fire Strays versus Crownfall, looking for both of the teams' first ever series wins. And of course, we got Leg Day and Lemon. We have our final series of the day. And Lemon, what can we expect from this Crownfall team, who feel a little bit underestimated, but look pretty decent in all things considered?
Please expect the unexpected. Expect one of these teams to get their first win. All right, let's get the positivity, the vibes out there, because first week did not go so hot for either of these teams, but for Crownfall especially, they have actually 2 Elsa players, so they're still trying to figure out their roles and identities of who's going to be the better player. One, not a lot of teams have all the years of time together like VP do, so they're still flexing around who is going to be the best Elsa player in the world. So
who do I bet on? Oh, I have no idea. Both of these teams have not won a single game, I think. So this is a gamble, chat. I don't know, man.
And also, this team prefers more of like a Crownfall, is more of a Deathfall, not as much of a Venom. So they play actually a lot more Cloak and Dagger than the average team, but they're gonna have to figure that out on our first map.
I chose fire in the
Yeah,
blind
looking at
pick.
that
Let's see the
first
pick
map, I mean,
bands.
we go back to Krakow. It's our fan favorite for today, at least for the random domination that we typically have going down between these.
Yeah, I don't know who's
teams.
gonna win,
And
man.
From what we've seen in the past,
Salad
from
for
both
36
Fire
months,
Strays
though.
and
Appreciate it, my friend.
Crownfall,
How you
I mean,
doing?
Any specific strategies that come to your mind here, leg day?
3
for Fire Strays
years.
specifically.
Well, this was the map where I discovered that Binary is that guy on Hulk.
Yeah.
And
Venom, too.
honestly, I like it. While I'm talking about Fire Strays, I got to put on my disappointed dad face. I had Fire Strays at second in this group in my preds, like for moi, to be honest.
I think I had them pretty high as well.
It's not been great from Fire Strays thus far. I expected like we might be seeing a Hulk meta, and Binary's probably the best, if not one of the best Hulks in the MEA. Like Enzo showed that it's viable back on Hell's Heaven. Fire Strays haven't really shown that much of it so far. And if you look at the names on Fire Strays, like I was thinking this team was gonna clean house, but like I don't know if they just come from.
I'm
such
pretty sure that was a
different
gifted
backgrounds
sub.
in
Yeah,
terms of
chat.
team
So.
structures. They can't make it work
Anyways,
together,
unfortunate
but they
situation.
have-
That guy's gone.
They've been all over the place.
Not really
The
unfortunate.
comms have been
Okay, let's see this. Let's see this.
Have they been? I guess is the question. Have they been coming? We'll find out today. Hopefully, Fire Strays have been scrimming hard in their week off to rescue.
I don't
their
know why,
performance
but
and
this
to rescue their
jersey
place in
and
this
that
group.
logo
Yeah,
reminds
this
me of
looks
like.
a classroom full of people, but they've really started to outline who they're.
God, it reminds me of something I would see in the series Emily and I are watching on a banner, bro, like in House of Dragons.
Topic for this meta, and having a strong dive has really started to cement teams towards the higher echelon, which Fire Strays being a strong Venom team versus a Crownfall who have
Hashtag
moved
ad.
towards the Death
I'm not
Ball.
hashtag ad by House of Dragons.
Flexo has been really one of the better group players to watch, and he's flexible at that, so I'm a big fan of this Vanguard lineup.
I'm really a fan of these jerseys that we're seeing too from these teams, though. I got to give all the credit where it is due to all the rosters actually showing out as best they can. Even Crownfall, they got their
Wait,
own
I like
logo on
Crownfalls.
the outfits that they're wearing as well. But yeah, big shout outs to these teams, especially because like Crownfall, I feel like this is a team that did pretty decent, right? They looked as solid as they could have against Team Vision. People were expecting big things from them, especially Coach Cuffy, who has the sauce in terms of like the ban and protect. It just feels like they haven't found their identity as a roster just yet.
Yeah, the identity of this roster, I think, has gone pretty far on just Fahad and Majed being able to Giga carry in many cases. Like, this is a roster that had a little bit of tumultuous entry through MRC. They picked up Rosa after Rosa fell out of another organization, which name doesn't come to me right now. It was Alter
Esports, yeah.
Yeah, Rosa got taken from that, ended up on this roster, Crownfall. I think that probably their main weakness as a roster is that they've got two
High
main
tower
vanguards,
symbols? Yeah,
or-
like high tower,
yeah,
bro. It's
if
like
they
like
don't have
a
access to the
family
Vanguard
crest or
pool,
something.
Flexibility can be a
Okay, chat,
little
I gotta
bit
put
issue.
socks on, bro.
Rosa's
I'm
a
freezing. Hold up,
fantastic group. Abuhu's also a great group and a great mag. I think Abuhu is strongest on the Vanguard Deadpool, but if that gets banned away, things start to get a little bit more dicey for them. But I'm excited to see Majed play because I think that Majed is potentially one of the next big duelists in the MEA.
And just they got to fight over who's going to be playing Elsa, and if no one gets Elsa, then what are these Fahad and Majed going to flex to? So that's that big identity question for them, but they could always lean on Father, aka Abuhu, which Abu means father in Arabic, fun fact there. And he has been such a good brawler when it came to MRC. His rogue was chef's kiss on how he was able to pin people down, literally. And if it's not going to be the rogue, which you don't get to see too often, it's going to be the death ball from Crownfall. And I had this team higher in my power rankings. It's just that loss to Vision kind of took me by surprise. I expected more out of Crownfall, but now that you have that week break between then and now, I'm expecting bigger things out of Crownfall.
Well, we'll see which of these two teams are able to rise to the challenge and take their first win on the docket for Group B here in the EMEA region for the Ignite preseason. But Fire Strays, they had a lot of expectations going into this.
I need you to
unfortunately,
stretch me.
They have not met them just yet. Crownfall, the
my
floor
leg hurts.
is as close as they can get to how high they can go from here on out. I mean, Crownfall, they look
What,
really
chat?
solid
I'm
at the
talking
start.
about
We expected
yoga,
big
bro.
things,
Emily
but
knows
they've kind
yoga.
of settled where most
Stop.
people expected going into this actual bracket
it's not like
stage
that,
itself.
but
So
like-
now moving forward, they still have a couple of very important series to go. This versus Fire Strays, and then their last one that we'll see on Sunday versus Reason Gaming. So every single map, every single match is a must-win for both of these teams. Fire Strays, though, I think they have their work cut out for them. Crownfall's not going to make it easy leg day for them to actually take this win.
Yeah, Crownfall will have been doing their homework. They've got a very astute backline.
No,
they've
one was,
got one of the better drafters in
was from,
EMEA, in Demoness, formerly known as Arya
Oh,
Goddess, who's
yesterday
a
or
very
a few days
good
ago.
ban line analyst. So I'm expecting for Fire Strays to be remarkably hobbled if she's on form.
Yeah, this is also a must-win for Fire Strays, even though they could maybe afford the loss here. It's the fact that they still have VP. And let's just say everyone is losing to VP. No offense to anybody, but it's just so this is a must-win for Fire Strays because
Yeah, you guys don't do the thing.
Yeah, I mean, looking
where
on the side of Fire
you guys
Strays
go
as well,
back to
they're
back,
also gonna
and
be
then you
playing
lock
against
arms, and then
Vision
one
on
person
that
bends forward,
Sunday.
and then
So
your
if they
back
can
gets
get a win
stretched.
here, they'll
You
look
guys
that
don't do
much
that?
closer, potentially taking that spot out from underneath of Reason who dealt them a dish served
Feels
cold
good.
in the
Your whole
2-0
back-
that they
yeah, your whole
lost
back
in
gets
that
stretched.
matchup. But now going into Krakoa, facing off against Crownfall, if they could start off on the right foot, this
It doesn't
is
hurt.
their time to shine, especially because they have so much to pull from, including the different rosters that we could see
Ooh,
of
you know
heroes.
what would be
I'm really
fun?
more interested, though, to see what we see out of Crownfall, as
Babe.
we talked about some of their weaknesses going into this one. But it's Fire Strays versus Crownfall for our last series of the day.
All right, let's head on into it. Crownfall have some big brains behind them. We've got Coach Cuffy as well. Kind of like a Tom Scott video. I wonder where he's going to be coaching from this time if we get an interview later. But it seems like we're already diverging
see.
in terms of our bans. Fire
Let's see
Strays
this.
are immediately taking away the capacity for either a Majed or for hard carry on the Elsa, as Crownfall more worried about the Gambit.
No mic? Wait, is my mic
Trying
not
to
working?
expose those
Oh, no, my
tools and
mic's
what those
working.
hero pools are really going to look like. Now Majed and Fahad don't have to fight over Elsa duties there, but the last time we did see Crownfall on Krakoa, it was not pretty. I think it was a 200-0 loss to Rad Esports, but you know, it is Rad. It is number 1, number 2 in the group, but I'm looking more towards Abu and these Doctor Strange portal plays. That can be something that can really catch you off guard. And again, these Terror Capes from Ayano have been a huge proponent to these fight wins. So, but Crownfall really got to step up their Krakoa.
Needs to be a little bit stronger. Daredevil off the table here, really trying to constrain for Hard and Majed. And interesting to see the Venom Bang come on out, given that we are likely to see at least 2 strategists be the Loki and the Mantis. I wouldn't be surprised for an Ultron to be a third here, given that hasn't been banned away by Crownfall.
And taking away the Venom from Binary is huge. Crownfall are forcing them to kind of play their own game, or at least to play a very different game, which Binary has been one of the most more impressive Venoms, to say the least, and is a huge part of their win condition. So we'll see what a Binary flexes to other than that. But Abu's on the Rogue, and this was such a standout to me on the MRC stage. I hope that they stick with it, because to pin someone down if they're out of position, to force the team to fight, to back them up, or to sacrifice them.
How to
is,
play?
what's
I'm
really
not
fun
answering that
about
question, bro.
watching a Rogue team.
Okay, chat, let's see this.
Yeah, we have seen some crazy Rogue plays thus far in EMEA. And in North America as well, they really have been showing the Rogue. She works so well with the Gambit team up, and might make it a little bit more difficult for Binary to stay in on that backline by giving a bunch of damage over onto the Hulk and just making sure that he's not comfortable in those melee ranges.
A good brawl from Crownfall and who they want to throw with it. And now a triple Vanguard with Fahad on the Deadpool. That's going to be really fun. And Fire Strays, well, you know, Closer just plays so much Jeff, and now maybe
Okay, let's see this, chat.
flexing to something not in the duelist department.
Both
but
teams are
duelist
looking for their first win here, so
with the White
remember
Fox
that.
after the buffs.
Both
But again,
teams are
watching
looking for their
Portal
first win.
plays,
J3's feet picks for sale. Preach them after 2 months.
Oh, he's gonna let it rain on Crownfall here in a second.
I'll watch for double damage boost here off the back of the The Mantis boosted regeneration domain from Closer might be able to get an instant mugging if they can isolate one of these strategies to see, but right now the Gambit might be in a more perilous position, but Black's actually a little bit too thick to fit between the portal and the building. Manages to slide on through eventually. Binary really taking a bunch of damage, has to use his bubble selfishly as the Gamma charge not going to be given over to anybody else after getting the Gamma clap sucked out by the Rogue. That means even more damage going to come on through.
I like how a lot more teams are banning the Elsa and letting the Gambit go through.
It's a little tap dance from Fire Strays to try and keep this one contested. Binary coming awfully close to returning to that Bruce Banner mech. You can see that Abuhu is just absolutely on top of Binary all the time. There's no comfort to be had. But finally, the slow play of this one is working out for Fire Strays. An attempt to turn around as a skill issue from Bahad is sent in onto the back line. Sloppo is going to be the one to move on down, and Abuhu will return to a primary fight, noting that Binary is once again without parental supervision, and that's where Mama comes home to make it work.
Yeah, such an early banhammer too from Bahad. The longer this fight goes, the more that Deadpool is going to scale and also level up, literally and metaphorically. And then you got the Eternal Bond. Yano has already formed that, but the cap has still not gone through, so this is a marathon.
Majed up in the sky as the damage was going to be theirs. Not able to try and survive this one, at least as Binary is going mega mode and has the Raging Royal Flush behind him. Bahad finds Closer. Demon needs to be blown up just once. And Majed
Yo, Dave, Preacher Massive 100 bits, my friend. Oh my god, is this guy playing Fortnite?
For himself, but
Was that guy playing Fortnite?
To spawn together, unfortunately. And that's going to be the first cap going the way of Crownfall.
Good flexibility from Crownfall to kind of figure out they've been able to play also almost every single match, so this is already a different look from them running the triple Vanguard, but the Brawl was what they were most known for in the MRC, and again, Abu can just floor anybody who is out of position. Ayano saves and sustains the fight with the Eternal Bond, and now you got to look towards Rosa with this Meteor M to deny Sloppo. With this Galactic Legend, he's already getting into a flank position, and you got to be able to stop him quickly before he eliminates anyone important.
Yeah, Sloppo has this damage boost as well. The pocket is strong. Is there going to be enough to try and find the value here? You can already see that Abuhu wants that, knowing that they aren't going to be in too much trouble now. That's going to be the Meteor M taken to the sky. Just Rosa have it in them. Nice.
Oh, that bubble saved them from his, wow, great bubble from Binary. That was a great bubble. Without that, he would have died. Chat, what a lot of people need to understand, and especially you guys, if you guys play Star-Lord, if you play Star-Lord and you're ulting, get the hell away from a wall. If they miss you, which majority of the time they might, if it hits the wall behind you, the splash damage is still going to kill you.
Groundfall is what got them to the 60%, but it also meant the second fight, they didn't really have anything to go against Fire Strays. Yet, yes, you were able to stop the Galactic Legend from Sloppo, but there was so much left in the tank from Fire Strays, Strangling Prison and all. And now they watch on the high ground as Crownfall hope to dismantle Fire Strays at a distance, but also safely rotate towards the waterfall side of the map. Sloppo needs to be careful how much he's flying through the air. There's not a lot of aerial cover, and it's almost like Black Zone is trying to create that cover with those Groot walls on the stumps. I'm liking that.
Yeah, Sloppo's continuously tempting fate, but Black Zone going to find themselves alone right now. In comes the Eternal Bond. Might be touch waylaid by the incoming damage. The answers to Soul Resurgence copied over from the Loki using the God of Mischief. Nosta's going to have a second one here if it's necessary. Remember, this gives over health as well, but that's easily burned away by Majed. Multiple players lose their over health, but it's Nost with the quick response. And it's an all-out brawl on the point. It's an absolute feast for the eyes. I can't tell what's happening, but Damon knows exactly where to find their enemies, and Binary's good on the mag cannon too.
Yeah, the sustain from Fire Strays is so strong. I mean, the fact that there was an end song, Inferno, from Majed, and you just barely saw it because it just only scratched the surface of the shiny armor that Fire Strays have. They have officially taken the lead, and they're ready to stomp the yard with Kumiho form and Sloppo, which in a defensive position, you can find some really creative angles with this Galactic Legend.
All right, incoming big damage. They want Ayano Koji, and they will be able to get them.
2 ults for that, though? That guy was at 38% ult charge. Jay, you should stand from time to time. Sitting down all the time is bad for you. I know. That's why I'm standing.
With that much HP, but sees Abuhu falling low. Mega for 1 versus 2, but Sloppo thinks better of it for now. Instead, goes to cover their backline as they're under assault from the Deadpool. Oh, there's a quick sleep coming through. Not sure if that one cancelled. The ultimate may still have gone through. through. A disengage gives over a moment of respite to Crownfall, but Fire Strays are ready to clap back at a moment's notice. And Demon also has the Kumiho ready to be unleashed once they're finished slicing through with the White Fox claws incoming now. Abu, who has to flee away. On top of it all is the strangling prison of the group, and now Sloppo's ready to chase down the strategists. A quick one clip's looking good to me. And while there is going to be a last chance saloon here from Majed, I don't think they've got all of the backup that they need. Ayano Koji next to fall, and Sloppo gets a nice spray transfer. Well, Fire Strays claim the first point.
And on Grove 2, Fire Strays.
Wait.
Just
Wait,
when you're
Emily,
at that 99% mark, you have a lot more freedom.
Can you come here
of
for a
where you
second?
want to take the fight. You can extend outwards. You can go for flanks. Crownfall are forced to really make sure they focus on their vanguards to keep anchoring the point, or else the overtime is going to go away and they're going to lose the round. Crownfall had an extended fight, so they have some ultimates to kick off this next one, like the Galactic Legend, but Crownfall, the brawls really started to falter to the stronger poke, and also the sustain that Crownfall
like
just couldn't go up against. So you're going to need this brawl from Crownfall to not just work from front to back, but find
but I
its
think this
way
is the newest
around
one.
as
Also,
well.
which
You cannot
one would you
let
like?
Snost and Demon and Closer
This
just
is
put
the best,
this
like,
unlimited amount of heals, or Fire Strays are never going to fall.
like, you
And they
got
will
this
have
one,
the
this
advantage
one.
going into this. Crownfall, though, decided to get rid of that Galactic
like this
Legend that
one.
they were just about to get
Right.
in exchange for a Namor.
Namor
Yeah,
maybe
and
a little
then,
bit better at hunting
and then
down
you can either do the
something like
Inferior like
Demon.
that, but I think
There
it's
is a little
better
bit
like
of
that.
weakness in White Fox to poke-based heroes like Namor, and doesn't really have a great method of dealing with those squids on the walls either. Could really
Well,
try
I can't post it when I'm streaming.
Sloppo's attention span, meaning that they're the only player who can really take those down easily.
Yeah, you got to be careful playing on the point here, because the group wall can come up
Unless
behind you and
I'll
separate
post
you from
it.
the strategist, and Crownfall are learning that the hard way.
All close
yeah, on my
himself managed to
Instagram.
get their
Yeah, but
hands
let
on
me
the
do the
stolen
or the
Gambit
description.
ultimate, managed to get an LOS on Ayano Koji, and that meant that Fire Strays had an ultimate that
Stop
I don't
bothering
think
Emily.
Crownfall were
I'm
quite
sorry.
prepared for here, and Sloppo really managed to get the value out of that one. It's going to be first cap.
Yeah, Abu to the Deadpool from the Rogue, needing a bit more ways to defend themselves, because man, Rogue do punch hard, but cannot really protect herself at times, or at least very briefly. But Abu unfortunately got walled off from the group, which already spelled the beginning of the demise from Crownfall, along with the ultimate, like you pointed out, from Closer, who's looking to close out this next fight. You gotta jump through some hoops, and namely some group walls that Blackso has left behind, and he's got the Strangling Prison, and Sloppo has something different on the menu in mind.
Yeah, might be looking for a flank here with the Galactic Legend. Rosa slept temporarily. Now you've got to look towards the back. It's a big flank coming through, and everyone's just going to be caught into one place. Good cleanse coming through there. I imagine that was the product of Ayano Koji using the cleansing cards as well. The Dragon has arrived to watch over the fight, but no one seems to be too bothered right now. They're more concerned with dealing with Snost in the back line. A huge Strangling Prison coming through from downtown by Rosa, seeing their opportunity, and Majed is finally finding the dominance in the duels that they were looking for.
You're not
Yeah,
that
beautiful
bold, my
cleanse and
good
card
kid.
management.
Thank
from
you,
Ayano
thank
on the
you. Yo,
Gambit.
Greg, appreciate the massive
Strangling
dono.
Prison, just for the,
I don't know why Chuck always calls me bald, but I
Y'all,
appreciate it.
Although conserving it for the future is always great, but watch out for the Horn of Proteus from Majed, and how Fire Strays play clumped at this choke.
No,
point.
yeah, Loki
That
Lamps
could
are actually
really
very
buy time
OP.
for Fire Strays to get this
Especially during a Psylocke ult as well.
That's gonna be an
I
alternative
hate
round
playing
if
Psylocke
Crownfall
against a
is
Loki, because when they
tracking
just
towards where
green,
they're coming
or
from.
if they have
And
like
besides the Kumiho
other
form, Fire Strays don't have
clones
a lot of
around,
points.
your ult can becomes useless, you know what I'm
Good
saying?
tracking there from Binary, but healing solid as well. And Majed is the
Valenzano, appreciate myself 11 months. How you doing? How you doing?
From their erstwhile Vanguard, unable to find the Mad Cannon combo either. Binary misses out on the chance to get rid of that Namor in short order, or at least force out the blessing of the deep. Sloppo plays the corner. Using this high ground is super important here to try and get some free pressure over onto that backline. And here comes the Kumiho Unleashed. The rest of Crownfall need to move forward onto a point to keep this one contested. Without Rosa, it's going to be even more difficult, but it seems like it's down to the Vanguard Deadpool to make that happen. Darby cornered by the 2 versus 1. Damon and Sloppo on the flank are absolute demons right now, and Ayano Koji's got nowhere to go but into the arms of Groot, and he isn't here for a hug, he's here for a slapping.
Like,
It's
you
the
can say something
last
like,
second
oh, it was his
contest from
first
Crownfall.
birthday or
They've
something.
made this fight at least long
What's your
enough with
boba?
them in control for it to not be a complete loss.
Just Fire Strays know how to manipulate the fight on their terms. Like, these Laxo walls have been amazing to section off Crownfall from each other and just at least buy enough time where you can claim these eliminations before Crownfall with the triple strategist can bail them out. That is huge. And even with Fahal and the, or Fahad, I should say, with the Karmic Revival.
It's my dog's birthday tomorrow. Oh, that's cute, Jasmine. That's actually really cute. But you know what's actually funny is I don't remember asking. No, I'm joking. I hope your dog has a great birthday. How old? How old?
Oh, good dodge coming through from Derby. Extra movement speed was solid.
We love dogs here, chat. We love all animals. We love all animals. How old's the doggo?
Trying to shut down any potential for a resurrection, and indeed the Thorn Lash.
Oh, 5. He's young. That's young. My dogs that are with my dad right now that I grew up with are both 20 years old. They're getting old.
Watch from above and be pretty much untouchable.
Sad, but
Crownfall, their strategists are a lot more exposed, and Sloppo has the freedom to flank like this, and this should solidify the first map, but a portal comes in from Fahad.
Fahad's going to bring multiple players back. They're down on Majed, they're down on Ayano. I don't know
bro.
what happened. Maybe there must have been a body block or something on the portal to stop the extrication of a debarking.
This might be a quick game, chat. This might be a quick game. Yeah, they're 20 years old. They're very old, man. I think one of them, the mom, it's a mom and a son. The mom is 20. The son's like 18. Who's losing his sight? They're losing their hearing.
Made it so once they were able to play on the objective, there was no one who was going to be stepping in. And when you have this Crownfall team that plays so much around the brawl, the Groot is amazing at breaking up those vanguards and just forcing off angles. And then all Crownfall are thrown out of sorts. They're pushed away from their vanguards, which means Sloppo can go and flank the strategist while they're
funny enough, they're Chinese crested hairless.
Amazing approach.
You guys are not gonna like. You guys are not gonna. They're like the
Yeah, great damage done here.
What do you mean they look like me?
So coming out with 20.3k on the group, which is
I wouldn't say my. I don't say my
very low casualties across the board as well for Fire Strays. It felt like with this triple strategy, they were doing a fantastic job of covering all their bases. Even in fights that they lost, they often were playing a disengage and not losing too many players to not feed over more ult charge to Crownfall than was absolutely necessary to play for that objective.
I'm gonna tag you in it.
And I appreciate like Abu trying to swap to what is going to be the best anchor vanguard to get around, whether it was the Rogue or the Deadpool. And it's, you had stronger Pogue with the Deadpool. Obviously he has a gun, Rogue has mitts, but it's just Crownfall didn't have the obvious win conditions. Rosa did a good job of
I think I posted it.
M to stop Sloppo's Galactic Legend, but Fire Strays had more in their arsenal than
Emily
just
wanted to post something on my
getting to use
Instagram.
The C closer really shine his ability to flex to whatever the Fire Strays teams need.
All right, Sloppo showing off well.
Are you doing anything? If you are doing anything for your dog's birthday, what I would do and I recommend is, yo, chat, if you have a dog or an animal, you could buy birthday cakes for them that are like made for animals, and it's so fucking awesome. Emily made one here for Boba's birthday, but yeah. Anyways, if you guys are following my Instagram, you should definitely follow the Instagram, but this is what Emily wanted to post on my my Instagram. Basically, Boba turned 1 year and basically said, your month equals your Boba. Which Boba are you? So you have, that's not Boba. Can we go back? You have January. You have February. Oh, this is actually really cute. They're both sleeping on the same little thing. You have March. He's so small. April. He looks so cute. Oh wait, he's on my computer right there. You have May. You're in May. Well, you're a wild one. You have June. Oh, this was a really cute photo with him. With his sushi, what do you call it? Collar. June. You have July. August. This is one of the derpy photos of him. I don't know what he looks like, but there is August. September, you have him laying. He loves to do this on the tile for some reason, chat. He loves to do like lay full out and everything. September, the sploot. You have October, Halloween. He is a bat. You also have November. This is the cutest one. It's November. This is my birthday, but here I am laying down and he's hugging my chest. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. Look how small he was. So I guess if you're a November baby, you're laying on my chest or something. I don't. And December is the cute Christmas boba with his little Christmas bow tie. I love that he is very comfortable with wearing bow ties, though, or just like wearing clothes. I love it. And that's the latest Instagram post, which I am going to start using a lot more. I told you guys. He's a cute little boy. He's a cute little boy.
They woke up. This is the team that we were expecting to see. They put the headsets on and started talking, and I love to see it here, Jen.
That was what we were promised. Like, we promised you guys at home. Somebody was going to win this series and get their first win in Ignite. And
I love sending you unhinged messages on Instagram. You know, it's actually really funny that you said that, Jasmine, because every time you message me, I do report you, and it's weird that you're not been banned yet.
It's still very high stakes, so little time when you're just in a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, talking about that, I think they just have to, like we heard from Heretics, take it one game at a time and one series at a time. You can't think of the behemoth ahead of you. You got to focus on the little guy first, and that seems to be what they're doing here and now. Leg day on the back end, we're seeing a little bit of a roster swap around, sub-in happening for this map too.
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, Fire Strays are going to be putting Demon on the bench for a little bit of time. They're bringing in
Damn, someone's going to the bench, chat. Someone's going to the bench.
Destroyed is one of the more tenured pro players in the region, and is a fantastic hit scan player. If I had to characterize them in one particular way, great Hela player, great Phoenix player, might well be an excellent Elsa as well, but I kind of expect that to go the way of Sloppo. Admittedly, Sloppo historically has been playing more projectiles like the human.
We have 3 cats.
Namor. So maybe this is a play where Fire Strays are going to go for the first protect on the Elsa rather than the Mantis as they did last time. I think they're not as worried about going up against a Gambit, as even without an Elsa, they seem to have managed to get one over on the Gambit team, which was very impressive.
The fact we haven't seen Destroyed at all in Ignite yet does worry me, and you know the whole rule, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, it ain't broke. What are we trying to fix here? And well, maybe trying to give everybody some time in the group stage, but Hall of Jalia is what's going to be picked here by Crownfall.
I think there must be like some strategy, some practice that they had in the last week that we don't know about yet, and might be why they're subbing them in. Could also just be ping issues. Some players have been having their own internet issues.
Can you unban me on Twitch?
We don't know until we get into the map itself, but one thing we do know.
But you said ban me.
Swap sides. So
how do you want to unban when you said ban?
Because they have the choice of side.
You got what you wanted.
The choice of map. They're actually picking to be on the attacking side this go around instead of defense, which is pretty interesting. We'll see if that strategy works out well enough for them. Maybe they have a unique ban protect strategy as well, because again they get the 2 bans first rather than the ban and the save. But we'll see.
What the hell? The first thing that you do, hey Jay, I just got fired today from my job about 30 minutes ago, but your stream is fire. Bro. What? You get fired 30 minutes ago and the first thing you do is come to my stream? Hey, I respect that. Go back to your boss and tell him that Jay3 said you just made the worst decision of your life and fired me. And make sure you spit on them for me. And don't actually do that, though. Don't do that. But make sure you tell them you're a Jay3 sub. Because if you tell them you're a Jay3 sub, they will know that they just let one of the most goated people leave their job. Everyone knows that Jay3 subs and Jay3 viewers are really smart. They're really tall. They have a lot of hair. They're jacked. And they're very successful.
Crownfall on a razor's edge, but Fire Strays looking resurgent like what was promised for now. And Nost is going to be able to secure their own Mantis here. We're not seeing, as I predicted, that first Elsa ban. That's likely going to be one of the things that Firestrays really focuses in on. They might decide to get rid of a Loki here, though. Given what was done last time by Firestrays with that last protect on Loki, this could give Crown Force some pause for thought, but no, they say, you know what? Bye, Elsa.
No Elsa, no Gambit, no fun, but I'd like to see Crownfall protect the Mantis or something that's going to deal with the upcoming binary Venom, if that does float through, because we had a Venom ban in the previous map, so binary had to flex to something else, so that'll be a future problem. But yeah, the Loki, the Mantis, all these team ups were
Jay, my girl told me that she is leaving me because I watch your stream too much. I told her that you treat me better.
Surprised to see Crownfall pivot into the Loki ban themselves. Question is, do you want to try and take away Abuhu's Deadpool Vanguard as well, which is one of the main tools that Crownfall are using? Oh, might be a one-sided Deadpool Vanguard here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a protect on it come through from Crownfall, as it is going to be Majed's Daredevil, which is taken away.
And from Crownfall's matches so far, they have just never been allowed to play Gambit. So didn't really work out for them in the first map, but Ayano has so much more to show us and will be possibly able to do more of that. And because that's such a strong win condition and focused around that team play, which Crownfall are still working to match Firestray's level.
Maybe there's a world here where Crownfall aren't as worried about the Mantis Loki without Demon's White Fox in the mix. But Sestroy does have quite the Adam on him as well, so that could be a factor defensively, but needs to be considered later. But unlikely to see it on the attack, I imagine. Majed is once again going to be picking up that Namor, which has a fantastic place on Horde of Charlier defense, really able to play these high grounds and is difficult to dislodge, as when you go through that window onto the high ground, you've got to contend with double squids that are hiding out.
There's no way they're playing. There's no way they're playing
Garden, and does make Namor quite
Iron Man, right? The only person that make Iron Man work is Amazing.
The Hulk has better punishing power in terms of being able to exile someone that's out of position or to keep them in that position when the team is on the disengage. So binary is going to be the biggest threat that I'm looking forward to watching, because I think this is a perfect map for any kind of pseudo dive team. But we'll see going forward if Firestrays can close it out.
I ain't reading that, bro.
Chemistry-wise, communication-wise, as we've noted, they've looked like they've gotten on the same page.
Yeah, finally talking to each other. They got the server invites, you know, and this is certainly the Firestrays I was expecting. But I also had Crownfall going through in my predictions, so
yeah, me too.
No matter who wins, I'm going to be looking rather silly.
I think all of our predictions have been thrown into the bin. And did you guys know you could do that in game and get rewards? Well, guess what? You should do that eventually.
That's my pro lemon.
I mean, you got the Heretics plug. I gotta help out here too.
Oh, speaking of things that are coming in unexpectedly, a portal to try and mug some of these players. They're going through with the Soul Bond as well. That's why you see the Iron Man here getting that additional survivability, able to try and get as much value as possible out of the armor overdrive. But since their first engagement didn't go great here for Firestrays, they're now a little bit stuck, as they aren't going to be as powerful of a neutral. They've already lost out on binary to a Wrath of the Seven Seas sent out by Majed, and the rest of Firestrays, their disengagement path has not put them in an enviable position. They are kind of stranded right now.
And there is no raft coming for them. Like, Firestrays went in so deep, they're getting Christmas presents for next year. This was not the rotation I was expecting. I like the high ground teleport, or the portal, I should say, but just need to focus on taking it one step at a time. AKA, just get the first take on the objective. Okay, we've got that going. And let your poke do all the talking, looking at this Iron Man as your solo duelist.
Oh,
I mean, apparently the Iron Man is doing work, though, now. Why no Emma in this tournament? Emma kind of... she's played here and there, but she definitely has fell off a little bit.
A good place to try and work from. You can hear another armor overdrive now being used by the Iron Man. Destroyed almost has themselves a resurrection as well. The invisible boundary gives so much cover from which Sloppo can continue to beam down again and again. Out comes the Horn of Proteus. all in onto Pulsar. Can they find the frag? Great stuff from Ayana Koji. Once Snost can send them off the map in short order as they get the bubble as well. It's going to be very difficult to try and find a resurrection on this one as they are so far out.
I don't know if that was
a... their best. Destroyed gets the pedometer out and counts for steps. Darby there for the recontest. The Raging Royal Flush is going to give it a little bit of additional staying power, but it's not going over onto everyone.
Oh, they broke it.
Great focused fire from Fire Strays. A Binary loses their ultimate as well. Stunned out of a Feast of the Abyss, and a quick dip into Spawn from Arjo to get a touch more HP, but is not going to be able to hold on to it for long. Oh, Rose is good when it comes to the mechanics, but 3 stuns from Black. So the Sorcerer Supreme go in Thanos mode here, and
damn,
the end of it.
It was a good initial invisible boundary from Fire Strays. You created the safe haven and an anchor point. You got initial 2 picks. There was that portal to recontest from Crownfall, but I don't know how this Jep is mixing into the mix, right? You don't really need speed for your Psylocke if you're going to be defending and the fight's coming to you, and then you're just in the midst of everything. You're getting a lot more power from an invisible boundary than you are from an It's Jep, although Ayano did at least claim the Mantis. Fire Strays were still able to propel forward with the wealth of ultimates that they had created over several minutes in that fight, which is going to mean a more minimal time
they mostly play a lot of dive tanks, chat.
On what he knows best.
So you see a lot of like Venom, you see also some Captain America, you see some Magneto. Obviously Magneto's going to be a very safe pick. Oh wow, that guy actually died in his Magneto ult. Speaking about Magnetos, and also Magneto does counter a lot of other characters. You see some Stranges.
Not going to be helpful at all. A frenzied arrival squashes them underfoot for hard. Can't stand up to Black So's indomitable advance.
Yeah, just having a Star-Lord that doesn't have an invis on the other side, thank God for that ban, and Yano's gonna just have to make do without it, and Fire Strays are making do with all this momentum, now going for a portal to block the entryway or to really force Crownfall to squeeze through, but if Crownfall can resurge in, it's going to be a good fight for the Dance of the Butterflies, as long as you can try to take down Closer before the invisible boundary.
Oh, Rose has managed to squeeze on through. That's the person who really needs to make that one happen. Ayana Koji waiting for the Wrath of Ultron to be over before they land, knowing that they would be the primary target of that one. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush. This is where Crownfall needs to try and make something happen. They've lost that on Rosa, though, but Close has been traded on the other side. Snots plays a micro angle to make sure there's always some cover to try and work around. But when it comes to control of the point, Fire Stray seems to be all over this for now, and it falls to a Boohoo to shut down the Vanguards who are there.
Yano's always on an off angle on the Jep too, so it seems like Crownfall's strat line is very safe and is able to continue the resources, but Machete just gets a little too eager to get active. Still didn't even see the Dance of the Butterflies, but Albu's going to take matters into their own hands and almost is by themselves here.
Yeah, just debuffs the Invisible Woman, making sure that any miss is thoroughly punished, but not missing at this point. Oh, the bounce!
There's no way that actually landed.
Oh, and the triumvirate.
I thought that was going to be blocked or something. There's no way, bro.
Crownfall find themselves surprised by Black So. Didn't know this bro had so much motion on the Strange.
Nah, ain't no way he just said so much motion on this.
It's like they get so eager to avenge their fallen teammates that you forget the whole point is to defend. And Fire Stray's got some extra staggers too, with almost 3 minutes for the final point, and he staggers. They're going to be setting up their next fight beautifully, along with a Soul Resurgence and almost a Galactic Legend. With such an open area, if Crownfall leave that back hallway, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. I need to see Crownfall take things slow and relax and build up towards these win conditions, aka the ultimates.
Once again on flatter ground, Binary moving over to the Hulk, knowing there's not so many good areas to lurk on the Venom, trying to overwhelm a Boo-hoo here, and indeed the overwhelming's coming through. Waiting likely for Ayana Koji to use their own ultimate so it can be hunted down by Slobber, but no, instead strikes early. Over onto Darby, manages to avoid the first of the incoming curtains of danger. And while it is Rosa trying to redirect some of that damage towards the back line of Fire Strays, it is going to be even more space gained here by Fire.
Slobbo continues to have all the freedom in the world and almost the invincibility cape to just be able to flank, and a beautiful timing to come out of the smoke.
Why triple tank?
Target Dobby even with the fadeaway. Crownfall are trying to keep their heads above water, and Majed has to save
triple tank is still pretty strong.
Legend,
I mean, I don't know if you remember the TSM game, but the Gale Hulk was triple tank, and he actually did pop off on that. 3 tanks is it's not a bad
up their
bad
Galactic Ledge on this
thing.
high ground here, but Fire Strays are communicating. They know this is coming, and Abu's in a little bit of trouble.
The Raging Royal Heartbreaker might well be on the cards here. Ariana Koji gives it over a touch late, and it is going to be all about the hunt now from Majed. 50% extra damage from the Raging Royal Flush, but it seems like for now the disengage has been strong. Suddenly everything explodes though. Everything's nothing until it's suddenly something, and while Binary will be able to probably get out with their life and their hold form here, Crownfall, they spent quite a bit.
And a huge royal flush though from Ayano. I thought Abu was cooked for sure. Dropped to below half health when popping the ult and running down Fire Strays, but they never give up and they never surrender, and time is of the essence here for Fire Strays.
All right, skill issue placed on for somebody. Anakoji likely going to be the main victim of that. In fact, it's onto Black So, who's just standing in the midst of this team with an eye of Agamotto, noting that Crownfall still have.
Oh, is he going to hit it? Is he going to hit it?
Instead, they're just going to play it a little bit more reserved.
Wait, did he hit it? I can't see what's going on. The camera angle's changing every 0.2 seconds.
Stuns yet again. Black So just keeps on.
No, this guy's actually dominating on Strange. I think Strange is so... I like Strange as a tank, chat, and I'm glad that he's seeing a lot of more playtime, because he is a very consistent tank.
Away a Dr. Strange like that, there's nothing to really negate it except maybe a good Magneto bubble or shield. And Rosa, speaking of which, needs to go big here with the Meteor M and target these strats, but there's so much overhealth.
Oh, it's disgusting. 1500 health gets chunked through rather quickly, but there's going to be plenty of healing coming their way from Triple Strategist. Now it's Snot's turn to get involved. Rosa exile, their own shield is broken in record time. An extra damage boost here onto the Galactic Legend while Majed.
Oh, hey, wow, that's a great push, chat. That's going to be a hard one for Crownfall
There are no legends to be written here of the Crownfall defense, only the rubble of a once great empire.
Fire Strays, I think, definitely got a huge advantage with the pick bans. Like I said, having two Star-Lords, but only one has to deal with an invisible woman. Just that invisible boundary and how it's able to section off your line of sight on the ultimate and make it so you can't really target anyone. But Slappo doesn't have that nuisance, can just go on flanks, and there hasn't really been anyone that can stop him. But he's also a very measured duelist. He's not going crazy. He knows when Fire Strays have control of the situation, while Slappo can go on his little adventures. So I'm really liking Fire Strays on what angles they're taking around the fight, while Crownfall's win conditions have really been around desperation of Abu being the one who leads and surges ahead as the rogue, and you need to see him and Rosa really work together. Fahad on this third Vanguard is going to help create more health pools on the front lines, but it's the focus fire that I need to see out of Crownfall more.
We're starting to see this interesting crystallization of identity for some of our teams where they're Mantis teams. Like, their first protect is Mantis. They work very well off of a damage boost. They try to have like a carry duelist player like a Sestroid or a Sloppo, and they put all of the resources into them, whether it's the anger enhancement seeds of the Mantis or the Imperative Patch getting the double damage boost from the Ultron as well. We saw that in our first matchup today as well, and it managed to take back maps from teams that you would expect to be a touch more powerful.
Just Fire Strays capping this map, by the way, is an extremely challenging task to do. So Crownfall have a lot ahead of them to try and catch up in this series, and they have to perfect what has happened, and their Vanguards are getting chewed.
Black So is absolutely on it right now, by the way, with the Doctor Strange, perfectly moderating themselves, just modulating between doing damage and blocking off heals, rarely using their shield for their own preservation, because they know that with Triple Strategist, it needs to take as much damage as possible to feed over that ult charge.
Crownfall just really getting affected by just still figuring out their identity of what are their strengths and how they're going to coordinate around it, because obviously the heroes you pick change the way you play, and no Elsa, no strong carry from the Crownfall side. We're still waiting for that star power to really emerge, and I'm looking at that to be Majed, and if he's waiting to build that Galactic Legend for the Royal Flush, but that's the big win condition. Ayano needs to set them forward with this ultimate coming up.
Both Gambit team was already used here by the Vanguard line. Now Crownfall have bought the space. What can they do with it? Because they're going to be a little bit less dangerous here as Sloppo is feeling everything. It is going to be... Oh, what was that stun? Might have come on through potentially from a rogue or something. Snot is going to be trying to deal with the real aggression of Fahad. Fahad and Majed moving together. Managing to take down Snot. Not much more than that as Dali brings down the Eternal Bond. There's plenty of staying power here for Crownfall on the high ground. They desperately want the Invisible Woman. We'll find her as well. But here comes the big stall coming through from Binary on the Hulk. A quick grab here to steal the Gamma Clap would be everything. And playing inside of a Cloak and Dagger bubble here is everything. Majed knows their win condition, but cannot allow Slopper to make this one work. A TP is going to come through from Black.
Oh, chat, we got ourselves a game.
Crownfall
We got ourselves a game. Oh, that's the one that you're talking about.
Got it, maybe 30 or so seconds off, but Majed with that kind of desperate Galactic Legend at the end means they won't be able to carry that momentum through with the ultimate coming up. And Rosa, though, now there's not a Galactic Legend on the other side. They're looking to pick off at one of these strategists with that Meteor M, and Abu can start draining those ultimates, expected to come out of Fire Strays, and that's how Crownfall are going to take the initiative.
Dude, Blackzo's just put the fear of God in him. The second it looks like he's making a move for a Knight Vagabondo, everyone is looking his way, and that opens up so many avenues for Fire Strays to find this off angle. A double bubble coming through from Binary, and this is the Binary I wanted to see, man. He's one of the best EMEA Hulks. Keep him on the green, boy.
And even the dives are like just the death ball from Crownfall. I'm seeing Znaz hit a lot of sleeps on Abu, on Fahad, so it's forced this Deadpool to be a lot more measured and a lot more poke focused at a distance. While Fire Strays, if they don't get harassed,
so it would
these
be
strats are just going to keep everybody alive forever. And Black, so he was good at faking it at the beginning, but now he actually has Eye of Agamotto coming up.
Yeah, this time for really real. Blackzo's going to be able to do a bunch of damage here, but can you stop tries to catch all this aggression? You can see the extra vulnerability being given over here by Darby, but it seems like there's no actual damage has been brought in. All towards the back. Great shield play coming through from Rosa. Stops many of the stuns, but Majed still falls on down because the damage boost is just too much to try and deal with. A turnaround here, potentially, though, from Crown Force. For Hard in the back has used their skill issue. Closer has themselves an invisible boundary. Do they decide to use it, though, now that the Hard's down, looking at Abuku, knowing they're low? It might be a little bit too much to ask to send in another strategist ultimate, as they've once again survived the storm of gambits.
Just this back and forth, this tug of war, this exile. It feels like an aura exile as well. Definitely minus 900 aura on that one. But Fire Strays, the tug of war to be able to disengage and re-engage and not invest too much. A big Eye of Agamotto, but Rosa has had big moments on these bubbles, as you said. Crownfall, Majed, we need to see that star power, but Fire Strays are marking him at all times. They have flyers that can do that. Sestroid is subbed in for a reason. He has a sharp eye to what Crownfall have up their sleeve.
Double damage boost. Majed simply can't win this Star-Lord versus Star-Lord either. It's just mathematically too difficult. Binary has to move away. A nice headshot there is actually going to demech Binary potentially. No, straight back into the Hulk form. Still green, still mean, still a fighting machine.
You can still counter triple support, chat.
Fully charged came through from Rosa. Around the back, it needs to be answered. It's a perfect answer.
Oh, nice counter, though.
Sucking up all of that damage. And now more squishies need to be found by Majed. And instead, we're just going to look towards Binary, who's not inside of that
chat.
Boundary.
Triple support doesn't even have the highest win rate.
Not the invisible boundary. You just have to play your life. Respawn advantage for the defense. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto. Nobody.
No, I think it may have stunned Darby.
Oh, wow! That actually got the kill, and they broke the thing for him, so he could go.
A pretty succinct fight. You can already hear Blackzo opening a portal for recontest, though.
Will be up soon, but with no ultimates to really invest. But at this point, it's about taking down as much time from Crownfall as possible.
All right, quickly hopping in onto cart, making sure that healing's always there. Binary is going to be able to rejoin their team on the cart in short order, given how quickly Hulk moves around the battlefield. 360 centimeters. Take Crownfall away from third point right here. Abuhu up close and personal. Blackzo going to be running low on that shield. You can see the shield comes down behind them. The magical uniform to cut off the healing. Majed under assault from both Binary and Sloppo moving together as one. And Blackzo is still only halfway towards that Eye of Agamotto, but the healing's not there for Abuhu. But Dagger Storm is just about a little bit too...
Oh, that was, I mean, it's not an old, but a fat 100 charge E on people. Oh, bro, that was good. Yeah, I think this might be a GG's, chat. This might be a GG's. We might be... Oh, I have to play quick play for a little bit, though. My body's so sore.
I was on the strange for that final portal. It's a big difference when Crownfall aren't running those triple Vanguards. They need to invest all this healing, or they're going to lose the map.
Must be running low on shield now for Blackso, but guess what's available again? Binary keeping this point contested, not taking any damage. Blackso in the midst of all of this. VR Vagamoto ready to open. Will Crownfall be the one to slow it down? No stuns given over, and here come all of the ultimates from Crownfall. The Raging Royal Flush, the End Song Inferno, everything in the kitchen sink.
Did they get her? No.
Fire strays, and at minimum HP, Binary becomes incredibly angry. Hulk is the strongest, and Hulk is the crushingest,
Yeah, I
the
think.
mightiest, the meanest, the
I think, yeah, this is
and he's
GG's
cunning,
chat.
or is he cunningly brutal? When it comes to Gork and Mork, you can never really know.
GG's.
Sabby under
Oh! I think I think that character is low-key slept on right now, especially in ranked Ultron. But the Ultron Mantis, man.
Crownfall have fallen. Fire strays.
GG's kids, don't gamble or you'll end up like me, broke.
Crownfall off the triple Vanguard to the double. It was a nice block from the Eye of Agamotto from Abu. Just give a chance in this fight. But man, the poke from the other side, you just had to keep swapping if you're Crownfall. You needed a second duelist because you feel like you lacked damage, but it was the damage boost that I think made all the difference in Fire
43
the Ultron
and
the
1.
Mantis, and that's where the Vanguards from Crownfall
43
really suffered, feeling like if
and
they matched
1.
damage for damage, the Vanguards wouldn't do
Jesus
so much
Christ!
damage. But unfortunately, there was no clear answer for Crownfall.
Blackso just dropped 30k. On the Doctor Strange.
And he dropped 30k damage,
well,
bro.
Bring out the word again. Bonkers. Unreal. This was
Holy shit.
That we really considered a major part of his kit prior to this season. But what a turnaround to add this Doctor Strange. In the neutral with the Invis is doing absolute bits. Let's get VOD's opinion on all this as they have been sitting back watching, probably with their mouth agape.
I think a big thing to note here too is like the highest amount of final hits we saw from Majid was 9, and then we saw that almost from all of the strategists on the side of Fire Strays. So they were getting as involved as they could. Destroyed, like getting in for the first time during this Ignite preseason, really showed up big, but it's the entire team effort around Fire Strays that rallied together to prove that they were the better squad in this matchup. And unfortunately for Crownfall, this loss does mean that their chances to make the playoffs are over, but they can still play spoiler and even help Fire Strays potentially because they play against Reason later on as well. So that's definitely going to be a one to watch out for later on this weekend. But I mean, all the praises to Fire Strays. They took the week to have their training arc is what we basically saw here. And now everyone has leveled up, Lemon.
Absolutely, and I was a big fan of Binary on the Hulk as like, which poison do you want to pick between the Venom or the Hulk, but just being able to exile and control where and when the fight was going to take place, especially when Crownfall were trying to play this tug of war, this disengage and counter action, and when the Hulk is exiling you, you're going to be forced to fight the field. You don't want to sacrifice your Vanguard, which is often what the exile was going to be targeting towards, and despite having a Gambit, it felt like Crownfall's win condition wasn't very clear. They haven't shown too much of it in Ignite because it was banned, but I'm hoping Crownfall were able to explore more of their hero pools in the duelist department to try and have better strengths in the damage department.
A lot to work on for Crownfall for their last series of the group stage, but also going into stage 1 as well. This is just the preseason. All these teams you'll
My
see.
cousin is watching you from the hospital. Any chance you can do a shout out?
Roster shuffle that
Fuck
can
your
happen
cousin.
between preseason and stage 1, but for the most part, you can only trade out 3 of your main roster players.
Nah.
And when I talk to some of the teams, they're
chat.
like, okay, you know, we're not going to make too many changes unless we poach from
No,
some of the
no,
other
no,
teams
no, no,
just
no.
based
He
on
wants me
how
to
much
say,
talent
bro,
there is
I'm
in
not
MRC
stupid. He wants
comparative
me
to
to
what
say
we see in
Mike
other
Ox
regions for
Little.
that. So maybe some
Mike Cox
inter-team
Little.
changes, but apart from that, typically we'll see the
You're
same
not funny.
rosters. And I hope this team of Crownfall
You're not
sticks together,
funny.
works through it, kind of expands their hero pool a little bit. Because Lemon, I feel like that's what the biggest weakness for this team is.
Yeah, Crownfall, I mean, I was glad to see Abu on the Rogue because that was a huge part of their success on MRC because they kind of got a taste of their own medicine. But like Crownfall, we're always chasing everyone, pinning them down with the Rogue.
Someone's gonna clip that out of context, chat, and then they're gonna be like, yo, wow, fuck J3, bro. Cancel J3.
Courtesy of a Hulk, so Crownfall just weren't able to match band for band, if you will, with the duelist, but it also means that Majed had to face an invisible woman, which is a whole different ballgame.
See you on Twitter.
Who didn't have that problem.
I really like this composition that we saw from Fire Strays, especially swapping in Destroyed for this final map, giving them some time under their belt, of course, but also just the comp worked out so much better having this triple strategist lineup leg day.
Yeah, I think Destroyed having both the Ultron
What is that
and
sign?
the Atom in their pool of
Are you downstairs?
often used strategists is very important, especially when we saw the like really
Hello?
weird, but very well resourced first fight through the portal.
I think Emily's
with the
cutting
soul
something.
bond from
Sounds
the
weird.
Atom to make sure that you could play like
Get him
such a
next
bonded
time?
duelist
Ay.
like an Iron Man and potentially get the drop onto someone. It was a bit of a weird rotation, but it
Yo,
worked
how
out
you doing,
in the
Chocolate?
end.
How you doing? How
We
you
will,
doing?
Of course, be able to talk to the team about it.
Exactly. We do have our final interview of the day from the winners in Fire Strays. It's Blacks. They are here to give us a breakdown of their great plays that they were able to showcase throughout that series. Welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations on your win. And tell us the gospel of Doctor Strange, because you seemed unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a hero that we played a lot the past week, because like after the result we did last weekend, sadly we were we lost against Verdice and then we lost against Reason Gaming. So this week we really practiced a lot and we focused on Strange and Groot mainly, and that's why like I was completely ready to give everything on Strange, like too much hours on the hero right now.
Was that the main change you guys made between last week and this one? Because it seems like whatever practice you were getting in the last week has kind of turned your team around majorly.
Yeah, I mean, we did one of the major changes is that we also, like the last map, it was Cestroid in and not Demon, because Demon is like our main DPS, but we swapped with Cestroid on Convergence and Convoy maps because we think it's a better pick for us. So that's one of the main changes that we did this week.
And talk to me about how you coordinate around your team, because as a group player, I loved watching you play on Krakoa, and we were giving you a lot of kudos on how you were able to use your walls to block everyone off, and which let Sloppo go crazy. So how are you able to communicate with your team when you set up Sloppo like that?
Yeah, I mean, so basically the comm is like, especially when I'm on Groot, I'm the one talking about my cooldowns, like especially the big wall, you know, because it's a big cooldown, a long cooldown. So every time I'm coming to, like I have a Groot wall, I'm always telling my team that I will place a big wall, so then we can play on that big wall, you know, because I can like block the enemies and then we can play on that big opportunity. So that's why we are mainly like coordinated with Slowpo, like he always understands me and what I want to do. So like even on Strange I always have good follow-up on every ult that I do, and every hit that I hit, like it's always a nice follow-up from the team because everyone listens to the comms.
Awesome.
Seems like the comms are pretty unlocked for you guys as well, but going into your final series that you have on Saturday and Sunday, you're playing against Verdice Pro, you know, the former and current world champions, and then you're playing against Vision. What is the kind of game plan that you guys have to prepare yourself for two very different matchups?
Well, to be honest, against VP we will try to like put a for fun comp, you know, like try to surprise them with an exotic composition, you know, like some things that you don't usually see. And then against wait, how is it?
A Vision.
Vision, yeah, thank you. We like I can't say what we will have against them, but it will be like we need to win, so we will put our best comp in and what we are the most strong at, you know. So
well, thank you, Blacks, for joining us for the broadcast here. Really appreciate you giving us your insight, and congratulations again on your first win. We hope to see more from you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
That was awesome to hear from the player on Fire Strays. And they got their first win. We got to hear some insight. We saw exactly why they were able to kind of turn things around. I love the focus on the Groot and the Doctor Strange they were talking about from the start of it. And then also just taking each series a little bit of a different approach. And that's kind of what we got to have some team do, Lemon, against this Verdice Pro roster coming up. You got to do something out of the box, unorthodox, exotic composition, as he was saying.
Okay, chat, I think we have like
and
45
take them
minutes
from
or
their
something
throne.
here.
Yeah, and to take out one of your, I guess he said main duelist in Demon, to have Straight come in and have 100% win rate in Ignite. I don't know, the stats speak for itself, but that was their first win, and hopefully for them, the first of many, because it's still going to be an uphill battle, because Fire Stray still have Verdice Pro, and that is their next match, actually.
It's a lot on the line. You got to play against the best team in the world, and then you got to play your match to pretty much secure your spot in the playoffs for the preseason. So a lot on the line for all these teams. You know that Fire Strays are going to give it their all. Reason Gaming now looking back and saying, man, I wish we did a little better in our series and got the win versus Rad, so we didn't have to worry about the results of that one. Maybe feeling a little bit more confident, though, going against Crownfall later on. But there is some great results that we had from the matches today that we can go through. We got to see some beautiful performances from all the teams across the board. Some teams making their way all the way into the playoffs, cementing their spot, getting those 3 wins necessary for it. Unfortunately, a couple of
I think you can just probably skip all this chat and just go play ranked or something, or play quick play.
I mean, talking specifically about it, towards the future of these groups, Rad, I think they really just showcased how they can lock in regardless against the adversity that they face, even with the connection issues that they mentioned in that first map leg day.
Yeah, Rad definitely have done. They've experienced the map loss, you know? Like, it's kind of important to experience that map loss before you get into the playoff bracket, when you've got that safety margin of your qualification. Because, like, okay, like, now we know what we need to scrim against. If we go against teams that play a lot of Mantis, like, we book them for scrims over the following week, we try and figure out how we're going to play against that damage boost. Are we going to try and mirror it, or are we going to try and outmaneuver it with something like a double duelist?
I think just looking at the matches today, I was super proud of Reason to be able to take that first map against Rad, like they said, breaking that perfect record. We saw VP have not missed a beat from week to week. They beat down Vision, and you could skip that one, but the Heretics Navi is an unskippable match for anyone who's
Okay, I think we're done here, chat. We can probably
and we did not lie.
Next is going to be
a lot of people expecting that one to go the other direction or even be closer than it was. I mean, we even saw the misban, of course, from Team Heretics, and they're like, we got this either way. They locked in and they put up the numbers necessary to prove that they were the better team, at least on the day, and with the compositions that they were able to showcase. And also, shout out to the Captain America fans out there. He's still good. You can have Beetle to kind of emulate your game.
We can do it. We can do a chocolate.
He's a really good Captain America, but still, it's not all doom and gloom is all I gotta say on that one. But talking a little bit about the other matches as well. I mean, looking ahead for the future of the series that there are as well. I mean, I guess actually going back to the recap here, Peps, I think, is a team that I still don't have like a full read on here. Like they look really solid, but that's against Pulsar, and they struggled against some teams, but they also look decent against the Na'Vi roster, who we just saw lose to Team Heretics. So if they potentially bring it to Team Shikigami tomorrow, they're going to look that much better to potentially steal that group spot from Alter Esports.
Yeah, I'd be very impressed. I would love to see Peps take a map off of Shikigami. I don't think they'll win, but I think this is a team that's had a little bit less time together and is definitely growing into their own skin. We've seen a lot of these teams over the course of getting one more week of scrims in preseason turn their fate around majorly. Like, we've seen Heretics do this, we've seen Fire do this, like Fire Strays in particular going from 0 to very, very good. So I'm thinking that
let me ask.
Really scales with time, and I'd love to see
Emily, are you downstairs?
Put up a big fight against Shikigami, who I think are really
Okay, chat. I think they're gonna keep yapping.
Playoffs, because we've officially.
I think these guys are just gonna keep yapping for a little bit. So I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go play some quick play. We could play like a game or two here, and then I think NA is going to start at 5 o'clock. So that means we are going to go do that. Nasty, appreciate the massive new tier 1 sub, my friend. Absolutely insane. Welcome. Did I give you guys your points for that already? Yeah, I did. I gave you guys your points. W. Okay, chat. Let me go get Emily real quick to see if she wants to play. Let me see what Emily, if she wants to play. Okay. Emily. He's ignoring the check. Give me a second. So you wanna go to? We'll wait for you. Well, she said she is busy right now, chat. But if she has time, she could play with us.
Protect your bald king!
Okay. Yo, Byron Dragonstone. Ooh, appreciate the massive Prime sub. Funny, we just started watching. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, let's go. Let's go harass. Quick play. Hello, sir. You ready to go harass? Unless you want to do a ranked game.
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay, let's see what we do in ranked. Ooh, wait, I'm scared. Chat, ranked or quick play? Cold Stone. Appreciate the massive 5 months. What's up?
What did you say? You say you're scared?
I'm asking chat, what should we do, ranked or quick play?
Oh.
Wait, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I see a lot more. Ranked. What would you like to play, Chocolate? Ranked or quick play?
I mean, how much time you got?
40 minutes.
I mean, is Emily coming?
She's downstairs doing something right now.
Oh, ranked then.
Ooh, I see a lot. Okay.
I mean, your chat.
We can play quick play.
Quick play though. I don't know.
We could do a ranked game and then go do quick play.
Yeah, just get both. Might as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How's your day, man? What time did you start?
Your bald king.
What time did I start? I started my stream at like 9:30. Yeah.
Damn.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Started 9:30. We're probably gonna go all. It's been 7 hours already. We got to go all the way to midnight, and then we got to do it again tomorrow and again on Sunday. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Basically 7 hours per region.
Yeah. Give or take, and then there's like that little 1 hour in the middle that when yeah.
Oh, that's a long time.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
If you're gonna play tank pool, if not, I'm gonna ban it.
Now, who am I gonna
I mean,
banish for
I'll play
this
tank pool if
match?
you don't play heal pool, but if you play heal pool and that's what you want to play, we can ban tank pool.
I mean, I play heal pool, but I just know tank pool is far better. I'm just saying, if you guys aren't gonna play tank pool,
I'm
I'll
gonna
ban
ban
them.
Cloak first. I'll leave it
play
up
all
to
sup-
my Venom. My Venom
Plus-
had the ward on it, so he can pick.
Say I play all support. It's just DPS, not DPS. Support pool is my best.
Let's get this for now. Yeah, we should probably just ban Elsa.
Jesus Christ! Well, I didn't even notice that guy spamming on each. What is wrong with this guy?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Someone's got it.
My order
Venom, you
is
want the
sharp.
tank pool? Yeah, you got that.
My mind is sharper.
Let's see. Is this guy gonna lock it? What does this guy want? Is he gonna wait for me to lock it, or is he gonna lock it? What am I doing here, Ken? Is he gonna lock it, or am I gonna lock it? Is he gonna lock it, or am I gonna lock it?
Hey,
Okay,
can you give me team up?
Let's see what happens when I lock this character. Is he gonna lock it?
Whatever it takes to keep them safe.
Thank you.
My rear weight on this character is like 20%. Just heads up.
Are you bad at her, or just not lucky?
I don't know. I just can't win games.
If you want to play Jeff, I can play in this.
No, I do not play Jeff.
No. Just for running dives, so I was gonna help her dive out.
One. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Clear a path. Unless you wish me to clear your mind.
What the hell is this? No. No.
Looks like the mission area is
Come on, if it was.
capture the mission area.
We're gonna break big wall. Oh.
No. Bro, I'm pumping it into them right now, bro. I am literally pumping it into them, chat.
Top right.
See nothing yet.
Hold behind.
Fucking wall.
Okay. Okay. What's going on here, bro?
I'm not done
Wait,
yet.
Emily said, did something happen to my stream? Chat, did something happen to my stream? Okay, Hemi, appreciate the Master Prime sub. Wait, did something happen to my stream? What? Nothing happened to my stream, I think.
You needed a timeout.
Re-upped.
I'm getting ulted.
Bogey here.
support. Be careful.
Armored up.
They switched all group or something.
I was scared that he was gonna take me off the map. You know what? I'm going in chat. I'm going in chat. I'm going in chat. I'm going in chat.
This is real firepower.
Watch wall grab.
Copy invis. Get back to the world. I'm knocked it off.
That Namor is by himself on the right side. Oh, he's in main now. He's half, he's half. You can kill him, you can kill him, you can kill him.
I can't help you if you're up there. You pre-play up there against the wall, but I can't help you. Like you're just dead.
I have my ult, that's fine. Does anyone else have the TP? I have my ult. Oh, they're gonna try to cancel TP.
We don't make it anyway, I don't think.
Oh, we have someone over there to touch that.
Oh, if we have a touch, then.
Yeah, I can. You got bubbled.
Okay. Listen.
Okay, so
Only cowards see shades of gray.
I can't do anything with this wolf. He's just perma grabbing me, and I don't know. He's not getting pulled off me by anything, so I don't know what to do.
It's playing corners, so I can't really pull him.
After my ult, I can go White Fox to try and get him as well.
The Windsor Soldier.
Babe, do you want me to do this
it's
as
an
well?
Honor. You're one of the best in the business.
My performance record as an assassin shouldn't make me anyone's role model.
Hey, I don't tell you not to idolize the red, white, and blue Boy Scout. Let me do me.
And basically,
You're playing solo Hulk or something.
The
Yeah.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I can look at it after. I'm gonna go fast with my ult if we can be a little aggressive. Looks like they're TPing too.
Portal, get that thing.
Fantastic!
we don't die here, do we? Guys. We don't fucking lose that. Guys!
This is not over.
The creature is down, finally.
You know what I like, chat? Guys! Nice. Shit. Sorry. I don't know why no one was killing that guy.
Practically bulletproof. By the eye of Horus.
Guys. What are we doing, bro? What are we doing? Respect.
Wolf has ult. Unless he used it.
Respect. Respectfully, chat. What in the world are we doing?
They're only on rocket. Care Wolf walking up. He's behind the pillar. Keep going left.
Don't chase down. I'll be back in 3 seconds.
Back, Verdice beating. Shoot this Mac.
I'm back.
Yo, when they walk forward, I'll pop them my ult.
I have bubble free. They're going
Looks
middle.
like-
They're going middle.
I'm eating them there.
They're going main now. Oh, I'm grabbed. Okay, I saw. He was one. They're TPing. Can someone stop it? Yeah, we have to follow them through.
Just go through all.
What the fuck? How did I make it to the other side?
Nice job.
Clearly.
Sorry. I sneezed. My bad. I have allergies, chat. My bad.
My friend said you just, my friend on Discord call said, quote, Jay3 just tweaked the fuck out on his stream. Well, what does that mean?
I don't know what. I didn't do anything. I'm just.
Was it about my ult? It wasn't
I'm
about
just
my
a
ulti.
I'm just a chill guy.
Wilson, really?
Who's snitching? Show yourself before the king to be judged. Show yourself.
And now apparently your chat is saying cut. Yeah, you're exposed, buddy.
No
GG.
chance
What?
I'm letting you put your filthy hands on
Show yourself.
The battle starts in 5.
You are sentenced
2, 1.
to one
All you need to do is capture the mission
excruciating titty twister done by mouth.
Themselves behind metal masks.
I'm good to go.
You know what?
I'm sorry, I left you in this. Have fun.
Beacon neutralized.
We are down a player.
Chocolate.
Oh,
Chat.
no. Invis.
Can I get an 07 for chocolate? He's banned from my chat. He is banned from my Twitter. He is banned from my Discord. He is being taken off of my top 5 on Grindr and MySpace. He's done. I'm done with this guy.
Angela top left. Top right now. Oh, I got one heal in the middle left. Be careful.
Chocolate. Chocolate. Chocolate.
I'm hit.
Chocolate. You know what? It doesn't matter. I don't need chocolate. I'll show you guys why they call me a god.
No, no, Jay, you go back. Jay, go back.
Oh,
triple
okay.
sub, trust. Triple sub, trust. It works.
Triple sub? Yeah, okay, we got this.
Go back. Go. Nice. Winnable. It's full winnable.
God, he's so low. He's so low, bro.
The moon haunts you.
I'm making a comeback.
Watch this, chat. I got this. Watch this.
Okay, no, that's...
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Chocolate. You are dead to me, Chocolate. You are dead to me. Dead. What do you mean, why did we not just play quick play? Bro, I didn't know he was gonna disconnect. Well, now we're gonna play quick play because I can't trust Chocolate's fucking internet.
Fucking hate my life.
You.
Hey, my lights went out. My lights went out, bro. I don't know.
Whoa.
This house is haunted.
Just like that. Pick your hero.
Well, I like how you can't switch to group fucking chat while you're loading into the game. What, you gotta fucking pay your electricity, man?
What do you
Actually,
mean? That was a split second. My lights went out.
Speaking about electricity, I don't think I paid mine for like a few months. I think they're probably gonna cut it off soon.
Oh, good luck.
Oh yeah, I do have to pay my bill.
Like the only light I have on is this room right now. I don't know if that.
Chocolate.
I miss my house. That I actually own.
Weird flex.
I actually own the house, yeah.
Weird. That's a weird flex. You know who owns mine? The bank.
Yeah. Pay up, buddy. Pay up.
What the hell?
But someone has to do it. Might as well be the super spy with 9 magic tails.
A word of caution. The more power you amass, the greater the risk.
The battle starts in 5.
You sound like you're speaking from
3,
personal experience,
2,
Adam.
1.
I'll be sure to keep that in
All you
mind.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I have seen many futures, and most of them are bad.
Okay, let's get this. Should I do Fox? I do want to get the Lord on this character, but you know what would be better for me, chat? I think Spider-Man.
It's up to us to help the people who can't help themselves.
I think my Spider-Man might be one of the best Spider-Mans in the game. Watch this, chat.
Look out, bad guy.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
I actually might be. I think I might be the best Spider-Man in the world.
Protect your ball.
Better than Aunt May's chicken soup.
Watch this. Ready? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Chat lost?
I got your back.
Oh, that was a nice shot. Never mind. That was a that Wanda's aim was actually kind of cracked. I can't argue with that. Where's this guy aiming?
Now I've got something to prove.
Ooh!
Feeling good.
Ooh!
Better than Aunt May's chicken soup.
No, you're not escaping, buddy. You're not escaping, buddy. You're not escaping, buddy.
I gotta do better this time.
I don't know how you lived. You guys ready for the biggest play of your lives? Watch this.
Fight for the good guys next time. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh my God. When you start to feel that Peter tingle, you know shit's about to go down, bro. You know that shit's about to go down. Oh. Oh.
Anybody who has the chance can be a hero. I believe that.
What? The Peter tingle, bro? What's it called? It's, spider sense, whatever the hell the thing's called.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Great. Eddie, I guess we're doing the team up thing again.
Is the other thing
Not
on,
as
chat?
long as you
Let's
keep
see.
that big nasty tongue of yours far away from me.
Oh, Rivals America just started, actually. So, starts in 17 minutes. We'll be fine.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Even my cosmic might may not be enough to save this universe.
Look out, bad guys!
Some assistance, please.
Where are they?
They TP'd.
Is at it again.
Oh.
Gonna get.
There goes my hero.
I'm not a vengeful person, but today I'll make an exception.
I'm everywhere.
Gonna get sticky. Look out, bad guy.
What the hell was that? Did I just do a double punch? No one's gonna look at me. No one's gonna look at me. Nice.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Okay. That wasn't really
I'm not
nice.
a vengeful person, but today I'll make an exception.
Okay. W roll out.
Gonna get sticky.
W roll out.
Is there a doctor in the house? chicken soup.
Wait, I don't know if I'm like getting her out of her. I don't know if I'm getting her out of her invisibility or what, but.
Rise, my friend.
Oh my god, that res.
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
Oh my god.
Feeling good. Second chances over.
Was that really necessary?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
You win that, right, Tank? You win that?
Oh, we win, bro. We win. I've never lost a game in my life. Thank you.
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
No, they're gone.
Bro.
Back in the swing of things. My favorite time.
Where's Wanda at?
Gonna get sticky.
What's up? You wanna play? We have probably time for I don't know, this might be the last one.
Keep going. Watch out, they're headed our way. Round and pound.
Oh my god, that guy deleted me. Oh my god, that guy deleted me.
Oh my god.
I gotta do better this time.
Oh, okay, no problem.
They're not just gonna let us stay?
No problem.
Yeah.
There goes my hero.
Rise, my friends!
I think this is the only combo, I know that.
Spider Fist is ready to punch. Kind of vulnerable. Feeling good. Second chance is over. I got your back. Spider Fist.
I was spamming my E, but my E never came on cooldown. Bro, chat, I was spamming my E, bro. What do you want me to do? I could have ulted her, but why would I want to ult that, bro? My ult's gonna be fat as shit right here.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
GG's, no heals.
Ready to punch. Feeling good.
Okay, got that kill.
1-1-1. Nice.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
God damn, that Wanda has good aim. Wait, we won?
There's no way.
Easy AI bot backline. It's quick play. Why is that guy being so mean? Did they? Oh, yeah. Oh, you cut it? Good. Enjoy. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You do need one. Okay, chat. We have about 9 minutes. I think I don't know if we have enough time for one more game.
It's fine. It's fine.
It starts in about 8 minutes. But GG's, man. GG's. It's unfortunate that we played one ranked game and your power cut out. That sucks. But GG's, my friend.
GG's, man.
Chocolate played one ranked game with me. We had time for one ranked game. And he...
Of the preseason, you can see all the scores right here. You guys can
disconnected. Oh, no. Don't tell me...
You know, if we were all to pick out one kind of shocker here.
This is max volume, by the way, chat. This is max volume.
Actually, I think this is a great way. Starting and ending the day, you had the upset with Cafe Rose, and then you had NRG beating 100 Thieves on day one. And
Crunkinator, by the way, appreciate the massive 33 months. Okay, Kyle for 10 months. Jesse loves watermelons. Appreciate the massive prime sub as well, my friend.
The top of this thing is a bit harder to predict.
Turn up the volume. Oh yeah, let me turn up the volume when it's already max. That's good.
Not going to play great because they lost a few players, right, and stuff like that. I mean, it goes to show you that's not.
It's fine, but I do think today's games are going to be some of the best games that we've seen today, chat. We have Space Station Gaming against YWL. We have 100. I don't think this is going to be a great game. I'm sorry against 100 Thieves and whatnot, but SG Swamp Gaming has been looking very strong. So you have Swamp Gaming against 100 Thieves. You have TSM against Team Liquid Citadel. FlyQuest against NRG, and then Nightmare against Loon X. I assume you already bought the Heretics bundle, right? I bought everyone's bundle because I figured that if I buy everyone's bundle, I am supporting all the teams. So yes, technically I did buy it.
Yeah, we lost a Nightmare. You want to break that down for us?
Yes, absolutely. First off, I had a fantastic time.
How you doing, my friend? How you doing? How you doing?
One day to break down a lot of the action. The fact that we opened up with that banger between We Lost versus Nightmare. So let's just talk about the fact that We Lost.
I am not sponsored or signed by Team Heretics, so I don't know if I'll be wearing the bundle. So, but I do like their spray, which I might use. So.
Sentinels, they woke up. We saw that FlyQuest fell short against our MRC team, Cafe Rose, where Cozy, you and I had.
But hey, Team Heretics did pop off today. I thought Navi was gonna win. I can't believe you guys reverse swept them. That's crazy, though. Do you know if SG is a partner team? Swamp Gaming? I don't know if they were a partner team. Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, you guys kicked ass. You guys kicked ass, and I love the interview that you guys did last week. It was funny. It was something that a lot of people don't do in these interviews is have a little bit of humor.
Of the group of death, right? So that was definitely a way to get things rolling. I feel like just like all the other previous days, you're seeing a lot of 2-0s, but I'm telling you guys, these matches were a lot closer than you thought. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Someone needs to get fired for how quiet USA has been. Why does EMEA get the master volume mix correct? I don't know about you, but it was actually not correct the beginning of the game. Oh, let me go up here.
Time that map popped up, but that was because you know what? It felt like even though this is preseason, I feel like because of the orgs and everything around it, there's already so much at stake, right? Like it already feels like there's so much at stake here. And that's what happens when you have an org like FlyQuest, for example.
Sentinel's not playing today? No, they probably have a bye today, but I think they're playing tomorrow. Korova was actually in my chat earlier today, and he did say that I think they're not playing today. So they play tomorrow. Hey, how you doing, TDK's dad? It's gonna be a tough one today. I hope they're ready.
Don't go anywhere. We've got a lot coming at you. Alrighty, guys. Week 1 has concluded. Week number 2, we've got a lot of banger.
I hope you guys are ready. No, chat. I can increase it a little bit, but this is like the most I could do. I'm pretty sure it will be louder when the thing actually does start.
Nectar is obviously where we have to start. They have been a tremendous reason why this team has gotten a lot of buzz. They are truly Thanos, as we keep calling them. Elsa Bloodstone getting a lot of playtime, obviously there. But also Star-Lord popped off in the neutral. We saw that early in day 1.
I hope TTK is ready today, man. Listen, it's gonna be a tough one.
Got to play at their top level if this team wants to advance and get to that next stage.
Yeah, Nectar's the Swiss Army knife of this team. Can play virtually everything, has had success in past seasons with virtually every hero. Looks great on Starlord, like you mentioned, plays the Elsa very well, but also is not afraid to match up against Speedery in the Ultron. Obviously didn't work out for him, but still, just the flexibility alone from Nectar is why Nectar is so incredibly strong. Keep eyes on Nectar in this tournament, trust me.
Yeah,
Yo, Skip God, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend.
Kind of have been flexing to the hero that needs to be called upon, and that's what makes them great, always in the neutral. Other side of things, I want to kind of highlight the vanguards of SSG. Don't get a lot of love from us, but hey, listen,
Jay,
Blur
Ara
has
has a rivals tournament herself. Do you know anything about that? Ara Mori, I think she's running a
right now, and just a very good hero at this level.
females league, if I'm not mistaken, right? I don't know too much about it.
Top of the cellular corrosion. That thing is absolutely lethal, and that's what you want to see at this high stake level.
I don't know. I don't know too much about it.
Played Venom, and if you look to the other side of the Vanguard department in Necrise, kind of untraditional with these two, huh?
Yeah, it is weird, right? They do run, well, Necrise obviously on the sticks, on controller, right? But Blur, like you're saying, in the front line, very much that lead Venom initiation. Venom taking a huge step forward in the meta right now, pulls out a ton of cooldowns, very difficult to KO, and just has some really strong abilities with the ultimate. Feast of the Abyss is great, with the anti, and the self-sustain with shielding. Outside of that, you talked about Necrise on the controller. Really good on that Angela, which we haven't seen a ton.
It's a league to nurture female pros to get into the scene. Oh, that's actually really cool. I like what she's doing.
Major plays throughout
that sounds actually really cool.
Still very consistent and does a great job shutting down different lines of sight. So shout out Necrise.
That's actually really cool. I hope it does become successful. I think there should be a lot more
patch notes in the way of playing.
We call it girls in pro scene. I think it's really cool.
I think, you know, she's getting better and better as things move along, but Necrise has been kind of the shining star.
I think it's going to be louder when they go live as well, chat. I think they'll be live. They're going to talk for a few minutes, but once they start showing the teams, I'll do the predictions.
Yeah, we lost. This is a fun team. Plays like no one else. Very dive heavy. Anything but traditional. And it starts with who was my player of the week in the Cozy Cast on episode 2. I highlighted Jitward. This guy is just an absolute... He's chaos behind...
Did you guys hear about the whole Jitward situation and them calling him out for cheats and whatnot? And then, what do you call it? Marvel Rivals said he wasn't actually cheating.
How much we see moving forward, but either way...
Yeah, that was a whole thing.
Daredevil,
whether or not he's actually cheating or not, I don't know. I mean, I trust NetEase. I feel like they do a great job on actually looking into their stuff.
Really good when they're
but
also can struggle when they're losing because it just puts everything on the line. So yeah, shout out Jitward, that duelist pool being one of the only few folks to actually run the hero, which is awesome to see. But again, new patch this week, so has taken a bit of a step back. We're gonna have to see together if that's still gonna be the case.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, Kurova with Adam Warlock from time to time. You get somebody that reminds you of one hero, and right now I think Cart Lover is the Hulk. I mean, this guy has been playing Hulk at such a great level, and he's just been a lot of fun to watch. I know whenever they played Nightmare, you got to see just an absolute gamma god at work. He's got 81% win rate, 2 matches right now, 52 KOs across the board with this guy. Cart Lover has been something special.
Yeah, the joke we like to mention is bringing up the interview. We had a pre-interview with Cart Lover just to test the comms, and he essentially said, "I'll see you in a few minutes. I'll come right back after our game," and did just that. So really cool kind of confidence level I think you do need at this level of play. And like you're saying, on the Hulk, unstoppable right now.
Hey, let's talk about Zatex, right? Zatex has been a very good fundamental piece for this team. Also has been flexed over to the duelist side if they do play, triple strat, if they go into Mantis, Adam Warlock, but also, crazy.
Okay, we'll see how loud this is when they actually do I think it's going to be louder,
really
chat.
Consistent, right? While they're doing some of this crazy stuff, they have Zatex on that hit scan, playing some Psylocke, playing Elsa like you're saying. Right now, 2-0 on Elsa, so obviously confident on the hero, looking really good, but also can flex to that Mantis role too if they need to. We've only done that a little bit in the tournament so far, but I do think if Mantis gets through the ban phase, you really do need to have somebody that's probably a duelist slotting into that position so you can run that triple composition. So really, really flexible, looks really consistent and confident. And again,
Cafe Rose probably doesn't play today. They might play tomorrow.
So it is in the conversation.
I don't know if any teams are disqualified already or not making it to the playoffs, so they probably might not play, but I think everyone still plays.
But those are the ones that we think make some big impact. We got a lot more to cover.
At ESU, brilliance takes center stage because class is in session. Everyone, in reality is about.
I think that's a little better, right, chat?
Landau dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Danum Kett turns every lecture into a masterclass in bending the impossible. Together, they prove that knowledge isn't just power; it's control. Step into the spotlight with Invisible Woman's Rion Landau, the debater in Mr. Fantastic's Danum Kett, the Professor Costumes. where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon, guys. It just became available as of April 2nd. This is not April Fool's, so make sure to go and check that out before April 30th, because in a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest minds decide what's real.
And the city never sleeps, but something beneath it just woke up. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meet hidden depths, fight
This
through
sounds like a
open
new
avenues,
caster. Who's
historic
this?
buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building. Then descend the secret labs, pulsing with from street-level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements. Every corner shifts the balance of power. This isn't just New York, it's what lies underneath it. Available in-game now. The city is only the beginning.
And folks, we have brand new Twitch drops arrive with the Ignite preseason. Tune in right now to participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, nameplate, emotes, and of course, the exclusive Gambit costume. Again, it's going on March 27th to May 30th, and you can watch, support your favorite teams, and follow the road to victory as the Ignite preseason.
So Cozy and Two Unknowns. The other voice was Dogman, chat.
And speaking of which, my friends, we've got week 2 of Ignite preseason right here, right now.
I think Cozy might be the host.
All right, Cozy, we're finally back, man. I mean, like you said, the Twitch drops are here.
I feel
week
like
one was wild.
I feel like the
week one
let's
was
see.
absolutely insane.
Yeah, I don't know who the
Awesome
there's a
back
new
with
caster
you
on the right
and
side.
Gask now coming in, one of the new members of the crew. So I'm excited, Cozy. I'm sure you guys are, especially after that banger of a week 1.
Yeah, hey, listen, guys. If last week was the chaos that started it all, this week we're going to find out kind of whose Horizon is
Jod
built
Pete,
for it.
appreciate the
The
Master
path
Prime
number
sub.
one
I'm
is
pretty
wide
sure
open.
they're going to be
Stages are still rising, but
trialing
every team
casters during the
got something
preseason as
to
well,
prove.
but when
No
the
more
actual season
introductions to
happens,
these
chat,
teams,
I think they're going to
but
have
our
like
introduction here. I'm Cozy, your host
Protect
today,
your
again
balls,
with
kid.
the legendary Gaskin and the man with what? He
Dan,
has
appreciate the
no
Master
filter
Prime
in the
sub, my
best
friend.
way
Appreciate it,
possible.
appreciate it. How you
Dog,
doing?
you were part of week 1, behind the mic a little bit. What did you see? What did you love about it?
Yeah,
No,
week 1, I think, was
I don't know who
just,
Gaskin
all over
is.
the place, right? And that's kind of the change up.
I know
of the meta. Like, I
Gasklin.
think that,
Gasklin is a
lot of
pro.
us, including myself, and a lot of our viewers, kind of maybe overreact, right, based on what happened. But now we're kind of settling into it, right? After these recent White Fox changes, the buffs, and then also the Deadpool changes, we're going to enter a brand new phase of the game. But this is yet another week of a new patch, more time for these players to grow and develop in it. And I think we're going to get a little bit more confident in our top teams moving forward. And we have to be, because we're entering the very end of this week where teams are going to get eliminated. Some teams are going to punch their ticket into the playoffs. So that's exciting.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great time to be a Marvel Rivals player. Gaskin, it's great to have you here as well, buddy, as we look at our preseason schedule. Obviously, we've got the group stage going on right now into the playoffs. I mean, I know you weren't behind the mic there last week. We have you for a lot of days coming up now, man. What was kind of the most biggest wow factor of it all for you?
I mean, simply would be Swamp Gaming, right? I think everyone was impressed by how incredible they were and the difference makers that we saw on that roster, and just trying different things. The diversity of heroes has been insane thus far. I'm sure we'll finally develop a little bit of a meta and people will start to play similar things, but the fact we have players that are doing things and changing their mind and being able to just throw spanners in the works, it's been so good to watch, Cozy.
For sure. And speaking of great to watch, Donde está la biblioteca? We have amazing Spanish watch party alongside a lot of
Donde
prize money
estás
today. Obviously,
biblioteca?
they're playing for their, their own names. But
Who
also
won during the Navi game?
large amount
Navi
of
lost
prize pool here. We have
2-0. He was an
$50,000
Apex
in
caster.
total.
Okay, that's
Obviously,
cool.
Dog, this is a lot of costumes in game.
I like seeing a lot of other casters that are coming to
sometimes
Marvel
you
Rivals.
need all of that,
Hey,
right, to get the skins you
Rivals,
want.
if
If
they're,
it's a specific event, right, with Invisible Woman and the wedding skins
expand
with Gambit, right? Like, for sure, you definitely could use all of that USD, all of that money gained, because in North America, I mean, not only are they playing for the playoffs, like you mentioned, Cozy, but also, that money in the bank.
And we're just getting started here. This is obviously the preseason. There's so much left for competitive play. We've got a brand new map pool ready. Obviously, you guys know and love these maps with our new introduction to Shin Shibuya coming back into the fray. We obviously have seen a good amount of it so far, actually, thus into week 1. And this is, some people definitely love it. Some people, maybe they don't think it's the greatest map. It's pretty defensive heavy at times, but we've seen just about every map in rotation thus far, Gaskin. And, I think for you, if you were to pick one that you'd like to see more of, what would it be?
Oh, something I'd like to see more of. I mean, Convoy on Midtown is always an interesting one for me. That's been one of my favorites right from the get-go. I do think that some teams are very much struggling in certain areas as well. Like, we've seen Domination be very difficult for some teams, but a little bit better when it comes to Convoy. So we'll have to see how that develops and whether teams are going to be trying to pick around these maps as well, because there's definitely favorites for them.
Well, you said pick. Let's look at the pick and ban phase. That's obviously going to be a little bit different than your rank play, or maybe in the MRC. We have a brand new way to do it here in Ignite, and we love it over here. Dogman, I mean,
okay,
listen,
I think they're going to
obviously
start
these
here
picks
soon, chat. I'm going to start the
and bans, they're
predictions.
for your team, they're one-sided. How does this change what teams' compositions look like and strategies going in?
Yeah, it can change everything. I mean, off the rip, you see both teams at the same time go for that first ban, and then all of that is kind of, or after that is all decided by the order, right? That you can see it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 is where we sync it up back again. But this can change.
I don't
everything,
really like
you said,
how they
Coach,
explain it
compared
right
to
here because they
MRC,
all use
you know,
Psylocke.
with
It doesn't
4
happen like that, chat.
impacting
It doesn't happen
only
like that.
one team, you know, targeted towards them. That can really force a squad that maybe can't play certain compositions to have to play completely different entire compositions that maybe they're not used to. So that's why we have it as we do in this ban and lock system. But, you know, and maybe why a lot of predictions are now messed up, right, Cozy? Taking a look at this, like, man, everybody was looking, you know, in North America at Sentinels and Team Liquid, it looks like, dude.
Yeah, for sure. If you look at the group predictions here, this is where everybody's got them at. Maybe your predictions are looking better than others as we all
Who do you
continue
think
to
will win?
learn these
Space
teams.
Station Gaming against
YWL?
YWL, it was a really good team that I think from MRC, and Space Station's been looking really good too.
Readjust some of these. TLC obviously looking really great as well, but you can see EMEA and moving forward to our Asia and OCE regions. Anything jump out to you here, Gaskin? Who'd you have taken #1 in the America region?
I mean, I don't want to talk about it, to be honest. I had FlyQuest on Group A. That's not particularly gone well for me thus far. However, my Group B predictions are looking a little bit better. I think if SSG beat YWL today, I will actually be bang perfect. So at least Group B has been good. But yeah, sadly for me, FlyQuest just haven't lived up to my expectations. Or maybe I cursed them. Who knows?
Hey, listen, that's Marvel Rivals, right? There's just any given day you can win, and that's what makes things interesting as the team rankings overall. To this point, we had preseason week 1, and this is how things have shook out. Obviously, Swamp Gaming, they've got their 3 points. They're ready to get into the playoffs. Now, Sentinels having 2, but everyone else has a lot now to try to play for going into week #2. You're going to see a lot of win and get-ins or just controlling your own destiny. Or for Swamp Gaming, staying on top, right? So this is where things sit right now for Group A of all things, and also into Group B. I think FlyQuest is obviously the shock here. I mean, Gaskin just said had him at #1. Being at #6 was probably not on everybody's board. Dogman, you shocked by what you saw shake out as we look at Group B?
I think so, yeah. I mean, like, it was just a wild week. And then, you know, even for the other side, for Liquid, you know, Citadel, they kind of, you know, they 2-0, and it's tough to really critique that. But it was, I mean, I'm not going to say the easiest of 2-0s, even versus like Lunex Gaming in their very first day. So, I mean, I think this still is a pretty wild Group B. Same thing with Group A, like you said, with Swamp Gaming staying on top. But, I mean, it's still up for grabs. I mean, even Lunex can come back. And then same thing for Nightmare. Like, I think I rated Nightmare very highly going into the last week, and then they just had some really tough matchups versus good squads. So I think it's as I think Gaslin pointed out, you know, SSG looks pretty good, and that should be a super fun matchup the very first one of the day, right? Like between SSG and we lost is going to be a really decisive match for this Group B.
How do bans work?
For sure.
You ban for the other team, but you save for your team.
If they were looking great for 1 week, or if they're going to show consistency, which you guys both know at this level is so important to have week after week, right? And adjust to things like the patch that we're going to be playing into now. Elsa is going to be having that nerf. Obviously, White Fox as well. We'll touch on that more later. But looking at it as a whole, I do think that any of these teams, they've got, you know, winners' DNA in it.
Good hosting, though. I think that was your first time
pro play and things level up. Now, today's matches, Gaskin, absolute heat across the board. I think 3 in particular stood out to me, but Dog just said it. Match 1, gonna be fire. Match 2 might just be the game of the entire preseason. You pumped for these coming up?
I mean, for good reason. You've got the team that was #1 in America last year against the team that is currently, in a lot of people's eyes, the #1 team in America right now.
Man. Good shit.
How is it going to be in terms of developing the meta with SG trying a lot of different things that are a little bit off meta against 100 Thieves who like to be a little bit more structured about their approach? Now, I think there might be a little bit more triple strat coming into effect here today, which might be great news for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, for sure. And if you look across the other side, even though they're not winning, man, that's when I think games are so exciting. When your back's against the wall, FlyQuest, you know, They're 0-3 right now. Clearly, now you're playing for heart and effort and everything to show there. But then you have Lunex and Nightmare that are at the bottom of Group B, and they obviously need to play just to showcase what they have moving forward.
I have to go look
because
at
players, positions, improving it to your org is just as important here, obviously, as we look into the preseason. So there's money to be played for, but not just at the top.
Right now, the predictions, YWL is definitely winning in the predictions, though, Chad. That's crazy.
We just said, guys, SSG versus YWL. Yeah, we lost. Starting off with Space Station Dog. This team full of a lot of talent.
I'm gonna have to
Obviously,
look for it
Nectar being
through
the
the
Thanos, as we like to say. What do you see in this team?
Yeah, I think this is the overall
I have to go look
very
through it.
solid
Sorry.
squad. You know, as we're watching some of the games versus themselves, and Nightmare, and kind of an unsung player that didn't get talked about enough, I think, was Blur. Like, this guy, at least in terms of whenever he's playing the game, you know, kind of well, first of all, he's
This
European,
digital
coming over
calendar
playing with
lightning
America a
my
lot of his
No,
time,
don't tell
you
me
know,
I just got an
formerly
ad. Come on,
on some
bro.
other top teams on Techie XD and stuff, playing with Nectar. It's a lot of fun to have those guys back together. But I think he did so much. Like, he was so disruptive.
Yeah.
Hard to really KO him and remove him. And he was really distracting a lot of the back line of Nightmare last week and
Okay,
stuff.
I
Like,
have to
he
go
was
look at
doing
this after.
so much work. And then Nectar never going down, always staying at 3 Instinct on Elsa was huge. So this team, you know, really has a cohesive unit that plays well together, has the correct combinations in terms of ultimates. And, you know, I think Doom does a lot of the dirty work. Necrise kind of is that anchor, playing a lot of that Emma and stuff. And then, honestly, Fidel looks leveled up as well. So this is a very good squad, month formerly of Team Envy. It's just a matter of can they put it together. And then, obviously, SJW on the bench, I think, is one of the best hits game
Oh my
players
God!
in the
Wait,
game. So I think they have a
SJW
pretty
literally is
unique
Phoenix.
roster that's
Holy
done well so far.
shit, bro! That's
Yeah,
crazy,
Necrise
dude.
and Blur,
They actually
more
have
unconditional
Phoenix on their
vanguards
team.
in a way, right? Yeah, you know, Necrise does play some mid, but it has an Angela as well. So just Venom and Angela constantly in the back line could definitely mess with the mental. But when you look at, we lost. This is a team that is anything but normal in terms of the way they play in a great way. And you look across the board, these are your MRC champions from Season 6. And they are showing anything but that. They are here, ready for the pro scene.
MRC
when you look at the way they
champions from-
play,
oh,
so
yeah, we have to
unique,
mark it for
obviously
my,
starting with
editors.
player like
Uh-oh.
Jitward. What do you see from them?
I mean, Jitward's going to be excited to prove himself today, if you know, you know. And I'm very interested to see what they kind of throw at us today, because they have really just been forcing teams off of the meta. They've been kind of surprising us with their bans, surprising us with their selections, but showing us that you don't have to play the way everyone else does. And I think if We Lost can force people to be uncomfortable in their selections, in the way that they're playing the game, then we might see a result where We Lost continue to dominate and continue to be at the top of the leaderboard. And SSG are going to have to be ready for that, because I love that everything that YWL are doing at the moment, and more teams maybe need to learn from them, that it is about playing what's comfortable for you, not necessarily about what is always in the meta.
Yeah, for sure. The aggressive of YWL versus, I would say, some of the passive play from SSG is going to be interesting to put together. Nectar versus Jitward, you know, Cart versus Blur. I mean,
What
that
matches
Hulk
happened
and
so
Venom is
far?
just- you're gonna
Nothing
see
for
them
North
two
America. It was
just
only
constantly
EMEA
in
so
the
far.
back line. Both these teams lost a
Hey,
game to
appreciate it,
Nightmare,
Ham.
so
You're
it's
too
kind of
nice. You're
interesting
too
to
nice.
stack
Appreciate it,
up
appreciate
like
it.
competition. SSG has 3 games played. YWL 2-0. They've won both their games, looking pretty strong. Obviously, SSG lost to what is Liquid, who is a solid unit. But they're both coming off of pretty strong matchups as we look at our first map of Celestial Husk. Talk to me, Dogman, about domination and just starting off hot, because in best of 3, buddy, you got to prove it quickly.
Yeah, both these teams, I think, have been pretty solid on domination so far. You know, like, I think that besides losing to Team Liquid, SSG have looked good on this map type. You know, even against Nightmare, though they lost that matchup, they still had potential, you know, benefits. That's where I would definitely favor.
Who you
Yeah, we
feeling?
lost a little bit, right? Considering, I mean, Nightmare's obviously very good.
I think
on
both teams are
domination.
good,
It's
bro.
tough to
I
really
don't
get the
know who
matchup
I
when
would
Team
vote
Liquid's
for.
just been dominating everybody. But for
The
we
sad
lost.
thing
This
is,
a
I
very,
can't-
you know,
I can't do
scrappy
predictions
team.
in my
They like
chat,
to clutch
so
up
this is all
down
you
in
guys.
fights, even try
So
to go
good
for
luck,
spawn
chat.
camps. So it's as you and Gask both mentioned, dude. Like, this team is just going to be all over the place, and it's a matter of, can you deal with it? Can you manage that aggression that's surely going to come, right? Because SSG do the same thing. But, you know, I think it's going to be a very interesting ban phase. And I think both teams, despite SSG's record on domination so far, are quite good on this map type.
No, it's a great point. And having We Lost kind of do the reverse sweep of what you can in best of 3 against Nightmare shows that, you know, they're okay being uncomfortable, which is a place they're not at often, at least from what we've seen. But looking at it, win and get in. This is to get into the playoffs, to get your third win. That's obviously so important for these teams. SSG played an extra game, so a bit more important for them. Gasky, can that change a little bit of the mental behind these pro players? You know, this is all they need to get into the next step of pro play.
Oh, I don't know about all that, bro. Let's
SSG
relax
will be looking
there.
This as an opportunity to qualify, but also pressure it puts on their shoulders if they do take that loss as well. Obviously, it will depend on what happens
I don't
around
think
them and results coming in
YWL
elsewhere
might
as
be
to whether
the
they would still be guaranteed when things happen in the next
North
couple of days.
American
But
team.
at the end of the
That's
day,
a
this is their
little.
job. Pro players, they know what is the task at hand. They know
That's
they
a
need
little
to get a win
steep
here, and I
there,
think the
but
SSG
they
might
are a pretty
surprise
good,
us. I think that
pretty good
domination
team.
is going to be one of the key areas. Looking at the stats for the two teams, both have looked relatively weak in certain areas, but as Dogman just mentioned, Celestial Husk in particular, they've both found victories on them. So I do think that this could be the map that really changes how this series is going to go, and I'm going to call a prediction already. I think whoever wins this first domination wins the series.
Oh, just keep
Damn,
with the momentum.
I like this
it.
guy.
Yeah,
He's
here's my
ballsy.
truth. I've got to say, the first couple of matches, if you've come here right on the button when this thing started week 2, we've got a lot for you in the preseason. Guys, last week we weren't on the current patch where you had the Elsa slight nerf. Obviously, the Deadpool nerf for most people isn't a big deal. Jitward, though, does play the DPS Deadpool to high success. One of the only ones in the Ignite series alone. So we should see maybe a little bit of a tiny effect there. I still expect to see the Deadpool. And then, obviously, White Fox, which we've seen some players grasp to before the buffs. Do you think, Dogman, that White Fox is going to get even more focus, perhaps even a ban?
Maybe, yeah. I think that's the prediction. You know, like for sure, you're on the money with that one, Cozy. Just because, yeah, the character got buffed. I mean, the health given, the shield was already insane. You know, I've seen a lot of Redditors talk about how the character's terrible.
167 for YWL, 153 for SSG,
right? Like if you're a good White Fox player,
51%
you
to
can absolutely dominate the
49%.
lobby. It's crazy, dude.
2 million to 2 million. This is a pretty even matchup that we got here in chat.
You can never trust what's up. No, but either way, man, it's definitely going to be changing some of the pick and bans. But as you know, you ban certain heroes, it leaves more wide open. That's why it's so powerful to be a kind of an effective, you know, we don't have one tricks here, but effective at a great level at some of these. And that's why when you see something like Paulie get his cap out, you know, that's a massive advantage for
Can you
them.
reopen
But guys,
it? Nope.
we've got ourselves
It's open
a
for
huge
10 minutes,
matchup
chat. If
today.
you missed the voting, that's on you guys.
SSG versus Yeah, we lost. Take
Yo,
it away,
it's
boys. We got a great cast
Jaheezy.
for
Appreciate
you.
the massive prime sub, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
Thank you, Sir Coz. Well, Gask, first time we're on the mic together, man. So this will be a lot of fun to watch over the game. You know, obviously, Cozy behind the scenes been ridiculing me for dodging him on purpose, not on purpose. Who knows? No, I'm just kidding. I love Cozy. I've definitely loved working with him throughout this year, and also with you, man. So, like, for the first time, getting into it, going to the ban phase, like, what has been like your takeaways from last week? I guess, like at a macro level, as we see the Gambit and Daredevil banned out.
Obviously, last week we saw a lot of Gambit, we saw a lot of Elsa being banned as well. Oh, the Protect onto Mantis is an interesting one, which might give us our first indication of a potential 3-strat meta here, but we will see how it develops. The Daredevil ban, I think, is very important. Actually,
I'm glad that you're here for the watch party. The watch parties have been a lot of fun. I have been really enjoying a lot of the watch parties. So chat, everyone that's here watching the watch parties, appreciate you guys. Massive love.
Success rate in terms of these maps. So I do think the Daredevil removal is a very important one.
It's been a lot of fun. I love doing watch parties with you guys.
Elsa is going to be the next to be banned as well.
Well, I think you had a good read on it. You were talking about how when you watched EMEA today, Gask, like, yeah, there was a lot of Mantis avoidance of bans, right?
Oh,
like,
shit. Wait, I just realized
kind
something.
Kind of interesting that SSG already go for that Protect, and then the Elsa gets protected for Yeah, we
We're
lost,
in April,
right?
bro.
Like,
I gotta do my
the Mantis
taxes.
sort of forgotten
That's
about on the
fine.
EMEA side, or like a matter of...
What's another year of not doing your taxes, chat? I'm already at 7 years not paying. Whatever.
Kind of hard to deal with, I guess. Like, it seems like the
Let's
Mantis
make it
is
8.
sort of being forgotten about for some people, or for Yeah, we lost, they totally avoided, it looks like.
Well, I think the fact
Yo,
that yeah, we
Jojo,
lost saw
appreciate the
that the
prime
Mantis
sub, my
was
friend. How you doing? How you
protected by
doing?
SSG, so they said, well, we have to get rid of Elsa. Typically, when we're looking at the meta that's developing, if you have Elsa plus Mantis,
Oh, no,
it is
sorry. I
so
sent them in.
difficult
I'm
to
just
deal
waiting
with.
for them to be
And you
done.
can also see Ultron has got rid of on the other side as well. Jeff's now being removed. We have seen SSG very successful with Jeff, so maybe they're a little bit worried about
what happens if you get put in jail, chat? Do you guys think you could talk to the warden to give you a computer and like internet to stream still?
Incredible they can be having a Hulk on their side as well.
It's definitely targeted so far towards Yeah, we lost, because it's like you said, I mean, with triple strategist being so good, you kind of have to focus on it, but also you still have to be aware of what the other team can run, because it's like you said with, you know, the Jeff ban maybe is a bit unorthodox for most teams, but with Yeah, we lost, they just play everything. So it's like still focusing on the strategist meta, it looks like, but just specifically targeting Yeah, we lost maybe practiced heroes, which is kind of interesting. I don't know, guys, because last week, I don't know if you heard it when Remix was talking about teams leaking scrim VODs and stuff. So, you know, like maybe that impacted this potential game even, because that specifically is targeting we lost and how they're playing.
And there's the SSG Protect as well.
Oh, I was blanking on the team
expecting to happen.
Apparently, chat,
across,
some pro teams are giving their scrim VODs to other pro teams, which are really frowned upon. I don't know, man.
Think could be massive for them. The fact we've only got one Elsa in this game, and it's on the side of we lost.
Sentinels giving away their. That's fucked up, chat. That's fucked up. That's not good.
Potentially a 3-strat being locked in on both sides here with these two teams. This was my... I don't want to say it was a concern coming into today, because I'm quite excited to see how the meta does develop, but I did have a feeling that with the changes, with the patch that's come through, we might see more 3-strats coming in.
Yeah, I think that was a good read by you, just because, I mean, in general, like, the strats are just so, like, oppressive almost, because they do so much healing and, like, don't lack in too much of damage. I think the only difference between, I guess when we look at we lost later on, is we take a look at the overall map. Game number 1, by the way, which is going to be the start of an incredible day for sure to see who gets locked in between we lost and SSG, but also, like, I don't think a lot of teams prioritize, like, support pool that much, or strat pool. A lot of teams sort of been focusing on other heroes, but it's interesting as well. I don't know about Gas, like, we're still not seeing that White Fox ban come through as well. That still actually slipped through in this series when everybody was sort of, that was a talking point.
Why is that?
Moving forward.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see a White Fox ban.
Dogman is he's a wild one when it comes to streaming. I mean, that's streaming casting.
Last time, but you can see it's going to be a portal on portal action to kick us off here, as they instantly going to try and get behind enemy lines.
There's like some counter portaling, by the way, too. That was a portal to the point, which was a horizontal portal too. So they went through and then, like, would immediately come back because of it. That's a unique portal, fast one from Neckrise, who, you know, is maybe aware we lost want to play that aggressive, right? Before this point unlocks, they're already on the objective. A little bit of slowdown towards Neckrise on the main angle, but we lost full control of height. Where do they want to walk to? Nectar with a damage boost.
Oh, I'm liking the Psylocke, chat.
From the squad of the backline. Able to
I
find
love the
one
Psylocke pick.
two, right? This Psylocke with that Mantis bonus with the team up in terms of damage upgrade just does so much. So Space Nation already win that first fight.
I mean, that's something we have to look at throughout this game is it better to have Elsa without Mantis, or is it better to have a Mantis who can just boost up someone else? Because at the moment, it's looking in favor of SSG and looking like it is the latter, and certainly an impressive start for them, that's to be sure. But I do think that there's a lot of responsibility on you as an Elsa if you are the sole Elsa in the game as well, because people know how oppressive a character she can be. So are you going to be that hero for your team?
Yeah, excellent point. And I imagine for we lost side, they think they can maybe take over.
I'm actually really surprised they're running Spider-Man.
So it's going to be interesting to see if they can
that's a very ballsy thing to do in pro play.
Targeted focus, but they really haven't been able to get much done. I mean, Kart's here on the top right, able to take down Blur. They counter the dive out of the character, or out of the player that was very annoying before. You also have the Deadpool ultimate committed, but Mask goes down with it while up. So trading it 1-for-1, still in control of the point is SSG, and Doomed takes down Kart out of Hulk form. Now here goes Nectar, in with the Dance of the Butterflies. Nothing to counter it either in terms of strats, because Mask has to swap over to White Fox now, and SSG, I mean, they look great so far in these team fights.
I mean, a lot of talk coming into this one was Nectar versus Jitwood, and who was going to be able to be the biggest influence. Right now, definitely Nectar. Neckrise has Eye of Agamotto available ready for their next fight as well. Certainly, something I've noticed statistically from SSG is their Vanguards survive a lot more than we lost. They are very good at avoiding fights, getting out of dodge. As I say that, Jitwood is able to get behind enemy lines and will take down Vital.
Yeah, that's really going to have to keep doing, as you mentioned, the Vanguard's doing a good job of just living. Whereas Kart, by the way, speaking of which, 1 HP, barely still in that Hulk form for now. The Venom actually gets CC'd out of his Venom ultimate. The Feast of the Abyss gets removed through the charm from Mask, it looked like here. That Mantis ultimate committed by Doom, met by the Invisible Boundary and the Avagamoto, but counter Eye from Neckrise's side. Do they get anything with it? Looks like the answer is no. The Glartrox, though, gets Nectar and Neckrise. Here comes the Jeff on the other angle, too, to eat everybody.
What a
caught
save
inside of
to
it,
his
but Kart
teammates.
tracks
He's
him
swallowed him from the... That's a smart
little bit too late,
move.
sadly, for Videl and SSG, as they're down their Jeff. No ultimate still in the fight, regardless.
That's
as
a
Matt's
pretty
trying to build
smart
towards that
move,
White Fox
chat.
ultimate. Blur close to yet another Venom ult. Jit, we're trying to go in on Doom. Needs to find the KO.
Oh, wow,
does
nice
so.
kill.
Doom goes down in the middle of his team, but fortunately, it's actually more for the side of Yeah, we lost, taking out Necroise as well, and finally flipping that point at 99%.
Yeah, it took us right to the 99, but yeah, we lost, showing that they still have something left in the tank. I do think a lot of it came from Cart on Hulk being able to take down the Jeff. Otherwise, it might have been a little bit tricky with a couple of those being gobbled up. But now, SSG, they get the chance to reset. Blow has ultimate available as well, so they are going to be able to get very aggressive on this backline with the dive from Venom. But the real question is, when do you go? You need to create a little bit of space, and Doomed will create that space.
I mean, Doomed has just been nuts so far, too. Definitely an underrated player for them. They try to go on him too aggressively, right? Trying to set up that dive. Jitward takes him off the map, though! No way, Jitward!
No way, bro. That's crazy.
Spider-Man. Insane
The
so
Spider-Man,
far for them,
chat.
too,
The
but it's
Spider-Man.
traded on the opposite angle. It doesn't matter if you find that, I guess, is you just walk forward, stabilize, take the Doom KO, and then walk towards the point. It's also the Doctor Strange going down super late, so they have to switch Mask over to that Doctor Strange off of the White Fox to go for that portal play in overtime. But they're going to stagger in so slowly, having these overtime spawns. No strat ults either. So Nectar's Dance of the Butterflies could be big if he wants to use it, or they may not have to with a damage boost on the opposite side. Necroise gets stunned, sure, but it's too much damage. The green's too late from the Loki on Kendrick, and everybody's just walking into the fire rate of Nectar, who just deletes everybody, it looks like, in overtime. Jitward,
Nice
what can you
sleep,
do?
wow.
The answer is not much. It's as you mentioned, Gask, the Mantis setups were so clean out of SSG.
And thank goodness Nectar did save the Dance of the
Stop
Butterfly as well. I
downing
was worried
Jitward's
that you might
Spidey.
just be like, okay, you
it's
know, I'll
more
make
like
sure
I'm
we
not
solidify it,
downing
we'll win
his
the round,
Spider-Man.
but
I'm downing
a smarter
Spider-Man as
player
a
knows
whole
you can
in
hold on to
a
it for
tournament.
the next, and now that means they're going to go into this
yeah.
second with Nectar having it available. Blur also still has it. You can see a Stratol is going to be there. I mean, SSG are primed and ready for this next fight with the ultimates. They're going to be in such a good situation, so they can really set the pace of this game, probably get control of the point first, and then it's going to be a similar situation for Yeah, we lost to try and break through. But Jitward really hasn't had the space that we see how comfortable he can be when he gets behind the back line. I do think SSG have done a fantastic job at defending their own, and we're going to have to see if Yeah, we lost can kind of change something up here to perhaps find that space for Jitward.
Yeah, it's great points all around. I think, like, your first one, you mentioned how, you know, they just, like, kind of held on to those ultimates at the end. You know, they play the macro super well.
Is
And then,
Mantis
like,
meta?
Like, they
Mantis is a very
almost
strong
that,
pick.
You know, Doomed has
Very
hands.
strong.
Like, across map, just getting
Damage
domed
boost,
by Doomed.
very
you know,
strong,
Zaytek's
chat.
having a tough situation so far.
Mantis
It's, like you brought
and a
up
triple
earlier, dude,
support
like,
team comp,
they
very
also,
good.
maybe there's too much
And
pressure on
especially
Zaytek's
Ultron.
right
We've
now,
seen a
but
lot of
they at
Mantis
least they have
Ultron as
ultimates for
well.
the next fight, and early portal play comes out from
Mantis
Necroise, and they
Ultron
have
is
the
good.
butterfly play, but Xanthos sneaks around the back, invisible. Ducks around the corner with that, by the way, DPS or dual pool coming out from Jitward's side, so that's the difference makers. They take so aggressive on Doomed, able to take him out for the ult, and then the Glartrox slows down one, takes the other out.
Good play
Videl
by him.
Falls with the ultimate, so that's two of the strat players, both with ultimates up, and then
Oh,
disengages
he
Nectar
kind of
too.
like
Are you
he kind of
kidding,
like went
Zaytek? That
straight
was
into his
beautiful
barrel,
out
bro.
of squad in terms of tempo from Yeah, we lost after they got portaled on.
Yeah, this is so much better from Yeah, we lost as well. They forced one ultimate out of the side of SSG, but SSG still have a lot left up their sleeve, and Yeah, we lost are going to have to pop one of their own just to try and sustain a little bit and stay alive. And get control
they
of this
actually
first
burned
fight,
him.
but they haven't been able to get it at the moment. There's a lot of
Whoa.
damage coming in from SSG very quick. to
Okay,
get back
very
onto this
smart
fight.
play by Necroise.
Oh my god, I mean, Jitward just gets deleted. This might go back down to, like, you know, do we want the Mantis to go through when Nectar's just going to do this? Feels like Psylocke, maybe sort of like a 75% of her power level until she gets the Mantis, it looks like for now, as, you know, SSG just shove off, Yeah, we lost, and they put Jitward back over to Spider-Man, dude. They're trying to figure something out and just can't.
Yeah, we lost feel a little bit lost right now, and this was my worry when I looked at who they've played against thus far in the season and coming up against a little bit more of a structured side in SSG, is when SSG figure you out, when they start doing this VOD review, what is plan B? What is plan C? At the moment, Yeah, we lost struggling a little bit. Jitward's already been taken down, so now it's going to be a 6 versus 5 here. It should be comfortable, and it will be. Doom gets another, Month follows up, and Yeah, we lost. They're going to go right back to spawn here, and SSG looking to dominate.
I think what a lot of chat chat is forgetting is that we lost was a really good team in MRC. Don't get me wrong, winning MRC is a huge accomplishment. But
going down at 250 HP.
There's a lot of people who don't play in MRC, and now you're getting a lot of these like organized teams who have been at the top for a very long time. Like MRC is like tier, I think 2. Now you're in the tier 1 scene, where you're gonna get like a lot of better players and teams.
Play, and that was the support, the strategist of the backline, the backbone for the side of We Lost. With both of them removed, that's 2 ults gone. I mean, Kendrick, Month trying to get out of there too, by the way, just trying to duck back around, not go down to Kendrick's ultimate or to any other ults on the backside, but SSG still in control of that objective, right?
Who says I'm
sure Kendrick doesn't get an ult, and he goes
sure,
down.
I was hating, I guess.
Wasting that ultimate, sadly, for him.
Stating a fact is hating.
Now, and SSG, it just feels like, We Lost. They're playing right into their hands.
It's how well they're staggering We Lost as well. They'll get those initial 2 picks, and then they'll wait a little bit before they push the charge, get the rest of the team, and they continue that team to be staggered as well. We Lost. They tried to retreat, but really struggling to do so. And it has been the Nectar showcase all game long thus far. And We Lost. They're going to throw everything at the point to try and survive here, but I'm not sure it's really going to work out. Jitwood does get 1. Nectar's gone down. That's certainly the first attempt here.
But Doom trades it, sadly, for Jitwood. And for SSG, they can maybe get an eye on the backside. Doom gets downed at least in the backside. Same thing with Fidel. Is that enough? It looks like maybe the answer is yes at the current moment, but that was a lot committed from the side of We Lost in that fight. We'll see what happens in the upcoming one, though, as overtime ticks. Blur goes down. They got 90% of the board. Can come back into it yet again as We Lost finally stave off to SSG.
This is looking better for We Lost. They've got a far healthier ultimate pool now available for them. SSG are going to have to wait a little bit before they have at least 1 strat ultimate that they can use, and Car's going to get aggressive and go in with the Venom as well. This is what you need from We Lost. You need to be diving on the backline. You need to be making SSG feel uncomfortable. That's when We Lost are at their very best, when they make other teams uncomfortable and not in the structure that they want to play. So that's better from YWL.
Yeah, the Venom swap has enabled them to play aggressively, like you mentioned. Off of that Hulk, Blur able to back away as well. But Nectar in these neutrals, what could he do? Xantho, meanwhile, on the right side flank, has to back away. Has Zatex still there as well. But SSG biding their time, playing it slow. Here comes the Glartrox in the back angle into the Mantis ultimate. Jitwood able to find 1. Fidel falls 2, so the Mantis ult can't keep the backline healthy. And now they can't trade it because they have no healing. Another fight win for We Lost. They could potentially come back here off of a nice, well-placed Glartrox and Venom.
They'll have the White Fox ultimate as well to use on their side.
Oh, poor guy, bro. He just wanted to live and run away. Poor guy.
Of course, when the Cry's going down, maybe you could create a portal here to try and get in, but you don't have to. The rest of the team looks like they're going to push up a little bit. Nectar already trying to get into the face of We Lost, and if Nectar could just find that 1 initial pick, it might be everything they need to try and break through here.
Yeah, We Lost have some good ults, though.
If it happens, right? SSG playing it patiently for now. For We Lost. Giving up a little bit of point pressure. It looks like the Doomed. Here comes Month to dive away from the Spider-Man. Just use his ult to live. Has to back away, hide from that spider for now. Jitwood goes down, and Nectar, by the way, in the neutral. Here comes that Dance of the Butterflies 2 on top of it. And
actually really
outside of the White Fox ult, Mask gets deleted. So with those 2 players down, what happens? Xantho pops a very aggressive ultimate. They think they can clutch up. This team always tries to clutch down members. Is it enough? Doom goes down. Nectar trades back Kendrick, though. They need more than just that. Kendrick has to go up. Ayavalgomo committed from Nectar. Slows down the front line. Meanwhile, Zatex goes down. And so does Jitwood in the middle of the Spider-Man ultimate.
What
Nectar, are
in
you
the
kidding?
world?
What a play by the Psylocke out of SSG.
You lost. You already lost like 1 or 2 people, and then that.
And We Lost. Look to control the objective once again.
That Invis Woman ult.
Maybe 1 last pull, maybe 1 last attempt. Can anyone get in there quick enough? Yes, they can. No, they can't. Just shoved out. And it means SSG will take the first end 2-0, as We Lost are definitely going to be up against it here, Dogman. That was a class act from SSG.
Almost went to a round 3, which was really good, but I don't...
And executed perfectly when we were in game.
Absolutely, such a well-played game from SSG, and moving forward, obviously it's Nectar MVP. People talk about not giving the Elsa to Nectar.
Okay, hold on. Let's see this. Let's see this. I do like the non.
To deal with. I mean, just looking
back
at the stats
meta
board,
picks though.
Like you could see 21 final hits. I mean, crazy, dude. Like
21 final hit, bro. I am chat.
Casualties on the side of Space
Psylocke is so fun this season. If there's any Psylocke players, bro, you should be enjoying yourself right now.
If you are like around 2 and 3 on average, you are always going to have a far better time with your team. On the flip side, for We Lost, the Vanguards really struggled. 7 casualties on both sides. You can understand why with the way that they were going up against SSG, to be honest. Nectar was on an absolute tear, and if Nectar carries on playing this way, yeah, we lost might just struggle here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious what Cozy thinks about that one too, man, because that was, you know, really the first time I think we've seen Yeah We Lost struggle so much on domination, right, Coz? That was an incredibly kind of one-sided backup comeback from SSG towards the second half.
Yeah, oh my gosh. You know, we said going into this game, Space Station, this was a bigger game for them because they played one extra than Yeah We Lost. And listen, we've seen, you know, YWL have a slower start, if you will, but this is exactly how you want to get things firing away for Space Station.
Hopefully.
For me, man, I mean,
hopefully, Yeah We Lost wins the next game, because I hope NA is very exciting and we go to a match 3. I really want to see a match 3, chat.
I'm going to give this to you and say,
I don't want to see 2-0s, bro. I want to see game 3s.
We just saw there, you know, whether it was Jitward pulling someone off the map or...
Okay, I got to go to the bathroom, chat. I'll be right back. But I do hope they win.
How valuable is it to have a player like
They're gonna
Nectar
go on a
who can
break,
slow things down and control the fight during all that chaos?
Yeah, it's so crucial. It's, as you mentioned, I think Nectar really is now, oddly enough, becoming a veteran for this squad in SSG, and it's like you said, like Nectar's kind of been that flex player to do whatever and always does whatever on a high level. It's kind of crazy. It's not exactly the most common thing, at least in North America, besides for a team like Yeah We Lost. So huge shout out to Nectar, obviously, and then the rest of the crew. It's kind of what like Gas talked about. Their Vanguard's never going down, and then unsung hero Doom, like, sure, got a lot of casualties against them, but like, man, the amount of plays created by basically everybody around Nectar was also phenomenal.
Yeah, Doomed has evolved as a player so well. Obviously, the duelist that we know, but I want to kind of talk about having a Mantis that is so on fire, right? I mean, he matched the limbs of the other side, Elsa. I mean, that is obviously insanity for a Mantis. Having a strat that can do that for you, especially with this triple strat lineup, which, Gaskin, we talked to the green room, this is kind of what you expected from SSG going in. How does that give your team just so much of help in the flow and the fight?
I think having a strategist who's comfortable in 1v1 environments is absolutely a necessity, and you can see that in the statistics, which are available in client, by the way. Very good at solo KOs are the SSG strategists. Like, if they get pushed on that back line, they're very impressive at being able to take those fights. They're not scared to take those fights. A lot of strategists will just retreat and try and get out of there. Of course, it depends on which hero you're going to be playing on, but they just seem to trust in their team and say, look, I will take this fight. If you're able to trade with me, that's fine, because then at least we take out either a Vanguard or a duelist, and then we might have an advantage going into that fight, especially because we're on the 3 strat.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? I've seen this from Yeah We Lost, Dog, is that they take a little time to adjust to the pick ban phase, which if you look at it, SSG, simple plan, you know, ban the strats, get them out of there, save the Mantis. We're going to let you have the Elsa. Go ahead and take it. It was kind of the back half that I wasn't so impressed with on Yeah We Lost, kind of pick and ban phase there. Do you expect them to change that up? And some of the key decisions, what do you think might change their path and who they might pick and ban?
Yeah, probably. I mean, like, the thing is, you have to be a little bit targeted with it. But, I mean, to go back towards what you said about, like, Nectar flexing and a lot of these characters that can play whatever, or heroes that can play whatever, it's tough to go for, like, those hyper-specific bans when that can happen, I guess. But really, you just have to give credit to the players, the captain of the team, to go for that ban phase on SSG, because, I mean, it was just specifically targeting everything that Yeah We Lost do well. And it's not that they, like, didn't get something that they wanted to play, but it just felt like they couldn't stabilize at all ever. Like, their plays are to play aggressively, go and do something.
Oh, wait, they didn't take a break? They just jumped straight into the next game?
He was just having to do, like, the perfect combo to make a fight work. And across the board, it just felt like, yeah, we lost. Kind of lost at times due to the fact that, as you mentioned, with
the new map will not be played during the preseason, at least this week.
I think they'll do better, maybe depending on the map. They have to pick a good
but I don't think so, because it's a new map. They usually don't play new maps.
But regardless, it does seem like SSG have a good read on it, on Yeah We Lost, right?
Well, yeah, for sure. And if you have Museum of Contemplation, Gaskin, this is one of the best for dives. I play dive, love it. There's so many hallways and corridors that you can jump and go through. For me, it does feel like, I talk about this all the time. You kind of have the hot and flashy team, which is definitely, yeah, we lost in a lot of ways that they like to play. And then you have consistent, kind of always getting the ball back. Nothing ever, too crazy, but always going to stay on that consistent train. I think that's kind of what I like to see from SSG. looking at it, obviously Deadpool
J3 streamer of the year.
it was such a big
No,
part of
but I
their game
appreciate
plan.
it,
We got a
guys.
bit more Spider-Man that time around. I mean, returning to their roots, do you think, yeah, we lost, shift up the comp massively, or are they looking at completely different? I mean, Cart, I think, was a big part of their game
Also,
plan.
Emily
as the
made
whole,
this for me.
You know, and he is the Gamma God. I don't
Strawberries.
want to say, I mean, this guy's very talented at the Hulk, but do they try to aim towards something different as far as their anchor point, Gaskin?
I do think they'll be a little bit more comfortable on Convoy instead of Domination in general. Like, they're unbeaten on Convoy, and they seem to be a little bit more comfortable about how that plays. My worry is they're going to get bullied in the pick and ban phase a little bit.
You guys
again.
fuck
I
with
think
some
the
strawberries?
SSG have got a little bit of a read on them. They've noticed kind of their patterns over these last week or so. And the real question is, are they going to be able to avoid that? Is their pool deep enough? Because we know that, yeah, we lost. They can play a little bit off meta. They can surprise us. But if SSG are kind of bullying them into certain areas and saying, actually, we want you to have the Elsa. We want you to play the meta. And let's see how you do with it. If, yeah, we lost,
What are
are unable to
cloudberries?
actually play with the characters that are benefiting other teams, then I think SSG might just continue to kind of roll them, to be honest. That was a very one-sided affair. I was expecting more from Yeah, we lost.
I mean, as was them against Nightmare last time. They
Hey,
came back. I will
W,
say
look
this,
at
dog,
that,
you know
bro.
this for
Not a
sure.
paid
We
comment,
see
by the
this in
way.
Ignite,
Hey,
like
Jay,
Ego
I asked
Death
you about
long ago.
workouts
They
on
were, like,
Twitter a
coming
bit
out
ago,
as
and I just want to
dive
let
in this hot flash. It's like, whoa,
I just
this
want to
is
let you
crazy.
know
How
that
do
your
we deal
advice
with it?
helped
They get a
me
couple
recover
wins.
from a
We saw that they
surgery.
went 2-0 into this weekend. But
Hey,
then that's when
W.
Tate
Hey,
comes to
that's
play,
awesome
and
to
that's
hear,
what
man. That's
Gaskin
not a
was
paid
just referring
chatter,
to,
bro.
Having that flexibility.
I
because
care about you
can have some
guys.
crazy tricks up the sleeve.
That's
but you have
not
to have
paid.
multiple, and we've seen that kind of affect these kind of crazy dive teams time to time. You know, do you think
Do you like
that's maybe
pineapple?
what we
I
see here with Yeah, we
love
lost, or
pineapple,
do they have more
especially
up
when
the
they're
sleeve?
in my drinks, bro.
Yeah,
Like
it's kinda-
pineapple
it's kinda to go back
margaritas
to,
or
like,
something.
exactly
Chat.
what you
I listen.
said, like,
I'm
the
loving it.
more they sort of played, you know, this was kind of the worry that they'll get worse, right? It's because of, like you said, the more opportunity teams have to play against them, the more they have to see. They kind of can find those solutions, but it's, as you mentioned, they have to find something to counter that. You know, maybe for them
I am
that is
not
this
an
map, maybe
alcoholic.
that's going to the Museum of Contemplation and to play more divey, like you said, and play on a map that favors
I
it.
drink socially.
But you know, I know that
sometimes.
they assume in practice and in the scrims, you know, they're not exactly the best team in that area. But you know, it's a matter of showing up on match day, and they really have to right now if they want to qualify and punch their ticket into the playoffs right now.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But talk about a great map choice to kind of get right, get things rolling. This is, we keep saying, this is the kind of one of the main chances for Space Station to lock their spot. Yeah, we lost, still have other shots to do so. But this is going to be a map they can do it on. Zatex and what he did in Elsa, they look to probably change that. But we've got ourselves the next matchup between these two. Win and get in. This could be it to get Space Station to punch their ticket. Here we go, guys. We've got a good one. Let's take it to the pick and ban phase.
All right, off the rip, Gas. Like, let's think about this, right? The Daredevil ban last map definitely seemed like a very strong start for Space Station, right? Because it's as you mentioned, that character removing it immediately takes so much like volatility out of the back line for SSG, right?
Yeah, I think so, and I think that they've noticed the patterns of where, yeah, we have lost previously, and as I mentioned, getting Daredevil removed from them, Rogue, Mantis, all those three characters have been very good at finding success for them, but as these heroes get kind of learned by everyone, sometimes you just let one slip through and say, actually, we know how to deal with it. So I think that that's why they allowed the Elsa in the
Who
previous.
donated
This
the
time,
name
I'm not gonna
J3
allow
and
the
said
Elsa,
that?
but they
Bro,
are going to protect
no.
the Mantis yet again. Our Space
Whoever
Station.
did that, I
On the other
appreciate
side,
the
yeah, we
dono,
lost, they're
but
gonna
you're not
protect
getting
their
feet
Jeff.
pics from me.
Again,
Yo,
I think that
24.
having their Jeff
Appreciate
banned
the
away from them
Prime
in the
sub as
previous
well, my
did
friend.
hurt them a little bit because we've seen how impressive they are going for the trip strat whilst Jeff is part of that.
Yeah, good point. You know, I'm curious to see if they even need that Mantis, you know, moving forward.
Saving the Jeff.
Because
That's
of
pretty
that,
interesting,
you
but
know,
okay.
that might actually impact a ton, right? Though they, you know, they give up the Elsa, they're fine with that for now, due to that changeup. So, you know, that could really mix up. Yeah, we lost game plan on this map because of it. You know, does Space Station want to maybe diversify away from that Mantis ban? The answer, actually, right now is yes. So they go for the Jeff ban against Space Station, who was running it in the last map, right? And the Invis ban to counter it.
Yeah, I don't think they want Jeff to be as polarizing as he was previously. I think
the
that
Watcher,
they know it can
appreciate
be
the
such
match
an
of
impactful hero.
new tier 1 sub as
so
well.
instead, they're going to switch things
Absolutely
over. It doesn't mean
insane,
you can
my
get the
friend.
Loki
Appreciate it.
protect though, and I'm personally excited. Loki, one of my favorite characters in the game. So a potential here for Loki to come in and really make a difference and just be a threat on that backline against, yeah, we lost, but now they have the final ban opportunity here. So maybe take, I don't know, do they try and get rid of a little bit of a duelist here? Certainly we have seen previously Van Pool targeted, but I think since the changes, maybe
Bridget
isn't
Master
as much of a
Wait,
target now. So they're going to get rid of Ultron. So they are very much
thoughts on the
worried
ban
about
the 4 ban system in pro play.
They
I
don't
love
wanna
it.
give
This
any sort
ban
of trip
system in
strat
pro play
available,
is
so they're trying to
absolutely
take
fucking
away as
awesome, and
many
I love it
strategies
because
as possible.
it prevents the mirror matchups, and I actually really don't like watching mirror matchups. I watched a lot of Overwatch. They don't do it anymore, but I watched a lot of Overwatch, and I really hated seeing like, oh, who had the best team up, or who had the best team with the same characters. Woo! I really didn't like it.
Although he can seem
also,
like sometimes,
Star with the 5
off the dive that well, I guess,
absolutely
right? Like,
insane.
I know you mentioned like when you play ranked and stuff, playing solo Vanguard Deadpool,
absolutely crazy, my friend. I appreciate it. You're too kind. You're too kind.
I also think that when we're looking.
Wait, chat, hello? Did their stream die?
At
hello?
I also think that when we're looking at, you know, our head have the 3 strats on the side of Space Station, whereas yeah, we lost. They're going to go for a more typical 2-2 by the looks of it.
Okay.
Black Panther maybe coming out for Jitwood, or I'd be excited to see that. I know that Spider-Man is kind of their thing. We like to see them on Spider-Man, but Black Panther can certainly make a big difference as well, especially with Daredevil removed. On the other side, I mean, Mask back on Thor. This was a big question that I had coming into today as well. Mask loves to play Thor. It's a massive comfort pick. As I say that, changes it last minute, so it doesn't really matter. And it looks like they will shift over last minute to a triple strat themselves. You can see strat pool coming out for Mask.
Yeah, I mean, I guess deciding till the last second to see what they want to play, if they want to go for a few fights of the whole, you know, Black Panther stuff. But they kind of go back and forth straight over to the strat pool off angle plays with card. Looks like on the backside, Jitwood.
Overwatch never. When I used to watch it, it didn't have a ban system, so basically you could play anything, but everyone played the same thing.
Or rather, I guess mirror. And also, you know, maybe built that ultimate quit for Mask's side. They can get it really fast, go in aggressively with it. But as long as they're getting card space, that's just making sure they have constant people on it. A nice sleep onto Blur, but eventually gets that over health and able to back out for now. At least slowing the pace down has given Mask his ult, but same thing for Neckrise, right? So which Deadpool able to get more out of their ultimate? At the current moment, it's the offensive Deadpool for Mask to go throw it on the back line. Neckrise going for the peel job on it, making sure they can live through it. Jackpot built up, though. Can they get the KOs through it? Looks at the interest. No. Counter Deadpool ultimate onto Mask. Blur able to take down Zatex as well. So because they made this fight so split, everybody's peeled off on SSG's side, able to take down the opposition strategist and enable their defensive hold.
Oh, Space Station are doing so well at prioritizing their targets in the moment as well. As soon as they notice that someone is slightly peeled off, someone is vulnerable, SSG will pounce. And yeah, we lost struggling with that. Now, if my ranked teammates are anything to go by, yeah, we lost should win this game because they have Gambit, right? That's how it works. But the real question is, can Xantho make the difference? Will pop the ultimate, and it is going to be a chance, and now it will allow Jitwood to really get up in the face.
Hey, it's working. It's working.
That poor Doom just got taken off the side of the map due to Jitward's push, just flank fast with that Gambit ult, but do they have the portal play to come back? Nectar is the one to switch to Doctor Strange, but can they get the portal play off in time? As somebody's going to have to
where's the Spider-Man at? Where's the Spider-Man? He's not going to get...
It looks like it is Blur at the current moment, but here comes Doom. Ultimate soon, by the way, in the Invisible Boundary committed.
Wait, what the hell was that portal? Why did that look so weird?
Afterwards and
oh,
Doom,
they did it.
But it's a matter of, are they reading Kendrick, right? Is this Doctor Strange ultimate going to be big? It looks like it's on the backside. Angle blocked partially, though.
Oh,
so
I would never ult that room, bro. Ulting that room is like a throw because both of those walls are there. And I feel like everyone's going to like hide.
As well from Mask committed. That's enough of a job done from Jitward to fully capitalize and move into the second phase of the map.
Yeah, they just need to give Jitwood the space to shine like that, and yeah, we lost will have so much success. They are so much more comfortable on Convoy instead of Domination as well. I do think that structure is something that SSG... I keep saying structure, and it's going to be my buzzword for this series because SSG are very well planned, very rigid, like their structure, so Domination is perfect for them. But when it comes to Convoy, it can be a little bit more all over the place. There is certainly a lot more areas you can be vulnerable for peel and for getting caught off guard as well. And yeah, we lost. They kind of thrive in this chaos.
Later
Xantho
today.
Gets one onto Doom.
Maybe your ranked teammates are right, Gas. Coming with Xantho, setting up these antes. The follow-up is there. It looks like most of the time Jitward goes down, but Spider-Man can come back quickly from spawn, so it's even for now. Cart, nice job to pop the ultimate. switch before he goes down. Everybody making sure they can come and peel off Cart, but Cart can maybe find the KO until Doom pops that ultimate. Needs to get it off in time. Blur goes down to Jitward, by the way. Peeling on Spider-Man. Don't really see that in rank necessarily, as that's actually a very valuable trade-off to happen, as Nectar came back on Phoenix, by the way. Nice flank angle to take down Xanth, who's playing aggressive. And then another one removes Cart, trades their lives, but I mean, that was so much value in that flank from Nectar.
I was about to ask, what a Space Station going to do to try and counter this, because they can't just allow it to be too comfortable for Yeah We Lost. I like the switch over to Phoenix. There was a bit of bunching on the side of Yeah We Lost, so you can fully take advantage of that with the splash damage from the Phoenix. So Nectar being very wise and does have the ultimate available coming into this next fight as well.
Yeah, right now, team's trying to play fast. Jackpot built up. Blur takes down Zaytech again, so that's a huge pick in the middle of that ultimate, though. Doom gets falled, or gets traded, rather, into the Gambit ultimate for Kendrick.
No.
Oh my goodness, gets deleted in the middle of his
Brother!
ultimate, so that's getting
What
canceled.
are we-
due to some
this
nice
is
shots from Nectar,
professional
though. He's
play!
lost everybody in the backline.
What
Trades
was
back one
that?
at the very least, and Jitward's there to trade it. Necrise gets the health pack. Slows it down. Still alive. The healing is here. No way. Oh my goodness. If he just hit a couple more shots, that'd be a KO. And Jitward gets peeled off too, so nobody falls on the side of SSG. They've peeled off every potential KO for the side of Yeah We Lost, and now they have to go aggressive for the Mantis ult.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on both Mantises here to make sure that they can get a little bit of extra damage for the team, but it's Nectar who gets the opening onto said Mantis, which is now going to give them a huge advantage into this fight. Jitward's going to do what he can to try and get around and survive, but he was very much the focus and the target. Eventually does get shut down, and now we should just see SSG march on through the rest of the players here.
Yeah, this is kind of like when we see teams play Wolverine on inside angles and stuff, man. Like, the peel has been phenomenal. There's already a minute 30 left to go. Deadpool ultimate committed just because it's on that 45-second cooldown, and you can get, or sorry, minute cooldown, and you can get back up really fast. But for Yeah We Lost, I mean, that's tough, right? Multiple fights in a row lost, and now they have to kind of come back into it onto Space Station with Nectar in this damage boost, and they've just not missed a single shot throughout, dude. Like, this has been beautiful. Mask does commit that ultimate on the backside, but can they find a KO off of it? Everybody coming back to peel. Jitward with that damage boost is going to be scary, but the invisible boundary by Fidel.
Oh, nice pull, nice pull, nice pull. Oh, that would have been so sick.
But
that would have been so sick.
Follow up on Yeah We Lost side.
Kill.
Phoenix from Nectar goes back towards the cart, removes all that over health and the shields from Yeah We Lost, but they're still nice and healthy at the current moment. But Doom commits the ultimate. Nobody down so far, and this has been falling apart for Yeah We Lost, though. They commit that Gambit ultimate. It looks like it got CC'd or canceled, though, to some degree. No, never mind. It does get off, but can they find the KOs afterwards? Mask able to take down Nectar. That's a huge amount of damage removed for the side of SSG as they get walked upon by the side of Yeah We Lost, who need to keep finding these KOs, but it's been slow. Portal blocks come through from the side of Kendrick.
Oh, that was actually a great portal block.
Side,
wow.
But they've gotten through with Blur, and you talked about him before, has been so
that
good
is
at
actually
living,
a really good portal block, blocking off that doorway, making him go to the left. That's smart.
But do they find the KOs? The green's been used from from the side of SSG, and can they find any KOs with 0.10 meters left to go? Looks like the answer is yes. Jitward goes down, but Mask and Kendrick traded. Eye of Agamotto committed just because you might as well at this point of the game. Nectarize does trade out J-Tex at the very least, but they're still stalling, dude. Like, this has been an insane amount of stall from SSG despite what's happened.
This has been a ridiculous fight thus far, into overtime now as well, as SSG just refused to go down, but now surely, Yeah We Lost will have enough to punch through and power through here, but with Blur back on the scene, surviving
Bro, what
yet
the
again,
hell is going on here, chat?
Need to find a way
They
to
got
try
a
and
support
shut
ult.
down.
They can actually hold this.
Crazy.
Oh
They
my
just keep
god,
coming back.
this hold
like,
is
holding
insane.
on to that point with an absolute death grip right now, as here comes Jitward, months aware of it in the Loki coffee. We'll have greens in a second, but can they peel off that Spider-Man ult? The answer is yes. The CC's not there. Mask can't find anything. Everybody's still peeling. Blur's still touching the cart. Nectar's back on Daredevil. They've switched to basically everything. Gambit ultimate committed, but it's maybe too late. We've lost 2. We've lost 3, and Yeah We Lost with 0.03 meters to go.
Nah, this
defense
from Space Station
now has to be
is
committed by somebody coming back
absolutely
for spotter.
fucking
No, he used
insane,
it the
bro.
portal block earlier, so they have nothing to touch. And SSG, an absolute miracle hold. Get it done.
Holy shit. I thought they were just going out one
if
by
you
one
want a
to touch the
lesson in how
points,
to
stagger
survive
themselves,
a
you know,
fight,
hey,
how
die
to
on point.
delay a
But they
fight as long as
actually
possible to
managed
get
to
your
come
teammates
back
in,
and
also
fucking
knowing
win that.
when to
That is
switch onto what heroes
crazy.
they can get back into the fight as quick as possible. That was
I thought they
perfect
lost it
from
when the
SSG,
Strange
and that is gonna
ulted
be so frustrating for Yeah
the
We
Strange
Lost as
ulted
well.
the Deadpool.
Are
I
we
thought it was good.
witnessing
It was GG's.
already
Then the
beginning of
Venom
the end?
came back. The
Potentially, we'll
Venom
have to see, but,
ulted
I mean,
to keep stalling the cart.
we're
Bro,
just
that was a really
frustrating
good
on both
hold.
sides for both teams, I think, because they were looking at it and they were just struggling to try and get that wipe so that you can have that breather and that chance to actually think about what to do.
That was a good hold, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And this SSG team is looking so good, dude. Like, I mean, who knows? You know, maybe going back to last week with their win over Nightmare. You know, maybe we're not going to give enough credit to Nightmare considering how SSG has looked so far. I mean, this team, like, they peeled off that so well. I'm curious what We Lost could do. You know, going back to the ban phase, you know, does that Mantis potentially enable a lot of this stuff, right? Like those peels from SSG? Or is it just like how strong Triple is right now, Gas? Like, this feels like SSG have just figured out the playstyle of YWL.
Well, I think that going back to like a triple strat meta is always going to play into the favor of the teams that were playing a lot more throughout the 2025 season, right? Because it does feel like watching some of these fights, I'm like, what year are we in? Because it's like taking me right back to when Triple Strategist was at its very core. And now on the flip side for We Lost, we see Adam Warlock coming out.
I do like the Adam Warlock. The Adam Warlock pick from We Lost. I love playing Adam Warlock on first point.
Can the Karma Revival be the difference for We Lost? Because in a fight that was taking that long, perhaps that could be what helps them in this one.
Yeah, they're trying to find answers. You know, can they, right? Because I feel like if a team like We Lost have given up on that Mantis damage boost stuff, right, they've have to switch to this sort of Adam Warlock res, and immediately Zectex goes down, has to use the cocoon. Though, Mask does use the ultimate, not enough. He goes down immediately. Everybody's just trying to go for a quick first fight, it looks like, for YWL's side, for at least that portal play, but that's a first fight win for SSG as the counter portals come through from Necronize, maybe off map. He's going for it.
I mean, that was a valiant attempt to start with from We Lost, but again, we are now going to see SSG just being able to show us what they're made of. This is going to be hard.
Who's he going to get?
They have that structure available to them. They control the convoy. They're starting to push it, and now We Lost going to have to try and go for something a little bit different now.
Absolutely. It's smart from We Lost, think, to walk all the way there, understanding that counter portal's coming through, so they just block off the choke partially. Here's Nectar lying in wait. Damage boost over the height, slowing down Blur's dive, but there it is! Zatex get blown up by the height, by the dive of Blur and Nectar. So, with that player down of Zatex, you lose that damage boost, by the way, off of switching off of Adam Warlock. You do also have that Feast of the Abyss available. No straddles for We Lost side. I mean, they're on the Black Panther now, trying to go aggressive, maybe, but it seems like the triple comp out of SSG has been so good. Doomed again.
Like that,
now
though.
Here comes that Gambit. Nothing
it
on
can
the
either be
side
really good or it can be really bad. Also,
because of that
this is looking
first
bad.
KO, and no
this is looking bad for We Lost, bro.
We moved to second quickly.
Very quickly indeed, and I think we are
5 minutes for the whole second phase, bro.
We Lost from SSG here. And it's the ultimate usage and actually the economy of the ultimates that we're seeing from SSG. They are very patient with them. They're not just popping them unnecessarily, which I would expect from every team by this point. But there were certainly times where I personally would be like, oh, you know, I'm panicking, I should pop it. Down to 50 HP was Blur at one point, but he held on to it, he waited, and he was able to get the support. They trust in their teammates to SSG right now, as We Lost, now looking to try and take them off the convoy.
Yeah, they've had to slowly figure out what SSG are doing, but as Boundary popped by Fidel quickly and early to make sure they can't find anything with this Gambit ult, but
yeah,
I'm to slow it down. Blur trades back.
Doctor Strange is on controller chat.
That's at least a trade, considering Doomed has been so good so far. Jitward trying to get some bounces with the jackpot, able to get it off of Nectar. The Devil will not be let out today as Nectar's ultimate gets canceled and sent back away. Nice little selfie towards the very end to get some more levels and CC immunity, or rather invulnerability. But SSG are still in this. I mean, they still have cart presence, and they're capping the cart yet again. Cart trying to go, by the way, on the back of said cart to find maybe some cooldown pop-outs, but now here's that Mantis ultimate from Doom. They want to play aggressive now on the side of SSG, but can they find the KOs? The answer is yes. For now, they found 2. Zatex maybe with the Phoenix ult could find something, but you're missing most of your team outside of that Phoenix ult. Zatex like, where did everybody go? Oh yeah, they're in Jeff. Back at the spawn, Zatex gets staggered.
Yeah, and again, it's just great chasing from SSG as well, not allowing that one player to escape and reset.
Oh, nice sleep. Nice sleep. Kind of cuts them there.
It's how they were able
what a
to
sleep
win
by Doomed.
And it looks like it might just be how they're going to continue to win here on Convoy. They look so confident in every single engagement at the moment. We Lost have now maybe one last chance to try and defend here, but if we learned anything, we could get a very long engagement that's going to happen on this next point.
Yeah, let's see if We Lost can rip a page out of SSG's book. Nectar, by the way, over to Psylocke now, just flexing over to basically everything. Ultimate's committed by We Lost side, but can they find the KO? Necessarily not yet. Zatex trying to find something. Gambit ultimate committed from the side of Yeah We Lost. Can they find those KOs? Nectar, though, in the Mantis ult, able to get one, trades back one on the month 2. Nice shot from Jitward, but really deep in there. Gets pulled back in by the force physics, and they're removed. Nectar with the 2-piece in that fight due to that force physics committed by Fidel, who's been playing so good so far. 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, what the
left
hell?
to
I thought there was a
go.
pause for a second. I was
Zaytek will
about to
come
say,
back
what the
spawn,
hell?
But Xantho goes down, and just one after another, man. It just feels like Yeah We Lost are getting picked.
Yeah, Necroise has Agamotto as well. This might just be the beginning of the end if he times it correctly when Yeah We Lost do get onto this convoy. It's Venom on Venom action at the moment. Jitward, what have you got?
Bro,
can you pull something off?
Why
and
do
maybe
I
take
feel
down a couple
like-
of these strategists on the back line? That's the real question, because you have
I feel
to
like
get someone,
Jitward is
and Nectar
lost
does
right
go
now,
down.
though.
This is
Chat,
nothing
he was
Yeah We
literally
Lost need.
just switching to DPS
Exactly,
Deadpool.
with 2 minutes
He
left
was
to go, they
Spider-Man.
need to
He
find
tried a little
some
bit of
stabilization.
BP,
Pork
and now
Mitchell
he's
just to survive
and now he's
at
back
the
on
current
Spider-Man.
moment. Jeff Ultimate still available for Kendrick's side, but still holding on to it for Peel, kind of. Necrise goes in with the Agamotto. Jeff on the other side from Kendrick to give some healing. Jitward goes down a little bit too far forward, but the Jeff ult does get one, and oh no, the Dance of the Butterflies is there to take down Kendrick. In the sky, here comes Zatex, but is the follow-up there? Not for now. Zatex falls low, has the Psylocke on him. Nectar goes and takes him down. Same thing with Cart, and again, Yeah We Lost just can't find anything. Spider-Man ult in desperation, it's not going to do anything because Doomed has domed Jitward, and with that, a minute left to go. SSG just have the Jeff to take care of. Fish removed. Yeah We Lost go down 2-0.
I mean, wow, what a masterclass we've just seen from Space Station Gaming. I think that they went into the VODs, they looked
I
up
remember
what
when
Yeah
I
We
said
Lost
I
were
think
comfortable
Space
with,
Station
were
was going to win
uncomfortable
this,
with,
just
which
because
is
I
maybe
think,
expected
you know,
it to be
there
on
is
the
a
other
difference
side. I thought
between
Yeah We
the-
Lost were doing so
I
well
said
at
that
making other teams
MRC
feel
is like tier
uncomfortable,
2,
but perhaps
but
with
winning
just the
MRC is like
smallest
really
amount of
good, but like
changes
this
to
is
the meta,
professional. You're getting
allowing
professional
for
players
Trips
now,
to
and you're
come in a
getting
little bit
teams
more
that who have
heavily
been
again. I
together
know
for a very
people were
long
kinda
time or been
dancing
in the
with
tier
it
1
last
scene for a
week,
very long
but
time.
SSG
I
are
got
really
called
forcing it
a
here,
shit talker, and I was just
they
stating a
look
fact.
on fire.
And now
16
this is
final
what
hits for
happened.
Nectar, again, a standout player, but also
I gotta
once
see the
more,
stats, chat.
look at those
Show me the
casualties
stats.
on those Vanguards. Only 2 for Necrise.
Show
who
me the stats.
Constantly was surviving for the team, always
Jarvis!
putting himself in front of the damage, but making sure he wasn't vulnerable at the same time.
Ooh, I mean, yeah, how good is this SSG roster, and how good is Team Liquid, right? In that
Nectar
last game
33
of
and
day number
9.
2, just to get 2
Damn.
owed by them. So, I mean, this is a phenomenal roster moving forward, and that's just game number 1, Gask. And Cozy coming into it, looking at the stats,
Damn.
man, like that was a banger of a series from SSG.
Nothing
My
against
God,
this
this
team,
was
but
the story of
WYL is
2 minutes
overglazed.
ago
I don't
on
think they're
last point.
overglazed. I think they won MRC. They're
It
coming in
doesn't get
here.
any
They're,
closer than
you know,
that, and they just kept
they have
on.
something
It
to
was the
prove.
trade
I
of
think they're a
having
great
Jitward being
team.
able to go there
Obviously, they do
quickly
some
and cart with the Venom,
unorthodox
but then the spawn was
things,
right there for Space
but
Station. Both teams had a couple minutes, you know.
you're
on
going
the
to be
clock
playing
to
against
stall,
better
and they
people,
just
and
lived
like
up to the challenge. And then,
they
of course,
might have
we
answers
can't
for
say
these
without
things that you're
Nectar
trying to
pulling
do.
the Thanos,
And
fine, I'll do it myself. It felt like he had 99% accuracy.
Okay, chat, here you guys go.
45% still disgusting on
SSG,
Psylocke.
congratulations. Wait, what was the thing?
Really
2
great
million to
all-around.
2
And I wanna
million.
highlight, Dog, you brought this up. You said, hey, Necrise and Blur, look out for them today, and look at the difference they made on this
SSG.
team. I mean, Necrise being the strange in the
Bang.
last 2, we didn't really see that from them on week 1. This team adjusted perfectly.
Yeah, this is a very good sort of team, and you know I'm sure.
Oh,
when we
next
talk
game is gonna be
Blur
awesome,
later
though.
on in the
Next
interview,
game is
we'll
gonna be
get to
really
learn more
awesome. I hope
about
they go
them
on the break,
because,
though.
Yeah, just they're slowly getting better, and I just don't know how you would beat them. Like when we watched last week versus Team Liquid, it was definitely Team Liquid's favor
Now, 100
by a
games
decent
plays
margin.
now.
But
This is gonna be a
week,
really great
I mean,
game.
they've just
They play
stuffed
against
anything
an
Yeah We Lost were
undefeated
doing, and it's like you
Swamp
said, it's on
Gaming
Necrise, it's
that's
on
been,
Blur.
like, popping off.
And then I think Doomed was also just such a standout today. So really good job around the board.
Yeah, talk about doing your homework. I mean, Gaskin, you said that best, right? You said it looked like they went to the tape and really got adjusted to what the game
Hey,
plan was
W
going
money.
to be. And that's what I can't wait to talk to them in the interview is like, you know, it shows how Liquid, how strong they were. And I love that you brought up Nightmare, too, taking a game off what looked like a very strong Space Station. But altogether, man, they saved the Jeff. Then the Jeff wasn't a part of the game plan for Yeah We Lost till like the end, and then it didn't have that big of an effect. So Gaskin, to you, was a lot of this damage done again in that prep phase, the film, the stuff that maybe isn't
Wait, what time is
fun
it?
all the time as a pro, but the most
Oh
important.
shit, it's 6 o'clock.
I think that not only did they do the
100
prep
Thieves
and
might
the
be in
VOD,
trouble,
they
chat.
also
TTK
looked at
just woke
how
up.
they counteract some of the most kind of oppressive heroes at the moment, the most powerful heroes that we see. They let them have Elsa in game 1, didn't help them. Let them have Gambit in game 2, and they were able to counter that as well. I think that's what's even more impressive. You give them 2 of arguably the strongest heroes we have in the game right now, and you're still finding the wins. SSG are doing a lot behind the scenes, whether that's the coaching team or whether it's that the captaincy that's coming through. We have to give them their flowers because they came into this one with a game plan and they executed.
executed it.
And again, yeah, we lost.
I'm never
they
siding
dropped
with
a
any
map,
team.
but
They always
haven't
lose.
dropped a match yet, this being their third. And so we've had nothing but great
Oh,
things
you'll
to say
be
about them. And
fine,
we
bro.
kinda
You'll be
highlighted that,
fine.
you know, when you have the fire that they cause in the back line, it's very hard to slow things down and kind of extinguish one fire at a time. And it felt like that's what SSG did. Like there was constant just Jitword here and Venom there, but they were able to have this control over it that not a lot of teams can do. I was
Is it
most
me
impressed
or
with,
is-
to me, dog, is triple
I don't think
strat
Dogman's
doesn't always
camera's
have the best time
focused.
pushing forward. It's a tough thing to do on offense.
I think it's
sometimes.
focused on his mic,
It felt like
'cause
they
his mic's in
handled
front of
the
him.
dive of what Yeah We Lost brought, even on the offense side, man. Were you impressed with the way that they kind of had this game plan already?
Yeah, I think so. Really, they kind of just played around those sort of like peel angles. They played around like back of the map very well. So yeah, there's a lot to doing well as a team, and I think it's just Gasket. You got to give flowers to the coaching staff and the team as a whole.
Well, let's welcome in our interview today. We have one of the main vanguards, the Venom himself, right now, and that is going to be Blur, who we're going to be welcoming in and asking him, I'm sure, tons of it. First of all, congrats, Blur. Good to see you, man. I mean, you were locked.
Why does it look like he's playing outside in like a forest and it's pitch black?
Clean win. I got to ask you, man, first question. You bounced back in a big way.
I feel like
today.
there's something
You know,
about to
how
like
proud are you
jump
of the way
scare
that
me.
This team responded after going against Team Liquid, and does this show that SSG can truly compete with just about anyone?
Yeah, thanks for the congratulations and everything. Our team is, I think we're kind of getting used to, like, I don't think that we went through like a really sluggish period of struggling versus like almost everyone basically, right? And it started off slow whenever like I first joined the team and things like that, like a month and a half ago. And recently it's just picked back up, and especially after like playing our first official versus TSM, and then even though like it didn't go well versus like Citadel, it was like enough proof where like we feel like we perform well enough in officials. It's like a massive difference compared to like our usual like scrim game compared to like officials. Like everyone's giving their 110% and everyone's feeling good. So even though like we lost really badly to Citadel, I think now we've realized we should just play for, like, I mean, you've seen today, right? We just first protect Mantis and just play comfort, especially into a team like this. Like we thought that it was really good because we scrimmed Heretics, who I mean, basically we just scrimmed Heretics for 2 days and realized Mantis is broken, and we was like, yeah, we'll just do this. So that's basically the thought process behind it. But yeah,
I like that answer. W, Mantis is broken.
I'm looking forward to the next match.
I like that. I mean, Mantis is broken,
And
chat.
for you, Blur, I mean, like you were playing a lot of that Venom so far, right? And just kind of living, like, I don't know, like, can you maybe describe for a lot of those like dive players that sometimes it feels like you're on an island? I mean, like, how are you even alive for so long versus their backline and stuff when you're just like relying on your backline to outlive, kind of? It just felt like you were never kind of being traded. Like, are you doing something specifically, or is this more of like a standout performance from your strategist players?
I think obviously, like, especially like second map, right? Like whenever we have like Mantis Loki, like Month is like on his comfort pick of Loki, and it's also just running any type of triple, especially into a team that likes running like Spider-Man, and you're first banning like DD, like they don't really have a side player either, so they can't really hard commit on a dive, and whenever they do try and commit with like a Spider-Man, triple support's really good at like peeling it, so it's good on like my backline, obviously living and kiting and doing everything correct, but I think it's just the fact that like I don't think they can really play the comps that they usually play into like a triple with Mantis. It's like there's like so much risk going into it, right? Like diving into a Mantis, like a damage boosted DPS. But yeah, I don't think there's anything like special, really. Like I think tank, especially in this meta, is just like, I mean, I just play Venom, right? So I'm just a fat guy who people look at, and it's quite boring. It's not really majestic, right? But yeah, I think we're supposed to play really well.
I mean, you certainly make it look good, and you have one of the best like survival rates actually in the entirety of preseason thus far, so you should give yourself some credit there. One thing I wanted to ask you though, we saw you lose 2-0 to Team Liquid Citadel, of course. What kind of is the plan now? Because it's a very different team we've just seen today compared to what happened against Liquid. Do you think that you really just kind of developed as a team and you learned from that loss, or is it just a playstyle issue that maybe you're gonna have to change moving forward?
The only time I've ever heard that.
I think, okay, I don't think like today, obviously today's like important for us, right? Because it's like probably our biggest match like so far, especially because it like has to do with like seeding. I think this is like, this
it's soccer,
really
chat, it's not football.
Second seed in our group, which we're really happy for. But I don't think that today was like an exceptional game that we thought would be like significantly harder. I think all the other games like we played well. I think the Citadel game we were like mad, or like not really mad, but was really one-sided towards them because I think we were just playing into their comfort too much, and we knew what they wanted to do, but we didn't really talk about what we want to do. We just kind of went into it and just said, just match it, you know, just match Ultron, like do whatever. And they were like really versed on those comps, and it was just a poor decision. But yeah, I'm excited to playoffs.
You live in Miami, you should know better. Yeah, it's called soccer,
especially, and also like Citadel again.
You guys say soccer, football because you play with your foot, but that's not true. Sometimes I see the goalie use his hands.
I got a question for you, man, to end it here with
what are your guys' thoughts on that?
So obviously, when you get Mantis as Venom,
Football.
it's a bit more fun. You can be a bit more aggressive to get some of those, thresholds to be in that aggression for your, right click and more. Can you tell me a little bit about how that enables you as the offensive side of Venom, but also explain to me at this high level.
And they use their heads.
Trying to stay alive forever.
True.
Do you always just know where those strats are going to be? Do you have like a calm room where you go? Because as Venom, it's about, getting in, cooldowns, getting out, right? Is that just something that, you have ready, or there's so much synergy on this team that you kind of are always aware where they're going to be for the quick heal up?
I think it's like really routine. I think once you put enough like reps into like any dive hero, it becomes really routine in what you have to do. And especially like whenever people are running like Gambit and things like that, like I said, you're just some fat guy and you just go and stall point, like it's not really like hard. It's nothing too deep. I think everyone can do it if they just think about what they actually have to do. It's just that. I think it's just like once you put enough reps into anything, like you'll know your job within the team comp. Especially like versus a team like we lost, who like 6-man rushes in like one direction, like using like support pool or things like that, or like Jeff a lot. Like a lot of the time, like you just go on stragglers or go still cart anyway,
Awesome. Hey man, as a Venom player, a lot of fun just to hear from you, and thank you for breaking all that down for us. Get big congrats, enjoy the win. I know you guys have a lot more ahead of you, but we're just excited to see this team continue to thrive and enjoy this one with your entire team, and thanks for coming on.
Yep.
That was a good interview.
No problem.
Absolutely, guys. So that is Blur, the Venom himself.
I think they're going to go on a break before the 100 Thieves and Swamp Gaming match, though, to give the casters a break for like 3 minutes. It's been a ton of
fun to watch this team. It really felt like they clicked across the board today, and how they're not taking a loss to Liquid really that big, right, John? I mean, they kind of felt like they're like, we're fine. We kind of know and what we are and what we've adjusted to.
Yeah, they've read the week well, and they've done a
Blur
good
is the
job
caster
switching
right
it up,
under me, chat,
and
the right
as
side.
Blur said, he's just a big fat
Oh no,
man.
Blur is the guy under me for the interview. No,
I don't know, man.
This is a Gaskin, I think. I've never. My first time seeing him for Marvel.
But guys, we have a lot more coming at you. An awesome match number 2. Match number 1 was a fun one, but even more fun on the way. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be a quick break, and then we'll be right back to the action.
100 Thieves against Swamp Gaming, chat. This is gonna be a good one. It's going to be a good one. You guys ready? 100 Thieves against Swamp Gaming. I'm gonna let you guys do your predictions right now. Yo, okay, Heard. Appreciate the massive 6 months, my friend. I hope you're having a great... 20 months. Sorry, I can't read. From Florida. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. This is my first time hearing this song. All in on 100 Thieves, chat. Oh yeah, their interviews are very like toned down and like what do you call it? They're not loud. Chat, I will say this with respect. Swamp Gaming has been very, very strong. They've been full holding teams. They've been dominating teams. I don't think they've ever gone to a map 3. This is going to be very hard for 100 Thieves, bro. But 100 Thieves is coming off on a good win from FlyQuest, so... Yo, Alex, appreciate the massive 7 months, my friend. How you doing?
Yeah, it's another one of those situations where, TTK on Emma Frost is like storied. On Angela, just not as much success right now. 37% win rate, not getting as much influence, but that's kind of been the case for Angela as a whole and compared to some.
Wait, Chocolate, you put 250K. Chocolate put 250K on 100 Thieves, bro. Chocolate, I just want to let you know. That was either going to be one of the best bets you've ever done, or could be a really bad bet.
Tournament right here, he's streaming and he's continuing to play ranked. Like this guy just loves rivals, and that's what I love to see.
Okay, hold up. While you guys are doing your bets, I gotta hear something real quick. Oops.
Big shoes to fill, going in, taking Terror spot, and I think the first match we're a bit kind of okay. What we're gonna see here, he's playing Wolverine even in that regard, and then he's really kind of come on to form of what he's gonna.
Actually, I'm just gonna pause this. Hold up. I want to hear something here. Apparently, they gave a shout out at the end.
Decent against the Na'Vi roster, who tomorrow they're gonna look that.
I'd be very impressed. But I think this is a team that's had a little bit less. Getting one more week of scrims in pre, we've seen very, very good. So I at least put up a big fight against.
We've officially locked 2 more teams from each group will be joining them. I guess of this weekend.
Yeah, we have more matches tomorrow. I'll be in the casting booth with leg day, and then Lemon gets to rest her voice a little bit and chill in the host seat as well. So we're gonna have Peps versus Shikigami, which is rad, also very important. And Na'Vi versus Pulsar. Even further in the standings as Shikigami look good. So Shikigami are rooting for to end off though with a little bit of to note here. Fantastic and Invisible Woman. You can Rihanna store now until like that.
Yeah, you don't just dominate.
7 p.m. PT. You take this one like that.
Open woken streets meet of the Alchemax building of
And all could be unlocked 2, 3, 6 hours. You can get either name, costume. You're gonna be looking good, but you could
with us throughout the entire time
to get all these amazing drops.
Shout out to the co-streamers who've been with us throughout the entire time. Big shout out to Jay3 as well, specifically on that one too. But it's been a great show day of some action here in EMEA Ignite for the preseason 2026. It's been a great debut, Lemon, for you and I, and a welcome back tour for leg day. And we're going to be keeping it going for the rest of the weekend. But that's all the time we have for today. We have to take a bit of a breather before you get some America's action, so definitely make sure you keep the Marvel Rivals.
Hey, W to Vaudable, bro. I don't know if he's here.
America and thank all 100% across the board because they're not losing Shib and they're looking dominant in it. I gave this
W
of the week. So if you're a cap player, if you just want to see how you play a Vanguard role that's aggressive at the highest level, look no further.
Yeah, I was going to shout out the cap. Like you said, you mentioned the Bruce Banner looking really good, but he just has 100%.
Let me see if I have
really good. Both the matches we've seen from Cap and Hulk, similar, somewhat similar play style. We're going to see Cap be a little more divey. Hulk,
where's Vaudable at?
Play a little more
pretty sure chat. Is he not in chat?
Cap
Probably not. Sultan, pre 11 months. How you doing?
Select few players that play Cap to that extent. And I would say that Kratz is absolutely
I think
one
he's
of the top
in my
5
tournament.
and, maybe even higher. Especially not even 4. You know what I'm saying? Top 3. So definitely something to keep your eye on.
There's
I'd love to see Valentina Eve play White Fox with the buffs because Valentina was playing White Fox before it was cool, and so this is going to be fun to see what has been one of the strongest backline strategists for any team here in America.
There's the J3 tournament
to succeed, and these are not just small buffs; these are major buffs coming to White Fox for this server.
Oh, right here.
So this is going to be definitely. I think if they're already looking this dominant, man, it's going to be scary to see what what else comes to it.
I know this team is in the conversation for the best team in the North America's region right now, which is awesome. Shout out to this team. They're looking amazing. Shout out Valentina, like you said, running Fox before the buffs, 100% win rate. Obviously, the team has not lost yet, but she just looks like an absolute unit.
Where's Vaudable at?
Maybe a ban target now.
Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, and on top of that, Melophobia, not a lot to talk about him other than he's exactly where we left him off last year. Melophobia was always such a kind of shining moment of that team, and it was never, if they didn't win last year, it was never on him, really, because this guy always showed up, and he continues to do that right now. You can see across the board, no matter what this guy plays in the duelist position, even if he has to flux on over to Vanguard, things are fine. This guy's cooking. A lot of fun to watch him. He's a rising name in the duelist department. So
hey, there you go. I sent him a DM chat. That's awesome. That's nice of him. That's nice of him.
Players to watch out for. We got more player breakdown coming to you after this quick break. What is going on, guys, and welcome back. This is the match that a lot of us have been waiting for, right? It is who we thought, a lot of us going into the preseason, was the #1 seed versus right now who a lot of people put as that #1 seed. It certainly is in Group A. I mean, listen, Swamp, 100 Thieves, Gaskin, I want to give it to you first, man.
Yo, Big Fish, pre-massive 2 months. This is going to be a great game, chat.
I mean, can anyone?
I think TTK's dad was here too. It'd be a good game.
Is my real question. If anyone's going to do it, it would be 100 Thieves. But from what we just saw in that previous matchup with how there's kind of stripped the trip strat, that was a difficult one to try and say. You never really want to do that one. Yeah, trip strat is really going to favor 100 Thieves, I think. I think they're going to be very comfortable with how the meta is developing in the moment, and perhaps that could be a little bit of a concern. But the big one for me is going to be White Fox and Valentina, and how incredible they were on it in the previous week.
4.9 million
like that,
on Swamp
maybe
Gaming.
100 Thieves might struggle to deal with it.
100
so many
Thieves
ways to
has
beat you. I always like to say
3.8
with Swamp
million.
Gaming, but, you know, listen, 100 Thieves, I feel like, dog, we've watched this team for so
This is
long
some
now.
big
Going all the way
money,
back
chat.
when they
This
were
is some
mutants, right?
big
Like,
money.
Going back for a while, the core team is still there. This is a team that kind of heats up a bit later, right? So they got their, you know, shock by NRG shock, but then they ended up beating up FlyQuest. And we've seen some early shakes, but we're seeing Self and Co. kind of come into form. Do you expect them to be completely locked in now that they've had kind of a break now for coaching and VODs and what they do best?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I don't tongue twist it as like Gas did, but they do need to strip their strat. Or see, I messed it up now too. They need to strip their strat down to the basics and really just go back to the old 100 Thieves, like you said. Like, I think that this squad, like you mentioned, adding new Self to the roster. TTK, everybody knows, like one of the greatest players of that squad. Winnie also is playing really good. By the way, speaking of which, Winnie and Vinny on the same squad has been a unique team. But yeah, I mean, like you said, it's going to be tough, and I think it's as Gas
Sorry, I was
mentioned,
texting my
this
dad.
Swamp Gaming team is very good. You know, I know that you know, some people were maybe underestimating them, including myself.
Holy shit!
But with
Wait, chat, they
Valentina,
actually
as
have
Gas
a
put it
real
earlier,
Doctor
and
Strange on their team.
joining
This
from
team might be
Solaris
goated.
and, you know, now TSM. This squad is very good on the opposite side. And for 100 Thieves, they usually play better in matches, especially high leverage matches. So it's a matter of himself step up to the same
You
level
said that.
that Terra used to, in which I believe earlier today, Terra had a tough game. So, I mean, like, kind of big shoes to fill, but also it seems like everybody's kind of struggling that has been veterans in this scene. So 100 Thieves trying to kind of stick it to the new guns.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just saw Nectar just so well going from the Elsa over
You going
to
100 Thieves?
the Psylocke. Delana has done the same, plays Psylocke going back, way back, but we're going to probably see a bit of that adjustment. Self has just been a demon on the devil. We just saw that at the end of FlyQuest in the game.
If
that
I
you saw one of the
had
best matches of the preseason
to
so
guess
far, but
who's
also
going to
on the
win,
Terror
I'd
Shoes of
probably
Wolverine
say that
quite
Swamp
often.
Gaming was
So
going
much
to
break
win.
down to them. We'll continue on that. But yeah, let's take a look at Swamp Gaming. First of all, W having these roster pictures. Glad to see these guys repping the Swamp here. But taking a look at what this team brings, I mean, I gave Krasman my, you know, Captain America, I don't even know what honor over the last week. This guy played him at the highest level, in my opinion. So much pressure built often. But one thing this team does, Gaskin, is they sub in. We've seen Days, we've seen Amadian, we've seen back to Days, and they play very different depending on it. But guess what? Both of them can carry that role. Does that give them a big advantage moving forward?
I think utilizing a substitute is absolutely massive in Ignite. If you can have an extra player who you can change depending on the team you're going up against and play on their strengths. In a hero shooter where you need to have someone who is good ex-hero to be able to take down a team, having that 7th player I think is absolutely massive, and Swamp Gaming taking full advantage of that. Speaking of Krasman as well, I know earlier I mentioned Vanguard's how important it is to stay alive in those casualties. He actually has the best survival rate in Ignite preseason thus far, only averaging 2 casualties every 10 minutes, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. We did just see how impressive it was on the side of SSG, but
that's
maybe
actually
expect more of
crazy.
the same here going into this.
Oh my god!
Wow, I was gonna say, so Blue, we're coming off 2 of the most staying alive.
I think I have like
Speaking
50
of it,
deaths
on the
for 10
opposition
minutes.
of that, you have Delina versus Self versus Melophobia, and I think, man, Melo has just been so consistent, dog. I think going all the way back to what this team has put together,
I'm not
even in
banning
stage 1, stage 2, before the upgrade on the back line, this man can play any role that's called to him. But a lot of people, especially Vicky last week, was calling out, I think it's the battle of the backlines here, what Valentina brings. White Fox, I mean, my gosh, she was playing it before it was cool. Now White Fox is all the rage. This might be when we actually do get that White Fox ban, yeah?
Potentially, yeah. It's definitely in the books. It's definitely in the cards. You know,
a lot of
it's
money
something
on
that
the
you have
line
to
right
think
now,
about,
chat.
right? Like,
Over
do
10
you wanna
million.
specifically target like, the White Fox and
329
how it's
people for
been, or the
4.7
Jeff
million
that
on
I
100
think, like, Gas
Thieves.
was bringing up earlier.
243
It's
people for
definitely
5.8
maybe
million
worth
on
the
Swamp
ban,
Gaming.
but at the current moment, dude, like there's so many good strategies.
Almost
that, like,
100 more
across
people
the
on 100
board,
Thieves.
They're kind of all
Damn.
very strong. So it's always a tough decision you have to make. And then sometimes, like you said, if you just have a White Fox player as good as Valentina, it might be worth throwing that out.
For sure. And listen, yes, they are undefeated, but Cafe Rose did a great job, I think, putting them to the test. I mean, even, you know, on social media, they're like, hey, that wasn't the easiest dubs. You know, we have seen them have some points where Swamp Gaming, you know, can bleed, right, if you will. But for me, I also think you got to look at it. One team's already in, 100 Thieves. This is a must-win for them, Gaskin, if you look at it. And it's not obviously the easiest team to do so. But when you look at it at 1-1 now, or even, you know, looking at their record 3-3 overall in between maps,
Appreciate the massive 5 months, my friend. I am all on 100 Thieves. Ooh.
It puts them into the danger zone, doesn't it? I mean, I think it's
Jay, lead the predictions up till ban phase. I don't choose. I put it for 10 minutes, and whenever the 10 minutes is over,
at the start of the season, when they looked at this matchup, they probably thought that this would be one that favors them, because 100 Thieves probably expected to come into this and wipe the floor with a lot of teams. However, that's what's been so incredible about preseason thus far, is a lot of teams have surprised us, which makes for very exciting matchups. And I do think that domination maybe is going to be where we really learn how
Open
much
the predictions back up. I just tuned in.
Because
if you
at the
missed
moment,
the
100 Thieves
predictions,
haven't won a domination match. They're 0-2 across
that's an
the board.
07, bro.
Whereas on the other side for Swamp Gaming,
you missed this go.
They have really found their comfort in terms of domination. So if they've been going in studying Swamp Gaming, what has gone right for them, what's gone wrong for them, maybe 100 Thieves can pull one out of underneath them here.
Yeah, they've won those quick. I mean, those matches go very fast in the hands of Swamp Gaming and domination. And also, if you win this, if you're 100 Thieves, all the mental comes back and all the confidence boost. Talking about, going into this thing, you beat who right now is everybody's, 1 seed or the team to beat. This is a big one for them. Celestial Husk obviously is going to give a lot of, I think, bonus to both teams, depending on how you look at it. I want to highlight Vinny and the tanks over there.
I'm surprised they're not starting for a while.
TTK obviously has been that Angela a bit that we've seen.
Just at it, Jay, just curious, when are you going to do a community tournament?
But Angela has been somewhat
You mean the
struggling.
tournament that I
And then you
hosted
obviously
like
have the
a few
comfort
months
pick in
ago?
Emma. Celestial Husk, big Venom map. Vinny has been super flexible, obviously, from being the group player, dog. But what do you expect in the Vanguard roles here and the role that they play against such a great opposition?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's something to be said about like living and taking space, but also like realizing kind of where everybody is. Like, I think a big problem for a lot of the teams last week was being desynced, like being desynchronized from your backline, from your duelists, and from your other Vanguard player, right? So, like, that's always a tough hill to overcome.
They might be debating what server to use. I'm not even trolling
stuff last week versus 100 Thieves. But I mean, I think, I know Imperator gets a lot of flack on social media, but like he pointed out how it's not entirely on Jolly, right? It's a team game, right? In hindsight, for example, a lot of what I said last week about Mace and stuff, like, this is a team game. What people don't realize at the end of the day, you're out of position sometimes, but that's usually to set up somebody else, especially if you're playing dive compositions in the current patch. And like Gask pointed out earlier about triple
Chat, what server do you guys want? You guys want Dallas? You guys want North Virginia?
Otherwise, the comp, just because it lives for a long time,
what server do you guys want?
The play, like I think Blur said it in the interview. You don't, just because you're playing Ultron triple or whatever doesn't mean you just want to mirror an AFK. You still got to be proactive, and that was the biggest critique that I had last week was 100 Thieves and a lot of these squads. Maybe it's because it's late in the day or whatever, just not playing super proactive, not hyper aggressive like they usually do, to rely off people like
actually,
like
you guys are saying you guys said Dallas. We want 100 Thieves to win.
But it's on everybody else.
I think Swamp Gaming is based out of Texas,
hey,
though.
it's like when a quarterback gets an interception or a couple of them, it's like a lot of blame gets cast to them, and it is a team sport at the end of the day. At the pro level, of course, we're going to obviously always be critical of every player because that's the great thing about sports. You're in the limelight, and you have the chance to shine and be there, highs and lows. I think that's what makes it great, but the team aspect is what's so important. And one of the reasons why I liked 100 Thieves going into this entire preseason was they, for the most part, kind of kept their team together. Obviously, Winnie being the new addition to them, and then self-replacing big roles in Terra. But for me, it is about how you coordinate as a team. I think, Fly, you said is a great example. Team with talent across the board, but you got to be, together as one, especially in a dive meta more than anything, right? And this team plays super unique because a lot of them know their roles, and we have new people coming in. They've got to figure out what their role is and contribution to the team. But Swamp Gaming, they've got that figured out, Gaskin. I mean, you welcome in a new backline. Valentina, Forky Dog, it seems like they've been playing with these other four forever, and I think that's what is such a big impact for them. I've heard their comms, I've listened in. It's awesome to see that this team so quickly is working as one.
Yeah, I think that even though I give credit to Vanguards and their survival with the casualties they have, you have to also understand why that's happening. And it's because of the backline and the strategies keeping the Vanguards alive. And Valentino and Forky have been unbelievable, not only at their healing rate and their output, but also the amount of assists they're coming through because of that as well, leading quite a lot of players in terms of assists throughout the league when it comes to those strategies. So I think that they're going to be a key part. And if you're looking at that from the side of 100 Thieves, because you've got to understand, how do you take down a team that hasn't lost yet? When you look at trying to study tape, trying to work out how to beat a team, if they haven't lost a single time
it's the
yet,
caster's job to keep talking, chat.
Actually come through.
It's the caster's job to keep talking because the players are not ready yet, or the production is not ready yet. So So it's
are their strengths, then you need someone who is comfortable diving, someone who is comfortable in 1v1s, and you actually just puncture through them. I do think a Daredevil would really help being able to take them down, but I wouldn't be surprised if Daredevil gets banned away from 100 Thieves every single time today, because in all three of their losses, they've had Daredevil
it's
and
100
Gambit
Thieves against
removed
Swamp
away from
Gaming.
them, and they've really struggled to be able to kind of bounce back from their strengths.
Do they get a script? Not really. When it comes to stalling, no, they just keep talking.
It's like, we're ready. We're getting there, guys. The players are getting ready to roll here. But, I mean, for me, I mean, if you look at, obviously, Daredevil, but we listened to Coach Fox, right? He talked about their strategy going with Gambit or Elsa, Dogman. And a lot of it was, all right, we don't want to give someone like Delina Elsa. Did he just give away the plan going in, right? Like, is this obviously what they're going to do? And Delina, does he expect that? Or was that in the last patch? I mean, we just saw Nectar. They adjusted so well to that quick ban on the Elsa. That's all they had under the resume, at least in the preseason. And then when the Psylocke came out. So I think Delina has big shoes to fill here.
Oh, don't worry, man. They're still talking after a 3-minute ad. Don't worry, guys. I make sure
to take back and take a step back.
The ads are, you're not missing much when you're in an ad.
Thieves. You know, it was kind of like Terra that was the
I make sure Twitch runs the ads when there's yapping instead of the actual game. So you guys are not going to miss the actual matches.
Been playing really well, right? Like I think a lot
Don't
of
worry.
people noticed how
Bamf Ranger, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend.
Plays a very
Appreciate it.
For 100 Thieves. Now, it's not like they've won a lot of their games necessarily, just because of the fact that they, you know, had a close series with FlyQuest, you know, and the fact that they've, you know, lost to NRG, a team that a lot of people assume they would have beaten. But it's still a lot of, you know, potential game plans leaked, like you said. But regardless, what you saw in the last series, and like Askin pointed out earlier, Mantis is kind of a real boon this week, and maybe Elsa has taken a smaller step back.
Yeah, I think we're going to see by far the biggest, like, wows to the balance patch of what was White Fox and Elsa in this game in particular. I mean, listen, you said no Daredevil, Gaskin. Give me Daredevil, because Self versus Daze going head to head is just going to be its own like spectacular to watch.
Yo,
like
Fluffle Games, Preacher Master Prime sub. Yeah, bro, this is
looking wild. I mean, that's what I expect out of them. But yeah, I'm wondering what team of Swamp Gaming we get, because again, Amadian has came in. And then Days as well. Right?
We're starting.
We got it ready, guys. The yap is over. 100 Thieves versus Swamp Gaming is here for the potential looking best of the Group A. Boys,
we're starting. Elsa is banned. First
it wouldn't
of
be a
all,
100 Thieves game, Gask, without a little bit of, I imagine, you know, discussion over the server. You know, where you want to play. You know, West Coast, East Coast.
Oh, and look, instantly 100 Thieves getting the protect onto Daredevil. Cozy gets his wish. We will see 100 Thieves with Daredevil. As I said, in their 3 losses thus far, they haven't had Daredevil. But it seems like Swamp Gaming felt like Elsa was more of a threat. Of course, they follow up with Gambit as expected, but will get a protect onto their own Gambit indeed. So Swamp Gaming at least going to have the Gambit on their side, which is definitely going to be worrying when you look at how impressive they've been from their strategists in particular.
All right. Well, we get Cozy's wish, I suppose, with that. And, you know, on the opposite side, what's going to happen, right? Because Mantis was a lot more focused, what Blur said in the interview. But this time, man, like, we're, like you said, diverting immediately into that Elsa and the Gambit. And, well, that game plan that you guys mentioned in the sort of lead up to this, it seems like it is going to be enacted by the side of Swamp Gaming, right?
And I think it surprised me to hear about how, you know, we think Mantis is a little bit OP. Mantis is a must pick. In EMEA, we saw Mantis completely ignored on pick and ban throughout a lot of the matches, and it might happen again here as well. Of course, it's only going to be a pick of Mantis, most likely if you're playing the triple strategist meta. So if you are just planning on playing the 222, then maybe you don't really worry too much about Mantis. And again, that's going to come down to preparation and learning about what your opposition wants to do. But looks like we're going to have Daredevil versus Daredevil. So Cozy now is going to be even more delighted with the fact that we're going to get that mirror match.
All right. Yep, we get to see it. But it's a lot of focus towards that Gambit comp, I guess. That's like the kind of interesting part whenever we get those Gambits going through, is because, okay, you want to play Star-Lord, you want to play for that fight win with Gambit, Star-Lord, Galactic Legend combination. And then also the Rogue. So you're already trying to prioritize that Gambit composition.
I was on the phone with my
but
dad.
for Swamp Gaming, that's kind of like almost like a benefit. It's going to be interesting, right? So 100 Thieves go for that Deadpool Vanguard protection. But for Swamp Gaming, I'm curious if they were even thinking about that, right? Like, I know a lot of people mention how good Deadpool is. I know some pros will value that character so highly, even despite you know, strat pool and dual pool being available all the time.
TTK
All of those
on
are also
Rogue.
still quite good, especially with the damage boost and stuff that you can get with strat pool. But some focus for 100 Thieves towards that Van pool, see how their sort of change-ups are. We did see that Ultron from Self before, and it's like you mentioned, Gask, no Mantis for either, or rather for the side of Swamp Gaming so far, but this will be very curious to see like how they've adjusted.
Yeah, I want to see what TTK is playing.
Yeah, I do think that if you can get the Gambit through, then you're not necessarily going to go for the triple strat. And it looks like that might be the case on the side of Swamp Gaming. Whereas for 100 Thieves, they're saying, well, actually, we love to play triple strat, and you've not taken away Mantis from us. So why don't we just give this one a go? And especially alongside Ultron, we saw a lot of Ultron last week. We even saw Ultron bans coming through last week because people were just that concerned about the triple strat being a little bit too oppressive. But we'll have to see now how this one's going to work out, because 100 Thieves having the trip strat versus Swamp Gaming, who are going to go for a more traditional triple two. But a lot of it is going to come down to how theirs works on that Daredevil. Are you going to be able to shut down that back line and maybe take out some of these strategists?
Well, let's see. Between these two teams, you know, can 100 Thieves bounce back from last week, or is Swamp Gaming going to remain at the top of the group, right? This team, you know, obviously there was whispers about how good they were, but now coming into it, look to be that for 100 Thieves side. They're going to play out with that Groot, kind of Vinny back onto his sort of classic character as they play this full counter dive around Delena. Again, you talked about him earlier, Gask, and so did Cozy. Let's see if they can heavily play around this Mantis buff for Delena as we start off with a very slow neutral fight as the point slowly goes to Swamp Gaming. 100 Thieves look to touch for now.
It was very interesting. The 100 Thieves haven't gone for the Daredevil despite protecting it earlier, but I think with the Mantis being open, they just felt like triple strat was going to be their option and the way they take down this SG team. No one else has been able to beat Swamp Gaming thus far, but if anyone can do
That's
it,
what I'm scared about, chat. No one has been able to beat Swamp Gaming. Now 100 Thieves is going at it.
Valentina has been so impressive as a strategist and now has the Gambit available to her.
Well, there it is. They immediately commit that Deadpool ultimate onto the backside. Trade back one, though. It's a 1-for-1 at the current moment, trying to play slow for the Daredevil, or sorry, Deadpool. Enabled the side of Swamp Gaming, but they do have that point. However, missing one. Kraz and Vinny both going to come back on the Venom fast into this upcoming fight as 100 Thieves try to build towards that Ultron ultimate. Scatter on the right side angle, just into that taunt. Goes and takes out two. Make it potentially three. As that ante was big from Valentina, and 100 Thieves sent back to spawn.
That team fight lasted like, when they engaged, it was like 2 seconds. Everyone fell over.
With this before they try and change things up. You can already see TTK switching over potentially to Angela here. Maybe feel like you can do a little bit of a
oh no, TTK on Angela, bro. I don't. I'm scared. It didn't work. It didn't work out last time he did Angela.
Phoenix, of course, can be a big damage output on the other side as well for 100 Thieves. So can that be the difference maker? On the other side for SG, though, they have 2 strat ults to work with, so they're going to have a great time defending this one, if I'm honest.
Excellent points. 100 Thieves try and take that same angle. Valentina, Gambit, Raging Roar flush to the back side. You got those Loki crystals committed to sustain to the current moment, sort of like a soft strat ult in their own. They try to push forward with that
good kite by 100 Thieves to live that, though.
But will they find the KOs? Deadpool committed onto the backside of, it looks like Winnie for the side of 100 Thieves, but he's able to live for the current moment. Self trying to stay grouped inside these drones, and the killing from the rest of the squad, but Mello and Daze find on the 3. And with Valentina, that's multiple KOs for Delena. Unfortunately, Zensong Inferno.
See, that's what I mean, though. Like, dude, Swamp Gaming is a really good team when it comes to, like, you know, both teams did a really good job on kiting.
They looked last week.
But like, as soon as like
nothing can stop them at the moment.
Both teams are done kiting. Swamp Gaming did a really good job. They went back in and just dominated the fight, bro.
Fearless, taking some of the fights and taking the 1v1s.
I also
as I said, I'm not necessarily surprised. Anyway, Portal is going to come through. It's a last-ditch attempt from 100 Thieves.
And touch for now. The straddle, so you mentioned Forky still has it. 100 Thieves close on Melania's ult. They're going to pop out last second. You see a lot of the really good strat players wait to the very last moment of the portal to pop out. They commit the Mantis ultimate, but you got to find the KOs. Looks like everybody leaves. It's disengaged from the side of Swamp Gaming, who going with the Daredevil. Daze finds one with that Beast of the Abyss. TDK trades back one at least with his own ultimate, but are you going to find any more, right? It just seems like Swamp Gaming playing so patiently. They don't even just use Forky Dog's ultimate. He still has Invisible Boundary. They didn't even use it for the side of 100 Thieves. With that Mantis, Mello's there now on the backside. The Self and Winnie, they fall. And in overtime, what a patient fight for Swamp Gaming that ends up 100-0.
Bro.
The experience that we are seeing from Swamp Gaming and what they've just learned over the last week of how teams trying to break what they are doing, because Swamp Gaming are setting the pace, really. Swamp Gaming is saying, this is how we're going to play the game. It's up to you whether you want to try and counter it or not. 100 Thieves tried 2, 3 separate attempts of really trying to break through, and none of them found success because Swamp Gaming just have so much coordination at the moment with how they're prioritizing targets. You'll see that as soon as there's a little bit of damage done onto either a strategist or one of the duelists, Swamp Gaming instantly jump on that. The comms have to be perfect because they are making sure they shut down that player, giving them the player advantage off of the rip. And 100 Thieves struggling a little bit after round 1.
You can really tell Swamp Gaming kind of think about this game at a very high level in terms of the macro aspect of it, right? Like, it's disengaging 100 Thieves. It's kind of like Blur said, like some of these teams are trying to like kind of go in together, sort of apes together strong kind of situation. And Swamp Gaming aware of that to sort of disengage. But now, like 100 Thieves have to rebound, right? They're still gonna. Well, actually, they swap TTK over to the Magneto.
I like this 100 Thieves comp now. Now they're diving, chat. Now they're diving. I like that.
Trying to find that solution, and that's gonna also put Delena back over to the side lock with Millennia onto the Luna Snow. So they're trying to mix it up heavily. In fact, now popping out as well with Winnie on that White Fox.
Yeah, going to the 222 and the Luna Snow White Fox combo that we know and love, and I'm sure we were expecting to see a lot of here today, but already aggression coming out. Melophobia getting the opening onto TTK, so that Magneto shut down immediately.
Come on,
and then
TTK,
the follow-up
bro.
is just going to be as easy as you like. 100 Thieves scatter to try and escape because Swamp Gaming just were able to punish them yet again.
TTK, I mean,
yeah, 100% tough fight for 100 Thieves to win, but Swamp
you might
Gaming
lose
just
all your money,
that
bro.
one ultimate dive
100 for
onto
5 months.
TTK,
Appreciate it.
I mean, that's just going to send 100 Thieves back. Now, 10% on the board built for Swamp Gaming. At least they're down to Shadow for 100 Thieves side. And they're not even close to that Luna Snow dance floor just yet.
Swamp
they have so
Gaming
much space
looks
to make up, right? How can they pressure the side of
They
Forky
just-
Dog
they
and
just-
Swamp Gaming?
they don't
right?
look like they
what
could lose.
does TTK do here? He's just kind of taking the space that's afforded them by Swamp Gaming, but it's almost baiting them into this choke point, which that Dance of the Butterflies is here. Millennium, though, knocks him down.
my
No way,
God,
Melo
the
got
Dance of the
canceled.
Butterflies
What a
from
clap
Swamp
for
Gaming was
Millennia. And 100
canceled?
Thieves to disengage it, sort of baited them in almost. FaZe gets taken out by
It was
Delena.
either a
They
good
removed
freeze
both
or-
players. However, Self
or it
goes
was
down
the
on the opposite
Fox.
angle. Dance of the Butterflies here doesn't force out Forky Dog and the Invisible Boundary.
Oh!
The damage is there with the White Fox ultimate, so everybody followed
Delena!
it up, and that was an excellent push for 100 Thieves, as in the middle of the Invisible Boundary, they got the KOs due to excellent target focus and the point.
100 Thieves finally get their break then, and is thankful to some very well-timed ultimates, that's for sure. Swamp Gaming tried to counter them, but sadly they weren't unable to do so.
Nice.
That's fantastic.
They're
timing
showing
on
a
the
little
side
bit of
100
life
Thieves.
now, chat. They're showing a little
And
bit
now
of
for Swamp
life.
Gaming, as you look at their ult economy, Krasman's going to have available Freedom Charge to really push in and do what it says on the tin. A little bit of a Freedom Charge to try and create some space for the rest of the team as they try and get into this one.
Now let's see how much freedom they can gain towards this choke of Swamp Gaming. It looks like they're sent back due to Krasmang's very own, so they commit that into the Valentina ult as well, but any KOs potentially come through the dance floor. It looks like the answer is no for now because they're playing around Millennia's dance floor, but here comes the Meteor M to help Peel. Dodged away, though. Nice job from Melo.
Yo, Tony Snell, bro. Come on, man.
Same thing with Self. Who can go bigger in terms
Put
of the
TTK on the computer, man. Why is Tony Snell playing right now?
No KOs just yet until everybody else is here to follow up. Melo trades back at one for the very least, but it was an engage that worked out for 100 Thieves due to that aggression.
I need TTK to play like he's not dueling with me. He's playing right now like he duels with me. I need him to lock in, bro. This is not him.
Having to try and break a setup, and a part of that maybe is just from their experience and how much they've learned as this composition just seems to be a little bit more tailored around defending, especially with Magneto being able to just absorb so much of that damage as well. But really, that White Fox has been such a good inclusion for them, and I think that maybe Swamp Gaming will look at this one and say, do we need a White Fox of our own to try and counter this one a little bit? But now we're going to get one more push from Swamp Gaming, maybe two, depending on the speed of which this fight goes.
Something to chew on for Swamp Gaming for sure, Gask. And Kraz gets frozen.
Wow, that guy almost died instantly. Nice freeze.
From the freeze from the Stratus player of 100 Thieves. However, Swamp Gaming playing it slow at the current moment. Scatter with the Deadpool ultimate. Throws it onto the back line, met by Winnie. And now Self is here to track down Melophobia. So using that Daredevil vision, finds the invisible Melophobia and actually is able to find that KO with the Luna Snowflake. He's been getting so much done. Excellent call outs earlier by both you and Cozy to bring out how Self has been dominating Scatter. Another one. Dance floor here, too, from Delena.
Wow. Yeah, that is
a... Because Swamp Gaming is sent away and will rely on this portal touch now.
Portal touch does come through, but they're just going to be too staggered here, and it's just going to allow Self to continue his domination and his reign of pain. This is why they protected Daredevil. This is why we wanted to see 100 Thieves on Daredevil, but Swamp Gaming are trying their best, forcing everything through. Any ultimates available.
There's no way 100
Thieves
Thieves...
No. As well, so this is still alive for SG. 100 Thieves, can they hold on now?
I mean, they commit ultimates afterwards. Oh, Daze goes down. Sorry, Valentina goes down with the Raging Roll Flush as well, so nothing to counter it. In 100 Thieves, they get it done. Yeah, they played it slow.
What a round from both teams, bro.
Now we're headed to Celestial.
100 Thieves, dude.
1-1.
I think that Swamp Gaming, I mean, they now know that Daredevil is such a huge threat, and whether we see a little bit
I wish they would show us the stats in between these rounds, bro. I would love to see the stats between
Valentina
these rounds.
on the gambit in the moment.
But
is there contemplation of should I switch over to White Fox and maybe we go
Self
for the White Fox and Luna Snow combo as well and go for a direct mirror?
I will say, chat, I'm not trying to be mean. I think Self is a really good player.
And that's why
when they picked up Self, I was like, is this hero pool very big? Because I know he plays a lot of like melee characters, but if melee is not good, and like, or he's banned out, I don't think the team's gonna do well. But he's doing pretty well right now, bro. He's doing pretty well right now.
On their own side. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, they have to up the pace here with that Raging Roll Flush onto Millennia and 100 Thieves. But they, alongside this Captain America, have done an excellent job of living. Well, Gask, this will be the deciding map, right? Starting it out, both teams are going to, kind of control that objective. We'll see who gets pressed off first. It would be kind of unlikely, I think, for him to go down early. But Melo's been, like, kind of a hard target from 100 Thieves' side, right?
A very hard target indeed. And Valentina obviously has that Raging Royal Flush available, will pop it as well, and now this is where you need to rely on your Daredevil to go in and get a little bit of damage off the back of it as well. But you can see on the other side, 100 Thieves also pop their ultimate defensively to try and make sure that they can stay alive here. This is a huge fight that's going down, and as you said, whoever can get control of this first point, it could really show who is going to be able to win this game.
Yeah, it's an absolute clash of colors, but are the KOs going to come through for 100 Thieves' side? Meteor M to help peel the back line.
Oh, TTK, bro. Come on, man.
Side of Swamp Gaming, Devil out committed by Dace. But will they find the KOs through all the healing that is coming from that White Fox? Like you mentioned, the freeze comes out. Nice job to slow down the White Fox. Also takes out of the ultimate, but Swamp Gaming are in control. Melo comes in with that Dance to the Butterflies. Is it disengaged with the bubble here on himself and the deflect? They come back for Daze, and they do so. Nice disengage back from that White Fox with the shields that you talked about. Melo also invisible. You can't hide from the blind man of Self as
nice,
to follow
nice.
Up, right?
You can't hide from the blind man.
The butterflies, and you talked about it, Gas Man. This White Fox has done so much.
It's just been massive for 100 Thieves.
This is a good game, bro. This is a really good game. I'm loving this.
The stall has been huge for them. It just has been the difference maker at times. But also, ultimate timing really worked out for 100 Thieves as well. Delina were able to get that Dance to the Butterfly after the fact of surviving, whereas Melophobia had pocked it, not really found as much damage as they would have liked. And now 100 Thieves.
What's the overall score? You can see it at the top of your screen. It says 0-0.
As we learned from the previous one, 100 Thieves very successful once they have control of this point.
See if they can keep that success up. TDK trying to mark Melo for now. Which I believe the Snowflake, by the way, is going to be on Daze the whole time. Melo trades back to Lena, though. Nice work to actually capitalize on an aggressive play to Lena to control that high ground. Excellent tracking, and then the follow-up onto Self. But will they find the KOs? It looks like the peel job is coming through from 100 Thieves. They don't even have up that point given just yet due to Vinny stalling it out, right? Not even any percentage. Nice healing coming over to Vinny as well. Here comes the dance. Maybe from the side of Swamp Gaming onto the dive from Valentina. But no KOs found just yet with the Raging Roll Flush. Will they find anything after it? Potentially Scatter goes in with the ban hammer towards the back line, but everybody else is here to peel. Look at this. TTK holding up the wall to make sure they can take down Daze. And Delena, nice double dash through Daze, coming through with the White Fox, now forcing the Luna dance floor from Forky Dog, but they are down a ton of damage, and they're able to take down Winnie regardless. Maybe they can clutch it up, right? All these teams like talk about winning in these 4v or 5v6s, and they trade it back, making it a 4v5. Melo with another one of Delena, same thing with Vinny. So with that, Swamp Gaming, in terms of ultimates, able to take advantage of 100 Thieves and flip the objective.
Yeah, perfect timing on the fate of both worlds there from Forky Dog. I saw it popped initially on the side of 100 Thieves, and I thought maybe it would give them enough just to be able to sustain and take out the enemy, but Swamp Gaming again, they just timed their ultimates a little bit better on that side. And now they are hovering over 2 as well. But you can say the same thing for 100 Thieves. They have a better ultimate economy, and they just need to time these correctly. Initially, you're going to see Freedom Charge come out to create that space, and that should give Self the opportunity to let the devil out here.
Now slowing it down, everybody grouped together. Here comes that dance to butterflies. No
That's
CC to
huge.
remove it, and Self there with a follow-up.
No way,
onto it
bro.
from
No
Delena.
way.
And that's just going to
I
remove
thought they were
everybody.
living. I was about to say, that's a huge Captain America ult, but they're coming back? No way.
He's found 2. Maybe make it 3 onto TTK. Get the bubble.
Oh my god, bro. He looked away. If he didn't look away, he would have had that kill, man.
TTK. Scatter trying to clutch up, though. Is he 1v3? He threw out the ultimate. Found 2 potentially. He's still bouncing around. It's Swap Gaming.
Dude, this is a crazy good game, chat. This is a crazy good game.
Crazy as always. Very impressive from Scattergenji to be able to survive and, of course, utilize all of those abilities to try and shut down the remaining damage that had been done onto 100 Thieves. But, I mean, TTK surviving was mental, but at least there was a follow-up. I think Daze might have been a little bit frustrated had TTK survived that one. But now here comes a quick push because we're at 92% here for Swap Gaming.
They go aggressive. Can they find the KOs through this? TTK trying to come and peel. I mean,
Oh
they have
no, this might be game. This might be game, chat. This might be game. This might. Wow, that was a close one, but this might be game.
Delena probably to get staggered here on the back angle. Everybody coming back for Vinny now. I mean, overtime slowly.
Can they get the TP down? Come on, Millennia.
Actually, they do have it, right? With Millennia potentially with this portal in a moment.
You gotta get the TP down. You gotta get the TP down. You gotta get the TP down. You gotta get it.
Who is that all the way towards the spawn? It looks like
TP.
Somebody on Swamp Gaming side. Regardless, they get it done on Celestial Husk. They win 2-1 in a really fun matchup.
Oh, I mean, this is the matchup that we wanted with
How did
these
they get
two teams.
cancelled?
We wanted someone to be able to push Swamp Gaming to this kind of level. We wondered how high is the ceiling of Swamp Gaming. Well, I think with Swamp Gaming, I mean,
they get that all the way, but you're losing.
Who is that?
Actually, they do have it, right? With Millennia potentially with this portal in a moment.
Who is that? That has to be Forky Dog. That has to be No, that's Invis. The Invis woman pushed them into spawn and canceled the portal.
But you're losing everybody in overtime now, 14 as well.
32 and wow, Melophobia 32 and 6, 14 final hits. Daze.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal work out of Melo.
We'd see complete chaos there. Just honestly, perfect battle of momentum and adjustments. I mean, I felt like with the ult economy, 100 Thieves kind of had that to lose, and it was the Swamp Gaming being the Thieves and stealing that at the end. It's just that sustain they were able to do.
If they go to a break, chat, we can watch it in the game, but I don't think they're going on
Guys,
breaks.
we have another great matchup coming up. After this quick break, we'll get right back
Chat,
to
I think
this
they're doing
insane
breaks so we
matchup.
could go see it in game is what I was trying to tell you guys. How long of a break do we have? How long of a break? Well, it's fine. We could go watch it in the game. If they don't show it to you guys, I got you guys. Oh, it's a quick break, chat. It's a quick break, so we gotta do this quick. Okay, I'm gonna mute that real quick. Okay, where's the tournament? Esports, view match data. Watch this. Oh my god, this thing is so cool, bro. It uploads like that, chat. That's fucking awesome. Okay, let's see. I think it was Forky Dog, right?
Is anyone willing to help?
Opening a portal.
Clear the way.
Oh, it was Forky Dog. Oh, who was that? Who was
willing to help?
Oh, you know, technically speaking, if I pull up my glasses, chat, according to my calculations, Winnie could have teleported on Millennia and gave him a shield, a 360 shield to protect him from the pushes, you know, and stuns. Okay, chat. So technically speaking, they could have avoided the situation, but I don't think they were obviously gonna expect that. So that is chat. You cannot predict that, bro. That is not something that you can predict. But that does suck. The last time I was watching a stream, you're on the 10-game losing streak. Told you to buy a skin for the win. Hey, yep. Buy the skin for the win.
Oh, and welcome back, my friends. That was an absolute crazy
Show it again?
matchup.
Ooh,
Obviously, we saw, like I said, going into a battle of adjustments. And gotta ask right away, we saw the plan was Daredevil. We saw the bands, the protection,
Man,
right?
just
to showcase what was going to be their plan heading in. And Gaskin, I gotta say, a little shocked that really the first map of 100 Thieves, they didn't utilize the Devil. They had Self on Ultron, and
that was a really good game though for both
to come
teams.
Back in these domination quick matches after you lose something so quickly. Like
that was a really good game.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a head scratcher for me. If you're going to ban, if you're going to protect Daredevil, and you know full well that you've struggled previously in games where you haven't had the Daredevil available, what was the decision there to try and go for triple strat? And again, maybe this is just the Swamp Gaming evolution, right? No one knows what to do against Swamp Gaming right now, so they're trying something a little bit different. They realized it wasn't going to go and work the way they had planned, so they changed things straight up and went for something that was a little bit more comfortable, and did find success. But I just think that at the moment, SG have a little bit more firepower in terms of when this squad is working in tandem. As I said, I keep saying it, their prioritization at the moment is absolutely fantastic. It's spot on. As soon as they lock onto a target, they eliminate them off the map so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I thought for sure that was the hardest test for Swamp Gaming. I mean, it was 100 Thieves to lose outside of the last, sustained effort from the Vanguard, which I think is Scatter wearing a 100 Thieves jersey. Did I see that on the... I mean, come on, that's what you want to see in the esport. But going into it, I mean...
Wait,
I think
what?
that the Vanguard comp was obviously leaning a bit more towards Swamp Gaming through
Wait.
That Magneto looked a lot...
Ball touch does come through, but they're just going to be too staggered here, and it's just...
Wait, is Scatter Genji that's playing against 100 Thieves wearing the 100 Thieves jersey to beat them in? No fucking way.
This is why we wanted to see 100 Thieves on Daredevil. But Swamp Gaming
right, like how these teams are playing in practice.
Funny as hell, bro.
But regardless, like you mentioned, the flexibility.
Oh my god, that is very funny.
Will Swamp Gaming sweep 100 Thieves, or will they come back and steal the win? We find out right now, guys. The group stage is ready with 100 Thieves and Swamp Gaming. Take it away, guys, for match number 2.
Okay, before this next game, I gotta pee. I mean, 2 seconds.
Immediately into the ban phase, and we go for the Elsa ban. Again, Gask, what's your thoughts on it, dude? Like, do we want to maybe think about the Daredevil, or not even? Who cares?
I just think everyone knows that with the threat of triple strat at the moment, Elsa is just too much of a threat to be able to pass up. You've got to get rid of her, sadly. And even with the changes that we've seen in the most recent patch, I think people are just a little bit scared of the power of Elsa, especially when you look at the duelists on both of these teams as well. If you give them that freedom, they will run through you. So I don't blame them for the ban. An interesting protect on the other side, though. For 100 Thieves, they're going to opt to protect Loki here, while, of course, the Gambit is going to be banned on the other side. So probably a Gambit protect to follow, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Valentina looked more than comfortable, if not exceptional, on the Gambit. So excited to see more from her.
Yeah, it's you got to pick your poison, like we talked about so many times. You got to either deal with Mello on the Elsa, or like you mentioned with Valentina on the Gambit. Now for the opposite side, for 100 Thieves, they want to get that Loki copy, at least, or rather, you can get the Loki mismatch and copy their Gambit. Now we saw teams try to do this before, where you like copy the Gambit on the opposite side to go aggressive. Like I think we saw TSM doing that and stuff, but sometimes it can just not work out if your timings are a little bit off. For Swamp Gaming, now they get to think right after you go for that Loki ban and protect, they're immediately going for those counters to the Gambit compositions, but it's the Mantis that gets banned for Swamp Gaming side, opting into avoiding that hero, unlike the previous maps.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting one to get rid of the Mantis as well, especially because you've just seen 100 Thieves try and go for a trip strat and fail at it. So almost maybe you wanted them, but it's different for Convoy. I think that's going to be the main difference here. Convoy instead of domination. The Mantis would have been a little bit too much if you had that constant pressure from the trip strats coming through as you're trying to defend or push the Convoy. You might have struggled a little bit, and we know 100 better at Convoy as well. They have a 0% win rate on domination, but a 100% win rate when it comes to Convoy. So perhaps we're going to see a little bit more comfort for them. They're going for a comfort pick of Wolverine as well. We have seen them pull this out already throughout preseason. So perhaps that's going to give them a good chance here on this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Wolverine do well previously, you know, trying to like maybe peel on the inside whenever there's like a hard dive by one squad. But for 100 Thieves, they will be an attack first. Now we get to see the Invisible Woman and the Thing banned on opposite sides. We've seen the Thing actually kind of take over this map when there is these like all these dive kind of compositions and stuff, and when a Daredevil is available. But the bans go through. We have a little bit of a difference based on the first map, and it's not going to be the Star-Lord coming through on the side of 100 Thieves. They banned out the Invisible Woman at the very last bit, but you do still have that opportunity if you so choose. For Swamp Gaming, though, you know, they are up the map, and they could potentially 2-0 100 Thieves and remain at the top, which would set up an incredible match later on, Gask, right? If they were to play 100, or
did I miss anything important, chat?
Team Liquid Citadel. But regardless, 100 Thieves are still in this matchup, dude. Like, in your opinion, what would they have to do on this map? I mean, they're obviously, like you mentioned, they're better on this map
they banned BS. Who banned BS?
What were some bright spots you saw out of 100 Thieves to kind of come back on Midtown?
I do think it is trying to utilize this Wolverine, because we saw Convoy Midtown against FlyQuest. 100 Thieves had a pretty similar pick ban phase where they protected Wolverine, they protected Loki, and having Self with that ability to just jump on in, snatch someone away from position, and kind of make SG feel a little bit lost and lack a little bit of structure. 100 Thieves just need to penetrate with Self and then be able to follow up. And I do think that having the Loki as well is going to be very important for them, especially with some of these strat ults that are going to come through as well.
Yeah, and that really begs the question, you know, going back, like you said.
Okay, let's see. They banned Swamp Gaming banned the Thing, Mantis.
Sort of narrative
it looks like Swamp Gaming had a really good ban.
To pick up, you know,
And
that
then
old
Swamp
role
Gaming
that Terra
banned
used to fill, and
Invis
I think he's done it so
Gambit
far, at least
because
giving
they're
that
giving them.
advantage with the Invisible Woman.
They're giving them
sort of
obviously the
mismatch when you
Gambit,
went for
so
that ban.
are they probably saved it?
There's no Mac on
They
that
want to
side
ban Rogue.
either
That's good.
for the side
I don't
of
think the
Swamp
ban was
Gaming,
that
so,
bad.
You know, we'll see if he can find those. Valentina now backing up though on the height.
I mean, they did kind of give them Gambit and also Tank Pool, but
controlling it.
that's actually
really the only one there to help disrupt it. But the card's still moving forward. They're building up towards those ultimates. Anti's coming
I
through.
think Swamp Gaming had a better better ban phase.
These pulls coming in from the Angela and the Wolf, but no KOs found just yet. So they're building up strat ults on this defensive side. Scatter also has Deadpool ultimate available, uses it on the back line. Self trying to find the Daredevil, but cannot. He evades for now. Green's also used on the offense. No straddles just yet for 100 Thieves yet for either. So Swamp Gaming still trying
why
to
does Winnie never copy Gambit? He probably doesn't have the line of sight of him. Maybe Valentina knows that, you know, they're the only Gambit on the map, so they probably don't try to be an LOS of the other Gambit. I mean, the other Loki.
5 versus 5, so at least it is traded out. But I think that Swamp Gaming have kind of worked out what 100 Thieves are trying here with the Angela and the Wolverine, just trying to pluck maybe some of those strategists away from their comfortable spots, be able to take them out, and then you can just push through and dominate with the extra player advantage. Hasn't necessarily worked out the way they would have wanted, but they are slowly but surely pushing this convoy at the moment and making it work.
I mean, I like it so far. They're playing from cover to cover. Green's used on the inside. Angle copy
Hope
from
you're having a great day.
But who is that on? Current moment, they're waiting to go on forward. Forky playing back towards that bus stop side. Valentina understanding there's going to be a straddle in a moment. Goes for that invisible boundary aggressively. It was Winnie who copied the Invisible Woman. Raging Roll Flush on the inside angle. Can they find the KOs in the sky? Potentially, it's no. Melon goes down.
They killed him with the
KOs, even invisible boundary.
They killed the combo. Good shit by 100 Thieves.
Star-Lord. Daze goes down as well, so both strats or both duelists removed. This is the success we saw from 100 Thieves earlier in Celestial Husk, is finding those duelist players.
Oh, you gotta land that, bro.
One after another. Forky
There's
on the
no way.
Forky
Dog with no.
Daze is with another one.
What?
So it might have called it too soon.
No.
Because 100 Thieves had the openers that they needed. You were thought
100 Thieves, I threw that. No.
But SG, I guess, just timed ultimates correctly, and also, again, sometimes you just got to hit your shots.
A flanking Luna chat. Bro, 100 Thieves are going to lose to a flanking Luna? That's something I would lose to in ranked.
Not being scared to get in the face of 100 Thieves as this Captain America right now.
Oh, Millennia falls over while Greens are up too. Oh, shoot. Winnie, rather, in this case. Unfortunately, losing his duelist, or his fellow strategist. player. We also commit TDK's ultimate in kind of a lost team fight after one strategist after another are falling. And that's tough, man. That is definitely a mental break moment potentially after they clutch up basically 4 versus 6 on you.
Well, look at the difference. Swamp Gaming get those opening picks, and they continue to be aggressive, continue to try and stagger 100 Thieves, whereas I think there was a slight bit of hesitation on the 100 Thieves side where they were kind of stuck behind the convoy. They didn't all commit, but some did commit, which just meant there was a lot of vulnerable
I think
heroes,
100 Thieves needs to
Swamp
win this
Gaming
too to
took
try to get
full
to the
advantage of it. There
playoffs.
was a couple of
I don't think they're
1v1s
going to
on
make the
that maybe
playoffs.
shouldn't have happened.
Playoffs!
Anyway, we get another team fight already.
Talking about
occurring here, and
playoffs,
again, Daredevil's
playoffs.
going to be the focus from
I don't think they're
Self,
going to make it to the
trying to get
preseason
any
playoffs.
little
They'll
bit of
still
damage
make
he
it to
can, but not able to take anything just
the
yet.
normal stage, but
They're walking it up. Raging Roll Flush just smokes
oh
him.
no,
my goodness.
chat.
See,
Oh no,
back
stop
to the
it.
spawn. That's
Stop it.
everybody. Overtime
Stop
now
it.
slowly dwindles,
Someone call the
and
fucking
nobody's gonna
police.
even
I'm
get the
witnessing
portal.
a
I mean,
murder
just
right now.
absolute
Stop it.
dominance after that hold from Swamp Gaming as 100 Thieves get held on first point.
Swamp Gaming, take a bow. Are we witnessing the start of something new here in Marvel Rivals Ignite? I think Swamp Gaming might just be the team we are talking about for an entire year at this rate from just what we've seen.
I think
in
this
these
meta
first
is just
couple of
not
weeks.
for
I know
100 Ds
metas
right now.
develop, they
And
shift,
and
people can study, but people,
maybe
and
the
100
meta
Thieves in
might
particular
shift, but
have
because
had time
even
to
if they don't
study
make it to the
Swamp Gaming
preseason
coming
playoffs,
into
chat,
this
they're still
one
going to make
and
it to
are
the
still
stage
struggling
1.
to break through.
What do you call it?
Scream how impressive
For
Swamp
the
Gaming are at
mid-season
moment,
finals.
I don't know what is.
They
What do 100
need
Thieves
to
have in terms of
hopefully
defense?
get a
Because
meta
they did
shift
not
or
get
something.
particularly far
But
there. Swamp Gaming.
I don't like what they're. I don't like.
Maybe 2 wipes.
I don't
And
like
not
what's going
only
on right
will
now.
This map be theirs, but this entire match will be theirs.
Yeah, 100% Swamp Gaming. Could be starting.
I think.
I was looking it up. I was like, okay, what is their phrase?
I don't know,
hashtag?
man.
It's
I feel like they're
Fear the
very
Swamp. Is that
lost.
Maybe I'm not giving any credit.
I love TTK, but I don't think the Angela's going to work.
I mean, I'm just scared right now of Swamp Gaming, like you said. But Fear the Swamp, is that that's our phrasing?
Yeah, I would have gone for something like, "What are you doing in my swamp?" or something along those lines, maybe.
That's maybe copywritten, though.
Yeah, probably is, but maybe they can scream it in their comms. That's all that they need to know. Anyway, a chance for Swamp Gaming to show us just how impressive they are on the offensive
Wait, they
side.
can still make the preseason playoffs after this loss. They'll be 1 and 2. They can still make
Be
it.
pulled out, so they are maybe worried that they're going to lose a couple of players. Might have to get that karmic revival.
We're the winners, bro. We're walking like
We'll
ballers,
see if 100 Thieves have figured out, because the
J3,
Invisible Woman
you've got to
mismatch
tell
has not
TTK
sort of panned out for him so far.
Chat.
But maybe with days going up.
Alright, listen, I appreciate the massive dono from Dusk, but like,
see you in the spawn.
I have no say in what these teams
that's what
do, bro.
happens when it's
I am just a streamer. We watch these games, chat. I am not in their scrims. I'm not in their practice. I don't know what they're practicing, so.
Wolverine just wasn't really able to get that pick, and it meant that Swamp Gaming were able to just constantly back up, get those strategists to level up their ultimates a little bit, and they were just getting stronger and stronger on the defensive side, and now Swamp Gaming can start to tear through 100 Thieves. Valentina has been excellent.
Yeah, just playing hyper aggressive, right? It's just trades after trades. BRB brings them back, and everybody else here on the inside just waits for their demise. It kind of under talked about almost too, by the way, is like the mental aspect of it, because Vinny was able to get grabbed by Daze, and yes, that was a good play by Daze, but also like sitting in that angle is tough, right? And 100 Thieves now.
Mythical for 3 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day.
Self, they're on triple now, but into the Wolverine. Self gets deleted.
Deleted, removed, and looks like it might just be enough for 100 Thieves to survive for now. But how long can they survive? Swamp Gaming just need to reset, gather up. You can see a switch over to Moon Knight for Metaphobia as well. If there's any sort of grouping, they're going to be very quickly eliminated. You can see the
This
group
might
is
be an
gonna press
early
up.
07
Krasman is
chat.
more than happy,
This
and
might be an
100
early
Thieves, are they gonna
07.
have anything to try and stop this? It looks like the answer is going to be no here, Dogman.
Yeah, Self has to run and stall it out. Groot ultimate available. You said there's nothing against it. Let's see what happens. Here comes that Groot ultimate on the back. It's caught onto Millennia. And
yeah, this might be it. I don't even want to watch it anymore, chat. I don't want to watch.
Might have put a stranglehold on 100 of these chances
I don't want to watch.
Win this map, considering it. Oh, just across the map, Kobe from Kraz 2-0 out of Swamp Gaming. 100 Thieves are drowning in said swamp as Swamp Gaming sit atop Group A.
Drowning in the swamp. I kind of like that.
Such an impressive match yet again from Swamp Gaming. Just when you think maybe they're going to slow down, maybe there is going to be a response from another team to show that, in fact, they do have a weakness. They show us that they are the dominant force in this group. Maybe in this region at this rate from what we've seen thus far, Dogman, because no one seems to be able to touch them. 100 Thieves, they tried, and even in the domination, they were able to take one round off them at least, and thought maybe that was going to be enough, but just so good from Swamp Gaming right now as we take a look at some of these stats.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Swamp Gaming,
congratulations, everyone, on Swamp Gaming.
I'm sure you're gonna walk us through
I
it,
hope
dude,
you
because
guys
Swamp
enjoy
Gaming,
your money.
It's as you would Gask put it, this team is just maybe starting a new book, a new chapter in North America.
18-0. Scatter Genji 20-1. Melophobia 11-3. Days 17-2.
Gambit comp into that, allowing Star-Lord to squeak through.
Oh my God! Valentina on the Luna and Gambit has more eliminations and also more damage than everyone on 100 Thieves besides Delena as a support.
Now we saw exactly. All 100 of those thieves
Bro!
got the heck out of that swamp as we continue to see what, they do so well. For me, it just, if, we're going to give a lot of love over to Swamp Gaming, but for 100 Thieves, it just felt like not just this matchup either. They keep winning these kind of early fights, but then they lose the later part of the fight on the most important times every single match, and that's how they're ending up not getting these wins.
That's crazy. Oh, by the way, earlier I saw you, Michael. How you doing, my friend?
Important series for them, and it ended up being an absolute
team looking good,
once
man.
Again, for Swamp now being 4-0. I mean, an absolute perfect performance from them. Altogether, Dog, gotta throw it to you first. I mean, are you just impressed with every single role carrying the weight, not just one standout member?
You gotta change that, bro. You gotta Kangarna.
Kind of steadily improve the strat line. I think a big thing with Swamp Gaming, with
so did 100
coming in,
Thieves win?
and then just the overall cohesion, like you mentioned, has been great. And it's a matter of
teams looking really strong, bro. I think Swamp Gaming might be the best NA team, chat.
When they were formerly of Nemesis, that I'm curious to see if it continues. Obviously, it's a brand new chapter, right? This is their time to rewrite history.
Yeah,
but
they might be actually the best NA team.
And the squad in the past, they just had a tough time really kind of capitalizing in those big moments. So, can they keep this up, right? Sure, you beat 100 Thieves 2-0. Sure, you beat everybody else 2-0. But will they be able to 2-0 Team Liquid as well, considering...
I think this next game is going to be a lot of fun, too.
Can they keep up this sort of hot streak going in this group?
No, I mean, I think you said it perfect. I need Team Liquid versus Swamp Gaming like I need air. I think that's going to literally show us what is the new region of the, the top of the region here in America. And that's what all this is setting the stage for. And why a lot of people going into this said Swamp, they look great at it. But with it, I feel like right now Melophobia is kind of the postman for Swamp Gaming. He was there back in the old days as well.
I feel bad for TTK and 100 Thieves, bro.
Once again, welcome
chat, I hate seeing my friends lose.
Getting yourself an absolute
Why can't we all just be winners? Why can't we all just be winners and get a participation trophy?
How you feeling, man, after that dominant performance?
Something light. No.
What did he say?
It was easy.
I expect nothing less, man. Can you tell me real quick, like when this roster formed, right? Because a lot of you, the core four, were together, and then you bring in an awesome new backline. Like, did you expect it to click this easy, man? I know you're showing nothing but cool, calm, collected, but was there a moment you realized this team, they had something special going for them?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have our struggles, and I mean, I'm assuming it's not gonna be easy for the whole year. We're always gonna struggle. Every team struggles, but I think our core, we're just a group of friends that really love to win, and we'll do anything to win. And so whenever we added our backline,
hey, that's a good mental.
Also, just love winning. They're obsessed with winning.
That's a good mentality to have.
And then you give us the resources that Swamp Gaming has. I mean, you see what happened. We're what's that, 8-0 right now in map score.
8-0 chat in map score. They have not lost a map.
Yeah, and I think, kind of on that, I mean, we'll see obviously as you guys progress towards the very end of the group stages. But I think for you guys, and I know that I think you guys have brought it up in the past too, when you guys were Nemesis and now when you're Swamp Gaming, right? A lot of times in those playoffs, sometimes everybody's like, okay, this is their time to step it up. Is it now are you getting the right moment? Is everybody kind of like, are you veterans now of the scene? Like, what is different about the Swamp Gaming squad compared to previous rosters you had in playoffs that, should have gone far as well?
That's a hard question. I think we're just more experienced. Before, like, I had previous competitive scene experience in other games, but like some of us, that was the first time ever being in front of a crowd. So I think that was just kind of like lights too bright. But now we've had a year to just play at the highest level, be in the playoffs, multiple playoffs. Eventually, we won the MRC playoff in season 5, I think, pretty easily.
God damn,
so we
dog.
just have more experience now. So I think we're looking good going to playoffs.
Looking more than good, looking almost perfect, I would say. Now, talk me through that last fight when you were defending on Convoy, because you had 2 of your players picked, and you were in a 4v6 and somehow still win the fight, if you can remember. How did you win that fight? We can only see so much from the observer side. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more.
Well, I was one of the people picked because I made a mistake, but it's just about discipline, not pushing our limits too hard, waiting for our respawn. We knew we had TP, so it's mainly just about like staying disciplined, not pushing our luck. And once we have our numbers back, we capitalize on our mistakes of them either pushing too far, just not having cooldowns, and then just be very disciplined. I think that's how you win those fights.
Listen, buddy, I love the confidence from y'all squad, but I also like staying grounded. I feel like you have a good mixture of both. And the lights, they only get brighter, right? Last year you said it was your first time into the lights. Well, hey, man, look at where this team is right now. You guys have a lot to show. I guess to close it, it's you guys in Team Liquid right now. A lot of people have at the top of their charts. Are you hungry to get and battle test them up and, as we move along this Ignite season?
Yeah, I think at least, I mean, we haven't played against Group B, obviously, but our group looks a lot harder on paper. But that team, we can't underestimate them. They are with us, if not above us. So it's mainly just about like not underestimating them, just playing to our best, giving it our all, and win or lose, just lay everything out on the battle floor.
Heck yeah, man. Well, listen, we appreciate you being somewhat of the spokesperson for Swamp Gaming with Coach coming in too. We welcome any of you guys. We don't bite, but we appreciate y'all. And go celebrate the W, enjoy the win, and thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. As always, that is the one, the only Mr. Melophobia. Been able to watch this guy for a long time. And dog, it's been cool to see not only the new additions to the backline, but I would say also in addition, the previous Nemesis members. Just, man, the flexibility of them has skyrocketed. Days was only a Wolverine. Now look at what he's, kind of become, even though his Wolverine was kind of crazy at the end there. But also, I mean, Valentina just went into that. I only thought of her as Invis, and now it's all over the, board. Are they the perfect model to look at if you're trying to train back up on the off season?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of all started back maybe like a year ago when I was hearing like from all these players, we got to be flexible, we got to do all that stuff. And like you mentioned, they have all those players who started as one tricks. Now they're anything but. So 100% excited for this team's future.
Yeah, I thought you put it great. We saw what they did. And
Yo,
we're excited to see what they
Darkstar brings
well,
massive prime time, my friend. How you doing? How you doing?
We're pretty quick, but very exciting at that. And we have a lot more coming at you. 3 more epic matches at that. So don't go anywhere.
Okay, let me see.
Reload. We'll be right back.
What's the next game? I think next game is going to be really good, chat. Team Liquid Citadel against TSM. Are we gonna be able to see the Hulk? That's gonna be a great question. I am going to start the predictions for you guys right now. If you guys just predicted 100 Thieves and lost all your money, well, look on the bright side. You guys could bet again and lose more money. So, Team Liquid Citadel against Team... I'm just going to say TSM. Enjoy your predictions, chat. Enjoy. If you are broke, hopefully you win some more money. And if you have a lot of money, well, I hope you continue to win it. Is this real money? Yes, this is all real money. This is all real money right now. Look, Team Liquid Citadel is almost at $1 million. That's a lot, yeah.
We've got 2 more teams going up against another. We have TLC versus TSM. And
what happens if I lost all my money? How do I bet? Well, you're probably going to have to do some stuff for money, and then you could use that money to bet.
Who do you got on TLC?
Yeah, shout out.
And when I mean do some stuff, I mean like, collect your channel points. You could use bits. If you use bits, you could get more channel points. If you sub, you get more channel points.
Cooper is
I'm pretty sure if you
unstoppable.
gift subs, you also
Cooper
get more
Gambit,
channel
and then
points.
Not afraid to pull out the Loki, the Luna, the Invis, virtually anything that is
yeah.
needed to be played and play at a dominant level. So, you know, they talked about ban targets. And
You could take a J3 loan. I could loan you some channel points, but that also comes at a 75.8% interest rate. So,
I wanted to shout out Nero last week because I didn't give necessarily the flowers that were due. Nero, over 10K healing over everyone in the 2 matches we saw.
No, I can't give channel points to anyone in chat.
But when you get over 10K healing at this level of play, that is a very significant number from 50 to 64. So looked really strong back there. Kind of plays more of the quiet, just focus.
So far, double the amount of people who voted on TSM is on Team Liquid and also at 2.8 million. TSM is almost at $1 million. $3 million on Team Liquid Citadel.
Look at their hero pools and they almost don't overlap at all, if any.
How many channel points do you have?
Whatever they need to. Obviously, Cooper is Loki when I think of it, and Gambit, but Nero can always fill at such a great level. On the Vanguard side, talk about
all of them.
Paulie, Captain America. You don't see him on this chart other than the left side.
There you go.
And that's because Paulie doesn't get to play Captain America. He's simply too good. Sometimes you don't want your name to be too known, Chip, because that's what happens.
Almost 200 people on Liquid. If TSM wins, that's a big buyout, chat. That's a big buyout. I mean, not buyout, payout.
Playing at a high level in that regard. And Spark Chief as well. Spark has been target banned on the Hulk side.
Get your money on the line, chat. Get your money on the line. Jay, can you go all in TS? I can't bet, chat. I can't bet on my own channel.
It's been cool to see Spark evolve as a player. I think it was someone that, you know, with Vess on his team.
I cannot bet on my own channel, chat.
So much for that team. Now you have him with Paulie, and it's time to give this guy his flowers. He's a dominant Vanguard.
Yeah, I think he's just.
Hey, how you doing, Philip?
Conversation where I can really play everything. Talked about it even after winning that map on Hulk, saying that was something.
Okay, I'm gonna move this over here, chat, so we can get back to the show.
And I haven't even seen him play a ton of Hulk.
How do we bet? I'm pretty sure it's on the top of your screen, right here, on the top of your screen. You just hit predict.
Absolutely. Looking at TSM,
but I can't predict.
Gale is the one to highlight. Golk has a 100% win rate because that is where they found their success. But this guy's a true duelist at form and just great at mechanics. He's just been a very steady Eddie when it comes to being a mechanical gifted player. Now, Phoenix, Hawkeye of old, those are kind of the comfort picks, but Gale is this guy
who won Swamp vs Thieves. Swamp Gaming. They kind of
flexing to the Hulk to save the day. Ship.
They kind of rolled.
Yeah, this team has been struggling because they are definitely more of a poke meta style team, but they're finding their footing with this new triple Vanguard brawl style that really worked for them. Talking about Golk, we made that conversation looked really solid as soon as they made that switch. I've really struggled to move the card forward. They essentially stopped carding every map after that, and it was definitely interesting to see. I'm looking forward to watching more of them.
Yeah, and when that space is made, that allows bedtime story to tell his own story and really shine, man. This guy on Star-Lord can be a menace, and that was who I always remembered him as.
6,270
as well. I think this team, once they get their space and they're kind of playing together, look out because they've got a lot of talent their way. They just have to go into it with a bit more strategy.
Yeah, 100% agreed. They're playing more of those solo duelists.
Bro, Zerx Nakshon, what are you typing all day? I read your messages and I don't want to read them out loud because I'm so scared. What is that?
More team breakdowns coming right after you, coming up next. Well, hello there, and welcome back, friends, to match number 3. And if we just saw from Group A, one of the top of the tops in Swamp Gaming, well, welcome to Group B. And
I had 20 points, and I locked it into Team Liquid Citadel. How many points would I get? Probably like 25.
And TSM. And
so you gain 5.
On paper, could be a scary one. But if TSM really wants to show that they're fighting back this momentum, right? They didn't have exactly the game they wanted to have at the day one time, and they've only had 2 games. The other one, they were able to bounce back, but this is going to be obviously the toughest opponent to them. Gaskin, I want to start with you, man. What do you think it takes if you are the underdog in a matchup before you even go in to really kind of bark it back? And we've seen that a lot from these teams so far.
I think it's a lot of studying. That's what we've been talking about all day long, really, is how much you're going to review your opposition and what they're good at and where their weaknesses are. Now, whilst similarly to Swamp Gaming, Team Liquid, Citadel maybe don't have many weaknesses you can actually expose, but again, it's trying to go against the strengths that they have. I think for TSM, they are in a dangerous position because if they lose this game, they then go into that matchup against Nightmare as a must-win, otherwise they find themselves eliminated. And you look at some of the players on TSM, there's so much experience there that you'd expect them to be able to give a good matchup here. But I think on the flip side, TLC are just far too strong. I think we're in another situation where at the tippy top of these groups, one team is just dominating the competition. They have figured out the meta, and
This is a really good team, though.
It's Liquid
I
Citadel.
definitely think Team Liquid
absolutely.
Citadel is
Hey, looking
as
at Team Liquid. If you guys
a
do
team.
not know them, they're some of the I would say most infamous names.
That's
in the
really
rival
good.
scenes
Polly,
in
Spark Chief,
America, but they
Energy,
also got
Speedery,
some love from the EMEA,
Nero,
bringing over
Cooper. They also have
Now, he's
Pokey
known
over
as
there.
the
Bro, that's a
Captain
good team,
America,
dude.
but has not been able to play it much outside of just the banner to represent him typically.
That is a
because
really good team.
It's banned out, dog, and that alongside Spark Chief, who is nearly undefeated on the whole.
Sir,
row.
no
This is one of those few
knees.
teams that
Appreciate
even
the
though you
massive,
have
Prime
talent at
sub, my
every
friend. How you doing?
position,
How
you
you
have to
doing?
address the Vanguard line first, and then that opens everything else. Yeah, down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you mentioned, Paulie and Spark definitely some of the best vanguards in the entire game. That's 100% solid shout-outs for sure because of how much they've done. And I think this team, it's kind of what FlyQuest wanted to be, right, with their European mixed roster as well, with the EMEA roster. And on the opposite side, for TSM, their opponents, man, they've fixed up the roster. They've picked up some brand new players alongside, like these Solaris guys, and then also put Cal in a role swap for the first time in this game, putting him over to Strategist, which is what he was known for originally before Marvel Rivals. So this was a very unique roster, and it's going to be a tough matchup regardless, but they should be able to figure things out eventually. It's just a kind of a tough meta right now, right? It seems to be a very dive-focused meta, Cozy, and they have two arguable hit scan players in Gale and Bedtime Story.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Gale needs to change his image to the Hulk. We know that by now.
Yeah, I don't think it depends. I don't know why, chat, but they're not
mandated.
It's not mandatory to get a photo, I guess. I think it's very professional to give them a photo, but I guess TSM didn't want to.
All that makeup damage, whether you go with triple strat or with the Vanguard role. I mean, with TSM,
by the way, Apoc streaming, appreciate the massive prime sub as well.
Or more traditional against a team that is probably ready for anything in Liquid.
I think my fear for TSM is that they are very good at certain things, but maybe lack a little bit of flexibility from what I've seen thus far, and perhaps makes them a little bit easier to target ban in the pick and ban phase as well. So we might see Team Liquid actually punish them a little bit in that initial scenario. So we'll have to see whether there is a little bit more flexibility on the side of TSM. I do wonder whether there's a little bit of inside knowledge from Cal. Of course, he used to team with Nero on the other side for Envy previously when they competed together. He was a sub, but you would have learned a lot about how a couple of those players played. So maybe that could be the difference maker. Just a few inside tips and tricks from him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
tips
Nero
and tricks. What? Carq?
Such a great player who was one of the best for Envy. Now coming over to the side for them as well is just so much to handle. But yeah, listen, we're gonna be going to Wakanda first, such the infamous location. But if you are Team Liquid, I gotta say, you just watched Swamp dominate once again. If anything, even if you're looking at this matchup, they want to put on a show to continue to show that they are the team to kind of go up against. And, sometimes in these matchups, you can get caught up with an easy game, whatever. Dog, I mean, how do we make sure, or how do you make sure as a player to be focused no matter the matchup? Doesn't matter the name.
FlyQuest plays later today. They're still
we've
playing,
seen Liquid struggle a little bit in their matches, but still they're undefeated.
Yeah, I mean,
hey,
it's
just
that
sent to the
resilience
IRL
that comes
YouTube
with,
Jake,
with
y'all.
practice
Hey,
and
appreciate
scrims,
it.
And
we are doing more content on that channel.
Saying, giving some, being humble and giving some credit, I think, towards Team Liquid, saying that, okay, this team might be even better than us. That's kind of crazy for a top player and team to say, I think, in an interview this late in to the tournament. So I think that for Team Liquid, like you said, they have... It's tough to look bad at a 2-0 necessarily, but I think they definitely struggled at points. I am just curious to see if they can maintain that.
They don't get eliminated. I think what happens is they just don't make it to the preseason playoffs, but they're still going to be in stage 1.
They have a lot of experience, a lot of players that have done well at the midseason, like you said. So there's a lot of that backbone they could definitely rely on.
But what TSM we're going to get, the one against SSG or the winners against Loon X? It's going to be decided here in the pick ban phase when you're going up such.
Okay, what's the money looking like over here, chat?
Team Liquid versus TSM.
7.2 million on Liquid, 2.5 million on TSM.
Head into it, Team Liquid and TSM. So Team Liquid, Citadel, and TSM. Whereas, TSM, like you mentioned in Gaslight, we've seen they haven't had the best performance necessarily so far throughout, but if they were to win today versus Team Liquid, Citadel, that would be obviously huge considering what everybody's been saying.
And we've just given Elsa as well to Liquid Citadel. So this one might get a little bit ugly. It's a very difficult decision to make. We've seen people going back and forth today. Do you ban the Gambit?
Why
Do you
are you
ban the
giving
Elsa?
energy?
Both teams are going to end up with an Elsa. But
Oh, both
Liquid
teams have
Citadel,
Elsa.
They will be more
See, this
than
is what I
happy
don't
to
like from
have
both
an
teams,
Elsa
chat.
off, essentially,
Ban
because
Elsa
they're gonna feel
first,
far
bro.
more comfortable on it with how impressive they've been. They get rid of the Mantis. I think that's
Ban
important
Elsa
as well. If
first.
we've learned anything today, the Mantis can be very difficult to go up against in some of those trip strat compositions, and I didn't say strip chat this time, so careful, Twitch. I see you. Daredevil being hovered at the moment as well. Remove that, and Vanpool is going to go on the side of Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, that's it's kind of interesting back and forth, considering how much we talked about like Daredevil before.
Yeah,
you know, and on the opposite side for Deadpool too. So you know, it's kind of interesting to see the difference of opinion so far. Kind of Liquid Citadel taking what they're given. For TSM, that sort of difference with the Daredevil ban is definitely quite interesting. And then it's kind of the same thing with the Captain America ban from the Invis Protect.
I think this is very smart as well from Liquid. I said about running the tapes. They have definitely studied
What happens if you
what
ban
TSM
Elsa first?
struggled
If you
with,
ban
'cause
Elsa
in
first,
TSM's
the
losses,
other
they
team
had
might say
Vanpool,
Gambit first or
Mantis,
something.
and Gambit banned
So
away
you
from
you
them,
you
and
pick your
Liquid have
poison
done
is what
exactly
people are
that. I know
saying.
that sounds
Would
pretty
you rather
simple because
play
they are
against an
three very
Elsa, or
impressive
would you
heroes
rather play
anyway,
against
but
a
it does
Gambit?
feel somewhat targeted. And
I,
this is
in
what
my
I was trying to
opinion, would
mention
rather
earlier to
probably play
Cozy.
against a Gambit
TSM, I don't
than
feel
a
like they
Elsa.
have as much flexibility
So
as
I would
Liquid
ban Elsa.
Citadel, which means we might see Liquid Citadel take full advantage of this. I think I spoke to Vicky about this matchup off air, and she said it was going to be, in her words, belt to bottom. So we'll see whether that happens. She may have said a different word, but as an Englishman, I think that bottom is more appropriate.
Yep. No, that sounds exactly like your response, and that sounds like what she would say. So I like that. You know, canonical casters over here. And speaking of which, you know, for Team Liquid, you know, that's the interesting thing that I think you pointed out earlier, Gask, is that triple strat meta is where we're at, right? And the Invisible Woman ban going to Liquid Citadel is kind of interesting, right? Like, you can still, like you mentioned earlier, play the White Fox, play Jeff the Land Shark. You can play anything, really. So far, it feels like, I don't know, man, that ban phase is a bit much of a commitment towards the backline, right?
FlyQuest is against Swamp tomorrow. Oh, is it?
Again, that pattern seems to have been emerging. Apart from Elsa, backline
That's
get
tough.
targeted quite a
That's
lot
tough.
across the board
A
through
Louis
majority
live.
of the
Cruise the
regions that we
Master
have
12
in
months. How you doing, my
Ignite.
friend?
So I think strategists are just so important to this game. If you can eliminate some of the biggest and best heroes that are available, it just gives you a little bit more of an opportunity in some of these fights. And that is a great freeze coming out initially. Groot unable to get through that portal.
Yeah, nice freeze from Cooper, but they've all disengaged towards that point where a Spark just sort of angling over the height. Gonna surely try to build that ult fast, but
Oh shit, yeah,
on
sorry,
that
my
triple
bad.
composition with
Too many
speedily
buttons.
playing that Ultron. See how they operate, right? Dive coming in from Paulie early onto the Invisible Woman in that Loki. We'll see how fast those crystals come out, and oh my goodness, Garu's already gone. Greens couldn't even be there to save him. Nice job from Energy. Like you said, this could get ugly fast with the likes of Energy.
I like
playing that.
TSM,
Guru may come
and
back
they're
on the Angel
like
at the very least, but
they're
you don't have Greens anymore to save Pizza
they're
Demon,
like
and
a
with
really
that, the
great
dominoes fall.
group of
Everybody's back
friends,
to
and like,
spawn
you know,
right
a
now.
bunch of them are
It
streamers.
is worth noting that
But I
Liquid
think,
Citadel unbeaten on domination, and TSM have yet to find a win.
But I
on
think
domination
that's
as well.
where-
And even though we're only 1 week in, those stats do start to build up.
That's where
and
they're
those
the
patterns
strongest,
do
chat.
start
I
to
think they're
emerge,
just-
and the expectations start to begin.
They're
of
streamers,
this should
man.
be a relatively one-sided affair in favor of Liquid Citadel because everything is pointing
A few of
towards
them, at least. A
Their
few of
ban
them.
phase went pretty successful for them, and in general, it's just
I
a
wouldn't say
better
all of
mapping
them.
mode for them to work with here. But TSM, we know what they're capable of. They still have the experience on the roster. You just need someone to be able to step up and get that first pick for you.
They're going for that raw damage strat, right? Just full front to back style on domination, which I'm curious if it does pan out because, I mean, that could shape the meta a little bit, but I mean, you rely heavily, like you mentioned, off of Gale and BTS doing raw damage. And then for Citadel, as long as they, you know, have those tanky players in the front line taking the damage and then falling back and just not getting one shot to that, they're probably okay. But Greens use Gale's low on the high ground, copy out.
Oh,
isn't there in time to save
that
Gale.
sucks, bro. Right when the ult
Unfortunately
comes out,
for
too.
him, no more
That's
clock
a
shots.
tilter.
Also, the instinct -2 for him, so that kind of turns him into a bit of a sub character, right? Also, freeze comes through from Pizza. Everybody surrounding. Cal's gone. Pizza just watching his team get eviscerated in front of his very eyes. 70% on the board. Ultimate's used, and no fight win yet for TSM.
Fantastic patience again from Liquid Citadel there. They got the initial pick. TSM popped some defensive ultimates. Liquid just said, all right, well, we're just going to sit back. You'll be absolutely fine. And then they waited, planned, and also staggered slightly by doing so. And now Liquid Citadel 84% and ticking. So one last push here for TSM. Perhaps we'll see maybe a little bit of an effort here from the Elsa, and also going to see Punisher now starting to let rip. And maybe this is the opening they needed.
Well, they did use 2 ults for that. Luna ult committed by Cooper just to try to like back away. But what can they do afterwards?
God
okay, BTS just
damn,
gets deleted.
bro.
Okay, Energy did get traded out by Caldo. Nice work to help the backline as Energy went in for an aggressive ultimate. We kind of saw maybe some slight weaknesses out of Liquid Citadel when that were to happen for Energy, but they're still trading, right? Gilbert throws that meteor ram, just tries to
Gilbert,
dunk
come on,
cross
man.
map with that meatball. Freedom charge committed by Paulie as well to help sustain afterwards.
That's a very that's a high risk, high reward play right there.
Coming out of his portal. What do you have for me, Guru, on the Doctor Strange? Freezes have been big from Cooper so far. He could cancel the ultimate or the charm.
Come on, Guru, let's see it.
Does he know? Are they aware? They get one onto Energy, but the pocket's there. He does eventually go down. Bedtime Story came back onto the Doctor, or onto the Star-Lord, but Liquid Citadel kind of back it up for now. Overtime, Spiddly does go down. BTS so far.
I appreciate
nice work
Zerx.
from him
You're
coming
too
out of the
nice.
portal
You're
to
too
find
nice.
2, and Liquid Citadel backed up for now.
As you say, that raw damage coming out from TSM is working out. When they target correctly and they all are looking at the same hero, it is working out for them. So Liquid Citadel just need to be a little bit wise to it. They do have a couple of ultimates that are coming up. Speed going to have that one on the side of Ultron. The real question is, TSM on their side, they've got plenty to work with as well. Of course, Loki having the ultimate available could copy whichever ultimate he wants to go for. And you can see Gale is going to pop his as well. So now TSM are going to try and use this initial damage and pull to try and push it.
But Gil goes down in the middle of that fight. The peel job there. Now here comes the Ultron. Backside, no Meteor M to save them, but they do live with this invisible boundary after the copy, though they use it. Cooper aware. Okay, BTS just goes down.
Wait,
Traded,
what?
though. Energy also falls, so both of these Elsas removed for now. At the moment, playing slow right now is the side of Liquid Citadel. Eventually explode out the high ground. Here comes Paulie. Has double pocket with the drone and the snowflake. I mean, just an absolute unkayable demon. Takes down 2 already, Paulie. Make it 3.
Oh my God, that's why you gotta ban
the
Paulie's
Captain America
cap,
player
chat.
who is absolutely pocketed by his squad. And Liquid Citadel reclaimed that objective and the point.
That's no good, man. That's no good.
Fate of both worlds available to Cooper as well. Won't even need it. And Liquid Citadel will take the first, meaning those ultimates will carry
Nice
over.
picture with
into
the
round
team's
2.
jersey,
I will
though,
give
from Liquid
credit
Citadel.
where it's due. TSM made a round of it there. It wasn't a complete stomp where Liquid Citadel just completely shut them out. TSM were able to bully their way through with that raw amount of damage from their duelists, and also some good ultimate usage as well. In tandem to
I
make
just
sure
don't
they were able to
understand.
push
You know
together
what?
Successfully.
You know
But
what Liquid Citadel is
do
like.
what
You
they
have
always do
Polly
here,
is a
Dog
great
Bandit.
Captain
They find a
America.
way. They are very good at
I mean, a lot of people know
in that
that
moment, whether it is
but, like,
switching heroes,
I'm
whether
surprised
it's
they gotta
noticing
do it. Like,
patterns of
also,
play that
no
they can
offense, I
just
think you
stop in
ban
terms of
Elsa,
where
chat.
people are actually
Ban
pushing. Liquid Citadel just
Elsa.
always seem to have something up their sleeve.
Yeah, they've been reading well, and overall, you know, kind of kiting to a very high level. Now,
yeah,
you know,
TSM won their last
feel like
match.
That last map on Warrior Falls is not the best map.
I forgot
You're just
who it
playing
was
this, like,
against,
full
but
front to back,
they
high
did win.
damage and comp.
Oh, I gotta stand.
But you know,
like
in Intergalactic Spaceport, I don't think it's much.
Yeah, Hulk.
better.
Gale was on the Hulk, and
slightly
he ended
better.
up
We'll
winning
kinda
that game.
See if TSM, you know,
Thanks.
opt into this same sort of style they've been running, at least with Bedtime Story over to that
Oh,
Star
they beat
Lord and
Lunex.
Crew
There
over
you
the
go.
Angela.
Which I think is also playing later
Maybe
today.
gonna try to mix up the pace for his Liquid Citadel side. You know, they could play aggressive because they have double straddles available.
Yeah, Cooper just really wants to hold on to Fate of Both Worlds to be able to pop it as a defensive. And maybe encourage a couple of TSM ultimates that are going to come out. You can see the first one is going to be popped. The second one will follow from Cal as well, as TSM are really throwing everything. But now the counter ultimates come out on the side of Liquid Citadel. They were more than ready. And with Gale going down, it means it's going to be a 5 versus 5 because both Elsas are eliminated from the game.
Yeah, and so are
Yo,
both duelists.
Ekbro,
Sadly,
appreciate the
for the
massive
side of
prime sub, my
TSM,
friend. How
because
you doing?
Nero whipping out the claws,
Appreciate
takes
it,
out
appreciate
2.
it.
Backline removed. Nice job from Team Liquid Citadel, who set up Paulie's flank, found 2. Nice fight win out of the squad as Liquid Citadel look to hold it yet again. TSM switch up to the triple comp, try to mirror it at the very least.
So now Liquid Citadel, after breaking, are going to be able to hold and again have ults to work with as well. There's the first. Energy going to get that initial pull and actually is going to do a lot of damage on the other side. Poly waiting with Freedom Charge as well. Not going to use it just yet. Don't really need to because they have the advantage in this fight. TSM very much on the back foot here. And that is just even worse news. It goes from bad to worse here for TSM.
Yeah, just a little bit of a high aggressive play from Liquid Citadel. And now, you know, for TSM, they I don't know, man, like mirroring against Liquid Citadel may be a rough choice. We'll see what happens moving forward. Gale, you know, could have a big large rocks to follow up. Needs to be there from the squad, though, as Liquid Citadel can peel it off. Here comes Guru's ultimate with the Glorch rocks. It does find 2, maybe 3. Okay, nice job, Gale. That was a huge ult with the combination of Guru. But can they keep it up? The Freedom Charge is going to eventually not save Cooper as he goes down. And 60% on the board, they flipped the objective. Maybe Portal could come out. But at the moment, nice fight there from TSM with Guru and Gale.
And TSM showing that, you know, Liquid Citadel, they can bleed. They're not unbeatable.
I don't know how I feel about the
You will still find a way to
pick
break
as
through
well.
their setup if you plan accordingly. But now for Liquid Citadel on their side, they're going to now have a little bit more ult charge to work with. And now we're going to see good amount of damage coming through and a very aggressive push as well. As they try and take down Cooper, will find the kill on Cooper as well. And that KO will just make they're going to have the advantage. 6 versus 5, and Liquid Citadel might have to back up.
Yeah, aggressive play, Ultron, and, well, the Freedom Charge used last fight. So not too shabby from TSM so far. I like it. See if they can do it again, right? 30% on the board. We've seen this out of Citadel fights. They lose these fights so fast that they're not even giving up that much point percentage. But there's the flank play from Nero and his Captain America. They actually get a charm, too, off of Cal, but he TPs away. Has a little bit of self-healing, also commits the ultimate. So both White Foxes just bouncing around, healing and damage. At the same time, Glartrox here, though, is big from energy. Does it get deleted? Yes, it does.
No
so they
kills,
peel it off
though.
for now.
Shit.
Sparky finds Bedtime Story, though. And same thing with Pizza Demon. The healing is just far too much. And same thing with the damage of Cooper, as the rest of TSM gets cleaned up towards the opposite side of the point, and it's flipped.
Fantastic from Liquid Citadel. I mean, again, just worked so well together to make sure they could eliminate anyone from TSM. It was just one of those fights with very mirrored ultimates happening. You have to wait for someone to be able to expose one member who's maybe just stepping out a little bit further on that left-hand side. And Liquid Citadel now will be able to control, but the portal is going to come through from TSM to go for one last stand here. But back through the portal some went because there was just so much damage coming out on the other side. Poly gets the opener onto Gale. And now TSM, they're going to be at 6s and 7s here because Liquid Citadel are going to have the player advantage.
I wonder why Gale walked out so early, but now he's back regardless at being at 0 instinct. Able to get the KO on Sparky. Nice work from Gale. Also throws the Glortrucks on energy. Does catch on to him. Follow up there from Guru.
Was that
also away from the point and the Luna Snow dance floor, blocking up the
poor
healing
guy,
is Guru now.
bro. Was
Gale
that necessary?
with the follow up in the sky. Great
All
work from
that for that
Guru
guy?
in that fight, and Gale to capitalize. The tandem of these two has been exciting to
Gale's
watch,
popping
but
off, though.
can they keep it up? 60% off that portal flip from TSM.
Amazing portal flip. And I think Liquid Citadel probably thought they had got the job done after that initial pick, but TSM showing they are not just going to roll over and show their bellies here to Liquid Citadel. They are here to play, and they're here to prove a point. Remember how important this matchup is for them. They do not want to fall into that danger zone where they would have to have a must-win against Nightmare in their next matchup. So TSM holding at the moment, 80% as Liquid Citadel look to make their push. They do have 2 ults available to them, but Guru also has Eye of Agamotto available. Will he pop it early, or is he going to try and wait as a counter?
BTS stuck at the point, and they just fall over without goals. Guru's ultimate is a bit late. Goodbye. See you later. We didn't use anything. It's over. I mean, Liquid Citadel, they don't have Portal either on TSM's side. Overtime ticks down. This is going to be a fight win and a map win for Liquid Citadel. It's over. Team Liquid Citadel get it done because of that flank angle from, it looked like Nero on the right side, and everybody setting up, and BTS was just stuck on point without cooldowns. Kind of anticlimactic way to do it, but it's done. They win map 1.
But that's where Liquid, they were so impressive throughout it. Like you said, with flanks and just finding those angles in general, they were brave enough to kind of sometimes split from the rest of the team and get that damage from behind. And I do think that there's something about being proactive with ultimates as well. The Eye of Agamotto was available, but wanted to use it defensively, and by the time you used it, the whole team was dead. So TSM, sadly, they will go 1-0 down then after the first map, but Liquid Citadel, again, proving why they seem to be one of the best teams in the region, if not the best team in the region right now here, Dogman.
I don't think
absolutely.
Liquid
And
Citadel
if they
bans the
continue
Elsa
this,
because
right,
they
it
have
felt
obviously
like,
a good
it was a little
Elsa
bit
player,
close
but
at points,
TSM needs to
right?
ban
Like
the Elsa,
energy sometimes
which I
would get
think they
picked out a
did
little bit,
last
but,
time when they
I mean,
won.
Dale going to be your SVP on
Last
the
week,
side
but they didn't
of
do it this week
TSM
for some
the
reason,
side of Team Liquid
which I
Citadel.
don't
Makes sense. It's
understand,
Pauly.
so.
I mean, just like all of the support given to him, Drone, Snowflake, you know, everything given to Pauly, and he just gets it done, right? Huge pickup for them and a huge team effort out of Team Liquid Citadel and Nero too, by the way. I mean, Nero, you know, we talked about Valentina earlier. I think Nero might actually kind of be better.
Yeah, Gale was doing good at Elsa too, but I think
Nero and White Fox looks
I still
absolutely
think
crazy.
if you're TSM, you
I mean,
ban
we didn't get to see Valentina and White
energies.
Fox earlier, which I think hurt me inside because I
Elsa.
wanted to see.
I
especially
think
with the
they're a
patch
much
changes,
better
how it was
team
gonna
if they-
be for her, but Nero
You
was
just gotta get rid of the Elsa, bro.
unbelievable, as were the entirety of Liquid.
Pauly
Citadel,
went
but of course,
27-3
that
though with
wraps
9
up
final
map
hits and
1. We've got
13,000
more
damage on.
action
Yeah,
coming here for you in
he's
preseason
disgusting on the
Ignite
Captain America.
Right after this break.
Oh, we're going on break. That's a W. I think you have to ban Pauly's cap, and you also have to ban Elsa. I don't like Elsa, bro. In the tournament, at least. She's a great character, and she's fun to play, but, like, in the tournament, I think banning Gambit is not good. Damn. Who won the 100 Thieves game? Swamp Gaming. Hey, it was Swamp Gaming and 100 Thieves was a very good first map. The second map was not good, but the first game was really good. 100 Thieves, they need to do something about that, bro. 100 Thieves needs to do something about that. They're not looking too good, chat. They're not looking too good. Yeah, they're not looking good, man. Oh, they turned up the music as well. That's a W. They need to put you in? No, I'm okay. I'm a streamer, chat. I like to watch people lose or win. I don't want to be the person that gets their ass kicked or, you know, might be able to win, but I like to watch with you guys. Ooh, my body hurts, man. I'm so sore. Swamp is looking mean. I do think Swamp is probably going to be the best NA team. I do think Swamp Gaming is the best NA team, yeah. Will it be Swamp versus TLC in the playoffs? The playoffs are going to be the 16th of April. What is it? The 16th to the 19th of April, chat?
What is going on, and welcome back. I've got a grin on my face from just such a great match, but also watching Dogman run back from the break. I saw this man break use on bolts like speed, insanity. Listen, man, we finally got to see Pauly, guys, on the cap with Snowflake, the drone. I mean, he was just missing Mjolnir at that point. Had everything he needed to just... We saw the Pauly experiment. I don't know how much we'll see Cap with that, but I want to throw it to you first, Gaskin. We look at these strategists, and, you know, Dogman was, you know, comparing a little bit to Valentina, but I want to talk about Nero and Cooper. The lethality of these two is honestly laughable. You just look at the DPS, 14k damage from Nero, but also 14k healing, 18k healing from Cooper, with 10k. Their eliminations are stacking up more than the duels
patch
from the
notes
side
on
of
the
TSM.
14th? Wait, really?
It's insanity.
Wait, this season's almost done.
I mean, it's having those players that are comfortable not only with healing but also winning those individual battles as well. I think
You get
Cooper
ads with the sub.
averages
No,
around
it's probably
10
because you
solo
subbed
KOs
right when they started
per
going
10
off. You might
minutes.
just need a refresh
And
or
having
something.
someone with that kind of
Wait, the new
capability and that
season's
kind
so
of firepower
close.
on the back line just means that it's terrifying to try and jump on them because you don't know if you're actually going to succeed with it because you're scared to actually take that fight. I do think that they have something special here with their strategists. And I think that's going to be the theme throughout this entire preseason, is the battle of the strategists. Who really is better? And we're going to be throwing around these names time and time again, for sure.
Well, it's the team we compare them to. And listen, Dogman, if we're talking about TSM here a bit, I do think that they showed fight. Like, definitely domination. It's a tough thing to do against a team of Liquid. I felt like they really planned on having this save invis, ban invis thing going on, which I think the end of their draft fell short. So, like, they had a strong beginning. You can't let Cooper have Gambit. So they had to go with the whole Gambit approach. But I think that's where they flipped the script here. Do you think they changed anything up? And what do you think they change up?
I mean, they probably, at least, like you talked about it, like TSM, at least they put up a fight. I think you and Gas put it up, mentioned it on domination, especially with those first 2 rounds. Like, I just think that their comps weren't going to be the best. Like, Punisher and Elsa just kind of struggle on that map, I think, when you get surrounded upon. There's so much places to take cover in. But now, if we're going over to Midtown, at least it's a little bit more open. At least dive shouldn't be as good if you fight for these off angles. The reason why I think I was so decently high on TSM going into this season is because they had some really good hit scan players. I think they had also picked up Cal, like we mentioned, going over to strategists. I think there's a lack of really good strategist play, I think, in North America. And when duelist players switch over roles, I think a lot of the times it takes a while. But
chat, you guys heard that? A lack of support players, I think, in North America. So if you want to try to go pro, become a really good support player.
Shot here on this next map.
Yeah, but lost Forky Dog, right? And we just saw what Forky did on the other side. So you drop a strategist and they go over 4-0. Love to see it. We got another matchup, guys. Will this be another 2-0? Or will we see some bite back? Here is TSM versus Liquid Citadel. Take it away.
All right, into it. Immediate advantage of both Gambits again seems to be the thing we're going to see for the rest of the day. Not as much focus towards Mantis, it looks like, in North America. Like, you kind of, I don't know.
Never mind, chat. I'm not even. You guys probably know what I'm going to say. I'm not even going to say it.
Except, I guess, in the first series, as sort of poignant over here. I guess until now.
For money, I will
until
play
now,
support.
and then Liquid Citadel, they hear you,
what
and they're
being
like,
a pro is.
We'll get rid of Mantis. Last time we saw them on Convoy Midtown against SSG, they protected Elsa, they protected Ultron as well. So I wonder if they're going to go for something similar here, or whether maybe TSM will notice that and get rid of the Ultron. We have seen teams try and target the Ultron away from TLC just because of how good they can be with it. Evident in that first match how successful it was for them. But we are going to see the Mantis flipped out on the other side as well.
You need
Vanpool
to
be banned
calm
away
down,
from TSM again, and it's going to be the same mirrored on the other side. So now there's the Ultron Protect, as we would have thought. So Liquid Citadel, I think they're going to be pretty happy with this pick and ban. They've got the core of what they wanted in their composition here. Maybe we see the Captain America ban, which I guess after watching the last map, I'm not really surprised.
Yeah, and they wanted that mismatch for Team Liquid side where they went for the ban on it last time after the Protect. But this is tough because it's, as you mentioned, if you go for that mirror, what does TSM do? Especially if both hit scan players aren't given, the opportunity to do whatever they want, right? The fact that we don't have Daredevil ban is kind of interesting so far, but also
I mean, at least they're banning Captain America
TSM,
this time.
I just
Bro,
wonder
I
what
just
they're going to
don't
do if they do
like
get
what
lost.
TSM is banning though. Sometimes the Captain America one is good, and the Mantis is good. Gambit,
TSM going to be,
but
considering it's kind of what Blur said earlier,
I wish
you don't
they
want to just mirror somebody for the sake of mirroring.
I wish they would stop trying to mirror the Elsa and just ban the Elsa, bro.
Play still, right?
I think this is an identical ban situation. SSG did exactly what TSM just did. Exactly, in terms of who they banned, Cap, Vanpool, Mantis, Gambit, they removed that from Liquid Citadel, and it still didn't work out for them. So TSM, it almost feels like they've done their homework, but kind of just copied what someone else did and hope that it's going to work here. A little bit concerning, I will say, because Liquid Citadel have already proved that they can make it work without Captain America. But for TSM, I guess you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Because previously they let Captain America
Did they put Gale back on
the... went off with it.
No. Did they put Cal on DPS?
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
It's definitely an uphill battle for TSM, but they have a roster that has, made some adjustments in the past. They've able to, be a top team for a decent amount of time, at least, do well in MRC under Solaris banner, now coming in under TSM. Can they actually win on this map? We'll have to see in a second, as this is their map pick, right? Against Team Liquid Citadel, like you said. This is a top dog in the region, if not top dog in the entire world. Did Thieves
play? So yeah, 100 Thieves played and they lost,
TSM have a real answer.
sadly.
They're the ones starting on attack this time, Gasklin. There's Liquid Citadel start off on defense
So
with that traditional
wait.
triple
Oh
Vanguard,
no,
triple
they
Shredder
had Cal. They had
composition.
Cal
Or
on
sorry,
the
not triple
DPS,
Shredders,
but then they
or triple
switched.
Vanguard, having Energy be the solo duelist along the triple Shredder's backline.
They're running
And that's
triple
what seems to
support,
be just
2
one
tanks.
of the meta compositions at the moment. Trip Strat plus
shit.
Elsa, just to go
I
off
always
with the
forget
sheer
the
amount
game
of
mode, man.
damage that she can output as well, but you just have to be very careful. You can't misplace yourself when you are the sole damage dealer, almost, it feels like. If you get caught out and you get picked first, you might find yourself struggling a little bit, and we did see initial targeting from TSM to try and find it, but Energy was able to get that first. Gilbert goes down, and with now no cap to work with, TSM just have to fall back here because they have very little coverage to try and create that space.
Yeah, good read by the squad. Also, that's why we see teams prioritize Invisible. And by the way, Cart not moving. Pauly's like, guys, the payload, the other team's not really looking at it at the current moment, so he's able to just play below, play slow. Gilbert being a target of focus. Everybody kind of comes back to peel for him. Speed holding that top left angle, able to kind of just stay in cover. Finally, TSM have control of that Cart. Have to set up the surround yet again, but it's red. Speed with the right click. Same thing with that Invis, or rather the White Fox coming over to peel. Pauly, same thing. Here comes that Ultron to the sky with the Ultron's rage, but will he find any KOs? It looks like the answer is no for now. Counter push now going to come through from Liquid Citadel side. BTS actually comes down to the low ground and get trapped somehow on Ultron on a flyer. That's interesting. Regardless, Energy, full instinct, takes down Cal, follows up onto Pizza Demon, and they're back to spawn once again.
Bullied back into their spawn once
Bro,
more. And now you
if
have to back
this-
off with your energy. You don't want to be exposed too much, and that is perfect play. Gale does have Apex Predator available if they want to try and use that as a way to break out here. But on the flip side, you can see Liquid Citadel, 3 ults available.
Energy's popping
Rage of
off on
Ultron
this
is gonna be
character
there
right
for
now. I
speed as
still
well.
don't
We saw it
understand
on
why
the
they
other
don't
side
ban
of
it.
Bedtime Story didn't really work out for them, and now here will come that Apex
Can you get
Predator
banned
on
for
the
having
side of
modded
Liquid
skins?
Citadel,
Yes.
And not only gets 1, gets 2, and it's an easy
Modding
cleanup.
is against their
I
game's
think,
terms of service.
I think they're already
chat.
getting impatient.
If-
I mean, 2 minutes
if you
off the
do it
clock.
and get banned,
You can see
don't
Cal
get
wants
mad.
to make plays, go do something. Turns out he turns the corner, immediately Glartrox in his face. So that's it's tough to get caught in, but at least they use that ultimate, right? You could reset quickly.
Yeah, at least. You have to try and find a little bit of something here for TSM. Someone needs to be able to calm them down here and just make some sort of plan of attack. You don't just want to be throwing yourselves at Liquid Citadel at this point. And you can see Dance Floor now comes out for TSM to try and give them a little bit of pressure onto this convoy to try and push it even just a couple of meters, because at the moment, haven't been able to move it barely at all.
Yeah, this we're talking about, like, they're being a little bit reactive on the side of TSM. Gale's Glartrox, unfortunately, didn't get anything in that last fight. Also, Cal jumping around on the White Fox just to sustain, but he can't really do much at this point. Freedom Charge committed by the attack. Forces out Nero's defensive ultimate. Ultron's Rage still available for the side of BTS, but Pauly's been holding this whole time with the Meteor M. Don't even need it for now, by the way. Now uses it. Yeet onto Pizza Demon. Goodbye. Thanks for feeding me that Meteor M. Say goodbye to your backline. Pizza Demon is gone. And 50 seconds left to go. TSM just have done nothing here. It's just been absolutely one-sided.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, and there's little to suggest they're going to have anything to actually break out of this kind of spawn trap that's been set up by Liquid
This
Citadel
looks like
at
one
the
of my
moment.
ranked games,
Guru's
and I'm
gonna
on
have Meteor M
TSM.
available. Maybe that could be the breaking point. If you can maybe knock one of those strategists off, you might be able to just get a little bit of presence onto this convoy. As I say that, pressure on the side of the flip side for Pauly does go down as well, but there will be the counter from the other side as Gilbert falls.
Well, Cal's aggressive on the right side, gets caught out again. And with that, I mean, you lost your White Fox player. Gale has Glartrox. He'd have to go big, but so does Energy yet again. Height, aggressive play from Cooper, trying to find a KO. Bubbles used
I
by
thought
Guru.
this would be a good game.
But everybody's in main. Here comes that
But
Ultron's Raid. Glartrox get deleted again
I think
by
this
Gale.
could have been
I
a
mean,
better
it's
game
just
if the
gone
bans were
off the
better
rip.
for
BTS
TSM,
trying
but
to take him out in the sky. At least
my
everybody's kind
opinion.
of grouped together. Here comes Energy's ultimate. Doesn't actually get anything, but they do get the KO off of it, luckily for them. Guru does fall. Cal trying to go aggressive again on the inside angle, but it's Gilbert to fall. And just one by one, they're getting picked off. Portal play was there from Pauly, by the way, to come back from spawn. Cal falls. No more ults for the side of Team TSM. They are wiped off the planet by Team Liquid. 70 meters is all they got.
Thank you. Ooh,
Yeah,
this
Liquid
looks good,
Citadel
though.
making it
Thank
look
you.
like a ranked game at the moment. They look so comfortable targeting correctly as
You
well.
make
You can
some
see as
for
they were
yourself?
picking off one hero after another, it was just like We
Did
focus
you, or you
this,
just
then
lied?
we focus that, and it should be a cleanup following.
did you
and that's
eat? Tell
exactly
me.
what happened for Liquid Citadel. It just wasn't really enough for TSM to try and break out. They tried a few changes here or there, but none of them really gave them the ability. And as you said, the ultimates were just kind of getting gobbled up by Liquid Citadel. TSM, if you can't break out of a setup with some of those ultimates available that they had, then it's just going to be such a struggle. And now you fear that this might be a very quick round ending and very quick match ending here on the side of Liquid Citadel with the way they've been playing thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TSM might need a miracle here, dude. Like, for them, right? Like, you can see they're getting a little impatient almost, right? Like, they're trying to set up these plays and maybe go aggressive with Cal and stuff, but then he gets caught out. It's tough because you have to read ult charges and you have to read like ultimates and stuff. But I mean, what do you do when Liquid Citadel's playing this well? Now on their attack, right? We'll see what Liquid Citadel want to do. You know, we do see a lot of teams start out with the Wolverine Gask, but again, not very far to go, only 70 meters. And yeah, first point's tough to take, but that is still an excellent hold from Team Liquid that they set themselves up now for success on attack.
Yeah,
I don't
keep an eye on
know.
energy
This is
here.
gonna be good,
As
chat.
alongside Spark Chief, they're just going to try and bully the backline of TSM. See if they can grab one. Energy doesn't connect though, so that is at least job one done by TSM in terms of holding. You avoid that initial contact from Wolverine, and now you can set up space and you can start to try and defend because you cannot allow this to be pushed. Remember, you need to be aggressive onto this convoy, and TSM now realizing that as Guru stepping up.
Yeah, he has to touch.
This is the first time we saw Emma today.
Used. Diamond form. Kart's still pushing, by the way. Can we build ults even fast? Nero on the flank angle, just trying to set that up. Soul Bond used, so every cooldown used. Can we find a KO with this Soul Bond? The answer is no. Gilbert gets kidnapped, taken to the front lines, and deleted by the claws. No Rocket Raccoon to BRB him back into the fight either. Double drone and Snowflake onto that Wolverine, by the way, so he can play as aggressive as he wants. Kart's still pushing. Gale tries to fly away. Unfortunately, is put back into the cocoon form, and Energy's claws are just absolutely on a rampage. Guru falls. Gale's brought back with the cocoon, but Cal, he just AFKs. He's just there to touch for a little bit longer. Spark Chief deletes bedtime story. Ultron's Rage in the Sky. Born again from Pizza Demon's copy brings everybody back. So, I mean, they're still kind of in it. Portals here. Guru in diamond form to delay. Gale trying to find something with the sustain. We're going to have Invis Boundary up in a second, though. Pizza Demon doesn't get saved by it. Maybe they could build up Gale's ultimate. He needs to build it 4% away. Pauly with Meteor could be huge. Also in the sky. No, he got hit. Gale doesn't have Cocoon either. That should end it here probably with the claws, as there's no more ults on the defensive hold. Team Liquid, Citadel get it done 2-0.
Wow.
It's a quick one. If you blink, you might have missed it. TSM,
Chat, which one was faster, Liquid Citadel against TSM or 100 Thieves and Swamp Gaming?
Meant it was always going to be a little bit of a cakewalk going into that offensive round on the side of
I don't know
Team
which
Liquid
one was
Citadel.
faster.
But also, we know how good Liquid have been. We know how powerful they can be when they start to get going as well. And they just seem to have that plan B, that plan C always ready. Even when we saw TSM come back in domination, for example, Liquid Citadel
223 people for 2.5 million on TSM.
Very fast. And we look at energy in that game. 15 final hits, 20 KOs, 17k damage. I would love to have a teammate like that in my ranked games.
Yeah, and time, fellas. I mean, 5 minutes, 54 seconds. That is a speed run if we have seen one on this side of things. And listen, I mean, first of all, again, to talk to TSM for a moment, you know, sometimes in rank you go up and you just don't exactly play the game.
Two more games today. Two more games today. You have an NRG against
you got a
FlyQuest.
GG go next. They have two now must-win games they have against Nightmare, and yeah, we lost. And now if you Liquid Citadel, you punch your ticket, you are into the next scene, and you have not at all deterred the conversation away from being one of the top teams, if not the very best right here in the America region. Fellas, it just continues to look like the team has so many ways, again, like we said with Swamp Gaming, to beat you.
They got
if you
3
were to shout
kills,
out one
chat.
of these members, I want to give you guys both a chance here, but Dog, we'll start with you. Like, what's the one person that you want to shout out on Team Liquid Citadel?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably got to be Nero, I think, on the White Fox, but I don't know, man. Like, it's the whole team. It's the cohesion. It's the synchronization of this roster. I mean, I feel like it'd be easier to call out a potential weakness, I guess, like with like sometimes energy gets a little bit too crazy. Obviously, you don't want to take away too much from them because the squad is so good and that really is nitpicking. But yeah, for me, it'd be Nero. What about you guys?
I think actually I'm going to give a little bit of love to Spark Chief, even though that statistically is not going to stand out as the Vanguard role that he was playing. Some of the kind of space that he was taking to force back strategists and duelists away from his team, he was just playing the perfect Vanguard role of just defending the rest of his squad. And whilst the numbers won't be up there for him to shine bright, certainly impressed me from what I was able to see from his POV.
Avoid them.
Yeah, and I want to just give flowers as well. Like, listen, Speedery adapting. Obviously, we've talked about Cal coming from MV. Speedery coming to this team from that squad, and Dog, we know he was kind of always pinned as like the flyer, and what a perfect person to go and be that Ultron in the triple strat. We've seen a couple teams, especially in America, try this, and it's not working. They're like, why do you have your best player, a great duelist on X, character of Ultron? Well, this is why, and why he's also a perfect complement to be that pseudo flex role of putting on the aggression of DPS, but also having great healing numbers to boot. And it allows your, more, we'll say, aggressive Vanguards in someone like Paulie, and especially Spark Chief, to go off and have Flake and have Drone. Obviously you could play so different from there. Are you impressed by how these Vanguards are adapting with their team and allowing them to go full aggressive? I think it might be the most, I would say,
I don't eat
attack heavy Vanguards
for my 5'5" height. I usually eat to live, because if I don't eat, I'm probably gonna fucking die.
These pace setters, I guess, is a better way to phrase it, are the real reason these teams are winning for sure. Like you have to be able to be proactive and make plays.
Oh, Paris,
and obviously it's meta dependent. It's depending on what's good at the current time, but you can't just AFK, and you have to make a play like we saw them do, like just all over the place. They're doing stuff together, and that's really on coaching staff, obviously, first of all, for Team Liquid Citadel, but the players to buy into that and really set up plays together as a unit. So their comm structure is great, and right now things are just flowing. They look even better than they did last week.
Yeah, for sure, and that's always good. I think what we said, a lot of us behind the scenes, was, Swamp, I think TLC is the team that most people have as the best team in the region, but Swamp had the best week. And so to come in week 2 and to really show why you belong to be right there in the conversation, and obviously in our interview, we're going to be asking it. We have to, compare the Titans that we're starting to see emerge. It's year 2. We're still very early in this whole thing, especially when you're kind of resetting some of the year and the rosters. And these players are continuing to show why they deserve to be in these teams and these orgs. I mean, listen, to what you just saw, Gaskin casting it, I mean, are they right there, if not still above Swamp?
That is that is the toughest question for me. I think that
no.
In terms of picks and bans, TLC seemed to have it locked down. I think that they were able to convince TSM that banning Captain America was going to somehow
that would be an awesome game.
Because
Swamp
we saw it
Gaming
previously.
Against
you try and take that away from Liquid Citadel, it doesn't
Team
matter.
Liquid Citadel, that would be a really great game, bro.
Who's better? From what I saw today, I think Swamp were a little bit more solid. I think that TSM were able, especially in that domination, they were able to break through Liquid, which surprised me. I think that Swamp Gaming would have not allowed TSM to break through at all. I think we might have seen a bit more of a shutout. But again, I think that can come down to playstyle. So for me, Swamp Gaming right now, but I am ready to be very much changed in my opinion when we see them play each other in playoffs.
Oh, I saw some faces from you there. Any comment?
No, I respect it. I think both teams are good right now. Yeah, it's going to be a really fun matchup if we do get to see it, considering both these teams now are both qualified for the playoffs. So, I mean, we're probably going to see it based on how things go if these are the 2 first seeds, if they were to, keep up their sort of fire.
Love to put you guys on the spot. Listen, I mean, we're about to have our guests in a moment. Excited to welcome in, not a player, but the coach of this team. But before that, we were talking a little bit about the pick and bans and how there's just not a go-to script, I think, against Liquid, and so that's going to be difficult for them. But let's go ahead and welcome in the coach, Mr. Gator himself from Team Liquid Citadel.
Hey, W!
For our winners interview. First of all, it is good to have you, buddy. How you doing? Good to see you again, man.
Good to see you guys too. How you been?
I haven't seen him in a hot minute. There we go.
Stellar. Been a lot of fun watching you guys on your side, man. I got a million questions for you. It's weird.
I think that's a pull-up bar behind him too, or one of those things that you can do abs on.
First,
I know.
When you have so much talent on this roster, right? You guys have so many big names. How do you balance individual strengths while also playing as a cohesive unit? I think that's a lot of your job. That's a tough thing to do.
Yeah, I think we have we have a really good team environment. This team, everybody is like very self-critical, very critical of others, and it's like a very good, open, obviously, communication system. So there's like kind of constant improvement. Anytime there's issues or problems, there's like instant trying to fix them. This team isn't like toxic like a lot of other teams. It's
Damn.
not really like a tilting team. Everyone's very good, young, talented, like hardworking. So I think this is just kind of like a roster building differential for the most part. So yeah.
Awesome.
And Coach Gator looking like Coach Krusty in that regard, I guess. For you, Gator, you know, with this squad, I think you know, we heard Swamp Gaming earlier say some stuff about you guys. You know, they were saying they were giving some compliments. They said like you guys are probably the best team in the region, and they were actually giving you a lot of credit. You know, just to maybe throw them something that way. What do you have to say about Swamp Gaming and how they've looked in their group as well? Because obviously you guys are looking like top dogs so far in Group B.
Swamp Ass Gaming is pretty good. I would say they are like the second team. Like
Swamp Ass Gaming?
So like I think it'll be a good match when we eventually play them.
Whoa!
They've been like a team for a while, and they have like progressively gotten better and better and better. I think some of their players have like expanded their hero pool, so I think that they actually are like a really good team.
Swamp Ass Gaming, bro. You can't say. Oh, those are fighting words.
Them. The coach is, you know, he's a character. So, and they do some crazy. They do a lot of crazy shit. So like you kind of don't really expect. You don't really know what to expect a lot of time from them. So, yeah, I think they're a good team.
They are a good team. Hashtag Fear the Swamp is what they're going for, from what I've heard. Now, you as a coach, there's a lot of responsibility, especially when it comes to the pick and ban phase, which we sometimes see matchups won and lost just through the pick and ban phase. How do you, as a coach of this team, prepare for that? Are you constantly in VODs? Are you constantly checking on teams? Are you target banning, for example?
Yeah, we target ban. I legit takes like the lead on like all of our bans and stuff for the most part. He actually generally does all of that, and then me and the players will kind of like, you know, give feedback and help maybe in the side or play devil's advocate for him. So he's kind of like our banner for the most part, and he kind of does a lot of like our strategy stuff.
Oh shit, I still have food.
So we kind of work together as like a coaching staff to just kind of make sure everything's done for the most part. So I feel like we work really good together, and we have like a pretty good system in place right now where I feel like we're always kind of ahead of the meta or ahead of the curve for the most part. So yeah, I've been very happy with that.
Listen, man, I got a couple last questions to close it. First of all, obviously, I know you were with Nero a lot last year. I think such an unsung hero of this team, because when you look at your ban, you know, phase, it's like, okay, if you get rid of Cap, you can open up things, Pauly, but then you have Daredevil, Speedery, and Cooper having, you know, Gambit. But I want, can you highlight Nero a little bit? Because we looked at his numbers last week. I mean, this guy's a stud in the strategist position. Obviously, someone you've worked with for a while back, even into year one.
Yeah, Nero is very, very, very good. He's pretty underrated. He was kind of one of the people where he came from the other game. I don't know if I can even say that. You know what I mean? But he came from the other game. He's very good at that game. So he was kind of one of the people that we convinced.
He's talking about Overwatch, chat. If you guys can't pick up on that.
And like obviously he's very good. He's mechanically gifted. He played DPS in Overwatch. So
whoa!
He's got like
you can't say that.
And then he's,
fined
you know,
$10,000, bro.
And he's kind of like a.
He just got fined $10,000, chat. Holy shit!
Very just like on the equilibrium. He doesn't get too amped up, doesn't get tilted. He's just always like steady, and I think that's really good to have players like that on a team. So good shout out to him for sure. He's kind of like definitely like one of our pillars for sure in the team.
Man, Gator never changed. You know, hesitant to say one word and then drop Swamp Ass just like that. But listen, man, I'm just pumped to have you in the scene again. I know you guys have Nightmare, and then you guys have We Lost. So you guys, you know, I'm sure looking to lock in for those two. So enjoy the win, man.
He called another team, Swamp Gaming, Swamp Ass, and said the O word, chat. You don't say the O word.
See you, Gator.
Already,
you say the O word,
Gator, and man, always fun to have
you go to
back
jail.
Scene, dog,
like Emily said, you do
sure.
not pass go.
And,
you don't collect
cool
200. You go to jail.
You know, obviously Swamp. I think that was a great question as well. But it was cool to have those teams back to back, right? I mean, Gaskin, we got to see a really good comparison. Obviously, some of the competition I think was a bit different, but still able to see the top two teams in most books in America.
I do think the further we get into not just preseason, but as we move into the next series as well, these map selections are going to be so important. We're noticing that teams are struggling on certain maps and modes, to be particular, but there are going to be there is such a wide selection of maps available that I do think you're going to be able to target teams and find their weaknesses. So I'm very intrigued to see how that develops as we move forward preseason.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think when you look at some of what he highlighted, I mean, it's just cool that there's just not a weak point. The egos aren't there, and they're playing as a cohesive unit, which is what my favorite question was to ask, because there's so much talent to be had, and we've seen that in years past, y'all. But we're just rocketing through these games. We're 3 down, 2 to go. Hopefully you guys are having a great time. It's just a good time to be a Marvel Rivals player. We're going to reset, let the players get in, get ready. We have a great one coming at you next. NRG Shock versus FlyQuest. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break in the back.
Yo, what's up, Papa J3? How you doing? Wait, why is... Dad, you unsubbed to me? Chat, can someone... Can someone do the honors? What in the world? Also, I just want to say, EMEA took 7 or 8 hours to complete, or 6...
What up, what up?
Pretty sure it took like 6 to 7 hours to complete, or 8 hours around there. NA is flying by, bro. Yo, Quilva as well with the massive gifted sub to my dad. Absolutely insane. Now you can officially say that you gifted Papa J3 a gifted sub. You can officially say... Appreciate it. What happened to Sentinels? Sentinels play tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. Also, Millen, what do you say, bro? Oh shit, yeah, I forgot. NRG against FlyQuest, chat. Bang. Get your money. Oops, I forgot. DSM versus TSM. What was the game, chat? FlyQuest versus NRG. Wow. Yo, come on, guys. Bet on FlyQuest. Maybe FlyQuest learned something over the weekend. They're probably gonna bounce back and win. You guys don't know. I'm putting everything on FlyQuest? Good! Do that! Uh-oh. This is looking tough. Ow. How you doing, Dad? I hope you're having a great day. Ooh, I need to be stretched, chat. Where's Emily? Is Emily in the chat? Emily, I need you to stretch me later. Ow. Bro, chat, I am not gonna lie. As someone who goes to the gym, and bro, you stretching, you don't care about it now, but when you get older, chat, stretching is gonna be really good. Stretching is going to be really good for you. Old age hitting out. Nexus, you have old school RuneScape in your name, bro. You're old too. Let me get some gold, bro. Thieves lost 0-2. Yeah, Thieves lost pretty bad, man. Pretty bad. Yeah, they yeah, true. in their Discord game stuff. Nice. Okay, cool. Sorry. Just asking my editor. Stretching is a lifesaver, and I'm 25. That's what I'm saying, bro. Stretching is so good, chat. Okay, let's go see what the bet is looking like. Wow, there's 100 people voting for FlyQuest for 1 million, 3.2 million on NRG though. This is gonna be a good game, man.
Well, hello there and welcome back, my friends. We've got match number 4 underway, and it is going to be FlyQuest versus NRG Shock. And fellas, I think this one could surprise us. I know, we have FlyQuest at 0-3 right now, but they have a lot, to play for, clearly, to continue on. There's much more than just the preseason, right? And roster changes, all that. So they've got to play for that. And then NRG Shock is at a very interesting spot, right? Because in the group of death, let's start with you, Dog. They went against the toughest 2 teams essentially off the bat. They did 100 Thieves. They won that, had the Shock. Then they went against Swamp Gaming, got 2-0'd. Now they sit in this kind of, all right, you got 3 more games left.
FlyQuest did lose to 100 Thieves,
easier of a road from here.
Yeah, this is kind of the interesting, like you mentioned, with a part of Group A. You know, like they have to obviously 2-0 FlyQuest here to keep looking strong. But, you know, they have to, you know, make the rest of the games look good. Luckily for them, it looks like Swamp Gaming are going to 2-0 everybody. Obviously, there's one more game versus FlyQuest, but as long as that happens, it's kind of like a whitewash. You know, it's like a washover kind of a little bit because, you know, if everybody gets 2-0 by Swamp Gaming, okay, great. You know, that's fine. But if we want to be that second seed, you know, we have to keep winning. We got to keep getting these games back to back to back because, I mean, especially with the 100 Thieves and, you know, how they've looked so far, you got to feel confident so far, especially with that head-to-head, right? Because that could give you the edge over them moving forward, and maybe you even eliminate 100 Thieves out of the playoffs
that's
just with that early win.
Two different names, Gasklin and
try to delay
Gaskin.
how early you have to go against the 1 seed like Swamp. Right? Like,
people say
so important to get the
Gaskin came
seeding
from
going,
Apex.
and obviously for them, they're looking like they easily can be the second team up here, right? Taking a look that we got FlyQuest in their roster. Now,
like, this shouldn't be a bad team, chat. Looking at this team, they shouldn't be
playing
bad.
from across the pond. Some of them want, you know, people to come out here so that they can play all together. But you have the talent. It's just what we ask Gator. We putting it all together as one. And Gaskin, let's start with you, man. Highlighting it. Obviously, Vest is a shining point. But what else do you like in this FlyQuest team?
I do feel partly responsible for their performance thus far, as I predicted them first, and it's my first caster curse of Marvel Rivals Ignite, and I'm sorry, everyone, it had to happen at some point, but I do think with time, FlyQuest will show us what they're made of, and I think we saw a little bit of that against the matchup of 100 Thieves as well, even though we had obviously the delay that happened, which just kind of strung that matchup out a little bit.
I don't chat. If
FlyQuest
this team
demonstrated
loses,
that they can actually go toe-to-toe
I
with a team like
guarantee
100
you,
Thieves. So there's no reason why they
people
can't
are going to
take
leave
down
this
NRG
team.
Shock.
People
I
are
just
going to
think
get
we need
kicked
to
off.
see
They're probably
the
going to kick
strategists being
everyone
a
off.
little
They're
bit
probably
more
going
on
to try to
top
get
of
a new
things. There was a
team.
couple of
This
times where
team, if
strategists
they
got
lose,
caught out a little bit on the
they're
side of FlyQuest,
done.
maybe being too confident and pushing up a little bit too much.
I wouldn't be
hopefully
surprised
they'll
if
be a
people
little
already
bit
on this team
more
are already
reserved
quitting.
and allow some of that aggression to come out of their duelists instead.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Doug, you talked about, you know, Imp's breakdown. I thought it was kind of a great one to see. It takes more. There's more than, you know, an eye in team, especially. And speaking of, you know, that
Holy
and what
shit, look
NRG's
at
been able
Fraud
to do, I
and
think they're the polar
Shine.
opposite. I think they've
Guys,
played as such a complete
let me
unit.
get some of
and they
that
have a
hair,
lot,
bro.
I think, you know, shining stars from across old teams, but also some, you know, core base that we saw in what was Dreamland. What do you like of this NRG Shock team?
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they have a very diverse roster to pick from. Like, that's kind of the big thing is competition, you know, usually breeds the strongest players, I think. So the fact, oh my goodness, sorry, I'm so excited for this matchup that I just burped, like, right up live on broadcast. But I think this NRG roster, because it's such a big roster, I see you laughing over there, Coz, it's because of this that they're such a talented roster, because they picked up Chuckles, they picked up Fraud, they have you know, these players that are in the wings, like waiting to play in trial in these practices and scrims, and you could tell the reason why NRG Shock are in the position they are in, being 1-1, is because they actually did their due diligence as a roster. They scrimmed with all these players and they tried them out, right? Like, you can't just pick up players willy-nilly. You have to see them for yourselves and have the coaching staff and analysis to determine, you know, the actual best players through meritocracy more than anything. And you could tell that's why NRG Shock are in the position they're in.
No, it's a great breakdown. I actually appreciate that because when you look at it, you know, obviously someone like Window, I think is a great kind of hidden gem who either plays really like one of the most important anchors of that Vanguard role, or sometimes there can be that weakness in there. But man, for me, it's been Chime. I think Chime has gone against some of who we've put as like the top duelist in America. And I mean, he's come out on top. Him and Delina, it was this big matchup. I'll never forget. Cerebro, Krakoa, here we go. And Chime was hitting the most perfect shots. We've seen all the best duelists rise up to the Elsa ban. For me, Gaskin, want to see how Chime responds to this. I do think they're multifaceted, but it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's been interesting how it's developed with the Elsa ban as well, because the question was, you know, is Gambit going to be more of a scary hero that you have to go up against? But duelists have a responsibility to output damage, right? That is the number one thing. And Elsa still is the most oppressive hero that exists in terms of damage output. I don't feel like you can allow it for anyone who is good at Elsa. And it seems like every team has that someone who is fantastic at Elsa. I think Gambit you can deal with. Elsa is a little bit more of a troublesome situation to find yourself in. So I do think that we're going to learn a lot in the bans here for both of the teams.
Yeah, for sure. And taking it over to FlyQuest, listen, I think that this team, they have not only people that have played at a top level, but like some of the highest and most like intense matches that have been out there. And now it's trying to put all the pieces together. You know, when you look at a dive meta and you need to have things like Great Ping, you know, that's where a lot of this identity, I think, was formed for the team. The tape is out there at this point, quite literally all over social media, Dogman. Like, what do you adjust to, right? Do you stick with the original game plan, or is it like, okay, we need to try to stick to some new strengths as we look forward an 0-3 start?
Yeah, I think so. I think they've, you know what, they've determined different compositions to play and what they've gotten good at, and they had a close series, I think, versus 100 Thieves, for example. So there are some, you know, potential bright spots. I think that if they, you know, figure out their team cohesion, if players get used to the ping they're playing on and stuff, if you're on 100-something ping in this game, it's very hard. So just with that alone, I think just repetition, playing on high ping and kind of getting used to playing with each other is their strength in their way forward. But like you said, Energy Shock is a very tough opponent to overcome.
Dallas, Oregon, Virginia ready. We are ready, my friends, for the matchup between FlyQuest and NRG Shock. It's match number 4, and we start off in the pick and ban phase. Take it away.
Think it goes. Going into it, Elsa immediately off the rip for both squads, and we're kind of determining and learning the overall sort of opinion on the meta for a lot of people. And even after all of these Elsa changes, the nerfs, she still seems to be priority number 1 for a lot of these top squads.
Last time we saw FlyQuest protecting Mantis and Psylocke, if I remember correctly as well. You can already see they are hovering the Psylocke, so perhaps that will come out. Or you just hope that maybe the ban won't come through. But again, it depends how much research NRG Shock have done, because we certainly saw how impressive the Psylocke can be.
Oh my God.
Especially alongside
Teams
a Mantis
actually
as well.
finally
Already
banned
that
Gambit
happened
first.
today,
Oh
actually,
my God.
in our first
Thank
matchup of the
you.
day. Vanpool gonna get banned on both sides. That seems to be pretty traditional at this point as well. We've seen very little Vanpool today as Rogue gets protected on the side of NLG.
Yeah, I think it makes sense based on what we've seen out of that character, just in terms of clutching up in so many fights where it feels like we're just losing them. But you know, that Rogue protect definitely going alongside the Gambit makes sense. The Daredevil ban to respect what Energy Shock could do, or maybe to get their own one-sided matchup. But it's mirrored. It's mirrored across the board right now, Gas.
Yeah, the Rogue Gambit combo just too good to pass up here, as the Invisible Woman will be the last and final ban. So what do FlyQuest have? Do they have something to make us think that they have what it takes to get through to playoffs? Remember, if they lose this, they are done. We won't see FlyQuest in playoffs in preseason at 0-4 with Swamp Gaming still left to play. Yeah, no thank you. NRG Shock have the chance to kind of bury them in this matchup, but FlyQuest, you just feel like there's still something there for them, and maybe that expectation is going to be there as well. We did see that glimmer of hope during the 100 Thieves matchup, but they need to try and elevate from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if they can, starting off on this domination map that we actually just ended on in the last series. But for FlyQuest, right, that is the number one thing. Can they start, you know, coming back in this group where things have just had a horrific start, right? Like it's been tough for them online, but Star-Lord got through in that, you know, Rogue Gambit stuff that is always available. So let's see what happens. You know, FlyQuest, can they show us some life? I mean, they did last week at the very end of the week, but it's as Cozy mentioned earlier too, Chime has looked great so far throughout. You know, apparently he's good at White Fox too, so this Energy squad is definitely not an easy team to bounce back from, Gas, because, you know, for FlyQuest, maybe they have to, you know, figure some stuff out that you talked about earlier. Maybe mixing up some comps could be a start for them.
Gambit plus Star-Lord is certainly going to be something to keep an eye out on. Energy Shock as well. Once the Raging Royal Flush
Okay, come
comes
on.
through,
Chat,
Star-Lord
I'm rooting for the
turns
underdog. Come on,
into
FlyQuest.
An absolute beast of destruction.
I want
Not gonna have
FlyQuest
that
to
on the
win.
side for
Come on, FlyQuest.
Though, but of course, both teams are going to be running.
Energy
Rogue
Shock,
alongside
obviously,
the
I think
Gambit
is going to
for that
win.
team up.
I think they have a great.
And
They
already
have
we
a
just
bunch
see
of
a little
friends
bit
on their
of
chat. They're a
just
great
back and
team,
forth
but
here, a lot of poke damage.
I don't
No
want
one being too
FlyQuest to go
aggressive,
out
no
not
diving
winning a
at the
single
moment.
game.
Window considering it on the thing, but of course you have Hulk on the other side. So both biding their time, waiting for their moment, and now we get the jump.
Let's see if Melio can hit those shots onto backline. Just kind of free farming, it looks like, over there, too. So has been relatively uncontested. I'm surprised that he's not being marked by basically anybody that is building up straddles, playing it slow. Right now,
What is
FlyQuest are actually
Energy's
the ones
record so
closer
far?
towards that Phoenix and
2-1 maybe?
Inferno. Velocity close to that invisible boundary as well, but Dara goes so low after diving in, but cooldowns used. Backup. Also, by the way, Energy have claimed that objective first, so they're still in control. They also go aggressive with invisible boundary if they want, but they know they don't really have to just yet. Meanwhile, with the triple Vanguard composition, they're getting Rage Roll flushed upon. Here comes that Ensong Inferno with Melio not able to find a KO through that. Too much health pool to chunk through on the side of NRG. They're still in control of the point, but they lose Renko in the back to Vest, who went aggressive. Melio's there with the follow-up, and they might have anchored a little bit too hard on the inside angle because FlyQuest have actually won the first fight.
Yeah, great patience from FlyQuest as well. Naturally, NRG got the point first, having Thing to kind of bully them off the point.
FlyQuest?
They were able to steal it away, as you say, but then in terms of actually sustaining damage, FlyQuest just had a little bit more of
Chat, imagine if FlyQuest was like one of the worst. Like, imagine the Overwatch League. Do you guys remember? What was it? Shanghai ended up going 0-40 or something, and then they turned it around the next season and ended up being one of the best fucking teams.
Not let them out here. Magneto leading the charge.
Imagine if this is their moment.
Big points all around. Here comes Vest towards the back line. Dives immediately on to the Gambit. Goodbye, Renko. Okay. Goodbye, another one. Vest just absolutely putting the carry pants on. People have talked about this guy being an insane player for FlyQuest.
I mean, Vest is insane.
In that fight, another win for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that one looked pretty easy, didn't it? And it starts with someone just leading that charge, but also having the ability to trust in your teammates that they will follow up as well. You don't want to be discombobulated and one person starts to push and the rest don't follow. They all seem to be working in tandem at the moment, and NRG Shock need to find a way around. They're going to probably go for a similar approach here of trying to bully their way through. They do have ultimates to work with.
Is Zeldios marking the flank. Here comes that Meteor M. Actually, it's Madara to dive deep onto Ken, who had that Gambit ultimate. The Raging Roll Flush was available, but here comes Jolly on the backside. Velocity goes down. Can he find any more? Meteor M from Sneakers. Are they going to find a KO through it? It looks like the answer is yes. Renko trades it with Vest there with another one on a Stinker, so it's back and forth. Scrappy at the current moment, which favors FlyQuest, it looks like, although Madara with the ultimate pop tries to find at least something, maybe gets rid of some ult charge on the front line as well, but everybody backed up. Raging Roll Flush still available. Didn't get connected on by the Rogue of the other team, but when does Ken want to pop it? Do they even need to? Window falls low. Has to back up for now. Points don't control FlyQuest.
Jolly's on controller. I didn't even know that.
Any form of stabilization on the point. They drop in with an invisible boundary, aggressive one towards the side of FlyQuest. But is there going to be a KO found by Melio with the Ensong Inferno? No, it looks like the answer is nothing for now, as NRG have to keep backing away at the current moment. Deal with Jolly finally going a little bit too aggressive. That could be a pickoff they desperately needed, but Melio, again on the flank, they may be able to find two. Maybe on the Velocities, another one. Nope, doesn't hit the last shot, but it doesn't matter because Vest has just been going off in the sky. That's a win for FlyQuest on round number one.
FlyQuest?
Just when you thought NRG had done enough, they get that initial pick. You see
FlyQuest is no longer the side quest. They're turning into the main quest.
Because again, the flank was perfect from FlyQuest, and it has been executed excellently from them. They had a game plan going into that one. Jolly leading the charge onto Hulk.
Vest is disgusting though, Chad. Vest is
just being able to bully their way
pretty
through
nasty.
and take down NRG, who really struggled to deal with the sheer presence that we saw from FlyQuest. So I do wonder now if we're going to see NRG Shock try and change things up a little bit. You can see Window contemplating switching over to Venom here, which I don't really blame him. Venom a little bit better at diving in than Thing. Thing obviously good at kind of bullying players out of a point, but
I
Venom is
cannot
more likely
reopen
to
the
get
bets,
that
but
KO. So we'll have to see whether this change can really help NRG.
Just think, if you lose all your money,
Great
just
points.
think that.
For NRG, I'm curious. They play the triple composition, the triple Vanguard.
Well, I don't know what to
and,
think.
Just
You
kind
lost
of
all your
let
money.
Melio free farm on the right side. You talked about it, Gask. I think that was interesting, to say the least, to let a Phoenix farm that long. Chime going to go over to the Phoenix of his own, which is, I think, a difference based on every other series we've seen so far.
Chat, it's really not that hard, bro. You know, when it comes to like
round, which is
when it comes to gambling, if you just don't lose, you'll win. Oh man, I might have to go to the bathroom here soon, chat. Uh-oh.
I do think Melio has to be careful here now with the Venom in action. When you do have a lot of poke damage on the other side, sometimes you do have to try and counter it with a big old chunky dive that can happen. And there is a jump in. Jolly going to take the initial fight. And now you're going to see Renko also being more than prepared to output some damage here on the strategist. But now 2 ults popped on the side of FlyQuest to try and counter. But the KOs are going in favor of NRG.
Passive, so it's
it did not matter from FlyQuest. It has not helped them. An early fight going to go in favor of NRG Shock.
Yep, better read by Shock in that fight. Deal with FlyQuest's engage with Vess.
Nice stagger right here. That's a huge stagger.
To cover for him in that fight. Now, in this next one, they have the Unsung Inferno. They have a little bit more to go aggressive. Jolly gets staggered as well. And I'm curious if they're going to stick on this Hulk throughout.
Oh, chat, I don't think I can. I think all the floors are crashing, bro.
Like there's a little more focus towards him.
There might be a round 3. I gotta go.
Heartbreaker is going to be available for NRG Shock as well. So they are going to have the slight advantage in terms of ultimate economy, but not far off, because FlyQuest will be able to build it pretty quickly when this engagement does happen. But there is going to be the opener. NRG Shock going to be the first ones to kick off with that Heartbreaker that I was talking about coming through. And now FlyQuest have to respond with one of their own. Meteor M does connect. Velocity has gone down, and FlyQuest have the openers. They have the advantage, and NRG Shock on the back foot.
Yeah, great work from them so far from FlyQuest in that re-engage. Just pace of play changed, flipped on its head. And now for FlyQuest, pretty excellent fight. You know, can they keep it up, right? They use that flush that you mentioned. They use the Meteor M. How does this happen? How does this go moving forward, right? It seems like both of these rogues are kind of struggling at the current moment, but it's a bit of a more open map, so it makes sense. Sneakers, by the way, over to his Psylocke, which is a hero that we've definitely seen him on in the past, but without the Mantis. I'm kind of curious how this plays out also with the Daredevil ban. That's impacted some things. Very early Endsong Inferno towards the back angle. Cooldown's forced for sure. Oh, counter Endsong Inferno. Go to Ken. He got the ignition sparks onto him, and he's going to get taken out. Nice job by Time to mark him before flying in with that Endsong. Now Jolly tries to trade it, but they're already lost Melio. Window trying to find something on the back angle. Oh my goodness, almost dies. No, actually does so. Too far to go and travel under the seas in that case. But Renko on the Jolly. Even though you found one, it's not enough for the side of FlyQuest. It looks like as the stagger KOs come out, NRG Shock clean up FlyQuest.
I think if you're going to pop the Endsong Inferno, you need to be connecting with someone and getting at least one KO. Otherwise, it's for what? It's for nothing in the end. And the counter was perfect on the other side to be able to take down Ken. A little bit of aggression coming through now. The KO will be found onto Melio, so we are going to see try and get that initial, and FlyQuest are going to be in again a 2-player disadvantage now, as NRG Shock have really been able to stagger them and take full advantage of said players just being a little bit too late to the fight, and that will just slowly add up to the time they're having. Of course, FlyQuest were leading initially up till 70% now, so it's not all doom and gloom just yet for FlyQuest, but they do have to be mindful of some of these staggered pushes here.
They TP'd in just to stall at the point, and you know, at least they get up that Raging Royal Flush to get up the Psylocke ultimate for FlyQuest side. I'm sure they feel not too shabby about that, but it's a matter of what they do in this fight, right? Tuzi, by the way, going over to the Angela, going back to their triple composition. They did on the previous map, except with the Angela as a bit of a difference maker, and also to not be on the triple strat of this comp, just to play with Melio on this Phoenix. But what can he do? Look for Stinkers, who backs away. Tuzi caught out on the right side. Oh no, that's a brutal start for FlyQuest, who, you know, had ultimates going into this fight. Best tries to go too far. He goes down as well, and trying to make a play results in nothing now. 5% away. They don't have Portal. They have to touch last second. Can they even do so with 3%? Everybody's getting stagger KO'd by Chime and crew. It's done. NRG Shock have won this round on Burn the Chala versus FlyQuest.
Yeah, tied us up. Send us to a third round then. And FlyQuest, it looked like it was all smooth sailing initially, but definitely struggled a little bit more at containing and holding that point in the second round. NRG doing very well to get those initial picks to really give them the advantage time and time again. You saw the switch over to Angela, but then the hard focus just came out. Sometimes if you're flying around as Angela and you're not in the sight line of your strategist, you can be just ripped from the map, and that's exactly what NRG Shock were able to do. And now NRG are going to have a slightly better ult economy, 3 available. One not far off for FlyQuest. Sure, they're close to 3 as well for themselves. I guess the Raging Royal Flush soon to be available for Ken could be the difference maker in this early engagement for FlyQuest. But the fact that NRG Shock have defensive ultimates available for them as well, particularly in Velocity, maybe, just maybe, they can hold off that initial push and get control of this point to begin with.
Yeah, let's see if Chime can kind of do what he did before with those spark engages committed by him. And for FlyQuest's side, I mean, they're trying to figure out something with 2Z, but this is going to be very fast push, it looks like. I mean, 3, 2, 1, go. And Song Inferno plus Madara's ultimate. The backside tries to negate anything FlyQuest could do. No KOs just yet. Can come back with the peel on Madara, though. But can they take him out? Ooh, the answer is yes. Nice job on the disengage. Invisible Woman boundary, or Invisible Boundary from the Invisible Woman of Velocity is not going to save anybody towards the point. Chime goes down 2. And they came back disengaged. It looks like they just found those targets one by one. Madara with the portal, though, so the first fight not going to be over just yet. But Insong Inferno still going to be here for FlyQuest unless we got picked off here mid-fight. This has been a great swap over to Magneto, by the way, as 2Z finds 2 towards the point. Portal going to be a little bit late, but point not taken yet from NRG. Maybe they could force some ultimates out or try to clutch up with a Gambit ult or something. But right now, they're just staggering in one after another. Now they Gambit ult from Renko. That's interesting. They try to come in with a piece of the Abyss, try to find some KOs afterwards. Map kind of breaking in the background, but nobody goes down to the ante. Not enough follow-up, sadly, after they lost Madara earlier. Ensong Inferno with the peel as well. Jolly to find Chime. Great work from FlyQuest in that fight to remove NRG Shock, actually, as they've taken out 2.
Yeah, that's a tough one for NRG Shock. Saving
oh my god, I made it to a round 3.
To use it to stop the initial grab of the point.
Oh my god.
It in theory should work, but FlyQuest too good on their defensive side, able to just sustain. And
I think that guy was trying to kill me, chat.
That was coming out on the side of NRG Shock as well, and now NRG are going to be behind on that Gambit ultimate kind of economy here, and we really have seen just how impressive FlyQuest look once they do get it, and now they're going to get aggressive again once more here to try and find that extra little bit of damage, and will find the initials. Well, NRG Shock get 1 as well, make it 2, and 3 are down on the side of FlyQuest, so surely NRG Shock can clean this one up, and it looks like the answer is going to be yes, as Chime finishes off Milio, and now FlyQuest on the back foot.
Yeah, the target focus just a little bit off for FlyQuest's side, though. Window goes down, points still in control.
Bro, that was the first one I did the other day, Chad. It was not good.
So they might have a shot here, potentially. 2 window.
Sorry, I had to disappear like that.
Staggered out. Ken got hard dove on last fight, by the way. It was a tough fight for him. Falls back all the way to the health pack side, by the way, as real quick swaps back and forth to make sure he can get back into that Hulk form through the portal. So FlyQuest still in control right now. NRG Shock, it was a decent fight, but could not get the KOs.
Yeah, very surprising, actually. With those initial KOs, you thought that NRG Shock should be able to just bully FlyQuest off the point, but actually it was Jolly on the Hulk who was doing all of the bullying and ensuring that no one was going to be able to take that away from them, and just being very impressive and taking them down as Velocity is going to fall first, followed by Window and Renko, and FlyQuest on fire right now. Are NRG Shock going to give this one up?
They might. I mean, the portal play isn't going to be here either for them. I mean, 90% of the port. You saved Gambit ult. Finally, now, I mean, that kind of staggered from earlier. We have somebody hiding in the height, by the way, tries to touch last second. It's the Psylocke after using Invis. But did they even get the touch? It looks like the answer is yes. Back to the health pack side. Renko with the ultimate onto the right. How many people even got hit by it? Chime, nice shot onto Zellos, who's caught out of position. Jolly does find Renko, though. The Gambit removed is big. But do we have any other ults for the side of NRG?
There's no way FlyQuest is going to win, bro. There's no way FlyQuest is going to win.
I mean, they were holding on to ults, but haven't been able to use them rather, and NRG Shock actually are the ones to win in the overarching scheme of things.
How many times so far this preseason have we seen 99% go to overtime, and then finally the opposing team just gets that push? Sometimes you just need that back against the wall mentality of it's do or die here.
Am I FlyQuest's secret to winning?
Save those ults for the
I was gone last round.
Now gain control.
NRG
so FlyQuest,
won.
they do have 2 ults
I come back.
to them as
FlyQuest
well,
is
but
doing
NRG
well.
Shock
Chat,
say the
thoughts?
same. Freedom Charge available for Window. Maybe we'll create a little bit of space for Chime and Stinkers to do some damage to the back line.
See what happens as FlyQuest already get Jolly into Bruce Banner form early. That's a nice pick from Madara, and a bit of a interesting position from Jolly. It seems like this team's a bit slow to follow up on him at occasions, but now they're just going to back up for now. They're just going to wait for him to come back from spawn. So already a first fight win for NRG in that case, and Melio's just waiting for his Hulk to come back.
FlyQuest now just grouping up, waiting, biding their time, and now you can see a lot of ultimates just going to be exchanged here to try and get that initial pick, but no one's gone down just yet, and now the Freedom Charge will happen. Shock, though, Freedom Charge is into instant death. It might have been just a panic ult, I don't know, but either way, FlyQuest were able to stay alive. Ken now goes down on the other side, Stinkers falls, and FlyQuest might have just done enough here.
They might have. I mean, nice job to take out the cap. countered. Ensong Inferno too late. Tuzi's 1 HP. Zelos there with the heals. Jolly came back into...
No way. No way.
4 minutes. Best takes down 1. Same thing with another Secret.
No
tries to trade
way.
back. Zelos down. So is Melio. Just in the neutral. With the portal play from Window. I mean, they're still here. Meteor M from 2Z. Is he going to find it?
They got to get through, though. That portal's going to close in.
FlyQuest still in control. At the current moment, Ken, nice job to follow up on a Stinkers, who's been a nuisance for this side outside of the portal. Renko goes down as well to FlyQuest as they've claimed that point, and they're still in overtime. Jeff from Velocity doesn't eat anything, unfortunately.
Velocity missing that ult in a critical moment, bro.
So they have man advantage currently over the side of NRG as Chime gets double popped by
Ken is like popping off on this Gambit.
Has found 2 in this fight by himself. On to Stinkers, who's come back onto Wolverine, but the thing fists are too much from Jolly.
Jolly getting 2, 3, 4, 5!
Multiple KOs. Energy Shock are stuffed. Bernard Charlotte.
People were talking shit about Jolly last time, and he came up and he showed up. He started fucking swinging. He said, "Hey, these hands are rated E for everyone. Talk shit now."
Disappointed had they thrown that one away, considering they've been able to get to 99 previously. But have to give a lot to Ken on Gambit as well. Not only just being there for the rest of the team as the strategist as you are, but individually.
That was good, bro. That was a good game, chat.
To take him down. So FlyQuest,
NRG chat. NRG Shock should not be losing.
I tell you what, this is a far better matchup than maybe
they are doing. FlyQuest is doing really well.
I thought we were going to see
Jolly with 14 finals and Vets with 16.
Absolutely, man. I mean, like,
Vest is 35 and 5. Wait, 4 tanks, 2 supports.
Close quarters maps. Vest was just able to bring it to the other squad, and I mean the only thing
4
that
tanks, 2 supports.
Their biggest fault is not even like a lack of skill; it's just a lack of coordination. And you know, when this team can like go aggressive and make plays, they actually do come out on top a lot. But we'll see if they can keep it up moving forward as we enter Convergence or Convoy. In the meantime, we're going to a short break. We'll come back for map number 2.
Nice. Hey, they did really well, bro. They did really well. Damn. How many voted to fly? This is my first time watching an esports tournament. I'm loving it. You've been here before, brother. 25% on FlyQuest. Only 2 million, chat. 2 million on FlyQuest with 186 people. NRG 246 people for 5.4 million. That's crazy, bro. Also, it's a very short break. Nice. Been all sweeps so far? Yeah, I thought NA was going to be really good. I have lied to you guys. Damn. Jay admits he's a liar. Bro, I thought the games would be good. I thought. NA has been the most boring, TBH. Whoa. NA has actually been a lot of fun. Today's just been a sweep,
Well, hello
I guess.
there, and welcome back, my friends. It was not a talent issue; it was a connection issue, and I'm not talking about the ping. Playing as one is really what we needed to see from FlyQuest, and it starts to click a little bit.
I
We
gotta
got
wash
to
my hands
see
real quick.
Kind of how they played against 100 Thieves, and we saw the same from NRG, right? They both came out on top. That's our best comparison between these two. Or sorry, NRG came out on top. Fly, not so much. Man, that looked all the part. I mean, for you, Gaskin, let's start there. I mean, what was it that kind of stood out on this matchup opposed to some of the other 0-3, starting to trend off?
I do think sometimes it's ultimate discipline that's coming out from other teams is a little bit better, but I do think that FlyQuest just were able to kind of pip over the line against these guys here. They were far better at using their ultimates when they needed to. There was a few early ults pulled on the other side that maybe just allowed them to be a little bit vulnerable, and FlyQuest took full advantage of that. Sometimes it's who blinks first when it comes to having ults charged, and I just think FlyQuest kind of won those engagements.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at Melio, I mean, he was a lot of Daredevil, and this time went over to that Phoenix, kind of stayed their ground. If you look at a lot of what Fly played, they didn't change up too much. Zealous went from Fox to Cloak, and then you had 2Z from Magneto to Strange. But they knew their game plan going in and played it at a high level. Not surprised Shin Shibuya is going to be the choice from Energy Shock It. If it shocked 100 Thieves definitely when they took them to this map. Do you think when it comes to having someone like Velocity on Loki, I felt like the back line was struggling a little bit there against FlyQuest. What can they do to correct some stuff, Dog, and what would you like to see?
I would just like to see them move a little faster, honestly. Like, I don't even know if I could call out one individual person.
Yeah.
I just feel like both these teams were seeing quite vividly the difference between them and Swamp Gaming and Team Liquid Citadel, right? Like, I feel like those other squads we're seeing are making snappy decisions. They're very fast-paced, and they are on top of it when they know when they want to ult. You called it out, Cozy, I believe, right? Like, you talked about how Renko, that one fight on the second map on Warrior Falls, just way too late to ult, man. But that's like, and then still did it, right? Like, I think Gask also noticed it. Like, it was just kind of a weird situation where you could see there's a disconnect a little bit compared to the top teams, I guess, right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, just recently I power ranked some of these teams, and I didn't put Fly at the bottom because, yes, they may be 0-3, but they've shown a lot of fight and a lot of bite. And I think that, this is the preseason. There's a lot more to be played for, but it does start here. Obviously, we opened up with the triple vanguards from each side. And it felt like Energy Shock was trying to find their way through it all. I mean, obviously, the Stinkers thing is working. Wolverine and Psy is really clicking there. If you look at what they could clean up maybe in the pick ban phase, would there be anything that stood out? Because, I mean, you had some Daredevil bans. I mean, it was pretty close neck to neck on the comparisons, Gaskin.
Yeah, I do think they maybe should try and protect Vanpool. If I remember correctly, last week they protected Vanpool and looked a little bit more comfortable as well, having Vanpool available, especially going into Convergence as well. So I'd like to see that in particular if we're going to go into pick and bans. In terms of targeting NRG though, like I think that maybe they'll
Oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know what's getting me.
It's just more about protecting.
I think it was the bagel guy. Emily just doesn't want to tell me.
Play NRG's game here.
The bagel guy is secretly killing me.
Coaches and players, like, do you ban?
They're trying to take me out, chat. Just know. Just know if I don't show up tomorrow, just know it's the bagels here, and I want you guys to go find them.
Not only them looked at the tape, kind of a lot of social media looked at the tape of FlyQuest, went back to the basics. It
makes sense. It makes sense. Emily gave me 80 grams of creatine and made me sit on the toilet for weeks. This guy's also doing the same thing, chat. They're trying to take me out.
Team-oriented game. A lot of times I would compare this as less of a hero shooter.
I guess you could say it's going to be a shitty death.
But, for both these teams, they really have to hone it in. And if FlyQuest were to 2-0 over Energy Shock, that'd be huge.
Well, guys, we're going to find out right now with the big ban phase where it starts all out. Shin Shibuya, Energy Shock the world on this exact map. Will they become the main quest? We'll have to see. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Coz. And, well, Gask,
you have to drink a lot if you start taking
immediately
creatine.
Off the rip, we see that
you do have to start drinking a lot, though,
protect.
Sometimes I know what I'm talking about, and it feels kind of nice.
Creatine's really good for you, though.
I said Mantis earlier, Vanpool now.
It must be nice.
It must be. It's nice to be right every now and then.
Definitely.
I wasn't
good,
right
good
about
health benefits.
Performing in the groups, but at least they've finally woken up. It would seem they're going to protect Gambit.
Yeah, really
on
good
their
for
side,
your really good for your brain. Plus, it's good for your muscles too.
Coming out on the side of NRG. They say, no, you're not going to be able to have the Loki. So the protect now for FlyQuest, probably Rogue. Yeah, Rogue's going to come through again just to be able to have the same team up with Gambit and Rogue for them.
Yeah, you kind of know what they're going to do, and you called it out. So I'm kind of curious because, like, I don't know, I was talking to some, like, pros on other squads and stuff, and they were saying how, Gambit coming into this patch wasn't going to be a major priority because of the ult changes, the ult nerfs for the 20% across the board. But it's still been a kind of priority for a lot of squads, and some are kind of moving out of it, right? Mantis has been a problem for a lot of teams. Now that we move over to Convergence, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I don't know. It's been very unique, I think, to see teams kind of shy away from going to Gambit sometimes and letting it through, experimenting with that. And then, like you mentioned, going for that Vanpool Protect to prioritize a very strong hero.
Well, the fact that FlyQuest are only going to be the ones who have Gambit in this one, being able to ban it away but protect it themselves as they do finish things off with a
Wait, that is actually very interesting.
So
they didn't ban
any.
any.
Make sure they weren't too vulnerable on their backline. The Mantis Protect on the side of NRG suggests that we might see the triple strategist coming through, and you pair that up with Chime and how well Chime's been playing on Duelist at the moment. I don't hate it, but we'll also see they might just go for the double Duelist and go for a 2-2 here. So we'll have to see how it goes for. At the moment, it looks like they're hovering the trip strat. So, yeah, Velocity, Chime, Renko. I don't hate this. Stinkers on the Wolverine. This could be quite deadly.
It could be. And, I think like a lot of people are talking about how Chime is actually one of the best White Foxes in the game, for example, just like flexing over to it. And, even like you mentioned last game on
5 grand for muscles. Most brain effects are seen with over 15 to 20 grams. If your body can, I don't think you need 15 to 20 grams.
Chime,
bro.
I mean, definitely a player.
I think 5 to 10
like
might be like the sweet spot.
They've been like come up for
you
a
don't
bit.
need over 20.
Kind of same thing with Chuckles on their bench.
20 is
on a lot of
ridiculous.
different teams, never on like that sort of top team, but always a player to look out for. So able to get that sort of limelight now, joining one of the top squads, a partner team in Energy Shock, and against FlyQuest, who are bouncing back, right? Like we could talk about rookies, new guys coming in, Jolly. Honestly, after the last map, looked a little bit more coordinated and in sort of lock and step with this team of FlyQuest, which that's exactly what they need, right? Like to keep this pressure on Energy Shock, as this is Energy's map pick.
And with the triple strat now for Energy Shock, can they actually make it count here against FlyQuest? Because FlyQuest is going to be a lot of responsibility onto Jolly, I think, as the Venom, to try and jump on, time things with the damage that's being done by Melio. On the Phoenix, speaking of damage on the Phoenix, there it is.
Yeah,
as
my
Melio
bad.
gets the opener. Madara's going to go down, so that is going to be the first, make it the second, and the initial push is going to be absolutely obliterated.
Yeah.
Every time we're
I
on
hope
Melio
Energy
POV,
Shocks
feels
wins
like
this,
it's
just for the
AFK
sake of
farming.
us having like a
It's
3
kinda
match.
not. If you're the side of Energy Shock,
I'm in the middle of a pickle here, bro. I have a lot of friends on
I mean,
Energy Shock, and I want them to win, but at the same time, I really want FlyQuest to win because they are the underdogs and they have never won a single game. So, and I feel like they have a lot to prove.
Hold down left click and have a fun day, and that's what Melio is going through right now. Is anyone going to try and challenge? You can see defensively though that FlyQuest are positioning people to protect Melio just in case you are going to see the dive, and now you are going to see a couple of ults do get popped on the side of Energy Shock as they now try and push in to take this initial point.
Yeah, maybe if Window had that upgrade, you get the KO there, or the damage boost. Actually, I don't even see if they have the damage in that fight, but they already gotten 2 tick on the board. Oh, because we're playing height so hard, we need someone to anchor. Vest is going to be the one to touch. He goes down. Deadpool now has to come in. Everybody has to fly in last second from Jolly. He's going to fall. And one by one, this is awkward. Ansong Inferno. Oh, okay. That's 2. But do we have anybody else here? Madara falls low.
Damn.
People are still touching. Tuzi's touching. We gave up so much percentage, and we're barely holding on.
Damn.
But even though, like, our head's falling off our body, we're not fully decapitated yet, as right now Energy Shock, they're still in this. Zelos goes down as well. So Energy Shock still kind of anchoring back here. Eventually got taken out. Ensong Inferno committed. This fight is happening in second point, and yet we still have to take this first point objective. Eventually Sninkers goes down, and FlyQuest stabilize.
Yeah, FlyQuest eventually stabilizing what was, as you said, a very risky strategy to go for, playing with so much height. I think it was the kind of oh crap moment when they realized
that's actually crazy. They got to
Eventually, they all did drop. They lost a
99.67%.
couple,
They
but
couldn't
did
cap
stabilize
by
eventually thanks to a huge ultimate on the side of
0.3.
Melio, who really has been the big difference maker for FlyQuest at the moment with this position in particular. If you just show yourself slightly, Melio is there to tag you, so you have to be careful if you do show your face as Window gets the opener, and with Melio down, maybe now Energy Shock can finally make their move.
Let's see what Window can do with this off angle. Ivalgamora slows down Chime in that White Fox ultimate. The greens here as well to keep him healthy. Here comes that piece of this into the Groot ultimate incoming. White Fox ult as well, so both White Foxes just slamming around. While it's Velocity and
what
White
is
Fox
going
with a
on,
low-key
chat?
copy. His is going to be enough to keep the team healthy, backing up. The window with the flank does
What
commit
is-
the ultimate.
what's going
they
on?
fly to the point. Zelos goes down as well. No more ults. And that's going to be it, really. Unless we were to have a fast TP play. Melio and Jolly don't have ults.
Damn, yo, burn, baby. Appreciate the massive prime sub. Hope you're having a great day.
I think that's
welcome.
so important for Energy Shock for obvious reasons, but I think now that you go into essentially the movement part of this map rather than taking that initial point, I now believe that NRG's composition suddenly becomes a little bit more powerful as you move and groove a little bit with the 3 strategists rather than just trying to break through that initial defensive mode from FlyQuest as they go through the portal here to try and initiate the fight. But 2 have already fallen, make it 3, and Energy Shock making short work of this fight.
Well, I think it was a good read from Sninkers to go with that ultimate. I think Energy is looking a little bit more proactive throughout, and as well, I think it's helped them slow down the playstyle too, putting Madara over to the Emma as well to slow down Jolly's pushes, but Sninkers read that
Watch you on
play,
YouTube,
kind of
figured
a
I'll pop over and
cheesy
give you my
play from
prime.
FlyQuest.
Hey, I
Did
appreciate
not
it. You're too
pan out
kind. You're too
because He was
kind.
there to match it, and now we're going to keep moving, but we don't have a lot of time bank, right? Like, they need to surely string at least a few if your Energy Shock.
Hey,
right?
appreciate how to play.
Yeah, they have to. If they're going to be able to actually push this point to a point where
Yeah, we
it's gonna be
do some
difficult
long
for FlyQuest
streams
on
during
their
these
own
watch
offensive
parties,
round,
man.
then they
Some
have to be
long
winning some of these
streams.
engagements. They can't allow FlyQuest to come back through. And maybe, just maybe, it's going to be Melio who can make the difference yet again on the Phoenix with the ultimate there and ready when they would like to use it. But you can see that FlyQuest struggling at the moment to do that initial damage. As I say that, though, they do get the initial pick, make it 2, and now Energy Shock.
Vest is doing really well right now.
Oh my goodness,
Vest
just
is
walked in,
Vest is
took
looking
2
like a
and
different kind of
backs out.
beast.
Nice job from him. And for Window, I mean, he popped the Deadpool ultimate. The follow-up sadly wasn't there due to what happened. And now they've stabilized. 2 minutes left on the clock at least. No, they didn't use ult in the last fight too. So that's brutal. They just lose straight up in the neutral. But, you know, regardless, Energy Shock at least have that Deadpool kind of coming online because of those upgrades that have happened throughout.
FlyQuest has every single ult in the game.
You want to go aggressive now? Dive into the window. Top side could hit an anti. With the follow-up
Mechanoi, appreciate the massive prime sub, my friend. How you doing?
There to connect onto Madara, so that's 1. Nice job to take out Madara in that fight. Now we come back in with the Mantis Soul. Can we find any KOs? No, the answer is Zelos here on the White Fox to keep Melio healthy too, by the way. We have nothing on Energy Shock side, although Sninkers coming up with that. Ensong Inferno, no, Jolly has taken him out. That was a huge ult coming up. Now we only have to try to win maybe with this Sonic Seduction or the Mantis Ultimate or something, but FlyQuest slowed this pace down, have gotten 1 pick, and are kind of not fighting for too much more. They're taking their wins where they get them.
We'll see a couple of ults going back and forth between both teams as well. Now the initial KO will go in favor of NRG Shock. So this is the break that they so desperately needed here, as now they force FlyQuest back, which will allow, of course, the truck to move a little bit. Window's going to fall as well. FlyQuest now starting to take a little bit of control as they try and push back at the same time. And now Jolly is going to be able to re-engage onto this one as well, but is being chased by Chime.
Yeah, Jolly just trying to delay the cart for a little bit longer, come back fast, at least make sure his team backs up. I mean, Vest, never mind. It was like the exact opposite of what I said before. He just goes aggressive, tries to find something, but at least gets 2 ultimates out. Now with the damage boost over the high ground window, what can you do in the middle of this fight as well? Can you follow up on Sninkers? Maybe Ken as well can have a big Raging Royal Flush aggressive play. At least force out that Ensong Inferno, maybe, but Madara coming here, try to slow him down, get the grab on him. Jolly finds Renko, the follow-up. Nice work from
Damn,
from
FlyQuest looks like a different team right now, chat. I don't know.
Whatever this guy is as free as you mentioned earlier.
FlyQuest just looks like a different team right now.
Pops the ultimate desperation. Portals are going to have to come out. We have to give up ultimates too. And overtime is about to tick. Maybe Portal's going to be too late. The answer is yes. FlyQuest have held.
FlyQuest with such a successful hold as well. They might be a little bit frustrated they weren't able to hold that initial point.
Bro,
especially at
FlyQuest looks like a different team.
For quite some time. But
I feel bad for NRG Shock right now. This is not a good look for them, bro. If they lose to the team that's actually in last place.
Situation as they tried to push the cart through. And I thought that maybe, just maybe, they were able to do enough on that second push through.
Like,
but
I'm happy for FlyQuest for not doing, like, poorly, but I'm also very sad for NRG Shock, bro. I can't pick a team.
Each other in particular. If Ken was in trouble, we saw Zelos was able to come out and make sure that the healing was coming through.
Did they change the roster, or are they just locking in? I'm pretty sure they're just locking in. Maybe FlyQuest was like, hey, listen,
whilst healing at the same time,
if you guys lose this game,
so good to play
you guys are all fired. And maybe now they're like,
personally, I enjoy it in ranked when I find
maybe now they're on 9,000 milligrams of Adderall. I don't know.
We're starting to find their groove a little bit here, Dogma.
Absolutely, it's very interesting, man. Because like I don't know, like I'm starting to have questions about, you know, the Phoenix stuff potentially for Energy Shock. Like, I feel like in the ban phase, based on how it's gone, I mean, the Daredevil gets banned against him too. Like, you know, we saw the Psylocks before pop off with the damage boost of the Mantis and stuff, and that also went through, and we tried running it.
It's funny because
I don't know, it's
Energy
just
tweeted
awkward
to get the
too.
fly
Like, I mean, they
swatters,
just wanna run it to
fly swatters
counter,
ready.
the
That's gonna
overhelp
bite them
and
in the
stuff,
ass.
But damn, I mean, considering what we've seen out of Stinkers on the Psylocke and stuff too, I don't know, very unique, very interesting take from Energy Shock. Whereas I don't know, maybe
Wait,
like
what the
other
hell?
teams,
I've
they
never
could
seen
try to play something
a
else.
team
Little
go
play
out like
early
that.
for FlyQuest though, is they want to flip the map. It looks like for now.
I've never seen a team go out on the left side. I didn't even know there was a door there.
And Jolly just being patient. Gonna switch over. Love that. Okay, so get the initial portal. Now you go over to the Venom, and now you can really try and be a nuisance on that back line. And Jolly just biding his time, waiting for that information from the rest of the team before he decides to dive in. Once he has that info of where those vulnerable strategists are, as Melio gets ripped away from the map.
All right, well, Stinkers on the Wolverine can't do stuff like that. However, it's traded by Vest. However, Chime on the height, able to find down Tuzi and Vest on the back left. Nice work from them. And yeah, Stinkers, Skybox takes a tank, takes a Vanguard, back to the team, and finds that first KO. Now that's a minute off the clock here, off of an excellent play by the Vanguards and Stinkers.
So attempt one unsuccessful, and a switch over instantly from Jolly over towards Hulk now. They don't feel like the Venom is actually going to be able to do the job. Instead, they're going to have to go a little bit more brute force and take an energy shock to their face value here. Sometimes it's not as easy just to jump on that back line. And Jolly has been able to at least get round, and it does open up a little bit of space. You can see Vesper trying to get behind and deal some damage as well. Energy Shock, though, do have responses. They've lost one, but it's a trade, 1-for-1.
1-for-1 bubble used to keep him alive too. Ken gets, oh my god, trip, quadruple dinked by Windows. Stinkers there with the follow-up as well. And this is brutal. If you get this Deadpool online like we just saw, I mean, that's just fight after fight.
That's
not
actually crazy that he's getting kills and just taking
They
pictures.
just want a hard engage,
Oh,
and
wait,
it's just
wait.
not panned out for them
Window
so far,
is
guys.
wearing the FlyQuest shirt.
The FlyQuest skin as well.
For
by the way.
BM.
We've seen that multiple times today. Running.
He's
your
wearing the
opposition's,
enemy's shirt while
Deadpool
killing
skin,
him.
And I am all here for a little bit of banter. As now Madara is going to be over on the Strange, just such a big responsibility to be that initial contact with the shield as well, to try and block the damage and keep your strategists alive. But look how hard these strategists are working at the moment. They are really going up against it with the amount of damage we're seeing output by FlyQuest, but they still have not been able to break.
Not yet. FlyQuest finally given some positioning to work with. They do have the Raging Reflection, which they commit. But can you find a KO with this Antion to maybe like a strategist or something? Velocity goes low, and Song and Pro coming in.
A lot of
from
people
Chime,
were
and
talking
Renko's
shit
keeping
about
everybody
Jolly on
healthy,
Twitter
but
chat,
not
and Jolly's
really.
doing pretty well right now.
Because Chime's ultimate,
Maybe he
sadly, was just more
thrives
to
under
save
pressure.
himself. Avagamoto doesn't get anything because it's bubbled off. Well, actually, he finds one. Okay, he's taking out Bruce Banner.
Can he get the kill? Can he get the
1v1
kill?
now.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, he goes down.
Wow.
Jolly falls, but they've gotten 2 tick on the point. Can anybody touch, right? It's slowly going in the way of the attacker side. Invisible bounce to the wall? From Velocity? That I don't think I've seen that. That's very
Wait, he
interesting.
ulted on the other side, but since it's a circle, you get it on point. That's fucking crap.
New meta, new tech. I think we're starting to see something develop here a little bit. But FlyQuest now with re-engage. Look at the ultimate economy for FlyQuest as well. They have absolutely everything to throw at Energy Shock, and maybe they need to at this point. They are going to be able to bully them off slightly. Energy trying to hold, trying to save. Can you go huge here? The answer is going to be no. They do get that point.
I don't know if they needed to do all that, but damn, poor guy, bro.
This is wild. An absolute messy game so far for the side of both teams, really. But yeah, I mean, new strategy didn't work out, sadly, for FlyQuest. Energy. As they're sent back to spawn. We have 3 minutes in the second phase, Gask. What are you seeing here going to the second phase of the map? FlyQuest, I mean, they're starting to get a little bit of momentum back on their side, right?
Well, realistically, they're only going to need to win one big fight and one big engagement, considering how far NRG Shock were able to push this cart. So FlyQuest, if they can just slowly teeter their way up with a lot of poke damage, just force those Vanguards back, they are going to create a little bit of space. And then eventually, when the fight's happen and you break in, this is where FlyQuest should show their dominance. Jolly's going to pop an ult as well. FlyQuest now need to follow up on that.
Yeah, Velocity goes down early. Jolly just able to kind of do what he wants. Nice jump from him in this fight.
Damn, chat.
Jolly.
Jolly.
But close spawns doesn't really matter as long as you're not in Bruce Banner form.
He's
peeled off excellently for other fights. Window tries to trade at the very least.
I like
but
that
it's
he's
not
doing
gonna
pretty well after
result
getting
in
shit
anything.
talked.
Another fight waiting for FlyQuest, and They still are building up to some ults for the upcoming ones.
Does wonders for the mental, chat.
And that's the
Does
thing. We
wonders
saw
for the
what
mental.
FlyQuest were able to do when they had just an abundance of ultimates available. NRG Shock maybe need to learn from that as
Ooh,
Melio just able to slam Chime out
Melio's
of
feeling
the
himself
sky.
right now, chat.
And now they're
In
going to
game.
have that player advantage. NRG Shock have to try and hold here, but sadly, when you have the player disadvantage, you are going to be forced upon, you are going to be pushed upon. Zealous gets another one. NRG Shock struggling here, Dogman.
Oh my goodness, yeah, this is Melly of old right now. Chime takes down Zelos, though, who is going really aggressive on White Fox to spawn, but that's kind of what you got to do on the character sometimes. We fought off the cart now. It's just Stinkers back on a Psylocke. Nobody touches in FlyQuest. They have looked completely different today. 2-0 over NRG.
FlyQuest are back, baby.
FlyQuest beat NRG Shock?
It is not all done and dusted yet. Remember, this was a must win. Had they have fallen here, they wouldn't have been able to get into playoffs, and now they at least go into their matchup with Swamp Gaming with a chance, albeit still.
Wait, their
a
next
tough
match
one
is Swamp Gaming.
because you're going up against Swamp Gaming, but FlyQuest have at least demonstrated they have what it takes. But what does this mean for
Imagine
NRG
if
Shock? It also
FlyQuest
puts
beats
them
Swamp Gaming.
potentially in that danger zone, the elimination area of not making playoffs as well.
Imagine
I think
if
the whole table
FlyQuest beats Swamp Gaming,
kind of
chat.
shooken up here by FlyQuest,
Bro,
here, Dogman.
Speaking about
that was not survival, man. That was a statement right there.
25%
I gotta say, it's like,
payout.
when you find out who you are, right? Obviously, you're not always gonna.
Melio,
find
24 and
ways to
4,
adjust when
Vest,
things are going
25 and
swimming. It's
7.
whenever you're having pressure to make
Damn,
diamonds.
I feel
And
so bad
FlyQuest
for
definitely win a
NRG
must-win
Shock,
here.
bro.
And when you looked at what they had left to get the must-2 wins,
I feel
dog,
so
it was
bad,
NRG and
dude.
Swamp Gaming. Obviously, to take down a team that hasn't lost in Swamp is going to be tough. But what a way to get right and get some confidence, huh?
Bro,
Yeah, absolutely.
I
think you
feel
guys have talked
so
about playing
bad.
your strengths a lot, and I gotta be honest. I
They
mean, I know
probably
it's
went
it's
into this matchup
definitely-
thinking
we gotta give
that this
all the
was
shine
an
to
easy
FlyQuest,
win,
and
they
they're
probably
playing to their
lost,
strengths
bro.
very well, like Vest as well on the road, just
25%
able
on
to,
FlyQuest.
play that hero to such a high level. We picked it up
5.4
early
million
on the
on
character's
NRG
release.
just lost.
I think he's been great.
246
obviously. But on the
people.
opposite for NRG Shock, man, like they didn't play to their strengths. I don't know. Like we get the Deadpool ban against us. We have the Mantis Protect that we went for. I get the
Holy
pace of
shit,
plays a
what
lot
a
because they're
payout.
gonna have the Gambit and stuff.
What a payout.
But I don't know, man. I just would love to see them play that Stinker Psylocke like he's been good at before. And he made some plays, don't get me wrong. But man, that just felt like NRG Shock lost all semblance of
What a
you know,
payout,
self.
chat. What a payout.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but also just looking at you were having a triple strat lineup. You were putting a lot on Chime to then be a White Fox with the duelist against triple Vanguard, right? So then, like, that's so much, I think, responsibility on Stinker's end, whether he was the Wolf or whatever he was trying to be, and on Chime. And that already struggles against, more classic lineups. And so I think it was just also just a match issue of what the game plan was going in, Gaskin. At least that's what I saw.
I think that ultimately we have to give credit where it's due, and for me, it's Melio. I think that even though the damage output was very impressive on the other side, Chime impressed me, Stinkers impressed me as well as duelists, but Melio, it was the impact he had of the actual KOs he was able to find. In particular, that one at the end, if you needed a demonstration of it, it was just being able to pick that initial player, and then it just gives so much freedom to the rest of the team. And I do think Melio was the standout player for me, not only in terms of positioning, but also in terms of timing with their damage.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's a great point. And we actually kind of said that, dog, going in. I was like, they were all in the dive comp, and that was a lot of their strategy. And before we led into this series, I said, do you think they adapt out of the Melio, Daredevil, which was doing some good things, but also the coordination, was a little messy. But listen, now we have this Phoenix into Vest picking up the whatever's left out there. It looked to me like I think the duelist change was huge to help with the effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they mixed up the play style. They played around it well. And as you mentioned, switching over to the Phoenix with Melio was great.
Well, guys, we have an interview, and is one, the only, they call it Vest Quest at times. It is our man, Vest, and we're glad to welcome you to the Winters interview, and your first Winters interview at that. Welcome in, Vest.
you.
What's up, King? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you guys, too.
Dude, listen, I got to say first, all right, you're coming off of 0-3. You got a very dominant win, and I want to just say, is this...
I mean, that's
for you
their
guys,
fucking
taking
problem,
inside that
though.
turnaround,
If
right?
you're
Did this moment
FlyQuest and you
build
have the
confidence?
money,
Was it already there?
fly your
I mean,
fucking
obviously,
players over,
a lot
bro.
has been said about this FlyQuest team, and I want to know how you guys.
I mean,
as a
I'm
team
proud
are
of them
feeling.
for winning, but like, bro.
Yeah, I mean, obviously after
Be
you started
professional.
0-3, that doesn't feel great, but that kind of removed all expectations, and like, we're already down 0-3, like can it really get much worse? So we just kind of sent it, and it worked out today.
Hey man, I mean, I love that. I mean, I think obviously, you know, you've been here before. FlyQuest has been here before as well. I mean, even going back to last year in some of these openings. And so what I want to ask from you too is I love what you put on social media. You know, when people are looking at individuals, you say, no, we win and we lose as a team. But I think that's so important. I want to give you a chance to kind of highlight that because I think you guys showed it here today. You know, win or lose, but today being a win as a team.
Yeah, I agree. I think, especially on our losses, people would kind of just pick one person that did bad, and like, it wasn't even the same person every time. Like, they'd just kind of switch it around. But yeah, I mean, like, it's a team game. It's not just individual performance.
I like that.
Even if somebody does bad one game, they can like hard carry the next game and do great. And like, I mean, everyone just stepped up today, and everyone did really well.
That's a great response.
Team today, really well, and that's why we won.
That's a great response from Wes. And notice that he's in the kitchen, chat. Notice that he's in the kitchen because he's fucking cooking.
Moving forward, a huge win, first of all, to keep alive in this group. But I mean, like, how does that kind of, what does that mean for the rest of these games? Like, do you feel like you guys are getting better as you go on? You know, are the players getting more like used to the ping and stuff? Like, how's that dynamic been? I think week after week of these guys getting used to the current kind of playing condition, I guess, like the whole team for FlyQuest.
I mean, we've already been playing for a while, so it's not really like a ping thing. I think most of it is just we're kind of slow on learning the meta and being able to adapt to it. And so when these changes come like so fast and so frequently, it changes the meta up a lot. And so we're kind of slow, like adapting to that. But as we get more time, I mean, I think we're scrimming probably more than most other teams. Like even on match days like today, we still had like regular scrims, and then we had our warm up. So we're just playing a lot, trying to figure things out and like really lock in.
And I mean, you're going to need to lock in because your last matchup is going to be against Swamp Gaming, who have been, you know, unbeatable thus far. It's very difficult for anyone to find a weakness. What's preparation going to look like going into a matchup that is essentially a must-win for you guys? Otherwise, you'll be eliminated.
I mean, we're going to keep doing the same thing. We're going to just look at their games, try to figure out like what we want to do in drafts, what we want to play, what we want them to play, like how we're going to play against that. And I mean, we're just going to do the same thing that we did today. We're just going to play as a team, play our best, and hopefully we beat them.
Heck yeah, man. Well, listen, I mean, we said from the beginning, it wasn't a talent issue. We know what you guys have. We know who you are, man. And again, so fun to see you just mature in this scene more and more. I mean, all together. Can you let me in on this? Are we going to see Fly all together in a, you know, in one building, moving into maybe stage 1 or anything like that?
Hopefully.
Do you know of that yet?
That would, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Fly would fly everyone out for sure for like the main stages. We would all be like on LAN.
They better.
Yeah.
They better.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. Well, we're excited to see you guys, and always.
They better.
Always good to see you, bud. Always good to see you and continue to see your success in Fly. We're rooting for you guys and proud of the way that you guys hold yourself. So good luck out there. You got a big one. You got a big match next with Swamp Gaming, and you could definitely, you're not NRG shock, but you could shock the world by winning that one. So good luck to you guys.
Wait, what? Jay went to the bathroom and he wired everyone on NRG $10,000 to throw their matches against FlyQuest. Oh, trust me. There was a huge down payment, but it wasn't on any players.
With the FlyQuest, and
it wasn't any money involved,
too. I
too.
gotta give him a lot of credit, right? His essentially outside of Zelos, like the whole team is different, right? And I think a lot of people, you know, were looking at him like, oh, you know, why don't you choose another org? Where'd you go? And he stuck with FlyQuest in the best way possible, and he believes in this team, and it was cool to see that all come together.
Yeah, he is, as some would mean.
I like Vess. Vess is a really good kid, man.
Right?
He's
like,
a really good kid. I'm glad that he did well.
Kind of working it out, and you know, he's going to continue to do so as long as he's with his org. So, you know, huge shout out to, like you said, and after all those changes too, we'll see if they can do it, man. I mean, if anybody can do it and beat Swamp Gaming, even despite the start, like
we're almost at the 12-hour mark, chat.
See them maybe put up a good fight.
Yeah, I think you said that Gaskin going in. It's
Yo,
Nimsy
like for 22 months. Appreciate it. How you doing?
Some of the toughest teams.
No, this is the last game, chat. Last game of the day. It's going to be a nightmare against
confidence. I know that they're definitely feeling great about themselves, and hopefully we'll see if they can carry that into our next matchup, or into the next matchup they have. Speaking of, we have one more matchup today. It has just been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. We're maybe going to have a 2-1. We'll see. Anyway, we're going to be back after this break. Don't go anywhere. We got one left.
Don't go anywhere. We got one left, chat. Yeah, today's games for NA I thought were going to be a lot better. I'm going to stand for the last game, though. I thought the NA games were going to be a lot better than what we're watching right now. Also, they're on a 5-minute break. Any players to watch in this one? Nightmare against Lunex. To be honest with you, I don't know if there's any people to watch, but I am going to say that I am rooting for Nightmare just because Nightmare is a Florida-based organization. They're from Miami, so, you know, being from Miami, I gotta root for my home team. So I'm gonna go ahead and say this has to be. I think Nightmare has not won a single game as well, and Lunex, I don't know if Lunex has won a single game as well either. So this is gonna be a battle for a first win. Yo, RC Campbell, appreciate that for 14 months, my friend. How you doing? Hope you're having a great day. The whole preseason is rigged, not gonna lie. Sure. Dude, the Dolphins are from Miami. Do you want to root for them too? I mean, sadly, I have to, but I think they fired a lot of people, so. Yo, the Magic Cabbage for 9 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great one. This song's a banger. Oh yeah, man. Keep watching the watch parties with me and you'll hear it about 5,000 times and you'll really love it. Oh wow, they just took it off. True. If these matches were, yep, true. You can't rig these matches as well. I don't even understand what that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, how much time do we have? 2 minutes? Uh-oh, chat. I might need to go to the bathroom again. Oh, God. Bro, I'm never buying a bagel again. I'm done. I'm done. I think they're trying to kill me. I actually think they're trying to kill me. And Emily's laughing. I literally heard her laugh in the other room. She's on that what do you call it? The killing J3 scheme or whatever.
Clear the way. Feel the pull. Disappear.
Time to gamble. Isn't the bet going on right now? No? I didn't start it? Oh, I'm gonna start the gamble for you guys right now. Go ahead. Nightmare against Loon X. I don't know who's going to win, chat. I just think that I'm gonna put my money on the team that, you know, obviously, I think it's, yeah, I think it's, I'm just gonna root for the Florida-based org. Root for the Florida-based org, chat. No, I don't know who's going to win, but good luck, guys.
What is going on, guys, and welcome to our last matchup of today, and it is quite literally a must-win for both these teams. You've got Nightmare versus Lunex Gaming, and it's anything but a snorefest, because let me tell you, Nightmare, they've taken a game off SSG, they've taken a game off, we lost.
Oh, wait, we do have a treadmill
in
for
some
the
ways,
thing.
But the scoreboard to show another one,
No,
0 and 2,
not when
right?
we're watching
On
a
the
show.
other
I
end,
think it would be too
Lunex
loud.
Gaming, kind of the same deal. They've been close in a lot of their games, but right now, a lot of
Talking about,
teams
like,
are saying,
from watching a show.
it's a bit of an easier team to beat. So we need to now see
I'd
these
rather
two
just-
go up against each other. When your back's against the wall, Gaskin, it means you have nothing but to come out swinging. So what do you expect to
No.
see here?
Yeah, I think that just looking at how
No,
comfortable
just
Nightmare have been in some of their matches, they've shown a little bit more promise on the other side to Lunex. So I do think that Nightmare are the favorites going into it. That being said, we're always here
Yeah,
for
dude,
surprises,
have to
right?
show me.
Lunex might be able to pull something out that we're
Yeah.
not expecting. Maybe they've got a little bit of a trick up their sleeve that they can
How's
pull
your
out
day
as well.
going,
but
Jay? Hey, what's
looking
good?
across
It's
the
been
picks
going
and bans
well.
for both teams,
I'm
like,
battling for my
statistically,
life right
Nightmare,
now
I
in the
think, have done a
bathroom,
little bit
but
better in their picks and bans.
okay, let's see
so
this
I
chat.
think they should be comfortable to win this one, but as I said, I'm ready to be surprised.
Protect your bald king.
I mean, listen, we got their whole team up right here and ready, and Smash is
Yo,
anything but a sub as
Locomotion!
well.
Appreciate the
Just a
massive
very
prime
good
sub, my friend.
duelist.
How you doing?
So we might see them today. Light, obviously, coming back into the scene. Cool to see them.
Let me
But I've
see
always
who's
said if
on,
there's a
let
team
me
that
see
was
who's
gonna
on the
put in
other team
practice
real quick,
dog,
chat.
man,
I'll tell you
it
who's
was
gonna win
be
right
them
now.
in the week that they had to prep for this next week. Vision, though, being a core anchor of the duelist department that is Nightmare.
Yeah, this team definitely, like Ask, I mean, they've shown a lot of promise, especially considering how SSG's played. You know, and I'm excited to see them. Like, at the end of the day, that's all there is to say. Like, I think, you know, Mace was doubling down on social media. He was going around the block, and fair play, honestly. Like, I think, first of all, I just, like, full transparency, watched back the Nightmare game, and I was like, okay, it wasn't just Mace that had a tough game. It was the entire team. You know, I think it was definitely talked about too much, necessarily, but in that regard, Mace has been going around in chats and Twitch chats and stuff saying, Dogman, you're going to sit back and observe this game. You learn to sit back and observe is what he said. So I'm excited to watch them versus Lunex, another team trying to make out of the lower bracket, lower side. And all eyes are on Nightmare and Mace.
Gaskin, I am maybe pulling for Nightmare just to watch the Mace and Dogman interview. But besides that, we've got ourselves Lunex Gaming. And again, I want to highlight a lot of
I don't
these
know. I
players
think this is
because
going to be a
they
good
are
game. What do you
so fun
guys
to
think?
watch.
Let me see.
Iffy and Tones that have been played together in multiple teams, even going back over to
Nightmare at
previous stage
66%,
2-1 of
Lunex at
Ignite. Regis
34%.
might be
Not too bad. I
in
mean-
conversation, top 3 easily in the Elsa department, and we have to see how he adjusts. But Gaskin, they have so much talent across this team, even coming from the MRC.
So much talent, indeed. I think that seeing teams come through from the MRC is such an amazing thing for the health of this game, by the way, and to then see them actually competing at a very successful level against teams that have been doing it for the past year.
Kaisets,
I think this is
appreciate
just
the
the
massive 6
beginning
months.
of
How you
Lunex.
doing? How
So
you
I think
doing?
that, you know, preseason at the moment, if they lose this one, sure, it hasn't gone so well, but it's preseason for a reason. It's a chance to learn. It's a chance to improve. I think that one thing they've struggled at is just
What? J3,
surviving
if
some of these
FlyQuest
fights. Their
wins
sustain
against
hasn't been
Swamp
as
Gaming,
good as
will they
other
fly them
squads, but I
out?
think
If
that's
yes,
natural.
win.
That comes with
That's a
experience.
great question.
We
You should
heard
probably
it from
ask the
interview earlier
organization
from
instead of
SG.
me.
It's about
I don't
discipline.
know
Discipline is
FlyQuest. I don't
absolutely
know
everything
their
in
business.
Marvel
I don't know
Rivals
their
at the
owner.
moment, and some teams are just a little
feel
bit
like
more
you should
disciplined
probably
than
ask
others.
them.
But again, that is something you learn through more games.
I'm just
and
a streamer,
I think, Dog,
bro.
it's also about getting the reps in. I mean, even Swamp was saying, hey, like when we first got into things, it was our first time in the big limelight, whatnot. I mean, if you kind of look at it, I think the fundamentals are definitely there for Lunex. They made even TLC. Liquid, we've been, you know, praising them so much. Day one, Liquid was kind of, they struggled a bit here against Lunex Gaming. So they definitely have a lot of the intangibles, right? But it's kind of more of the pro stuff, right? Like the VOD review and getting the bans and picks perfect. Like that's what I want to see. And from them,
I don't think.
I think Dogman, we've got ourselves a team that can compete.
I don't think FlyQuest wins against Swamp Gaming.
I think Lunex are a solid squad, and you know, even in losses, they took a map off of Team Liquid, so or at least a round rather on when we were on domination. And Hell's Heaven, I think it's gonna be tough though, because like, even if Lunex are good on domination, this is Nightmare's best map type. Like, I'm not worried about Nightmare on domination, really. It's just when we go to Convergence and Combo, and it goes back to what you talked about, Cozy, where, you know, as a MRC team, is Lunex, like, how good is their coaching staff compared to all these other squads? I've seen people on social media talking about how there's not a ton of really good coaches in North America. You know, even in this esport in general, it's very hard to not only be a leader of men, like a lot of good coaches are, but also understand high-level strategy of the game. So those two things are very hard to kind of come back from as an unsigned roster. So let's see if Lunex can do it against Nightmare on the first map.
Yeah, a lot of good coaches are just going to be players at the end of the day, right? Because it takes that skill set a lot of the time. But guys, this is our last matchup of today. We have Lunex Gaming versus Nightmare.
I think Lunex wins. They banned the Elsa. GG's chat.
At the mic to bring it all in.
I don't think you protect Gambit.
Heading into it. Yes, we'll go to through the ban phase, obviously, but you know, you've seen so many high-level esports, so I just want to like pick your brain at it as the Elsa ban comes through and the Gambit on the other side. But like, I kind of on that note, from like the best analysts in esports that you've seen, or like in general for coaches, who have you seen be like the best? Is it a mixed bag? Is it ex-players? Is it just really, you know, stat nerds? Like, what's your overall opinion on like who is the best coaches, I guess?
I think it is the stat nerds, those who are prepared to put into the time and look at the things that perhaps are overseen by ex-players at times. Ex-players do make good coaches as well, but sometimes diving into the numbers and the statistics can be absolutely massive. For example, Nightmare, the one map that they won in their initial matchup against We Lost was domination on Hell's Haven. So there's a reason why we're playing here. There's a reason why we are focusing this map, because they have found success. So if you're Lunex,
I don't think
you would have hoped that your coach would have put in the time to say, okay, why did they win Hell's Haven on domination?
I think it's just
what should
random.
we be trying to remove from them? Where was their strengths and where were their weaknesses? So hopefully Lunex have been able to put in that time. As you can see, both Van pools getting removed, which seems to be traditional on that fourth pick that we've seen thus far today. And Elsa is going to be protected on the side of Lunex. So real question is, would you rather have Lunex? Would you rather have Elsa, or would you rather have Gambit? Because that has been the big question of the day. Ultron also going to be protected here on the side of Lunex, so perhaps we're going to see the triple strategist alongside Elsa.
Yeah, that looks like that will be the play. But yeah, both these teams, it's interesting because it's like you said, both their strengths are actually domination. As Invis, ban, protect, we've actually seen that kind of come through. A lot of these teams so far have been prioritizing the Invis.
I think the domination maps are random, yes. So it's going to be a King of the Hill. Obviously, it's going to be a Koth or domination, they call it.
Yeah, focusing on that
game. But
no
team picks the map. I think it's just a random generated map you get. Like there's 5 maps. They might spin a wheel. Whatever you get is what you get. It's done randomly.
About domination.
But
so
whoever does
Nightmare
lose the
also,
first round, I
really,
think
this is their best map type.
the loser picks the map, obviously.
You know, beaten We Lost, a notoriously solid team on that map type until today, apparently, versus SSG and stuff. But this should be interesting. I'm curious to see kind of who comes out on top between both these squads who, you know, prioritize
King of the
playing
Hill?
well on domination.
Basically domination.
And that's kind of been the takeaway, I feel like, for a lot of these MRC teams. Very good on domination, and they've struggled a bit on
King of the Hill,
We'll
Koth.
see if that's changed. But this
What
is the
Koth
last game
stands
of the
for,
day,
domination.
As we
Yo, Craig,
enter,
appreciate the massive prime sub. How
this
you doing, my
second
friend?
week
Hope you're
where
having a
things
great
are kind
day.
of coming down to the last few matches.
Almost a 12-hour
Group A,
stream, chat.
Every team
And this is the
except
last
two
game of the
have
day.
only one
Usually
win,
it's like
and then,
14, 15
same
hours,
thing
which I'm
except for
surprised.
Group B,
Games
we
went by
have a
quick
few,
today.
like, top